Marxist-Leninist theory. The fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Translated from the Russian by Robert Daglish. Printed in the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Contents. Page. Preface 9. Introduction. Chapter I. Its subject matter and place among the other sciences. Mo 15:1. Development of the conceal of the sub-st matter of philosophy, 7:2. The basic Cuisine af Philosophie 28. Dialectics and Metaphysics, 29:4. The subject matter of Marxist in philosophy. See its relationship to other sciences, 31:5. Partisanship of philosophy att 39 Chapter 2. The birth of Marxist and its development. 45:1. Social, economic and political paidoidions of he rise of Marxism. 45:2. Theoretical sources of dialectical and historical variation. 47:3. Marxist philosophy and the great scientific discoveries of the mid-19th century. 51:4. Dialectical and historical Makadatik, Revolutionist philosophy. 54:5. Development of Mace Piasui by To 62. Dialectical materialism. Chapter 111. Matter and the basic forms of its existence. 71:1. The philosophical or Estandiag, a matter. 71:2. Motion and its basic forms. 83. Space and time. 85:4. Unity of the world. 95 Chapter 4. Consciousness as a property of highly organized matter. 101. Consciousness as a function of the Hanen-Pete. 101. Consciousness as the highest form of physical reflection of the objective world. Evolution of forms of reflection. Consciousness and Bia. Their ona, UAA inner annexion od nu men teeygts enil cs. The modeling of thought. Chapter U. The universal dialectical laws of development. Materialist dialectics as the BNEEA repeal connection and development. The law of the transformation gasmtadi abc qualitative changes and vice versa. The law of the unity and struggle of bests. The law of the negation of negation. Chapter UI. Categories of materialist dialectics. Equals. General characteristics of the categories of dialectics. The individual, particular and universal. Cause and effect. Necessity and chance. Possibility and reality. Content and form. Essence and appearance. Chapter UII. The nature of human knowledge. NR. Materialist dialectics is the theos of Moichtes of Marxism-Leninism. Subject and object. Practice. The social and inetnahi are poles to knowledge as intellectual mastery of reality. The principle of reflection. Language is the form of eee or knowledge symbol and meaning. Objective truth. Criteria of truth. Swede. Chapter 8. The dialectics of the process of cognition. Cognition as unity of the seasons at rational levels of knowledge, empirical and theoretical, abstract and concrete. Unity of analysis and synthesis. The historical and the logical. Forms of reprod ti the object by thought vaa peer of dialectics and formal logic. The formation and development of scientific theory. Intuition or 6. Practical realization of knowledge. 7. Knowledge and value. Chapter 1x. The methods and means of scientific research. 1. The concept of method in React 2. Methods of obtaining empirical stol d8. Methods of developing knowledge. Historical materialism. Chapter X. Historical materialism as a science. 1. The emergence of historical materialism. The subject matter of historical materialism. On 3. The laws of social aee and their objective character. 4. People's conscious activity and its role in history. NCE, DOM and necessity. Chapter 11. Material production. 1's the basis of social life. 1. Society and nature, there have only 2. The productive forces of society. Man's place in his system of the productive forces. 8. Production relations. 4. Dialectics of the Exhibition of Hypesdes and Relations of Production Chapter 12. The Socio-Economic Formation, Unity and Diversity of the World Historical Process. 1. The concept of the socio-reazione Fenrigto 2. Structure of the socio-economic formation. Basis ESD superstructure 3. Unity and diversity of the Fusterenel Agutens 813. Classes and class struggle. Origin and essence of classes, social structure and how it changes 8. Class interests and class-sil forms es Elandbjensgle and organization. 4. Historical necessity and the wage to abolish clays Chapter 14. The historical forms of human community, tribe, nationality, nation 1. The clan and tribe as historical forms of human community in pre-class society 2. The emergence of classes and development afferent of human community. Nationality. Nation ers. National relations under capitalism. Communism and the future of nations. Chapter 2. The political organization of society. I transition from the non-political organization of society to its political organization. Development of political scene and its role in social life. Aost os ubri i.e. political organization. Bs socialist rate the present historical so and the political organization of society. Chapter 16. Social revolution. Social revolution as the law of the neotny af doic economic formations oeteeo historical types of bixias rae objective conditions and underscore the ge nets factor of revolution character of the contemporary world revolutionary process. Chapter 17. The structure and forms of social consciousness. The concept of intellectual kalai. Psychology and ideology. Forms of social consciousness. There it and on specific features. The relative independence copyright social kansizikas om nection and mutual influence of its forms. Social and individual consciousness. The struggle of ideas in the present epoch. Chapter 18, Science, its place and role in the life of society. Science as a special phenomenon. A social life. The historical laws of the development of science. Natural and social sciences. The scientific and technological revolution, Naha's petition between the two world systems. Chapter 19. Society and the individual. 3. What is an individual? The interests of Roni. The social group SNA. The individual, the collective of the individual. Chapter XX. The role of the AG and the individual in history. Idealist views of the role of the pool and the individual in history. The scientific view of the role of the in history. The role of the individual in history. The historic role of the leaders of the equals working class and socialist revolution. Chapter XX1I. Historical progress. The essence of historical progress. 3. The criterion of historical progress. Antagonistic character of social P in societies with exploiting classes. The distinctive features of hierarchical progress apace the conditions of socialism. The problem of historical progress in contemporary bourgeois sociology, AE. Criticism of contemporary bourgeois and sociology. Chapter XXII. Contemporary bourgeois 599. Lie. The general crisis of capitalism and the IA features of contemporary idealism. Neopositivism, as the idealist philosophy for science. Contemporary irrationalism. Existentialism. Religious philosophy in the 20th century. Neo-Un. Chapter XXIII, Contemporary bourgeois sociology. The bourgeois philosophy of history. Contemporary bourgeois sociological theories. Bourgeois empirical sociology. Conclusion. Preface. We are living in a dynamic age, an age of social revolutions and national liberation movements, an age of rapid progress in science and technology. The profound changes in the life of society, the struggle of the two world systems capitalism and communism, the intensifying ideological and political struggle against anti-communism and against bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology, including revisionism, place ever greater demands on our ideological beliefs, our philosophical culture and scientific thinking. All the more reason, then, for studying Marxist philosophy. Marxist philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism, came into being more than 100 years ago. Founded by Marx and Engels, it was further developed by Lenin in his analysis of the new period in history, and has since become widely known as Marxism-Leninism. Dialectical and historical materialism is thus an integral part of Marxism-Leninism, its philosophical bedrock. It is a creative, revolutionary doctrine, a doctrine that is constantly being enriched and tested by historical practice. It is opposed to any kind of dogmatism and constantly develops on the basis of generalization of the experience recorded in world history and the achievements of the natural and social sciences. Following Lenin's precepts, the world communist and working class movements gather in all that is of value and significance in contemporary social development, the revolutionary experience of the working class and of all anti-imperialist forces. This experience, and particularly the practice of communist construction in the USSR, and of socialist construction in other socialist countries, is reflected in the theoretical works of the communist parties, which carry a profound philosophical and sociological message. In addition to explaining the fundamental questions of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and expounding its principle. 10. Ideas. The authors of this textbook have attempted to analyze and criticize the propositions of bourgeois philosophical thought. Militant materialism and revolutionary dialectics are the highest form of objectivity and scientificality in philosophy. Consequently, the struggle against idealist philosophy, against the attempts of the philosophical revisionists to blur the clearly drawn lines between materialism and idealism in philosophy and sociology, between the communist and bourgeois ideologies, is for us simultaneously a struggle for science, for scientific philosophy. In preparing this textbook, the authors have endeavored to take into consideration the experience gained by the use for instructional purposes of the book The Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy, published in 1958 and 1962 in printings of nearly 2 million copies. This book, which has been translated into many languages, was favorably received in the press and in teaching circles, and its basic propositions retain their significance today. But in the intervening years, Marxist philosophical thought in the USSR and abroad has continued to develop and enrich itself. The further development of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism and the demands of teaching practice have made it necessary to amend and improve the earlier textbook in both content and structure. At the same time, there is a definite continuity between the theoretical positions of the authors of the Fundamentals of Marxist Philosophy and the new textbook offered here. The first draft of the new textbook was widely discussed at philosophical faculties in the higher educational establishments of the USSR. While its reception was generally favorable, some critical observations were made concerning some of the chapters, and constructive proposals were put forward upon which the authors have drawn in their further work on the book. The Fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist Philosophy, published at the beginning of 1971, is now out of print. In preparing the second edition, the authors based themselves on the materials of the 24th Congress of the CPSU, which are a further creative elaboration of Marxist-Leninist theory. Its application to contemporary conditions. The second edition also takes into consideration the wishes and remarks. Preface. Expressed by readers and the comments published in the press. The authors wish to express their gratitude to all who took part in discussing the first draft and gave them great help thereby, and to all the comrades who sent in their comments on this book and offered valuable advice. V. A. Malinin, candidate of Philosophical Sciences, was responsible for the scientific and organizational work involved in producing this textbook. N.I. Sorokomskaya, V.N. Yermoleva and T.F. Latinskaya did the additional scientific editing. Introduction. Chapter I, its subject matter and place among the other sciences. Marxism-Leninism is a fully integrated theory consisting of three component parts: philosophy, political economy, and the theory of scientific communism. These three components have an inseparable interconnection. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, dialectical and historical materialism, is the general theoretical basis of all Marxist-Leninist teaching. The integrity, the wholeness, the irrefutable logic and consistency of Marxism-Leninism, which are acknowledged even by its opponents, have been achieved by the application of the unified philosophical dialectical materialist world outlook and method. Marxism-Leninism cannot be properly understood without its philosophical basis. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is a result and the highest stage of the development of world philosophical thought. It has assimilated all that was best and most progressive in the centuries of development of philosophy. At the same time, its emergence signified a qualitative leap, a revolutionary upheaval in philosophy. Evolved by Marx and Engels as the world outlook of the new revolutionary class, the working class, whose mission is to overthrow the rule of the bourgeoisie, abolish capitalism, and build the new, communist society, which will be the most advanced and just society the world has ever seen. Marxist philosophy is called upon not only to give a strictly scientific explanation of the world, but also to serve as the theoretical instrument for its transformation. In the present age of rapidly advancing scientific thought, some people question philosophy's right to existence as an autonomous branch of scientific knowledge. These opponents of philosophy say that at one time, in the ancient world, philosophy was the science of sciences, but that the various specialized branches of scientific knowledge, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, history, sociology, ethics, and so on, having evolved historically out of philosophy, broke away from it and began to develop independently. Philosophy found itself in the position of Shakespeare's King Lear, who in old age gave away his kingdom to his daughters and was then himself driven out into the street like a beggar. But this view is quite wrong with regard to scientific philosophy. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism justifiably holds its own special place in the broad domain of scientific thought, in the system of sciences concerning nature and society. There exists a wide range of vitally important questions that are not dealt with by the specialized sciences. What is the essential nature of the world around us? Or, to put it differently, what is the relationship between nature and spirit, between matter and consciousness? What is man and what is his place in the world? Is he capable of knowing and transforming the world, and, if so, how is it to be done? These and many other, similar questions are of profound concern to all thinking people. From time immemorial, men have experienced an ineradicable desire to find answers to these questions, which make up the content of philosophy. Philosophy is a world outlook with its own specific content and form, a world outlook which offers theoretical grounds for its principles and conclusions. This is what distinguishes philosophy from the unscientific, religious world outlook, which is based on faith in the supernatural and reflects reality in forms conjured up by the imagination and emotions. A philosophical world outlook is a system of highly generalist theoretical views of the world, of nature, society, and man. Philosophy seeks to substantiate a definite orientation in social, political, scientific, moral, aesthetic, and other spheres of life. Everybody forms his own particular view of the surrounding world, but this view often consists of no more than fragments of various contradictory ideas without any theoretical basis. The philosophical world outlook, on the other hand, is not merely the sum total but a system of ideas, opinions, and conceptions of nature, society, man and his place in the world. It does not merely proclaim its principles and try to make people believe in them, it gives logical arguments for these principles. By no means every theoretically substantiated world outlook is scientific in character. The actual content of a philosophical world outlook may be scientific or unscientific or even anti-scientific. Only the world outlook that bases its conclusions on the findings of contemporary science, that uses scientific method in its thinking and allows no place for various kinds of anti-scientific, mystical, and religious views and superstitions may be considered scientific. Of course, the very idea of scientificality must be considered historically. For example, the world outlook of the French materialists of the 18th century was scientific because in addition to the historically transient element in their teaching there was something that proved to be historically intransient, and this has been inherited by modern materialism. There were also scientific ideas and propositions in the great idealist philosophical systems to the extent that they had a true grasp of real relationships and connections. Dialectical and historical materialism is a scientific philosophical world outlook which is based on the achievements of modern science and advanced practical experience and constantly develops and enriches itself as they progress. In order to obtain a better understanding of the subject matter and significance of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, of what distinguishes it from previous philosophical thought, we must take a closer look at philosophy as a special form of cognition. 1. Development of the concept of the subject matter of philosophy. The subject matter of philosophy has changed historically in close connection with the development of all aspects of man's spiritual life, with the development of science and philosophical thought itself. The term philosophy was coined by the ancient Greeks. It is derived from the two Greek words, phile loving, and sophia wisdom. Thus, in the literal sense philosophy is love of wisdom. There is a legend that one of the Greek sages, not wishing to be called wise, insisted that he was not a wise man but merely a lover of wisdom, that is to say, a philosopher. But explaining the derivation of a word is not enough to reveal the essence of the scientific concept which that word expresses. Philosophy arose at the dawn of civilization in ancient India, China, and Egypt, but it first achieved classical form in ancient Greece. The most ancient form of worldview, which immediately preceded philosophy in history, was religion, or, to be more exact, mythology, an imagined reflection of reality which arose in the consciousness of primitive man, who attributed spiritual life to surrounding nature. In mythology, with its faith in imaginary spirits and gods, great importance was attached to questions of the origin and essence of the world. Philosophy grew out of the myth-steeped religious consciousness, while simultaneously fighting it, and thus took shape in its struggle to furnish a rational explanation of the world. The emergence of philosophy coincides historically with the beginnings of scientific knowledge, with the need for theoretical inquiry. In fact, philosophy was the first historical form of theoretical knowledge. Initially, philosophy tried to answer the questions that had already been posed by the religious mythological view of the world. But philosophy had a different way of tackling these questions. It based itself on a theoretical analysis that was in accord with logic and practical experience. The early Greek philosophers were mainly interested in understanding the origin of the diverse phenomena of nature. Natural philosophy was the first historical form of philosophical thought. As specialized scientific knowledge was accumulated and thinkers began to develop specific methods of research and notions about the laws prevailing in various realms of nature, a process of differentiation of the hitherto undivided body of theoretical knowledge occurred, and mathematics, medicine, astronomy, and other disciplines broke away and formed separate sciences. But this process was not one-sided. As the range of problems studied by philosophy diminished, there was a corresponding development, deepening and enrichment of the purely philosophical notions, and various philosophical theories and underscore schools emerged. Such philosophical disciplines were formed as ontology, the study of being, or the essence of all that exists, epistemology, the theory of knowledge, logic, the science of the forms of correct, that is to say, consistent, argued thinking, the philosophy of history, ethics, aesthetics, and later, philosophy itself. The age of the Renaissance, and particularly the 17th and 18th centuries, accelerated the process of differentiation. Mechanics, physics, chemistry, biology, jurisprudence, and political economy became independent branches of scientific knowledge. This progressive division of labor in the sphere of scientific knowledge brought about a qualitative change in the goal of philosophy, its place in the system of knowledge, and its relationship to the specialized sciences. Philosophy was no longer able to devote itself to solving the special problems of mechanics, physics, astronomy, chemistry, biology, law, history, and so on, though it was still better equipped to deal with general scientific questions, with questions of world outlook, which are often implied in the work of the specialized sciences, but which cannot be solved within their terms of reference and by their specialized methods. We know from history that the interrelationships between philosophy and the specialized sciences have been extremely complex and contradictory in character, since the specialized sciences were for long restricted mainly to empirical research, while the general theoretical questions concerning these sciences were dealt with by philosophy. But philosophical inquiry into the theoretical problems of the specialized sciences was not based on sufficient factual material. Such inquiry was therefore abstract and speculative, and its results often conflicted with the latest facts discovered by science. This was where the opposition arose between philosophy and the specialized sciences, which assumed a particularly acute form in those 9 degrees. 20. Philosophical doctrines that were connected with religion and sought to provide a justification for the religious world outlook, which is incompatible with science. Some philosophers created encyclopedic philosophical systems designed to counterpose the philosophy of nature to natural science, the philosophy of history to history as a science, or the philosophy of law to the science of law. These philosophers usually assumed that philosophy was able to go beyond the bounds of experience, to provide superscientific knowledge. Such illusions were exploded by the development of the specialized sciences, which proved that physical problems can be solved only by physics, chemical problems by chemistry, and so on. At the same time, the opposite tendency, the reduction of philosophy to the status of a specialized science, was to be observed in a number of philosophical doctrines. The successes of the specialized sciences, particularly mathematics and mechanics, prompted philosophers to study the methods by which these successes had been obtained, so that they could find out whether these methods could be used in philosophy. Philosophers often attempted to apply, for example, the axiomatic method of mathematics for building up philosophical systems. Attempts were also made to universalize the principles of classical mechanics, so that, basing itself on these principles, philosophy could explain not only the phenomena of inanimate nature, but also biological and even social processes. The development of the specialized sciences demonstrated, however, that there are problems that can be dealt with by philosophy as well as by the sciences. In fact, such problems can be solved only by their joint efforts. There are also some specific philosophical problems that philosophy alone can solve, but even here a solution can be obtained only if philosophy relies on the sum total of the scientific data and advanced social practice available. To the basic question of philosophy, no matter how diverse philosophical doctrines may be, they all, directly or indirectly, take as their theoretical point of departure the question of the relationship of consciousness 21. Being, of the spiritual to the material. The great basic question of all philosophy, especially of more recent philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thought and being. The basic question of philosophy lies in the fundamental facts of our lives. Yes, there are material phenomena, but there are also spiritual phenomena, consciousness, which differ from material phenomena. This distinction between thinking and being, between the subject and the object, enters into any act of human consciousness and behavior. Every individual distinguishes himself from that which surrounds him and is aware of himself as something different from everything else. No matter what phenomenon we are considering, it can always be placed in the sphere of either the material or the spiritual. And yet, despite the differences between the objective and the subjective, there is a definite connection between them. This connection comes to light when we begin to think about what may be considered primary and what secondary, about what is definitive in the world, the material or the spiritual, the object or the subject. Among pre-Marxist thinkers, the materialist philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach came nearest to a correct understanding of the meaning and significance of the basic philosophical question. Criticizing the religious doctrine of the creation of the world by supernatural, spiritual forces, by God, Feuerbach put forward the opposite view, that the spiritual arises from the material. However, it was Engels who first gave a consistently scientific formulation of the basic question of philosophy. What is the relationship of the spiritual to the material, of consciousness to the objective world? The answers which the philosophers gave to this question, wrote Engels, split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of the spirit to nature and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. All the diverse philosophical schools and trends ultimately adhere either to materialism or to idealism. This is why the relationship of the spiritual to the material is the basic philosophical question. No matter what philosophical question we consider, our approach to it must depend on how we solve the basic question of philosophy. Depending on what philosophers considered to be primary, the material or the spiritual, they gave different answers to the questions of whether the world exists eternally or whether it has a beginning in time, whether the world is limited in space or, on the contrary, is infinite, whether truth is the accurate reflection of a definite object, or whether it is simply a faith, a subjective belief. The solution to the question of the existence and character of laws governing the interconnection of phenomena also depends on which we acknowledge to be primary matter or consciousness. The materialists believe that the world exists independently of man's consciousness. If this is so, then the connections between various phenomena are not established by man, but exist objectively, that is, independently of his consciousness. For this reason, materialists recognize objective laws which govern all phenomena and processes in the world around us. The idealists offer quite a different solution to this question. Some of them believe that the world with all its law-governed phenomena is the incarnation of a supernatural world spirit. Others, proceeding from the recognition of the primacy of the spiritual in relation to the material, maintain that man is directly concerned only with the phenomena of his own consciousness and cannot recognize the existence of anything outside it. Denying the existence of the objective world and regarding objects as combinations of sensations and ideas, these philosophers also deny the objective, law-governed nature of phenomena. As they see it, the laws of nature and society, the causes of phenomena and processes discovered by science, express only the pattern of phenomena that exists in your consciousness. Depending on how we answer the basic question of philosophy, we are bound to draw certain definite social conclusions concerning men's relationship to reality. The 23. Understanding of historical events, moral principles, and so on. If, like the idealists, for example, we regard consciousness, spirit, as primary, as definitive, then we shall seek the source of social evils, which cause great suffering to working people in class societies, not in the character of man's material life, not in the economic system of society, not in its class structure, but in man's consciousness, his errors and wickedness. Such a belief gives us no opportunity of determining the main directions in which social life changes. Bourgeois philosophers today often attempt to prove that the basic question of philosophy does not exist at all, that it is an imaginary, invented problem. Some of them believe that the very distinction between the spiritual and the material is purely relative, if not purely verbal. Thus, in the view of the English philosopher Bertrand Russell, it is not at all clear whether anything that is denoted by the terms matter and spirit actually exists. According to Russell, the spiritual and the material are merely logical constructs. But all the attempts of bourgeois philosophers to do away with the basic philosophical question fall to the ground, because it is impossible to ignore the distinction between thinking and the object of thought, between sensation and that which is sensed, which is perceived by the eye, by the ear, and so on. The notion of an object is one thing, but the object itself, existing independently of that notion, is quite another. This distinction between the spiritual and the material, the subjective and the objective, is registered by the basic question of philosophy. Some philosophers try to prove that the basic question of philosophy is man, human life itself with all its problems. No one would deny that questions of man's social life occupy a central place in philosophy, particularly Marxist philosophy. But they may be regarded from both materialist and idealist positions. Thus, the basic question in philosophy is the question that theoretically sets the direction of philosophical inquiry, that formulates its point of departure and governing principles. This was the sense in which the classics of Marxism called the question of the spirit-matter relationship the basic philosophical question. 24. The basic question of philosophy has two aspects. The first aspect is the question of the essence, the nature of the world, and the second aspect is the question of its knowability. Let us consider the first aspect. Idealism, as we have seen, proceeds from the assumption that the material is a product of the spiritual. Materialism, on the contrary, begins from the assumption that the spiritual is a product of the material. Both these views are of a monistic character, that is to say, they proceed from one definite principle. In one case the material is taken as primary and definitive, in the other, it is the spiritual that is primary. But there are some philosophical theories that proceed from both principles. These theories assume that the spiritual does not depend on the material, or the material on the spiritual. Such philosophical theories are called dualistic. In the final analysis they usually lean towards idealism. Some philosophers try to combine the propositions of idealism with those of materialism and vice versa. This philosophical position is known as eclecticism. Both materialism and idealism have traveled a long road of development and have many varieties. The first historical form of materialism was the materialist philosophy of slave-owning society. This was a spontaneous, naive materialism, which was expressed in ancient Indian philosophy, and in its most developed form in ancient Greece. The line of Democritus, as Lenin put it, stands in contrast to the idealistic line of Plato. In the age of the emergence of capitalist society the bourgeoisie opposed the feudal religious idealistic world outlook with the materialist interpretation of the world, which was most vividly expressed in the works of the English philosophers Francis Bacon and Thomas Hobbes, the Dutch philosopher Spinoza, and in the works of the French materialists of the 18th century, La Mettrie, Holbach, Helvetius and Diderot. In the 19th century this form of materialism was developed in the works of Ludwig Feuerbach. The Russian revolutionary democrats of the 19th century, Herzen, Belinsky, Chernyshevsky and Dobrolubov, were outstanding representatives of materialism. 95. The highest form of modern materialism is dialectical and historical materialism. Among the varieties of idealism mention must first be made of objective idealism according to which the spiritual exists outside and independently of the consciousness, independently of matter or before it, as a kind of world reason, world will, or unconscious world spirit, which supposedly determines all material processes. In contrast to objective idealism, subjective idealism asserts that the objects which we can see, touch and smell do not exist independently of our sensory perceptions, and are merely combinations of our sensations and ideas. It is not difficult to see that the subjective idealist, if he follows this principle consistently, must arrive at an absurd conclusion. Everything that exists, including other people, adds up to no more than my own sensations. It follows, then, that only I exist. This subjective idealist conception is known as solipsism. Needless to say, the subjective idealists constantly try to avoid solipsistic conclusions, thus disproving their own initial proposition. Berkeley, for instance, maintained that to exist is to be perceived. Nevertheless he tried to prove that beyond the limits of sensations there was God and our sensations were only the signposts by means of which God communicated his will to us. The development of the sciences overthrows the idealist belief that the world is based primarily on the supernatural, on the spiritual. All materialists, proceeding from scientific knowledge, regard the spiritual as the product of material. But the Marxist solution to the basic philosophical question, while developing this correct point of view, is distinguished by its dialectical character. The spiritual is a product of the development of matter, a quality of highly organized matter. This means that the spiritual does not exist always and everywhere, but that it arises only at a definite stage of development of matter and is itself subject to historical change. The second aspect of the basic philosophical question, as mentioned above, is the problem of the knowability of the world. 26. All consistent and conscious advocates of philosophical materialism defend and seek to substantiate the principle of the knowability of the world. They regard our knowledge, concepts, and ideas as the reflection of objective reality. Some materialists, however, who are natural scientists and have no consistent philosophical position, are inclined to deny the possibility of obtaining reliable objective knowledge. This philosophical position is known as agnosticism. As regards idealism, some of its exponents did adopt the position that the world was knowable. Other idealists maintain that in cognition we are concerned only with our own sensations, perceptions, and cannot go beyond the limits of the cognizing subject, the knower himself. Lenin pointed out that the agnostic philosophers attempt to take up an intermediate position between materialism and idealism, but constantly veer towards idealist denial of the external world and the objective content in human concepts and ideas. The characteristic feature of modern idealism is that, unlike classical idealism, most of its representatives take the stand of agnosticism. Once we understand the meaning and significance of the basic question of philosophy, we are able to find our way amid the diversity of philosophical doctrines, trends, and schools that have succeeded one another in the course of thousands of years. There are only two main streams in philosophy, materialism and idealism. This means that any philosophical doctrine, no matter how original, is ultimately either materialist or idealist in content. The struggle between materialism and idealism is closely connected with the struggle between science and religion. Since it is clearly opposed to idealism and religion, material. 480 and the past agnosticism also appeared sometimes as a veiled form of materialism. In Britain, for instance, some of the 19th century natural scientists who were too much under the influence of bourgeois prejudice to openly proclaim themselves materialists, adopted the guise of agnosticism. 27. Ism rejects faith in God and the supernatural. Materialism is inseparable from atheism. Idealism is closely bound up with religion, of which it is a direct or indirect theoretical expression and substantiation. Subjective idealism, which usually reduces the sensorily perceived objects to the sensations of the individual, nevertheless quite often recognizes the existence of a supersensory, supernatural first cause, that is to say, the existence of God. On the other hand, the world reason of the objective idealists is, in fact, a philosophical pseudonym for God. It would be wrong, however, to identify idealism with religion, because idealism is a system of erroneous theoretical views that have taken shape in the course of the contradictory development of knowledge. Idealist philosophy has its social and epistemological roots. When we speak of the epistemological roots of idealism, we mean a one-sided approach to cognition, the exaggeration or even absolutization of one of the aspects of this complex, many-sided, and internally contradictory process. In pointing out the epistemological roots of idealism, Marxism thus emphasizes that idealism is not a meaningless jumble of words, but a distorted reflection of reality, that it is connected with certain peculiarities and contradictions of the process of cognition. Idealist philosophy, as Lenin put it, is a barren flower, but it is a barren flower that grows on the living tree of fruitful, powerful, indeed all-powerful human knowledge. Lenin compared the process of cognition to spiral motion. If we take a one-sided, subjective approach, any section of the spiral may turn into a straight line and will lead us away from the mainstream of cognition towards distortion of the truth. The contradictions we encounter in cognitive activity in the search for knowledge take many forms. They may be contradictions between thinking and the sensory reflection of reality, between theory and practice, and so on. The epistemological roots of idealism lie in the fact that a particular side of cognition or a particular proposition is exaggerated or absolutized to such an extent that it loses its viability and truth and becomes an error. 28. Thus, some idealists, while stressing the active character of thought, arrive at the conclusion that thinking has a creative force which is independent of matter. The subjective idealists, proceeding from what we know of the qualities of things by means of our sensory perceptions, infer that we are able to know only our sensations, and these sensations constitute the only cognition known to us. Philosophical idealism is a one-sided, exaggerated, development of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from matter, from nature, apotheosis. Rectilinearity and one-sidedness, woodenness and petrification, subjectivism and subjective blindness, voila the epistemological roots of idealism. Certain specific conditions are needed to turn the possibility of the emergence of idealism into a reality, to turn certain individual errors of cognition into a philosophical system. This comes about when the errors in cognition correspond to the demands of certain classes and social groups, and are supported by them. The social conditions required to bring about idealism are, the creation of a gap between manual and mental work, the appearance and development of classes, private property and exploitation of man by man. Intellectual activity, once it has broken away from manual labor, acquires a relatively autonomous character and becomes the privilege of the property-owning, exploiting classes. The ideologists of these classes, who treat manual labor with contempt, are deluded into thinking that mental activity is the determinative factor in the existence and development of society. Reactionary social classes are not interested in knowing the truth, and individual idealist mistakes which occur in the process of cognition are quite often fortified and turned into definite systems of beliefs. Lenin wrote, "Human knowledge is not a straight line, but a curve, which endlessly approximates a series of circles, a spiral. Any fragment, segment, section of this curve can be transformed into an independent, complete, straight line, which then leads unto the quagmire, into clerical obscurantism." Though he called idealism clerical obscurantism, Lenin stressed that it would be vulgarization to identify idealism with religion. Philosophical idealism is the road to religion through one of the shades of the infinitely complex knowledge of man. Philosophy and religion are different forms of social consciousness. Religious arguments are based on blind faith, while philosophy appeals to the reason and seeks to furnish logical proof for its propositions. 3. Dialectics and metaphysics. Whereas the question of the relationship of thinking to being is the first and paramount question of philosophy, the second most important philosophical question is the question of whether the world is in a state of constant change and development, in a state of universal connection, or whether it is predominantly in a state of rest and cyclical motion without internal contradictions and profound qualitative changes. From this it follows that the history of philosophy is not only a struggle between materialism and idealism, but also a struggle between dialectics and metaphysics. Dialectics considers things, their qualities and relationships, and also their mental reflections, concepts, in their interconnection, in motion, inception, contradictory development and disappearance. Ignorance of dialectics was the great weakness of the majority of pre-Marxist materialists. It was this that made it difficult for them to evolve a consistent materialist view of the world, and particularly of society. In their understanding of social phenomena, the pre-Marxist materialists, despite their hostility to the idealist interpretation of nature, themselves adhered to idealist positions. As Lenin tells us, Marx and Engels made a great advance in the history of revolutionary thought mainly because they created materialist dialectics and used it to remold philosophy, political economy, and history, and to substantiate the policy and tactics of the working class movement. Lenin characterizes dialectics as the doctrine of development in its fullest, most profound, and unbiased form, the doctrine of the relativity of human knowledge which provides us with a reflection of eternally developing matter. The conscious application of dialectics allows us to make correct use of concepts, to take into consideration the interconnection of phenomena, their contradictoriness, changeability, and the possibility of the passing of one contradiction into another. Only the dialectical materialist approach to the analysis of the phenomena of nature, social life, and consciousness reveals the actual laws which govern them and the motive forces of their development, making it possible to foresee the future and to discover effective means of molding it according to human design. The scientific dialectical method of cognition is a revolutionary method, because acknowledgement of the fact that everything changes and develops implies the necessity for abolishing all that is obsolete and that impedes historical progress. This is why Marxist-Leninist dialectics is hated by the ideologists of the bourgeoisie. The method of cognition diametrically opposed to the dialectical method is known as the metaphysical method. The metaphysicists consider objects and phenomena in isolation from one another, as things that are essentially. Metaphysics is also a word of Greek origin. It is derived from the expression meta t physic, which means that which goes beyond physics. In pre-Marxist and contemporary bourgeois philosophical literature, metaphysics is the name given to the special branch of philosophy in which thinkers seek to penetrate into the allegedly changeless, eternal essence of things by purely speculative means. The classics of Marxism-Leninism apply the term metaphysics not to any special branch of philosophy and not to any special speculative cognition of the world, but to the anti-dialectical method of thinking, of cognition. This is the sense in which the term metaphysics is used in Marxist philosophy today. Immutable and devoid of internal contradictions. The metaphysicist sees the relative stability and definiteness of an object or phenomena, but underestimates their capacity for change and development. The metaphysical mode of thinking is expressed in denial of internal contradictions as the source and motive force of development. In pre-Marxist philosophy, materialism at the first stages of its existence was organically connected with dialectics, but subsequently, particularly in modern times, under the influence of many factors, particularly the limitations of the natural science of its day, it acquired a metaphysical character. On the other hand, dialectics was developed not only by the materialists but also by certain outstanding exponents of idealism. The history of dialectics may be divided into the following basic stages: the spontaneous, naive dialectics of the ancient philosophers, the dialectics of the materialists of the age of the Renaissance, the idealist dialectics of German classical philosophy, the dialectics of the revolutionary democrats of the 19th century, and Marxist-Leninist materialist dialectics as the highest form of contemporary dialectics. The unity of materialism and dialectics has acquired scientifically substantiated and consistent expression in the philosophy of Marxism. For the subject matter of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and its relationship to other sciences. Dialectical materialism is based on the firm foundation of modern science and progressive social practice. Bourgeois philosophers often draw a sharp distinction between philosophy and science, assuming that philosophy cannot, and by its very nature should not, be a science. Philosophy, as I shall understand the word, writes Bertrand Russell, is something intermediate between theology and science. Like theology, it consists of speculations on matters as to which definite knowledge has, so far, been unascertainable, but, like science, it appeals to human reason rather than to authority, whether that of tradition or that of revelation. All definite knowledge, so I should contend, belongs to science, all dogma as to what surpasses definite knowledge belongs to theology. But between theology and science there is a no man's land, exposed to attack from both sides. This no man's land is philosophy. This description fully applies to modern idealist philosophy, which is closely interlinked with religion. But besides such philosophy there is also the consistently scientific philosophy of dialectical and historical materialism. Marxist philosophy is, in the words of Engels, a world outlook which has to establish its validity and be applied not in a science of sciences standing apart, but in the positive sciences. Philosophy investigates the same word that is investigated by the specialized sciences. But it cognizes more general connections and relationships than the specialized sciences, which study certain particular spheres of phenomena. The development of the sciences concerning nature and society has liberated philosophy from the task of investigating these particular laws. However, it has not removed the necessity for solving the basic questions of world outlook, with which philosophy has always been concerned. Lenin strongly objected to any attempts to confuse any particular theory of the structure of matter with the epistemological category, to confuse the problem of the new properties of new aspects of matter with the old problem of the theory of knowledge, with the problem of the sources of our knowledge, the existence of objective truth, etc. The question of recognizing the existence of matter as the objective source of our sensations is above all an epistemological and not a physical or chemical question, Lenin observed. Point 4. Epistemological, philosophical questions include such questions as, what is the relationship between consciousness and matter? Which of them is primary and which secondary? Are our sensations, mental images, and concepts the reflection of the objective world? Under what circumstances does this reflection constitute objective truth? What is the criterion of truth? What is matter? What are its forms of existence? And so on. Every science investigates a qualitatively definite system of laws in the world: mechanical, physical, chemical, biological, economic, etc. There is no specialized science, however, that studies laws common for the phenomena of nature, the development of society, and for human thought. It is these universal laws that form the subject matter of philosophical cognition. Defining the subject matter of materialist dialectics, Engels stated that it comprises the most general laws of the motion and development of nature, of human society and thought. The study of these laws lies at the heart of the Marxist philosophical world outlook and furnishes the general method for obtaining scientific knowledge of the world. In other words, materialist dialectics as the study of the most general laws of the development of all that exists is at the same time a general method of inquiry which takes a specific form in every specialized science. Every science makes use of certain general concepts, for example, the concepts of causality, necessity, law, form, content, and so on. Specialized sciences naturally do not give an all-round treatment and elaboration of these categories. Thus, chemistry investigates the laws of the chemical process, and biology, the laws of life. Only philosophy investigates law as the universal connection of phenomena, the form of universality with all its infinitely varied qualities. In the specialized sciences we have to do with concepts whose content is restricted to the given sphere of research. The basic concepts of political economy, for instance, are commodity, money and capital. Unlike the specialized sciences, philosophical categories are the most general concepts that are used in any science. No scientist, whether he is a naturalist, historian, economist, or literary scholar, can do without such most general concepts as law, regularity, contradiction, essence and phenomenon, cause and effect, necessity and chance, content and form, possibility and 8951. 34. Reality, and so on. The philosophical categories express the most general connections between the phenomena of reality and at the same time are a stage in our advancing knowledge, a generalization of the historical experience of man's investigation of the world. They are the instruments of thought. Yes, of course, the study of philosophical categories is no substitute for studying specific processes. Marxist-Leninist philosophy is a guide to cognition in the most diverse fields of reality, but it does not replace and cannot replace these specialized sciences. It does not offer ready-made solutions to the questions that are studied by the specialized sciences, rather it arms them with the correct theory of thinking and the general method for discovering these solutions. Correct method is of tremendous importance in our quest for knowledge of reality. But what method of cognition is correct? Perhaps the choice of method is best left to the taste of the individual scientist? No, it is no use relying on subjective choice. The method of cognition cannot be regarded merely as a collection of technical devices and habits of research, it should be an analog of reality, that is, a reflection of the laws of the objective world. For a method to be genuinely scientific, for it to serve as an instrument for gaining correct knowledge, it must guide thought along a path parallel to the development of reality itself. The method must reflect the real connections between phenomena, it must express the changes in the object that the object actually undergoes. The scientific philosophical method is based on the application to cognition of the most general laws of development of nature, society, and thought. Dialectical materialism provides us with knowledge of these laws. A characteristic feature of the old and, even more so, of contemporary bourgeois philosophy is that it divorces the science of thinking from the theory of knowledge, and separates both of these from the study of being. Marxist philosophy, on the other hand, does not create oppositions between ontology, epistemology, and logic. Its principles embrace both being and thinking in their actual unity. Being is considered 3D. In Marxist philosophy in its relationship to man, his consciousness and thinking. At the same time, the theory of knowledge in the philosophy of Marxism is substantiated ontologically, since the laws of cognition, of thinking, are ultimately the reflection in the consciousness of man of the general laws of being. What is more, thinking, consciousness, draws all its content from reality through the individual's practical activity, and therefore the solution to the problems of cognition in Marxist philosophy is inseparably connected with the solution to the question of man's social essence, his being. This is why Lenin wrote that dialectics, as understood by Marx, and also in conformity with Hegel, includes what is / now called the theory of knowledge, or epistemology, which, too, must regard its subject matter historically, studying and generalizing the origin and development of knowledge, the transition from non-knowledge to knowledge. There are, of course, quite definite distinctions between dialectics, logic, and the theory of knowledge within their general unity. These distinctions between the individual components of dialectical materialism are relative in character. Historical materialism is an inseparable part of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Without it, the dialectical materialist world outlook could not possibly exist. Stressing the unity of all aspects and parts of Marxist philosophy, Lenin observed that in this philosophy, which is cast from a single piece of steel, you cannot eliminate one basic premise, one essential part, without departing from objective truth, without falling a prey to bourgeois reactionary falsehood. The structure of Marxist-Leninist philosophy is complex, all the more so because life constantly reveals new targets of research, hitherto unknown problems, and thus introduces changes in the subject matter of philosophy, placing in the foreground now one of its aspects, now another. Marxist-Leninist philosophy today is a system of philosophical disciplines, an integral world outlook, which is at the same time a theory of knowledge, logic, and a general sociological theory. It also provides fertile soil for the development of ethics and aesthetics, although in the future these may separate from philosophy and become special branches of knowledge. The experience of history shows that philosophy can be effective only when it is based on the whole ensemble of human knowledge. Science and philosophy have always benefited by learning from each other. Many ideas that formed the foundations of contemporary science were first advanced by philosophy. One has only to mention the brilliant insights of Leucippus and Democritus concerning the atomic structure of matter. One could also cite Descartes' concept of the reflex, of motor reactions, and the principle which he formulated of the conservation of motion. The idea of the existence of molecules as complex particles consisting of atoms was developed on the general philosophical plane in the works of the French philosopher Pierre Gassendi, and also by Mikhail Lomonosov. It was the philosophers who formulated the idea of the development and general interconnection of phenomena, the principle of the material unity of the world. Lenin expressed the principle of the inexhaustibility of matter, which constitutes the fundamental idea of modern natural science. The progress of science has at the same time substantially enriched philosophy. Materialism has changed its form with every new great discovery in natural science. Comparatively recently, the adherents of one of the most widespread trends in modern bourgeois philosophy, neopositivism, were maintaining that science had no need of philosophy whatever. Hans Reichenbach, for instance, said that modern natural science could answer philosophical questions without resort to philosophy. At the same time he maintained that the majority of philosophical problems were pseudo-problems, that is to say, they had no scientific meaning. This approach to the question of the relationship between philosophy and natural science has today been condemned even by many neopositivists, because it turned out to be of no use in principle to natural science, which itself asks philosophy questions. Natural science today is strongly influenced by integrating tendencies. It is seeking new general theories, such as a general theory of elementary particles, a general picture of 37. The development of the vegetable and animal world, a general theory of systems, a general theory of control, and so on. Generalizations at such a high level can be made only with a flourishing philosophical culture. Marxist-Leninist philosophy with its dialectical method helps to ensure the unity and interconnection of all aspects of the rapidly extending and deepening, infinitely varied world of knowledge. A constant and increasing internal need is felt in various scientific fields to examine the logical apparatus of knowledge, the character of theory and the means by which it is built up, the analysis of the relationship between empirical and theoretical knowledge, the initial concepts of science and methods of learning the truth. All this is the direct task of philosophical inquiry. The scientist who has not been schooled in philosophical thought quite often makes glaring philosophical and methodological mistakes when interpreting new facts. Friedrich Engels in his day observed that philosophy takes its revenge on those natural scientists who neglect it. Illustrating his point by quoting several scientists who had become addicted to absurd superstitions and spiritism, he showed that unimaginative empiricism with its scorn of theoretical thinking leads science into mysticism. The most outstanding natural scientists of modern times constantly stress the tremendous orientational significance of a philosophical world outlook in scientific inquiry. Max Planck says that the scientist's world outlook will always determine the direction of his research. Louis de Broglie points out that the split between science and philosophy that occurred in the 19th century harmed both philosophy and natural science. Max Born categorically declares that physics is only viable when it is aware of the philosophical significance of its methods and results. As a world outlook and a method, Marxist-Leninist philosophy helps us to understand the law-governed connection between the development of natural science and specific historical conditions, to obtain a deeper comprehension of the social significance and general prospects of scientific discoveries and their technical applications. The whole intricate picture of modern social life places tremendous demands on philosophy. The humanities as well. 38. As science and technology are coming to the fore again. This is due to the fact that the development and application of the results of social inquiry have today acquired both theoretical and practical significance. The scientific and technological revolution is spreading, the very structure of social life is becoming ever more complex, new forms of human activity have emerged, and the significance of social transformations and political decision-making in the life of society is constantly increasing. In this situation of intense ideological conflict, those who work in specialized fields of knowledge and are not armed with a scientific world outlook and method, quite often find themselves powerless to resist the impact of bourgeois ideology and sometimes even fall prey to idealist philosophy. In order to hold his own in this struggle and carry it to a victorious finish, the natural scientist must be a modern materialist, a conscious adherent of the materialism represented by Marx, i.e., he must be a dialectical materialist. All spheres of present-day life, the productive forces, science, technology, politics, class and national relationships, intellectual pursuits, culture and everyday life, are in the throes of revolutionary change. Man himself is changing. What has caused this revolution which is transforming the whole world, all aspects of human life? In what way are the various aspects of this worldwide revolutionary process connected and interdependent? What are its motive forces? What may be the social consequences of the scientific and technological revolution that we are witnessing today? Where is mankind heading? Why do the tremendous forces created and set in motion by people often turn against them? Not a single specialized science, no matter how great its significance, can answer these and other vitally important questions of our time. These are philosophical questions questions of how we look upon the world, and the answers to them are to be found in the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. Marxist-Leninist philosophy regards social progress, the changes occurring in modern society from the standpoint of how they relate to the emancipation of mankind from all oppression. One of its major principles is revolutionary humanism, a doctrine that states the case for the revolutionary transformation of the society in the interests of the free, all-round, harmonious development of the human personality. 5. Partisanship of philosophy. The philosophical world outlook has a class, partisan character. What is meant by the partisanship of the philosophical world outlook? It implies mainly an adherence to one of the principal philosophical parties, materialism or idealism. Contemporary revisionists maintain that the communist parties should be neutral towards philosophy. Their programs should be neither materialist, nor idealist, neither atheist, nor religious. This revisionist preaching is presented as an attempt to unite all forces, but in reality it invites us to turn away from the struggle against bourgeois ideology, which, as we know, is infused with idealism. In contrast to the revisionist appeasement of bourgeois ideology, the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is openly committed and partisan, and this is expressed in its struggle against idealism, in its consistent championing of the principles of materialism. The revisionists say that, by recognizing the partisanship of philosophical theory, the Marxists allow themselves to make an oversimplified division of philosophers into two camps, materialists and idealists, and thus repel a considerable number of philosophers and representatives of the other social sciences, while they themselves turn their backs on all that is of value in non-Marxist philosophy, sociology, economic theory, historiography, and so on. It is strange, to say the least, to hear revisionist allegations that the division of philosophy into materialism and idealism leads to oversimplification. It is not the Marxists who divide philosophers into materialists and idealists. From time immemorial, philosophers have divided themselves into two camps, and the division has remained in force to this day. This is a real fact of the history of philosophy. Materialism and idealism are the two warring parties in philosophy. The struggle between them was waged in the past and is still being waged today. The very latest philosophy, Lenin emphasized, is just as partisan as philosophy was 2,000 years ago. The struggle between materialism and idealism ultimately reflects the struggle of classes in society. The struggle of classes in the history of society is expressed in the struggle between various world outlooks. This struggle, which has proceeded throughout the development of class society, acquires a special intensity at turning points in history, when the rivalry between the forces of progress and reaction becomes particularly acute not only in politics and economics but also in ideology and philosophy. In addition to its purely theoretical function, philosophy has always to some extent performed a social and political function. In the age of the Renaissance, when feudalism was dying and capitalism was being born, the ideas of philosophical materialism and humanism were counterposed to the spiritual dictatorship of the religious world outlook. The philosophy of the French Enlighteners was the ideological preparation for the French bourgeois revolution at the end of the 18th century. German classical philosophy paved the way for the bourgeois revolution in Germany. Marxist-Leninist philosophy has found various practical expressions in socialist and democratic revolutions, in the creation of new societies. The present epoch is marked by the most profound social transformation ever known in the history of mankind. It is an epoch of class and national liberation struggles, the epoch of man's advance from capitalism and pre-capitalist formations to socialism. It is at the same time an epoch of intense ideological struggle of the forces of socialism, peace, and genuine democracy against the forces of imperialism, a struggle between the communist and the bourgeois world outlooks, which justifies and defends the obsolete world of capitalism with its ideology and practice of exploitation of man by man. Dialectical and historical materialism took shape as the philosophical basis of the world outlook of the consistently revolutionary class, the proletariat, as the ideological banner of the millions of the working people. Lenin remarked that Marx's philosophical materialism had 441 shown the proletariat its way of escape from spiritual bondage. The Marxist theory of social revolution is closely interwoven with the materialist approach to the phenomena of social life. The doctrine of the historical inevitability of socialism is philosophically rooted in the Marxist understanding of historical necessity, on the one hand, and the determining role of the masses, the working people, on the other. At the same time, the Marxist theory of social revolution is organically linked with the dialectical approach to social phenomena, with a theory of development according to which gradual quantitative changes lead logically to leap-like qualitative changes. Materialist dialectics rejects everything hidebound, conservative, and obsolete. It acknowledges and lights the way for continual progress, bold revolutionary struggle for the transformation of the world. So this dialectical philosophy dissolves all conceptions of final, absolute truth and of absolute states of humanity corresponding to it. For it dialectical philosophy, nothing is final, absolute, sacred. It reveals the transitory character of everything, and in everything, nothing can endure before it except the uninterrupted process of becoming and of passing away, of endless ascendancy from the lower to the higher. And dialectical philosophy itself is nothing more than the mere reflection of this process in the thinking brain. Social life is in perpetual motion, in a process of development from the lower to the higher. Bourgeois conceptions which attempt to argue the eternal existence of capitalism, are not only reactionary but obviously anti-scientific in character. Capitalism is being replaced, and has already been replaced in a number of countries, by a new and higher social system, socialism. Marxist philosophy comprises the philosophical and methodological basis of the program, strategy, tactics, and policies of the communist and workers' parties, of their practical activities. Marxism's political line is always inseparably bound up with its philosophical principles. Bourgeois ideologists, echoed by the revisionists, usually acclaim political neutrality in matters of theory as a synonym for objectivity. Some of them maintain that theory, including philosophical theory, stands above the practical, political interests of certain social groups, classes, and parties, and thus represents knowledge for the sake of knowledge. They should be reminded of the dictum of Karl Marx, who called upon philosophy to ally itself with politics, and said that this is the only union that will enable present-day philosophy to become a true philosophy. No one can escape from politics while living in its atmosphere. Everything today is drawn into the vortex of political struggle. If we are to carry out firmly and unfailingly the Marxist-Leninist principle of the unity of philosophy and politics, we must overcome once and for all the severance of philosophy from politics, and also the vulgarisers' attempts to dissolve philosophy in current politics. The ideologists of the bourgeoisie and the revisionists acclaim uncommittedness and propose the idea of a third line in philosophy, which is supposedly superior to both materialism and idealism. But can there be in class society any ideologists, any thinkers, who soar above classes and disregard their interests? Such people do not exist. In fact, we constantly find that the very people who boast of their uncommittedness are in practice those who conduct a far from impartial struggle against the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, who seek to overthrow it and replace it with the bourgeois world outlook. To the idea of uncommittedness, which is essentially hypocritical, we openly counterpose the fundamental Leninist principle of partisanship. Lenin stressed that, there can be no impartial social science in a society based on class struggle, that, no living person can help taking the side of one class or another, can help rejoicing at the successes of that class and being disappointed by its failures, can help being angered by those who are hostile to that class who hamper its development by disseminating backward views, and so on and so forth. Bourgeois ideologists maintain that partisanship is incompatible with the scientific approach. Partisanship certainly does not coincide with scientificality when philosophy expresses and defends the position and interests of the classes that are passing from the historical scene. In doing so, philosophy departs from the truth of life, from its scientific evaluation. And, in the opposite case, philosophy is objective and scientific if, by truly expressing life, it expresses the position, interests, and struggle of the progressive classes of society, and urges mankind to seek the truth. So partisanship may be of different kinds. For example, the materialist philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which expressed the interests of the newly born bourgeoisie and which fought against the feudal religious idealist world outlook, was partisan, was committed, and at the same time, though limited in scope, it stimulated the development of the sciences and of society as a whole. But the situation changed radically when the bourgeoisie ceased to be a progressive class and became a reactionary one. The interests of this bourgeoisie demanded perpetuation of human exploitation, a struggle against the revolutionary working class and underscore national liberation movements, that is to say, they contradicted the objective course of history. Expressing as it does, in one way or another, the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie, modern bourgeois philosophy is also partisan, but this partisanship no longer coincides with scientific objectivity, because it distorts reality. The scientific world outlook, truly reflecting the laws of development of nature and society, defends the interests of those classes that stand for progress, for the future. In present-day conditions such a world outlook is Marxism-Leninism, the world outlook of the most progressive class, the working class, and its vanguard, the Communist Party. The partisanship of our philosophy lies in the fact that it consciously and consistently serves the interests of the great cause of building socialism and communism. The principle of partisanship demands consistent and implacable struggle against theories and beliefs hostile to the cause of socialism. There can be no compromises on philosophical questions. The only choice is either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course. Hence, to belittle the socialist ideology in any way, to turn aside from it in the slightest degree means to strengthen bourgeois ideology. Every step in the development of science and social practice confirms the truth of Lenin's idea that, by following the path of Marxian theory we shall draw closer and closer to objective truth, but by following any other path we shall arrive at nothing but confusion and lies. A revolutionary theory is needed for the revolutionary transformation of society. Such a theory is Marxism-Leninism, and its philosophical basis is dialectical and historical materialism. Chapter IL. The birth of Marxist and its development. The birth of dialectical and historical materialism was a revolution in philosophy, introducing for the first time in history a scientific philosophical world outlook that embraced both nature and society and formed the theoretical basis for the conscious, communist remolding of society. 1. Social, economic and political preconditions of the rise of Marxism. Marxism was prepared by the whole course of the social, economic, political, and spiritual development of man, especially by the development of the capitalist system, and the contradictions inherent in that system, by the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. In one European country after another, within a comparatively short historical period, the bourgeois revolutions destroyed the feudal social system, a system that had lasted for centuries and seemed unshakable. The bourgeoisie's conquest of political power paved the way for the further development of capitalism, for the industrial revolution of the 18th century, which necessarily gave rise, on the one hand, to large-scale machine industry and, on the other, to the industrial proletariat. However, the tremendous growth of the productivity of labor and social wealth did not have the effect of improving the lot of the working masses. On the contrary, at one pole of society, tremendous wealth was accumulated in the hands of the bourgeoisie, while at the other, the proletarians were made destitute. Proletarianization of the small producers, harsh exploitation of the workers, including women and children, appalling living conditions, outrageous. 46. Fines and all kinds of other restrictions, unemployment, which increased particularly in the periods of recurrent economic crises of overproduction. Such was the grim reality of capitalism. The bourgeois ideologists of the 17th and 18th centuries had portrayed the abolition of feudal social relationships as a time when reason, justice, equality, and even fraternity would prevail, but the capitalist reality of the 19th century shattered these social illusions. The working class, which in the period of bourgeois revolutions had helped the bourgeoisie in its struggle against the dominant feudal estates, found itself in the new context of established capitalist society face to face with its class enemy, the employers, the bourgeoisie. The workers' opposition to the capitalists showed itself more and more often in strikes and sometimes even took the form of spontaneous armed rebellion. Such were the rebellions of the weavers of Lyons in France, the uprising of the Silesian weavers in Germany. England saw the spread of the first mass revolutionary proletarian movement, Chartism. The struggle of the working class for emancipation in those days was spontaneous and unorganized in character. It lacked a clear class consciousness and understanding of the ways and means of abolishing capitalist oppression. It was Marx and Engels who created the scientific theory of the emancipation movement of the working class. They proved that the spontaneity, disorganization, and scatteredness of working class actions were only a passing phase in history and could be overcome by uniting the spontaneous working class movement with a scientific socialist theory, by organizing the mass proletarian parties that were destined to become the advanced detachments and leaders of the proletariat. Even then, bourgeois critics of socialism accused Marxism of an uncritical worship of the proletariat. Marx and Engels, however, repudiating the twisted notion that scientific socialism was a new religion, showed that the proletariat was the necessary creation of large-scale capitalist industry, and that its struggle against capitalism was the natural expression of the contradictions inherent in this social system. The proletariat is indeed capable of emancipating all those who are exploited and oppressed. It cannot emancipate itself without destroying the economic conditions of human exploitation in general. This conclusion regarding the historic liberating mission of the working class and the inevitability of the revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism was made by Marx and Engels on the basis of the scientific investigation of social development, primarily the development of capitalism. In this they were guided by the new philosophy of dialectical and historical materialism which they had founded. Two theoretical sources of dialectical and historical materialism. Thus we see that the creation of Marxism became possible and necessary only in the particular historical conditions that took shape in the Europe of the mid-19th century. But something more than objective conditions are required to bring a scientific theory into being. There must also be subjective creative activity, the critical assimilation and development of previous scientific knowledge, investigation of new facts and processes. Lenin said that Marx's teaching had won the hearts of the millions because he based his work on the firm foundation of the human knowledge acquired under capitalism. He reconsidered, subjected to criticism, and verified on the working class movement everything that human thinking had created, and therefrom formulated conclusions which people, hemmed in by bourgeois limitations or bound by bourgeois prejudices, could not draw. The theoretical sources of Marxism are German classical philosophy, English classical political economy and French utopian socialism. Here we shall consider German classical philosophy. A Marxist philosophy is the highest form of the materialist world outlook. Marx and Engels fully appreciated what had been achieved by the earlier materialist philosophers, their idea that the explanation of the world was to be sought in the world itself without resorting to supernatural causes, the doctrine of matter and its self-motion, the view of cognition as the reflection of being, their atheism, their efforts to explain the history of mankind by natural factors, and so on. At the same time they pointed out the historical narrowness of such materialism. Pre-Marxist materialism was predominantly mechanistic in character, that one's to say, it explained all the manifold phenomena of nature and society by means of the laws of mechanical motion. The mechanistic view, which opposed the religious interpretation of the world, had been progressive in the 17th and 18th centuries, when the most highly developed of the sciences was mechanics. By the middle of the 19th century, however, it had become entirely inadequate, particularly when it was a matter of explaining biological, psychological, and social processes. According to this concept, motion was also to be understood mainly as mere shifting in space and time, as eternal repetition, circulation of natural phenomena. Needless to say, Not only the materialists but also the overwhelming majority of idealists were metaphysicists in those days. The third defect of the old materialism was that it confined itself to the materialist understanding of nature and, therefore, could not provide a materialist understanding of social life. Admittedly, the pre-Marxist materialists did oppose the religious interpretation of history. They argued that it was not supernatural but natural forces that operated in the life of society. But they saw the source of social movement in spiritual, ideal factors, the conscious activity of historical individuals, kings and statesmen, or human feelings and passions, such as the ambition of generals, selfishness, love, hatred, or the new ideas of philosophers and politicians. All these ideal incentives to action do, in fact, exist. But what the pre-Marxist materialists failed to see was the material source of these ideas, feelings, and passions, the material basis of social life. The mechanistic and metaphysical features of 17th and 18th century materialism were criticized by the classical idealist philosophers of Germany at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries, particularly by Hegel. Hegel maintained that materialism was mechanistic and metaphysical by its very nature, and was therefore incompatible with dialectics. In his struggle against materialism, Hegel evolved, on an idealist basis, the dialectical doctrine of development. His point of departure was that development is conditioned by the contradictions inherent in phenomena. Describing contradiction, Hegel emphasized that it is not to be interpreted as an anomaly. Contradiction is the interaction of opposites, it is the principle of all self-motion. Consequently, a thing has life only inasmuch as it contains contradiction and, moreover, is the force that is capable of containing this contradiction and enduring it. Hegel's dialectics was the fullest theory of development yet conceived, although it had evolved from fallacious, idealistic positions. As Karl Marx observed, the mystification which dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands, by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be turned right side up again, if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. The rational kernel of Hegel's dialectics was the idea of the universality, essentiality, and necessity of development, which took place by means of the emergence and overcoming of internal contradictions, the mutual transformation of opposites, the leap-like transition of quantitative into qualitative changes, the negation of the old by the new. The basic proposition of Hegel's philosophy on the constant process of world development led logically to the revolutionary conclusion that the struggle with existing social evils had its roots in the universal law of eternal change and development and was, therefore, reasonable and necessary. Hegel himself, however, as an idealist, regarded nature and society as the embodiments of a spiritual, divine essence, the absolute idea. Development, according to Hegel, takes place only in the sphere of the spirit, of the universal world reason, the highest expression of which is human thought. Hegel did not acknowledge the development of matter, of nature, which to him appeared to be only the external manifestation of the absolute idea. In criticizing Hegel's idealism, the founders of Marxism based themselves on Feuerbach's materialist philosophy. In contrast to Hegelian idealism, Feuerbach advocated anthropological materialism, which states that thought is not a divine essence but a natural human ability, inseparable from the brain, from man's bodily organization, and indissolubly connected with the sensory reflection of the external material world. Feuerbach regarded man as the highest expression of nature. It was through man that nature felt, thought, perceived, and came to know itself. Feuerbach stressed the unity of man and nature but at the same time sought to reveal the distinction between man and other living creatures. He saw gregariousness, the desire to be together with others, as an essential part of man's nature. But he failed to understand the essence of human society and the laws of its development because he regarded human intercourse merely as a matter of love and spiritual affinity. Feuerbach underestimated Hegel's dialectics and did not understand that it could and should be preserved, freed from idealism and rameled it on a materialist basis. Feuerbach's doctrine contains certain rudiments of the materialist interpretation of social phenomena, particularly of religion, the criticism of which occupies an important place in his philosophy. Unlike the atheists of the 17th and 18th centuries, Feuerbach did not treat the emergence and existence of religion as being entirely due to ignorance and deception. He tried to show how religious images express people's life and sufferings, their desire for happiness and their dependence on nature and on one another. He failed to see, however, the social and economic roots of religion, which lie in the domination of man by the spontaneous forces of social development, in the poverty of the masses, in social inequality and exploitation. Feuerbach's philosophy combines atheism with an attempt to give a rational explanation of religious dogmas, with acknowledgement of the necessity for a humanist faith in man which he sees as being in some way akin to religion. Feuerbach's materialism culminated the development of German classical philosophy and indicated, admittedly in very general terms, the path for the further development of philosophical materialism. This explains the influence that his philosophy exercised on the formation of Marx and Engels' philosophical views. 3. Marxist philosophy and the great scientific discoveries of the mid-19th century. The development of capitalism and the growth of large-scale industry stimulated the advance of the natural sciences, and these, in their turn, not only promoted the development of production but also undermined the idealist and metaphysical understanding of nature. The most significant achievements of natural science between 1830 and 1860, achievements which Marx and Engels saw as confirmation of the philosophy they had created and one of the foundations of its development, were the discovery of the law of the conversion of energy, the discovery of the cellular structure of living organisms, and Darwin's theory of evolution. The materialists of ancient times had postulated the indestructibility and uncreatability of matter. Descartes, the French philosopher and scientist of the 17th century, introduced into science the principle of the constancy of the quantity of motion. In the 18th century, Mikhail Lomonosov, in Russia, and Antoine Lavoisier, in France, experimentally 4. Proved and formulated the law of the conservation of the quantity of matter and motion. In the early 1840s, the German physician Julius Robert Meyer enunciated the law of the conservation and conversion of energy, which states that a certain quantity of motion in one of its forms is converted into an equal quantity of motion in any other of its forms. This law was theoretically and experimentally substantiated by Helmholtz and Faraday, while Joule and Lenz established the mechanical equivalent of heat, that is to say, calculated what quantity of mechanical energy is needed to provide a unit of thermal energy. It was proved that heat, light and other states of matter are qualitatively definite forms of its motion, and that this motion cannot be created or destroyed, but is constantly converted from one state into another. From this the conclusion was drawn that motion cannot be reduced to the mere displacement of bodies in space, and that the conversion of one form of the motion of matter into another constitutes a qualitative change. The pre-Marxist materialists had simply declared that motion is not introduced into nature from outside, that it is the mode of existence of matter, but now it became possible to furnish a scientific proof of this philosophical proposition and to reach a dialectical understanding of the connection between matter and motion. Admittedly, neither Meyer nor any of the other natural scientists drew philosophical conclusions from the law of the conversion of energy. These vital conclusions were first formulated by Engels. The discovery of the cellular structure of living matter was no less an important achievement of natural science. It was closely connected with the dialectical materialist understanding of organic nature. Even in the 17th and 18th centuries, scientists had been aware of the existence of cells because individual cells and groups of cells were constantly being detected when the tissues of living organisms were examined under the microscope. But only in the 19th century did scientists actually pore over the question of the physiological role of cells, of their role as anatomical units of anima and vegetable tissues. In 1838–39 the German biologists Schleiden and Schwann evolved a theory of cells. Schwann, in particular, established that animal and vegetable tissues have basically the same structure and perform one and the same physiological function. The birth and development of the organism takes place through the multiplication of cells, their constant renewal, birth and death. The cellular theory proved the internal unity of all living beings and indirectly pointed to the unity of their origin. Dialectical materialist conclusions from the cellular theory were drawn by Engels in his Anti-Diering and the Dialectics of Nature. Darwin's theory of evolution is the third great scientific discovery that took place in the middle of the 19th century. Darwin put an end to the view of the species of animals and plants as divine creations, not connected with anything else, providential and immutable, and for the first time placed theoretical biology on a scientific basis. He proved the changeability of the species of animals and plants, and the unity of their origin. Evolutionary ideas had been voiced in general terms long before Darwin, both by philosophers and natural scientists. Diderot, the French 18th-century materialist, for instance, had suggested the possibility of the transformation of species. But unlike his predecessors, Darwin did not confine himself to guesswork, and on the basis of a huge collection of empirical facts formulated a number of laws of the evolution of species, including that of man as the highest link in the general chain of evolution of the animal world. In so doing, he struck a powerful blow at the religious view of the world. To explain the origin of the qualitative distinctions between species that his fact-gathering had proved, Darwin evolved the theory of spontaneous natural selection, the theory of the struggle between plants and animals for existence, and the survival of the best adapted biological individuals and species. From these positions, Darwin scientifically explained the fact of the relatively purposeful structure of organisms and their adaptability to the environment, casting aside the mystical interpretation of this fact. Marx and Engels assessed Darwin's evolutionary theory as dialectical materialist in its essence, but stressed that Darwin was not a conscious dialectician. Thus, in formulating and developing their philosophical teaching, Marx and Engels based themselves not only on the achievements of the social sciences and social and historical 54. Practice, but also on the great discoveries of the natural science of their day. These discoveries created the necessary natural scientific preconditions for a consistently scientific philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism. For dialectical and historical materialism revolutionizes philosophy. The critical reconsideration by Marx and Engels of all previous philosophy and the philosophical revolution they brought about are interconnected processes. Their most important result has been the formation, assertion, and development of a scientific world outlook. As Lenin pointed out, Marxism arose as a direct and immediate continuation of the great achievements of previous social thought, and Marx's genius lay in the fact that he replied to the questions posed by his eminent predecessors. Marx and Engels did not, of course, create dialectical materialism and become the founders of the scientific ideology of the working class all at once. When they first took up theoretical and socio-political activities, they were idealists and associated with the leftist members of the Hegelian school, who were trying to draw revolutionary and atheistic conclusions from Hegel's philosophy. But unlike the other young Hegelians, Marx and Engels even in their very first works wrote as revolutionary democrats, defenders of the interests of the mass of the working people. In creating their philosophy, Marx and Engels moved decisively away from the positions of idealistic revolutionary democracy to positions of materialism and communism. The driving force of this complex and many-sided process was their fight for the interests of the working people against the open and hidden supporters of feudal and capitalist exploitation. When he wrote his doctoral thesis in 1841, Marx was still an idealist. Yet he declared his philosophical credo to be militant atheism, the essence of which, he believed, was to fight against all earthly and heavenly gods, against all humility. 55. Ation of the human personality. In 1842, Marx became the editor of the progressive Leninist, which under his leadership developed into a revolutionary organ. In his articles for this paper he defended the peasants oppressed by the landowners, and the wine growers who were being ruined by the tax policy of the Prussian state, advocated freedom of the press, civil rights, and so on. It was this political struggle that made Marx conscious of the class nature of the system then existing in Germany. By 1843 he had begun to move away from idealism towards materialism, away from idealistic revolutionary democracy towards communism. He decided that consistent atheism was incompatible with idealism, which actually justified the religious view of the world. The state, which he had previously regarded as the embodiment of reason, was now seen to be a political system which guarded the interests of the property-owning classes, who were hostile to the toiling masses. The formation of Engels' philosophical beliefs took a similar course. In 1841, Engels crossed swords with the idealist Schelling, who had become a political reactionary, criticizing him for preaching mysticism, religion, and submission to the feudal authorities. As a counterblast to Schelling's theories, Engels proposed the revolutionary interpretation of Hegelian philosophy. In doing so, he noted the contradiction between Hegel's dialectical method, requiring that reality should be regarded as a state of constant flux, and his conservative system, which proclaimed the inevitability of the culmination of world history at that stage of social development which had already basically been reached in Western Europe. Engels spent the years 1841 to 1843 in Britain, economically the most developed country of those days, where he was able to witness the social consequences of the development of capitalism and actually took part in the Chartist movement. This visit did much to mold his philosophical and socialist views. While working independently of one another, Marx and Engels arrived at what were basically interconnected socio-political and philosophical views. Early in 1844, in Paris, the first issue of the Deutsche Französische Arbeiter appeared under the editorship of Marx. It contained entities by Bottle Marx and Engels. In his Contributio Matz expounded the 56 initial premises of dialectical materialism and scientific communism. Arguing that the proletariat was historically destined to bring socialism to the whole world, Marx inferred, "Just as philosophy finds in the proletariat its material weapon, so does the proletariat finds in philosophy its spiritual weapon." Similar views were expressed by Engels in his articles on the economic and political situation in Britain, and also in his criticism of bourgeois political economy. The year 1844 marked the beginning of the great friendship between Marx and Engels. Between 1844 and 1846 they collaborated in producing two major works, The Holy Family and the German Ideology, in which they gave an all-round critical analysis of idealist philosophy and worked out the fundamental propositions of dialectical and historical materialism. Their Poverty of Philosophy and Manifesto of the Communist Party, published respectively in 1847 and 1848, were later described by Lenin as the first works of mature Marxism. Characterizing the manifesto, which had as its slogan the famous words of Marx and Engels, "Workers of all countries, unite," Lenin said that with the clarity and brilliance of genius, this work outlines a new world conception, consistent materialism, which also embraces the realm of social life, dialectics, as the most comprehensive and profound doctrine of development, the theory of the class struggle and of the world historic revolutionary role of the proletariat, the creator of a new communist society. Point 2. Thus the first essential step in answering the questions that the philosophers of the past had posed but had been unable to answer, was to find a correct point of departure for theoretical and political activity. This point of departure was for Marx and Engels the struggle against all and every kind of human exploitation, against the economic and political foundations of social oppression and inequality. Only from these positions of consistent revolutionary repudiation of any enslavement of man was it possible to create a materialist dialectics which, in contrast to the bourgeois world outlook, perpetuating private property and the opposition between the haves and have-nots, lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. Only by taking as the point of departure the position, needs and interests of the most impoverished and most revolutionary class was it possible to give a materialist interpretation of history, an interpretation that revealed the decisive role of the working masses and material production in the history of mankind and scientifically proved the inevitability of communism. Some bourgeois philosophers present the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels as a combination of Hegel's dialectical method and Feuerbach's materialist theory. This is an obvious oversimplification and failure to understand the essence of the revolution in philosophy brought about by the founders of Marxism. It is impossible, in principle, to combine idealism and materialism, the dialectical and metaphysical ways of thinking. They are mutually exclusive. The founders of Marxism dialectically remolded the materialist teachings of modern times, including Feuerbach's philosophy. They also remolded materialistically Hegel's dialectical method, which in its idealist form was of no use for scientific investigation of natural and social processes. This is what they called turning dialectics right side up again, that is, giving it a real content drawn from the sciences concerning nature and society. It would be superficial to regard materialist dialectics only as a method, and philosophical materialism only as a theory applying that method for purposes of research. In other words, Marxist method is materialist as well as dialectical, and Marxist theory is dialectical as well as materialist. This means that in Marxist philosophy materialism and dialectics are not independent of one another but combine together to form an integrated doctrine, because reality itself is at the same time both material and dialectical. Thus, the creation of the dialectical materialist world outlook, the conversion of materialism into dialectical materialism, and the disclosure of the internal dialectics of material processes and their reflection in the process of cognition were all part of the revolution in philosophy carried out by Marx and Engels. A vitally important aspect of this philosophical revolution was the materialist interpretation of history, that is, the extension of materialism to the understanding of social life. Lenin wrote of Marx's teaching, his historical materialism was a great achievement in scientific thinking. The chaos and arbitrariness that had previously reigned in views on history and politics were replaced by a strikingly integral and harmonious scientific theory, which shows how, in consequence of the growth of productive forces, out of one system of social life another and higher system develops, how capitalism, for instance, grows out of feudalism. The pre-Marxist materialists remained, as we have seen, idealists in their views of society. This was due to their theoretical as well as their class narrowness. Matter, the material, was understood simply as material substance. Quite naturally, therefore, they were unable to perceive the material foundations of social life, material production and material production relations. The essence of the materialist conception of social life lies in showing how all the diverse forms of human life are in the long run bound up with the development of social production. The discovery and investigation of this connection, that is to say, the elucidation of the role of labor in the history of mankind, constitutes the point of departure of historical materialism. The pre-Marxist materialists, while admitting man's dependence on nature and society and maintaining that all phenomena of social life formed an interconnected chain of cause and effect, usually reached the conclusion that everything that had happened, was happening, or would happen in the future, was inevitable and that people could do nothing of their own will to change it. At the same time, in opposing the religious fatalistic concept of the supernatural predestination of all that happens in society and the life of the individual, they rightly emphasized that people themselves are the makers of their own history. But these 1 V. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 19, p. 24. 59. Metaphysical materialists were unable to substantiate this proposition materialistically, scientifically, and they resorted to subjective interpretation of historical events, treating them as if they were brought about only by the will of individuals, particularly outstanding historical personalities. The creation of historical materialism signified the overcoming of both fatalistic and subjectivist views of history. Another feature of the revolution wrought by Marx and Engels in philosophy was their ending of the opposition between philosophical knowledge and the specialized sciences, an opposition which to a greater or smaller extent had been characteristic of all previous philosophy, particularly idealist philosophy. This was what Marx and Engels meant when they spoke of the abolition of philosophy in the old sense of the word, the science of sciences, avowedly independent of the historically limited knowledge available to the specialized sciences. The pre-Marxist philosophers usually maintained that philosophy yields absolute truth, while the sciences can provide truths that are only relative. They therefore saw the sciences of nature as opposed to the philosophy of nature, the sciences of the history of mankind as opposed to the philosophy of history, jurisprudence as opposed to the philosophy of law, art criticism as opposed to the philosophy of art, and so on. While natural science and the humanities remained largely empirical and concerned with the accumulation of facts, the philosophy of history and the philosophy of nature, as theoretical systems of knowledge detached from the specialized sciences, were historically justified and within their own terms of reference sometimes produced brilliant conjectures that anticipated the subsequent scientific discoveries. As time went on, however, and theoretical science developed, natural philosophy with its characteristic general, abstract reasoning on the essence of natural processes became obsolete. The same thing happened with the philosophy of history. Too, Engels wrote, the philosophy of history, of right, of religion, etc., has consisted in the substitution of an interconnection fabricated in the mind of the philosopher for the real interconnection to be demonstrated in the events, has consisted in the comprehension of history as a whole as well. 60. As in its separate parts, as the gradual realization of ideas and naturally always only the pet ideas of the philosopher himself. Marx and Engels showed that philosophy should be not the science of sciences, looking down from on high at specific scientific research, but a scientific world outlook based on this research, generalizing its data, and revealing the most general laws of the development of nature, human life, and the process of cognition. Not only did the founders of Marxism reject the idea that philosophical knowledge was opposed to scientific knowledge, they also rejected the characteristically metaphysical views of the philosophers of the past with their claim to absolute, complete, immutable knowledge that demanded no further development. Philosophy, in becoming a scientific world outlook, moves over completely to the positions of science, which is always open to new conclusions, is constantly developing and being enriched with new propositions, and repudiates all obsolete assumptions. The scientific philosophy of dialectical materialism makes wide use of the methods of research adopted by science, including hypotheses, postulates, the gathering and analysis of facts and the study of probability of specific processes. This scientific concept of the nature of philosophical knowledge, and consistent criticism of the metaphysical concept of philosophical knowledge, which even in Hegel's dialectics was treated as absolute knowledge, constitute one of the most important aspects of the revolution in philosophy that was brought about by Marxism. Up to now, Marx said sarcastically, the philosophers have kept in their desks the solutions to all riddles, and the silly uninitiated world has had no alternative but to open its mouth and catch the roasted pheasants of absolute science. This means that philosophy, inasmuch as it is regarded as absolute science, is not in reality a science. Scientific philosophy is not a revelation proclaimed by genius. Marx and Engels also disposed of the idea that philosophy had nothing to do with practical activity, particularly the workers' movement for emancipation. For centuries philosophy had been regarded as disinterested, dispassionate contemplation and comprehension of reality with the sole purpose of satisfying the demand of knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Even though certain progressive philosophers of the past, mainly materialists, objected to this opposition of philosophical thought to practical life, they were unable to offer scientific grounds for connecting philosophy and practice, particularly practice in the social and political spheres. For centuries philosophy remained the province of an insignificant group of thinkers who usually belonged to the property-owning, ruling classes. Even when philosophers were contending with historically obsolete social relations, they were incapable of stating in scientific terms why philosophy should take part in changing these relations. Marx and Engels from the very beginning of their scientific and socio-political activity opposed the nonpartisan attitude of philosophers to social reality. Philosophy, they argued, does not exist in an abstract element of pure thought, any more than such pure thought independent of reality exists, From now on, philosophy's road to life lies in the revolutionary practice of the proletariat, of all the working masses. In the light of this fundamentally new attitude to the tasks of philosophy, we see the significance of Marx's famous statement, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world, in various ways, the point, however, is to change it." The bourgeois critics of Marxism draw from this thesis the conclusion that Marx did not care whether or not philosophy explained the world as long as it changed it. In fact, Marx's statement is aimed against the philosophy that usually predominates in class-divided society, the kind of philosophy for which the interpretation of what exists provides an excuse for saying that it is inevitable and must be tolerated. From the Marxist standpoint, however, scientific interpretation can and must furnish the theoretical argument for changing reality. Consequently, philosophy's task is not to give up trying to explain the world, but to link this explanation with revolutionary practical activity. And Marxist philosophy, because it reveals the most general laws of world change, is the ideological instrument by which such change can be brought about. Dialectical and historical materialism imply revolutionary drive, a refusal to tolerate obsolete ideas and practices, a direct open partisanship, a rigorously scientific approach, implacable hostility to dogmatism and its ossified formulae, the bold statement of new problems and the creative development of scientific theory in a way that is irreconcilable with revisionist distortion. These features express the essence of the revolution in philosophy that was set in motion by Marxism. 5. Development of Marxist philosophy by Lenin. When expounding and developing their theory, the founders of Marxism often stressed that it was not a dogma but a guide to action. Lenin had in mind this principle, which distinguishes Marxism from all previous doctrines, when he said, "We do not regard Marx's theory as something completed and inviolable, on the contrary, we are convinced that it has only laid the foundation stone of the science which socialists must develop in all directions if they wish to keep pace with life." The contemporary stage of development of the whole theory of Marxism, and particularly dialectical and historical materialism, is linked with the name of Lenin and those who learned from him and continued his work. Engels wrote that philosophical materialism assumed, and should assume, a new form with each great epoch-making discovery in natural science. Socio-historical changes also have their effect on the development of philosophy. Marx and Engels evolved their theory in an epoch when the task of revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism was not as yet an immediate practical possibility. Lenin developed Marxism in new historical conditions, in the epoch of the decline of capitalism into its final, imperialist stage, the epoch that was to see the emergence of the new, socialist society. The conditions of the time demanded of Marxists that they should analyze the new phenomena and adopt a new approach to the vital problems of the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary struggle of the working class. Unless this was done, the philosophy of Marxism would cease to be a living theory, a method of cognition and revolutionary action, and congeal into a lifeless dogma, a one-sided theory devoid of effective, transforming power. In a situation of intensifying economic, social, and political contradictions, the enemies of Marxism redoubled their attacks on its philosophical foundations. There appeared a revisionist trend that tried to combine Marxism with various bourgeois philosophical schools. Lenin set out to defend dialectical and historical materialism and, in so doing, creatively and comprehensively developed it, raising it to a new level. Lenin's distinctive qualities as a theoretician are the revolutionary boldness with which he posed and solved the new theoretical problems raised in the course of history, his determination to test theoretical propositions in the fire of revolutionary practice, his repudiation of obsolete propositions that do not stand this test, and his hostility towards and intolerance of revisionism, of retreat from the principles of Marxist teaching. Marx and Engels, who evolved their theory in the struggle against the predominant idealist social beliefs of their time, put the main emphasis on material production, on economic relations as the determining factor. In the age of the revolutionary assault on capitalism, the first requirement was naturally to develop the views of Marx and Engels on the role of social consciousness, ideas, and ideology, the subjective factor in the development of society. This was also needed because the bourgeois ideologists and opportunists in the working class movement were interpreting Marxism in the spirit of vulgar economism, saying it regarded the social process as something that occurred purely automatically, without active human participation. In one of his first works, CV the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, Lenin criticized the subjectivist interpretation of social phenomena by the N.A. 64. Rodniks, who treated the historical process as dominated by the activity of critically thinking personalities. He showed that what Marxism had to say on socio-economic formations, on the supersession of one mode of production by another as the basis of the historical process, did not rule out recognition of the decisive role of the masses, of classes, in history. Rather it allowed us to find out under what conditions the activity of the outstanding historical personality carrying out its aims and purposes would be successful. In his work The Economic Content of Narodism and the Criticism of It in Mr. Struve's book, Lenin showed that Marxist philosophy, which reveals the objective laws of social development, has nothing in common with bourgeois objectivism, which ignores the role of the conscious political activity of classes and parties. On the one hand, the materialist is more consistent than the objectivist, and gives profounder and fuller effect to his objectivism. He does not limit himself to speaking of the necessity of a process, but ascertains exactly what social economic formation gives the process its content, exactly what class determines this necessity. On the other hand, materialism includes partisanship, so to speak, and enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite social group in any assessment of events. Lenin paid much attention to criticism of the theory of spontaneity in the working class movement. In his book What is to be Done? And other works he proved the importance of the revolutionary theory, the socialist consciousness which the Marxist Party brought to the spontaneous working class movement. Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary working class movement. This conclusion of Lenin's had not only direct political but also general sociological significance, because it emphasized the dependence of fundamental social change on the activity of classes, armed with progressive ideas. In his philosophical work Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin gave a profound analysis of the revolution in natural science, particularly in physics at the turn of the century, a revolution initiated by the discovery of radioactivity, electrons, and the complex structure of atoms, which had previously been considered the ultimate, indivisible bricks of the universe. This revolution substantially changed scientific notions of matter, motion, space, time, etc. The new scientific discoveries clashed with the old concepts, which had seemed indisputable and had reigned unchallenged in science for centuries. From this fact many scientists drew the conclusion that the objects with which the old traditional concepts were connected, had no real existence and were merely specifically human, subjective means of systematizing and coordinating sense perceptions. Not only the cognitive value of scientific theories, but also man's ability to perceive the world were called in question. Criticizing the idealist conclusions drawn from the latest discoveries of physics, Lenin developed the dialectical materialist interpretation of matter and showed that its physical, chemical, and other properties discovered by the sciences are specific characteristics of objective reality, which exists independently of consciousness. The concept of objective reality is not to be reduced to its physical and other properties, it constitutes the substance of the philosophical definition of matter, which cannot become obsolete however much our knowledge of these properties may change. Having drawn these general conclusions from the latest scientific discoveries, Lenin went on to develop the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge. He showed that the modification of established scientific notions under the influence of new discoveries does not deprive these notions of all objective truth, but rather attests to the complex and contradictory character of the cognitive process, the relativity of our knowledge. Lenin's philosophical notebooks, which form a continuation and further elaboration of the basic propositions put forward in his Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, are of tremendous significance for the development of Marxist philosophy. In the latter book Lenin concentrates on the basic problems of philosophical materialism, while in the philosophical notebooks he gives us some splendid examples of how to elaborate the laws and categories of materialist. 5951. 66. Dialectics. The principle which Lenin formulated of the unity of dialectics, logic, and the theory of knowledge in Marxist philosophy, his analysis of the basic elements of dialectics, his teaching on the epistemological roots of idealism, on the contradictory character of the reflection of reality in scientific abstractness, his program for the further development of the theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, all this is a truly invaluable contribution to Marxist philosophy. In his article on the significance of militant materialism, which may be regarded as his philosophical testament, Lenin gives grounds for building up an alliance between Marxist philosophers and natural scientists designed to further the creative development of dialectical materialism and improve the methodology of natural science. With this in mind, Lenin points out the need for the critical and creative assimilation of the advanced materialist and dialectical traditions of the past, particularly the atheistic teaching of the French materialists of the 18th century and Hegel's dialectics. Not only did Lenin vindicate dialectical and historical materialism in the struggle with its opponents, not only did he develop Marxist philosophy in all its aspects, he also applied it in analyzing the new epoch, the epoch of imperialism, of imperialist wars and socialist revolutions, and the building of the new society. He thus answered the questions posed by the development of capitalism and by the world revolutionary movement. Lenin's book Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and the works connected with it contain a searching dialectical analysis of the new epoch, reveal the laws and tendencies of development of monopoly capitalism. On this basis, Lenin draws a conclusion that is of the greatest importance for the revolutionary working class movement and for the work of the Communist Party, the conclusion that a socialist revolution may be first victorious in some countries, or even in one country taken separately. Lenin's writings on the laws of development of the new socialist society, the correlation in this process of politics and eco. 67. Nomics, the particular role of the Soviet socialist state, on socialist consciousness, political and ideological leadership of the Communist Party and on the communist education of the working people are all outstanding contributions to Marxist theory. In revisionist circles today, attempts are made to belittle the role of Lenin in the development of Marxism, and particularly Marxist philosophy. The revisionists speak of the need to abolish the monopoly of Lenin and Leninism in the interpretation of Marxism. They try to declare Leninism a purely Russian phenomenon. In fact, however, Leninism has provided a generalization of the experience and practical struggle of the working people of all countries. Lenin wrote that Russia had learned Marxism through suffering in tremendous battles, through comparing its experience of the revolutionary movement with the experience of the revolutionary movement of other countries. Leninism is therefore not one of the possible interpretations of Marxism, but the only true and consistent development of revolutionary Marxism applicable to the epoch of imperialism and socialist revolutions, the epoch of the transition from capitalism to socialism. The deep-going revolutionary process in which capitalism is superseded by socialism, the appearance on the historical scene of broad masses of the people as the true creators of history, the emergence of a new socio-economic formation, a new society, with its inherent laws of development, all this was the most radical test of Marxist-Leninist theory and at the same time stimulated broad theoretical generalizations which enriched this theory and raised it to a new level. For the centenary of Lenin's birth, which was celebrated by progressive peoples throughout the world, a general summing up was made of what had been achieved in the building of socialism and communism, in the international revolutionary movement, and in the development of Marxist-Leninist theory. In the more than 50 years of its existence, Soviet philosophical science has made important progress in the systematic elaboration of the problems of dialectical and historical materialism, the history of philosophy, logic, aesthetics, and ethics. At the same time, the tasks confronting the Soviet 5*68 people as they go ahead with the building of communism, and also the international problems of the communist movement, of the whole world revolutionary process and ideological struggle, demand further development of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Here, as in any science, there are in dialectical and historical materialism quite a few propositions that need to be made more concrete, to be verified in the light of the latest scientific information. Fresh problems arise, particularly in the theory of knowledge and in the social field. The vigorous advance of science, the current scientific and technological revolution, particularly the discoveries in quantum mechanics, nuclear physics, cybernetics, molecular biology, and so on, demand both rethinking and further development and concretising of the traditional philosophical problems and categories, as well as the elaboration of new ones. Without further development of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, without perfecting and enriching its categories, it is impossible to understand in any depth the new phenomena arising in society, to understand the specific nature of the present age. The construction of communist society gives increasing prominence to the problems of the all-round development of the individual, to questions of the dialectics of the personal and the social and the anthropological. The problem of man, which in the period of struggle for the victory of socialism meant liberating man from exploitation, acquires in the conditions of a victorious socialist society that is building communism new implications connected with the development of human individuality, the widening of the freedom and responsibility of the citizen of socialist society, his ideological convictions, and so on. Thus we see that the problems of dialectical and historical materialism are constantly being renewed. The old, traditional questions acquire new aspects that demand specialized research. Questions that have been solved in relation to the level of knowledge that existed in the past, reappear as problems requiring fresh investigation. Marxist-Leninist philosophy does not rest on its laurels, it is always in motion, on the road to new scientific problems and new solutions. Chapter Il. Matter and the basic forms of its existence. Now that we have considered the subject matter of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and found out how it arose and developed, we can proceed to a systematic examination of its fundamental tenets. The point of departure of Marxist-Leninist philosophy is recognition of the existence of objective reality, of matter in its eternal motion and development. What is matter? In what basic forms does it exist? 1. The philosophical understanding of matter. In the world around us we observe countless objects and phenomena possessing all kinds of different qualities. What are these objects and phenomena? What are they based on? Materialism and idealism have given diametrically opposite answers to these questions, which arose when philosophy was only just beginning to take shape. From the standpoint of the idealist philosophers, all objects and phenomena in the world are based on a certain ideal substance called variously, the divine will, universal reason, absolute idea, and so on. Thus in Hegel's philosophical system the world is a form of realization, of other being of the absolute idea, a deified ideal, the principle of reason, which in the process of self-development comes to know through nature and human history its own essence. Much the same view is held by other objective idealists. The subjective idealists, on the other hand, regard the objects of the external world as something derived from man's inner world, from his sensations and perceptions, etc. 4. What are the aforementioned objects? The English philosopher Berkeley wrote. 72. But the things we perceive by sense, and what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations? And again. For as to what is said of the absolute existence of unthinking things, without any relation to their being perceived, that is to me perfectly unintelligible. Berkeley's reasoning was, in substance, repeated 2 centuries later by the Austrian physicist and philosopher Mach, by the Swiss philosopher Avenarius, and their followers, who were criticized by Lenin in his materialism and empirio-criticism. The Machists reduced objects to the sum of their properties, which they called elements, the latter in the final analysis being regarded as sensations. The idealist interpretation of the world gives a misleading, distorted picture of reality. On the other hand, the materialist philosophers have always tried to find a natural, rational explanation of phenomena. Engels observed that materialism as a philosophy means understanding nature as it is, without any additions. From the standpoint of this teaching, which is based on the whole social and historical practice of mankind. The world around us is nothing else but matter in motion in its various forms and manifestations. There is nothing in the whole world that is not a concrete form of matter, one of its definite states or properties, a product of its law-governed change and development. Even the most abstract ideas and concepts, not to mention sensations and perceptions, are the result of the activity of a material organ and reflect the properties of material objects. The concept of matter, as the sole and universal basis of all that exists in the world, of all the objects and phenomena of reality, expresses the most general essence of the universe. The development of the scientific understanding of the world was closely connected with the decaying of our notions of matter, of its basic qualities and the laws of its motion. Pre-Marxist materialist philosophy and natural science made many profound statements concerning matter which are still significant in the light of contemporary knowledge. These are for the most part propositions on matter as the universal substantial basis of all phenomena. 73. Its uncreatability and indestructibility, its eternal existence in time, its infinity in space, its objectivity and its independence of the consciousness. The pre-Marxist materialists, above all the French materialists of the 18th century, gave grounds for the assumption that matter is inseparable from motion, and that motion is the most important attribute, the mode of existence, of matter. All phenomena of nature were regarded as being interconnected and conditioned by one another, and obeying certain natural and immutable laws. Matter was something that could be known. Man could discover its properties and laws no matter how complex and unusual they might appear. All these principles of the materialist world outlook have since been incorporated in dialectical materialism and modern science. At the same time, the pre-Marxist materialists, who were expressing the condition of the natural science of their day, put forward a good number of metaphysical and speculative ideas about matter which were refuted by the further development of science. Above all, they assumed the existence of a certain primary and immutable material substance as the bearer or support of all the observable properties of phenomena. It was believed that if objects could arise and disappear, undergo various changes and be transformed into one another, then this substance must be homogeneous and unchangeable in its essence, and that only its external forms were subject to change. Substance was often identified with indivisible, structureless, and immutable atoms. It was assumed that atoms were the primary and indestructible elements of the world which could only combine and separate, only change their position in space, thus determining all the qualitative diversity of phenomena. Thus the idea of the immutability of atoms came to be identified with the idea of matter as the substantial basis of the world, while the general philosophical principle of the conservation of matter was identified with the principle of the indestructibility of atoms. This notion of the qualitative homogeneity of material substance formed the basis of the mechanistic picture of the world. The Newtonian laws of mechanics were regarded as the universal laws of nature, as the fundamental principles. 74. Of being, conditioning all other laws of nature and society. Although the existence of chemical, biological and social processes was not denied because this would have contradicted the sensory, empirical data, it was nevertheless assumed that, since all bodies consisted of atoms subject to the laws of mechanics, all the forms of motion could ultimately be reduced to the mechanical motion of atoms. From this followed the conclusion that if we could mentally resolve all bodies into atoms, determine their positions and velocities and construct equations of their motion, it would be possible to cognize all phenomena, including even the peculiar features of our own consciousness and social processes. Marx and Engels made a deep-going critical analysis of the metaphysical and mechanistic narrowness of the earlier materialism. Proceeding from the scientific discoveries of the mid-19th century, they worked out a dialectical one-materialist theory of matter and the laws of its motion. This theory played a key role in creating a qualitatively new picture of the world. The foundations of the mechanistic picture of the world were also undermined by the revolution in natural science at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries, by the development of the theory of the electromagnetic field, the discovery of radioactivity and the complex structure of atoms, of changes in the mass of bodies brought about by an increase in their velocity, and so on. The idealist philosophers, however, interpreted the fact that the laws of mechanics could not be used to explain the new discoveries as a blow at the principle of the conservation of matter, as evidence that matter disappears. Identifying materialist beliefs with the mechanistic picture of the world, they declared that materialism was henceforth overthrown. In point of fact, however, these new discoveries only demonstrated where the explanation of the world on metaphysical principles went wrong. While refuting the mechanistic worldview, they affirmed the truth of the dialectical materialist teaching on matter. It is, of course, sheer nonsense to say that materialism ever maintained, or necessarily professed a mechanical, and not an electromagnetic, or some other, immeasurably more complex, picture of the world of moving matter, wrote Lenin. And again, the indestructibility of the atom, its inexhaustibility, the mutability of all forms of matter and of its motion, have always been the stronghold of dialectical materialism. Proceeding from the scientific facts of the structural heterogeneity and the inexhaustibility of matter, the diversity of the laws of its motion, Lenin formulated a generalist philosophical concept of matter. Matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. This definition of matter is closely connected with the materialist solution to the basic question of philosophy. It shows matter as the objective source of our knowledge and as something that can be known. At the same time, in contrast to the previous philosophical system, dialectical materialism does not reduce matter to any definite forms, material particles, sensorily perceived bodies, and so on. Matter is all the infinite multiplicity of different objects and systems that exist and move in space and time, that possess an inexhaustible diversity of qualities. Our sense organs can perceive only an insignificant part of all the actually existing forms of matter, but, thanks to the construction of increasingly sophisticated instruments and measuring devices, man is steadily widening the frontiers of the known world. Lenin's definition of matter embraces not only the objects that are known to contemporary science, but also those that may be discovered in the future. This is what makes it so important as a method. Any actually existing objects or phenomena may be reflected in the human mind. Moreover, there can be no guarantee that any new objects which come into our field of investigation will not possess some extremely unusual specific properties, unlike those of the objects that we encounter in everyday experience. For instance, the elementary particles discovered by science differ in quality from the macroscopic bodies with which man has to deal in his everyday life, and this gives us a much deeper understanding of what matter is. Dialectical materialism denies the existence of primary and immutable substance. Lenin wrote, "The essence of things, or substance, is also relative. It expresses only the degree of profundity of man's knowledge of objects, and while yesterday the profundity of this knowledge did not go beyond the atom, and today does not go beyond the electron and ether, dialectical materialism insists on the temporary, relative, approximate character of all these milestones in the knowledge of nature gained by the progressing science of man. The electron is as inexhaustible as the atom, nature is infinite. Any form of matter possesses a complex structure and an infinite variety of internal and external connections and properties. Accordingly, every scientific theory must leave itself open to further additions and improvements. Atoms used to be considered the most elementary things in nature, then it turned out that they themselves comprise elementary particles. The further development of knowledge will undoubtedly allow us to penetrate deeper into the structural levels of matter. Therefore, the concept of substance has acquired a qualitatively new meaning in Marxist philosophy. Rejecting the existence of primordial matter as the last and changeless essence, dialectical materialism acknowledges the substantiality of matter only in the sense that matter is the only universal basis for the various properties of phenomena, and determines the unity of the world around us. Here we must consider the two senses in which the concept of the material may be used in philosophical literature. It may be used to describe any concrete form of matter and also any particular property of matter. From the standpoint of the theory of knowledge, the material is to be regarded as the opposite to the ideal. To human consciousness, in everyday life the concept of matter is often identified with the concept of substance. It is assumed that only something that has bodily form may be regarded as matter. In point of fact, however, only bodies that possess finite rest mass, that is to say, mass that can be measured when the body is at rest relative to the observer, may be accounted substances. At the same time there exist forms of matter that are in no sense substances. They have no rest mass, they possess what is known as momentum mass, which depends on the energy of their particles. It is possible that there may be other forms of matter which are quite unlike any known to science today. Sometimes, when describing an object, we regard it as the sum total of its various properties. Matter may also be regarded in the same way, but it must not be reduced merely to its properties. The latter never exist by themselves, without a material basis, they are always inherent in certain definite objects. Matter always possesses a certain organization, it exists in the form of specific material systems. A system is an internally organized and ordered plurality of closely interconnected elements. The connection between the elements of a system is always more stable and intrinsically necessary than the connection of each of these elements with the environment, with the elements of other systems. Any change in one of the elements of a system evokes a certain change in its other elements. The division into systems and elements is relative. Any system may be an element of an even larger formation of which it forms a part. In exactly the same way even an element will be a system if we examine its internal structure, its internal connections. But this relativity does not make the concept of system subjective, invented by man merely for the convenience of classifying phenomena. Systems exist objectively as ordered, integrated formations, galaxies, stars, the solar system, the Earth, molecules, atoms, and so on. There are various types of biological and social systems. Matter can be known only by studying its properties, the concrete forms of its systemic organization. The basic forms of matter may be classified according to a number of attributes, each of which expresses a certain approach to the study of matter. Taking the most general approach, we may classify matter as inorganic, organic, or living matter, and socially organized matter. The only biological and social systems that we know are those we find on Earth, although there can be no doubt that in other planetary systems of the infinite universe that possess favorable physical and chemical conditions there may also be highly organized life resulting from the law-governed self-development of matter. All the above-mentioned forms of matter may also be classified according to their structural attributes, by showing what they are made of. In the main they consist of substance, the sum total of microparticles, macroscopic bodies, and cosmic systems possessing finite rest mass. Substance includes elementary particles, atomic nuclei, atoms, molecules, macroscopic inorganic objects, living organisms, man-made technical systems, stars, galaxies, and systems of galaxies. Modern science has discovered more than 300 kinds of elementary particles, including the so-called resonances, which arise during the interaction of high-energy particles and quickly disintegrate into stable particles. Most of the known particles have corresponding antiparticles with opposite electrical charges or other properties, electron-positron, proton-antiproton, and so on. Complex systems and large masses of antiparticles can occur, in principle, only in the absence of ordinary forms of substance, because if particles collide with antiparticles, both of them disappear, being converted into photons. At present no large masses consisting of antiparticles have been discovered. But the possibility of their existence in the universe is implied in the experimentally proven laws of modern physics, and also in the existence of antiparticles themselves, which arise during the interaction of high-energy particles and rapidly disappear. In scientific literature, hypothetical large masses of substance consisting of antiparticles are frequently referred to as anti-world, antimatter, or anti-substance. In reality, however, the world is one and has no antipode, and the concept of matter embraces all forms of objective reality. The distinction between particles and antiparticles is extremely relative and only pertains to certain special properties of matter, such as the positive and negative charges. In electricity, the magnetic moment, etc. Many of their other properties are similar. The laws of nuclear, electromagnetic, and gravitational interaction, and the laws of the formation of various chemical compounds, cosmic systems, and probably the biochemical evolution of substance, are also similar. In systems constructed of antiparticles, time will change only from the past to the future, since its flow is determined by the irreversibility of the cause-effect relationships and the general process of the development of matter. Therefore, instead of the terms anti-world, antimatter, and anti-substance to indicate the hypothetical forms of matter, it would be more correct to use the term substance consisting of antiparticles, because the finite rest mass that characterizes substance is inherent in all antiparticles as well. The forms of matter that cannot be classified as substance are the electromagnetic field, the quanta of which never exist in a state of rest and are always moving at the speed of light. There is much theoretical evidence to suggest that the gravitational field should be considered a special form of matter, although no experimental proof of the existence of gravitons, quanta of this field, has yet been obtained. Strictly speaking, one cannot regard as substance such elementary particles as the neutrino and antineutrino of various types, which have a weak interaction with substance and possess tremendous powers of penetration. They carry away a considerable portion of the energy of the stars, permeate all space, and their role in the general development of matter in the universe must be very great, although it has not yet been fully revealed. Today scientists have begun to penetrate the structure of the elementary particles themselves, which has turned out to be highly specific and unlike the structure of any other material systems. The profound insight of Lenin's observations concerning the inexhaustibility of the objects of the micro-world and the infinity of matter in depth has been completely confirmed. The dialectical materialist theory of matter and the laws of its existence provides the methodological basis for scientific research, for elaboration of an integrated scientific 80. World outlook and an interpretation of scientific discoveries that corresponds to reality. Moreover, it is constantly becoming more sophisticated and more profound as scientific knowledge progresses and new categories and laws are formulated that give an ever more comprehensive reflection of reality, which will always be more complex than our most perfect conceptions of it. 2. Motion and its basic forms. As we get to know the world around us, we see that there is nothing in it that is absolutely stationary and immutable, everything is in a state of motion and passing from one form into another. Elementary particles, atoms, and molecules are in motion within all material objects. Every object is interacting with its environment, and this interaction is bound to involve motion of some kind or another. Any body, even a body that is stationary in relation to the Earth, moves together with it around the Sun, and together with the Sun in relation to the other stars of the galaxy, which moves in relation to other stellar systems, and so on. Nowhere is there absolute equilibrium, rest, and immobility. All rest and equilibrium are relative, are actually a certain state of motion. Taken in its most general form, motion means the same thing as change, as any transition from one state to another. Motion is the universal attribute, the mode of existence of matter. Nowhere in the world can there be matter without motion, just as there can be no motion without matter. Since it is inseparably connected with motion and possesses intrinsic activity, matter does not need any external, divine first push to bring it into motion. Matter is the vehicle of all change, the substantial foundation of all processes in the world. There is no such thing as motion divorced from matter, no such thing as pure motion. The possibility of the existence of motion without matter was assumed by the advocates of energism. These scientists regarded pure energy, divorced from matter and converted into something non-material, as the basis of all change. In reality, energy is a property of matter. It is the quantitative measure of motion, which expresses the ability of material systems to perform a certain amount of work on the basis of internal changes. Energy does not exist separately from matter and manifests itself only together with other properties of material bodies. The spirit of energism persists in the reasoning of certain contemporary scientists who draw idealistic conclusions from the fact that particles and antiparticles, when interacting, are converted into quanta of the electromagnetic field. In their view, this leads to the destruction of matter, its conversion into pure energy. In reality, however, the electromagnetic field cannot be reduced to energy, because it is actually one of the forms of matter. The conversion of particles and antiparticles into photons is not the annihilation of matter, but its transition from certain forms into other forms in strict accordance with the laws of the conservation of mass, energy, the moment of momentum, spin, electrical charge and certain other properties. Nature confronts us with innumerable qualitatively different material systems, and each of them possesses a specific kind of motion. Only a small number of these motions, which can be classified as the basic forms of motion, are known to modern science. These include sets of processes and mutations of matter that are inherent in material objects of one type, that possess common features and obey certain general laws. The classification of the basic forms of motion owes much to Engels, who in his Dialectics of Nature defined physical, chemical, biological, and social forms of motion and analyzed their content. 1. He noted the existence of such forms of motion as mechanical displacement, heat, light, electricity and magnetism, chemical motion, biological and social motion, which also included thinking. This classification retains its significance today. It proceeds from the principle of the historical development of matter and the assumption that the higher forms of motion cannot be qualitatively reduced to the lower. In the last 100 years, science has discovered a great number of new phenomena in the microcosm and the cosmos, in the biological and social fields, which have considerably expanded our ideas concerning the basic forms of motion. Of the basic forms of motion, we shall take first those that have an extremely general character, that are to be found at the most diverse structural levels of matter, in all known space-time scales. These include the spatial displacement that accompanies any change. It may manifest itself as uniform, accelerated, rectilinear, rotatory, oscillating motion. It may take place along certain trajectories and without trajectories. Gravitational motion, which is the process of interaction of all known bodies through the medium of the gravitational field, also possesses a very general character. This interaction determines formation of all cosmic systems, and of large masses of substance. The electromagnetic form of motion, which includes all processes of interaction involving the electromagnetic field, also manifests itself widely in nature. Electromagnetic interactions condition the formation of elementary particles into atoms, atoms into molecules, and molecules into macroscopic bodies. We must also mention the form of motion characteristic only of the structure of atomic nuclei and elementary particles. All forms of nuclear energy are a particular manifestation of this form of motion. The process of conversion of some atoms into others, and of the formation of molecules is caused by the redistribution of connections between atoms in molecules and the reformation of the electronic envelopes of atoms and molecules. This process constitutes the chemical form of motion. The forms of motion of microobjects continue to operate in more complex material systems. But the properties and laws of change of the more complex systems cannot be reduced to the properties and laws of change of the smaller systems and microparticles of which they are composed. It is these differences that constitute the qualitative uniqueness of the forms of motion corresponding to these systems. On the macroscopic and cosmic scales, the characteristic forms of motion are heat, change in the aggregate states of matter, processes of crystallization, and so on. The biological forms of motion comprise the processes that occur within living organisms and in superorganic systems, families, colonies of organisms, species, biogeosynosis, and the whole biosphere. Life itself is the mode of existence of protein bodies and nucleic acids, which consists in metabolism, in the continuous exchange of substances between the organism and the environment, the processes of reflection and self-regulation required for the self-preservation and reproduction of organisms. All living organisms are open systems. Constantly exchanging substance and energy with the environment, the living organism recreates its structure and functions and keeps them relatively stable. This metabolism leads to the constant self-renewal of the cellular composition of tissues. It is based on the laws of self-regulation and control that operate in living organisms, on the processes of internal and external reflection by living systems of the conditions of their existence. Human society with its intrinsic social forms of motion is the highest stage of development of matter on Earth. These forms of motion are constantly becoming more complex with the progress of society. They include all kinds of manifestations of purposeful human activity, all social changes and forms of interaction between various social systems from the individual to the state and society in general. All processes of the reflection of reality in ideas, concepts, and theories are also a manifestation of social forms of motion. There is a close interconnection between all forms of motion of matter. This is to be found above all in the historical development of matter and the emergence of higher forms of motion on the basis of the relatively lower forms. The higher forms of motion include many converted lower forms on the basis on which they themselves arose. Thus, for instance, the human organism functions on the basis of the physico-chemical and biological forms of motion, interacting within it in indissoluble unity, while man himself is the subject, the vehicle, of social forms of motion. When studying the interrelationships of the forms of motion, it is important to avoid separating the higher forms from the lower forms, and also the mechanical reduction of the former to the latter. If we separate the higher from the lower forms, we cannot explain their origin. In biology, for example, such separation has led to vitalism, an idealist view which maintains that the vital activity of all organisms is conditioned by certain non-material factors within them, such as the life force and entelechiae, which are in the final analysis endowed with a divine origin. In discovering the historical origin of life and the dependence of its processes on the physico-chemical forms of motion, science struck a blow at vitalism. To reduce the higher forms of motion to the lower forms is to disregard the specific qualities of these forms. The social processes, for instance, have certain specific features and peculiarities that are not inherent in the biological processes, and no matter what biological forms of motion we may study, we cannot deduce from them the laws of social phenomena. In exactly the same way, the biological forms of motion cannot be reduced to physical and chemical forms. Ignoring the qualitative difference between the higher and lower forms of motion leads to mechanicism. One arrives at mechanicism when one tries to reduce the higher forms of motion to the lower forms without taking into account all the preceding and intermediate forms. Thus, people sometimes identify thinking with the information processes that occur in cybernetic machines and fail to see the fundamental fact that all processes in cybernetic systems are a result of physical forms of motion, whereas thinking is based on the interaction of extremely complex biological and social forms of motion, is a product of social development, and therefore cannot be understood without investigating that which is reflected in the human brain. Ver AE 85. Knowledge of the interrelationship between the forms of motion provides the methodological key to the material unity of the world, to the peculiarities of the historical development of matter. The study of the properties and laws of the existence of matter largely coincides with the study of the peculiarities of its motion at various structural levels and stages of development. Definition of the specific quality of the various forms of motion of matter and their interconnection is also important when it comes to classifying the sciences that study these forms of motion, to interpreting the complex processes that occur in contemporary scientific research. 3. Space and time. Every object possesses extent, it is either long or short, wide or narrow, high or low. No matter where they may be, things are always among other things. Bodies possess volume and a certain external form. Every form of the motion of matter necessarily involves the displacement of bodies. All this is an expression of the fact that bodies, objects, exist in space, that space is a fundamental condition of the motion of matter. Space is an objectively real form of the existence of matter in motion. The concept of space expresses the coexistence and separateness of things, their extent, and the order of their disposition in relation to one another. Material processes occur in a certain sequence, are distinguished by their duration and have differing phases or stages. This means that bodies exist in time. The fact that different stages of processes are of different duration and separated from one another by a certain space of time is a fundamental condition of the existence of these processes. The motion of matter is impossible outside time. Time is an objectively real form of the existence of matter in motion. It characterizes the sequence of the occur. 86. Rents of material processes, the separateness of the various stages of these processes, their duration, and their development. There is nothing in the world but matter in motion, Lenin wrote, and matter in motion cannot move otherwise than in space and time. No material object can exist only in space without existing in time, or exist in time without existing in space. It must always and everywhere exist in both space and time. Hence space and time are organically interconnected. The idealist philosophers deny the objective reality of space and time. They believe them to be something that exists in the human consciousness or thanks to the consciousness, something engendered by the spirit. Thus, Kant regarded space and time as a priori forms of sensuous contemplation conditioned by the very nature of our consciousness. For Mach, space and time are merely ordered systems of the series of our sensations. In Hegel's philosophy, space and time are creations of the absolute idea that occur at certain stages of its development, and in such a way that space appears first and is then followed by time. The idealist notions of space and time are refuted by all living human experience and by the development of science. How can one agree with the assertion that space and time are engendered by the consciousness, by a spirit, by an idea, or that they exist only in the consciousness, if, as natural science has shown, the Earth existed in space and developed in time for millions and millions of years before man with his consciousness, spirits, and ideas ever came into being? This fact was cited by Lenin to demonstrate the fallacy of the idealist views of space and time. The existence of nature in time, measured in millions of years, prior to the appearance of man and human experience, shows how absurd this idealist theory is too, as real forms of the existence of matter, space and time are characterized by a number of specific features. First, they are objective, they exist outside and independently of the consciousness. Second, they are eternal, inasmuch as matter exists eternally. Third, space and time are boundless and infinite, a distinction being made between the characteristics of boundlessness and infinity. The boundlessness of space implies the following. No matter in what direction we move or how far we go from our starting point, there will never be any boundary beyond which we can go no further. Universal space is not only boundless but also infinite. No matter how enormous any given cosmic system, it forms part of an even larger system. Science is penetrating further and further into the infinite universe. Modern astronomical apparatuses allow us to survey distances that light, traveling at 300,000 kilometers per second, covers in 10 billion or even more years. These distances are so tremendous that they defeat imagination. But even they are not the limit. No matter how far away from us any given stellar system may be, there must be yet other gigantic groups of celestial bodies and cosmic systems of inconceivable extent further away still. The infinity of space is the infinity of the volume of the whole countless totality of material bodies of the universe. What is meant by the boundlessness and infinity of time? No matter how much time may pass up to a certain moment, time will always go on and on, never reaching a limit beyond which there can be no further duration, no infinite number of processes following one after the other and constituting in their entirety boundless and infinite duration. Similarly, no matter how long ago a certain event occurred, it must have been preceded by a countless number of other events which, taken together, possess infinite duration. And yet time moves in such a way that it does not return to itself, does not repeat itself, but goes on endlessly from one new moment to another. The phenomenon known as the redshift is sometimes put forward as an argument against the notion of the infinity of space and time. Astronomical observation has shown that, as a rule, the spectra of nebulae beyond our own galaxy are somewhat displaced on the side of the long waves. This displacement spectrum may occur because the source of light and the instrument receiving it are moving away from each other at a certain speed. The greater the speed, the more the spectra are displaced. Since no satisfactory explanation of this redshift of the spectra of nebulae has yet been found, some scientists have put forward the hypothesis that the nebulae are fleeing from our galaxy, and at a velocity that increases approximately in proportion to distance. In other words, the further away the nebula, the faster it flees from us. From this theory, it is sometimes concluded that at one time the universe was concentrated in an extremely small volume, a first atom, which at some initial moment in time suddenly began to expand, thus initiating the expansion of space that had originally been infinitely small. Attempts are made to interpret this process in an openly religious spirit, as the act of the creation of the first atom by God, by whose will the expansion began. There is, of course, no scientific evidence to support this latter assertion. The mathematical models of the expanding universe touch upon such important problems as the nature and essence of infinity, the relationship of the finite and the infinite, and so on. At the same time, they are only a preliminary groping towards one of the aspects of the behavior of a fragment of the universe, and give no grounds for categorical judgments concerning the actual space-time structure of the universe. Although both space and time are forms of the existence of matter, they are different forms. While possessing certain common qualities, they differ considerably from each other. As Engels wrote, for anything to come into being, it must have had a history not only of coexistence in space but also of succession in time. A specific feature of space is that it has three dimensions. The three-dimensional character of space is expressed in the fact that the position of any point in space may be determined by tundicating the distances from this point to each of any three intersecting planes chosen as a frame of reference. Any material body possessing a certain volume must be three-dimensional. Space is also characterized by properties of symmetry. Science has proved the existence of a large number of various spatial groups of symmetry. The property of symmetry is just as essential for space as the existence of its three dimensions. Mathematics and theoretical physics quite often deal with the concept of multidimensional spaces, possessing many or even an infinite number of dimensions. Does not this concept contradict the proposition that space has only three dimensions? No, it does not. Three-dimensional space is the objective, real space in which all bodies exist. Multidimensional space is an abstraction used by science in order to grasp the totality of a larger or smaller number of quantities characterizing not only the extent of objects but also other properties such as their color. These totalities are called spaces because there exist between them certain relationships that formally resemble those which exist between the elements of the real three-dimensional space. In other words, they bear a resemblance to space that enables us to apply to them many of the propositions of geometry and thus study them more deeply. The scientific concept of multidimensional spaces is used by certain idealist philosophers, who try to prove the possibility of the non-spatial existence of bodies. They maintain that while people and all ordinary bodies exist in three dimensions, non-corporeal, spiritual beings or spirits, inhabit dimensions of space that are inaccessible to ordinary beings. Hence spirits may allegedly influence material processes, and control them while remaining beyond our perceptions. But this attempt to use the concept of multidimensional spaces in order to overthrow materialism has no basis in fact. Unlike space, time is one-dimensional. This means that any moment in time is determined by a number expressing the interval of time that has passed from the moment accepted as the initial point of counting. All events pass only in one direction, from the past to the present, and from the present to the future. This direction of processes one's 90. Objective, it does not depend on the consciousness of people who perceive the processes in question. In space one may move bodies from right to left or left to right, up or down, and so on. But we cannot reverse in time processes that have causal connections, we cannot force them to move from the future into the past. Time is irreversible, and in this it is essentially different from space. Contemporary popular scientific literature often uses the concept of the four-dimensional world. This concept, like the concept of the multidimensional space, gives no grounds for idealist views. The term four-dimensional in physics means that the world exists not only in space with its three dimensions, but also in time, which has one dimension, and that when considering all real processes we must bear in mind the connection between both forms of the existence of matter, whose dimensions add up to four. There is nothing mystical or mysterious in the modern physicist's concept of the four-dimensional world. Our notions of space and time are not changeless and everlasting. Science is probing ever deeper into the space-time structure of the world and discovering ever new spatial and temporal properties of things. But the modification of our ideas concerning space and time must not be confused, as Lenin emphasized, with the immutability of the fact that man and nature exist only in time and space, and that beings outside time and space, as invented by the priests and maintained by the imagination of the ignorant and downtrodden mass of humanity, are disordered fantasies, the artifices of philosophical idealism, rotten products of a rotten social system. Point 4. The proposition that space and time are forms of the existence of matter characterizes not only their objectivity, their reality, it also indicates that they are inseparably linked with matter in motion. Just as there can be no matter outside space and time, so there is not and cannot be any space or time outside matter. Space and time exist only in material things, only through material things, only thanks to them. The two forms of existence of matter, Engels pointed out, are naturally nothing without matter, empty concepts, abstractions which exist only in our minds. Anyone who separates space and time from matter and insists that they exist in isolation from matter, is bound to attribute an independent existence to that which is non-material, which exists only in the consciousness. But this means adopting the positions of idealism, according to which the products of our thinking are declared independent essences. This is why Lenin said, "Time outside temporal things equals God." The proposition that space, time, and matter are inseparably connected makes dialectical materialism substantially different from metaphysical materialism. The latter, while acknowledging the objective realities of space and time, regards them as essences independent of matter, empty receptacles for material bodies and processes. As the German mathematician Hermann Weyl put it, this was like regarding space as a rentable apartment that could be occupied by any tenants or, if none were available, could remain empty. A similar view was held by Newton, the founder of classical mechanics, who believed that space and time were objective, but that they existed independently of moving matter, were immutable and had no connection with each other. He called them absolute. Newton's ideas concerning absolute space and absolute time were held in science right up to the beginning of the 20th century, when scientists at last realized, thanks to the theory of relativity, that it was incorrect to separate space and time from moving matter and from each other. The Russian mathematician Nikolai Lobachevsky, one of the founders of non-Euclidean geometry, also did much towards elaborating scientific concepts of the connection between space, time, and matter in motion. He proved that the properties of space are not immutable and everywhere the same, but that they change depending on the properties of matter and on the physical processes occurring in material bodies. Changes in material conditions bring about changes in spatial forms, the extent of objects, and the character of geometrical laws. Lobachevsky devised a new geometry that was quite different from the geometry invented by Euclid in ancient Greece. One of the features of this geometry is that the sum of the angles of a triangle does not remain constant at 180 degrees, but changes depending on changes in the length of the sides and is always less than 180 degrees. Bernhard Riemann later created another non-Euclidean geometry in which the sum of the angles of a triangle was more than 180 degrees. The creation of a non-Euclidean geometry, which revealed the profound connection between space and matter, and the fact that the properties of space are conditioned by the properties of matter, struck a blow at the idealist views of space. Proceeding from the fact that Euclidean geometry had remained unchanged for centuries, Kant had declared space to be an a priori form of thought, a form by which the thinker brings order into the disposition of phenomena. Kant believed geometry to be immutable precisely because space belonged to the consciousness of the subject, and not to the changeable phenomena outside it. Now it turned out that Euclidean geometry was not the only geometry, that depending on the material conditions in space geometries may have completely different laws. Modern physics has deepened Lobachevsky's ideas and carried them even further. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed new, most general forms of the connection between space and time and moving matter and expressed these connections in terms of mathematics, indefinite laws. One of the expressions of the space-time connection with moving matter is the fact, noted for the first time by the theory of relativity, that the simultaneity of events is not absolute but relative. Events that are simultaneous in reference to one material system, i.e., in certain conditions of motion, are not simultaneous in reference to another material system, 1.e, in other conditions of motion. Underscore this fundamental fact leads to other important propositions. It turns out that the distances between objects in material systems differ according to the velocities of the 93 systems. Increase in velocity leads to a decrease in distance. Similarly, the interval of time between events differs in different moving material systems, it decreases as their velocity increases. These changes in spatial extent and intervals of time depending on velocity occur in strict conformity with one another, thus demonstrating the intrinsic connection between space and time. The study of the gravitational field in the general theory of relativity has led to an even more profound discovery of the dependence of space and time on moving matter. It has been established that the actual properties of space show an even greater divergence from the properties expressed in Euclidean geometry as the mass of the bodies in that space increases, and accordingly the strength of the gravitational field. This divergence is known in physics as the curve of space. The space curve is thus determined by the size, distribution, and motion of material masses, and by the intensity of the gravitational field. Any change in the gravitational field leads to a change not only in the properties of space but also in the properties of time. The gravitational field changes the course of time, its rhythm. The greater the material masses and the stronger the gravitational field, the more slowly time moves. Moreover, space and time change not independently of each other, but in close connection, according to a definite law. The organic link of space and time with matter, the motion of matter, discovered by the theory of relativity, offers fresh scientific proof of the objective reality of space and time, their independence of the consciousness, of the subject, the knower. The proposition that space and time are connected with matter and with each other has become one of the principal ideas of modern science. If we ignore this connection, we cannot understand physical processes that occur at velocities approximating the velocity of light, or processes involving large quantities of energy. The data of biology also show that the properties of space and time are dependent on matter. Research on the spatial forms of living matter shows that it possesses its own special forms of symmetry that are not inherent in the bodies of inorganic nature. 94. In the course of its development, matter produces more and more new forms with their own peculiar laws. Accordingly, new spatial and temporal relationships arise. Thus, space and time, like matter itself, obey the great universal law of existence, the law of development. Space and time possess internal contradictoriness. This contradictoriness is expressed in the fact that space and time are simultaneously both absolute and relative. Space and time are absolute as universal objective forms of the existence of matter, outside which there can be no material bodies. They are relative because their concrete properties are conditioned by the properties of changing matter. There is also contradictoriness in the fact that space and time represent the unity of the infinite and the finite. The infinity of space is compounded of the finite extents of separate material objects, while the infinity of time consists of the finite durations of separate material processes. Space and time are continuous and at the same time discontinuous. Space is continuous in the sense that between any two arbitrarily selected spatial elements there must always be in reality an element that joins them into a single spatial extent. In other words, between the elements of spatial extent there is no absolute separateness or isolation, they pass into one another. Similarly, time is continuous in the sense that between any two of its intervals there is always in reality a temporal duration that joins these intervals of time into a single flow of temporal continuity. The discontinuity of space and time lies in the fact that they consist of elements distinguished by their internal properties and structure in conformity with the qualitative difference between the material objects and processes themselves. The development of modern science, its penetration into the micro-world, into the field of submicroscopic lengths and extremely small intervals of temporal duration, is revealing features of space and time that they do not possess on the macroscopic scales. We are faced with the question of completely new properties of space and time, of their quant, of their new forms of symmetry, of changes in their informational volume, and so on. All this goes to prove that the principle of the inexhaustibility of matter in 95. Depth, developed by Lenin, relates not only to physical properties and the internal structure of material objects, but also to the space-time relationships themselves on the basis of which the structure is formed. In other words, like matter itself, space and time are inexhaustible. 4. Unity of the world. Far back in the distant past the notion took shape and was spread widely by religion that apart from the material world that is known to everybody there is yet another, non-material world, the habitation of spirits, the supreme reason, the supreme will, and so on. Step by step science has disproved this notion of the existence of two different worlds. The world is one. The real material world to which we belong with our feelings, sensations, and ideas, with our consciousness, is the only world that really exists. Some philosophers in the past, who sought to be materialists, and rejected the notion of another world, tried to prove the unity of the world either on the basis of the assertion that we think of it as one world, or that it exists as one world. This position was adopted by Eugen Dühring, whose views were criticized by Engels in his Anti-Die Thring. Engels showed that both arguments are insuffisant. If the world is one only because our thought about it is one, then thought is definitive in relation to the world. However, it is not the world that reflects the properties of thought but, on the contrary, thought that reflects the properties of the world. Our thought can make a unity of a shoebrush and a mammal, but this, as Engels says, does not give the shoebrush mammary glands. Similarly, it does not follow from the statement that the world exists, that it is a unity, because the concept of existence may have very different interpretations, both materialist and idealist. Anything that is contained in the consciousness may be recognized as existing, it does not have to be something that exists independently of the consciousness. 96. Thus the mere acknowledgement of the existence of the world does not give a correct conception of its unity. The unity of the world does not consist in its being, Engels stresses, although its being is a precondition of its unity, as it must certainly first be before it can be one. The real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved not by a few juggled phrases but by a long and wearisome development of philosophy and natural science. One of the great advances on the road to knowledge of the material unity of the world was Copernicus's creation of the heliocentric system. Before Copernicus, the prevailing notion was that the Earth was the center of the universe around which were disposed the celestial sphere with its ideal celestial bodies, the sun, planets, moon, and stars, whose perfection showed itself in their strict spherical form and absolutely pure surface. Everything on Earth, so it was believed, was transient and subject to decay, while in the celestial sphere everything was eternal and immutable. Copernicus's heliocentric doctrine exploded these ideas by proving that the Earth was by no means the center of the universe but only one of the planets that used to be included in the ideal celestial sphere. There was thus no reason at all for opposing the temporal world to the celestial world. The work that Copernicus had begun was continued by Galileo and Giordano Bruno. When Galileo built the first telescope and pointed it at the sky, he made a discovery that astounded all his contemporaries. The shape of the moon, which had been considered one of the ideal celestial bodies, was not perfectly spherical. It was covered with craters, valleys, and mountains that looked similar to those that existed on the surface of the Earth. Galileo also discovered that there were dark spots of irregular shape on the surface of the Sun. Bruno argued that in the infinite space of the universe where, according to the theologians, there was only an ideal celestial world, there was in fact a vast sprinkling of other material worlds like our own. The discovery of the laws of mechanics and the law of universal gravitation brought new evidence to confirm this truth. The advocates of the idea that there were two different worlds maintained that the motion of terrestrial and celestial bodies obeyed fundamentally different laws. The idea that these laws might be identical or even similar was regarded as blasphemy. Newton's great scientific achievement was to prove that the terrestrial and celestial bodies obeyed the same laws, that the same force of nature causes all bodies lacking support to fall to the ground, makes the moon rotate round the earth, and the planets, including Earth, round the sun. Every single body of the infinite universe was thus shown to be linked by what is essentially material interaction which knows no division into terrestrial and celestial worlds. Spectrum analysis, investigation of the chemical nature of a substance by examining the character of the light that it emits when in a heated gasified state, also played an important part in overthrowing the notions of the existence of the two worlds. Each chemical element has its own particular group of lines. Spectrum analysis showed that celestial bodies were mainly composed of the same chemical elements as the Earth. These researches added further weight to the vital concept of the material unity of the world. Even if scientists were to discover on one of the celestial bodies an element that did not exist in terrestrial conditions, this would not mean that the material unity of the world had been destroyed. The point is not that there should be the same chemical elements in all stars and in all galaxies, but that all elements, no matter whether they are universally distributed or not, should be certain forms of matter, possessing identical fundamental properties and obeying the same objective natural laws. The atoms of all chemical elements are material systems consisting of elementary particles of one and the same type and possessing a structure of a similar type, whose main features are a central nucleus consisting of the heavier elementary particles and therefore carrying the greater part of the mass of the atom, a stratified envelope consisting of the lighter element. 7951. 98. Terry particles, opposite electrical charges in the nucleus and the envelope. Thus the atoms of chemical elements are united in composition and in structure. Their diversity is not that of a conglomeration of accidentally coexisting objects, but of a totality of internally interconnected objects, a totality expressed, in particular, in the periodic system, the general periodic law discovered by Mendeleev. Having created an antithesis between the terrestrial world and the celestial world, the theologians maintained that everything on earth was transient and would sooner or later come to an end, whereas in heaven everything was intransient and everlasting. But where is the eternity and immutability of the bodies of the celestial world? Science has proved that the system of celestial bodies known as the solar system was by no means always as it is now, but has its own history. Nor do the stars remain changeless. Whole stellar systems emerge and die. Perpetual motion and change is inherent in everything that exists, and there is no special world that does not obey this general law. Where certain forms of matter disappear, new forms that are beginning their own history are bound to arise. Not even the smallest particle of matter appears out of nothing or disappears without a trace. Matter is only transformed from one state to another and never loses its own basic qualities. If, for example, a material object with a certain mass disappears, there must appear one or several other material objects with an aggregate mass equal to the mass of the body that disappeared. In all processes of the transmutation of atoms, the total electrical charge remains unchanged. This and other similar laws of nature demonstrate the eternity of matter. The indestructibility and uncreatability of matter and its motion are expressed in the law of the conservation and conversion of energy, which plays a vital role in confirming the proposition that the world is a material unity. Thanks to this law, Engels pointed out, the last vestige of an extramundane creator is obliterated. Nothing can impart motion to a material body, even the smallest, except the actual influence of some other material body, which imparts wholly or partially its own motion. Thanks to this law, all processes form a single chain in which there is nothing, and can be nothing, that has not been engendered by matter. Nowhere in any phenomena of nature or society are there or can there be any actions that proceed from some mysterious non-material world and testify to its existence. Everything has its own natural causes that are to be found in certain material bodies, their actions and underscore properties. Science explains the material world in its own terms without resorting to guesswork about transcendental or supernatural essences. There was a time when people knew nothing about the essential processes of life. The peculiarities of living organisms that differ so sharply from inanimate nature gave certain thinkers reason to maintain that the basis of life was a non-material life force that guided all processes in living organisms. For instance, the conversion of non-organic matter into organic matter that occurs in animals and plants was declared by the idealists to be the result of the activity of this life force. But science has proved that the essence of life is the material process of metabolism functioning in its own specific way and obeying the laws of the conservation of mass and energy that operate in the rest of nature. There was a time when no one knew how man had come into being. This gave rise to the notion that certain non-material forces had by some miracle created man. But as time went on, this problem, too, was scientifically solved in a way that ruled out the religious ideas of non-material forces and a mysterious supernatural world. The foundation was laid by Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, and the solution to the problem was crowned by Marxism, which demonstrated the part played by labor in raising man from the animal world. The phenomena of consciousness differ sharply from all material phenomena. Idealists use this distinction to declare the material unity of the world a fiction. But, as we shall see in the next chapter, consciousness, while not actually material, is a property of matter organized in a special way, its product, and cannot exist without matter. The phenomena 7*400 of consciousness do not form any special world outside the material world, or above and independent of that world. Thus they do not destroy the unity of the material world. They only demonstrate how diverse and complex this unity is, including as it does the diversity of forms of moving matter, and the infinite multiplicity of its various qualities and properties. The life of human society, its history, the actions of men and the social process are often proclaimed to be the result of the preordination of the divine will or of the operation of certain ideas that stand above material reality and prevail over it. Historical materialism has proved the fallacy of such views by revealing the objective laws, the material causes of the development of society. Establishing the universality of the connection between all qualitatively different forms of matter and their corresponding forms of motion is decisive in proving case for the unity of the world. This connection of the different forms of matter and also the different forms of its motion existed, exists, and will continue to exist everywhere and forever. There has never existed anywhere in the world, nor will there ever exist anything that is not moving matter or that has not been engendered by moving matter. Herein lies its unity. The world is material. It is unitary, eternal and infinite. Man himself, who is its highest creation on earth, is part of the great whole that we call nature. Chapter IU. Consciousness as a property of highly organized matter. Man possesses the wonderful gift of consciousness, of mind, with its ability to reach back into the distant past, or probe the future, its world of dream and fantasy, its ability to penetrate into the realm of the unknown. What is consciousness? What are its origins and peculiar features? This is one of the most difficult scientific problems. One, consciousness as a function of the human brain. Man began to ponder the riddle of his consciousness a very long time ago. For many centuries the best minds of mankind have tried to discover the nature of consciousness, have wrestled with the questions of how inanimate matter at some stage in its development engenders animate matter, and how animate matter engenders consciousness. What is the structure and function of consciousness? What is the mechanism of the transition from sensation and perception to thought? How does the consciousness relate to the material physiological processes that occur in the cortex? These and many other closely related problems, because of their complexity, remained for a long time beyond the bounds of strictly objective scientific research. This was one of the reasons why various idealist and religious conceptions were widely accepted as interpretations of the phenomena of consciousness. According to religious idealist conceptions, consciousness is a manifestation of a certain non-material substance, the soul, which is allegedly immortal and eternal, independent. 402. Of matter in general and of the human brain in particular, and lives a life of its own. The idea of the soul as a non-material, life-creating, and cognizing principle arose in ancient times. Unable to explain the natural causes of dreams, of fainting, of death and of various cognitive, emotional, and volitional processes, the ancients arrived at false conclusions about these phenomena. Dreams, for instance, were interpreted as the impressions of the soul leaving the body during sleep and traveling to various places. Death was conceived as a form of sleep, when the soul for some unknown reason failed to return to the body that it had quitted. These naive fantastic beliefs were further developed and acquired a theoretical substantiation and consolidation in various idealist philosophical systems. Any idealist system was bound in one way or another to proclaim consciousness an independent supernatural essence, not only independent of matter but even creating the whole world and controlling its motion and development. In contrast to these various idealist beliefs, materialism proceeded, and still proceeds, from the fact that consciousness was a function of the human brain, the essence of which lies in the reflection of reality. At the same time, the problem of consciousness has turned out to be extremely difficult for materialist philosophers and psychologists as well. Some materialists, baffled by the problem of the origin of consciousness, came to regard it as an attribute of matter, as its eternal property, inherent in all its forms, higher and lower. They declared all matter animate. This belief has been called hylozoism. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that consciousness is a property not of any matter but of highly organized matter. Consciousness is connected with the activity of the human brain. As the founders of Marxism emphasized, consciousness can never be anything but consciously apprehended existence, and people's existence is the real process of their life. The dialectical materialist concept of consciousness is based on the principle of reflection, that is, the mental reproduction of the object in the brain of the individual in the form of sensations, perceptions, representations, and concepts. The content of consciousness is ultimately determined by surrounding reality, and its material substratum, or vehicle, is the human brain. It is quite obvious then that without the brain, without the mechanisms providing the paths that connect it with the world, there can be no spiritual life. In the course of evolution, animals acquired the ability to mentally reflect external influences only when they developed a nervous system. The improvement of the mentality of animals under the influence of their changing way of life was closely connected with the development of their brain. Man's consciousness arose and is developing in close connection with the rise and development of the specifically human brain, which is the organ of consciousness understood as the highest form of the mental reflection of reality. The human brain is an extremely sensitive nervous apparatus consisting of a vast number of nerve cells. The possible total has been estimated at 15,000 million. Each of these cells is in contact with the others, and all of them together with the nerve endings of the sense organs form a highly intricate network with countless connections. The human brain has an extremely complex hierarchical structure. The simplest forms of analysis and synthesis of external influences and regulation of behavior are performed by the lower sections of the central nervous system, the spinal cord, the medulla oblongata, the middle brain and the diencephalon, while the more complex forms are controlled by the higher sections, above all, by the cerebral hemispheres. Irritations evoked by the action of external agents on the sense organs travel along the nerve fibers to various parts of the cortex of the cerebral hemispheres. The subcortical apparatus of the brain is the organ of extremely complex forms of activity transmitted by heredity, i.e., inborn or instinctive activity. This part of the brain performs an independent function in the lower vertebrates and tends to lose its independence in the higher vertebrates, the mammals, and particularly in man. The interaction between the organism and the environment, and also between various parts of the organism and between its organs, is effected with the aid of reflexes, that 104 is, reactions of the organism evoked by irritation of the sense organs and performed with the participation of the central nervous system. Reflexes are classified in two basic groups: unconditioned and conditioned. Unconditioned reflexes are inborn, inherited reactions of the organism to the influence of the external environment. Conditioned reflexes are reactions of the organism acquired in the process of life activity. Their character depends on the individual experience of the animal or human being. The theory of the reflex activity of the brain was developed by many scientists in various countries, a notable contribution being made by the Russian scientists Sechenov, Pavlov, Vidinsky, Ukhtomsky, and Orbeli. They adopted strictly materialist positions and proceeded from the idea that there is an indissoluble unity between the physiological and the psychical. Research on the physiological mechanisms of consciousness and mental activity in general has benefited from the ideas advanced by the Soviet scientists Anokhin and Bernstein on the construction of goals of action in the process of mental activity. The brain is an exceptionally complex functional system. To understand its functioning correctly, we must combine the data obtained from study of separate nerve cells with research into the external behavior of the individual. No feeling, sensation, or impulse can occur outside the physiological processes in the brain. The idea that the human brain is the organ of thought arose in earliest times and is today generally accepted in science. Even in modern times, however, some idealist philosophers have contested the proposition that consciousness is a function of the brain. Consciousness arises only thanks to external influence reaching the brain through the sense organs. The sense organs are the apparatuses that reflect and inform the organism of changes in the external environment or within the organism itself. They may therefore be divided into external and internal organs. The external sense organs are the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and skin sensitivity. UHE signals that reach the brain from the sense organs carry 405. Information about the quality of things, their connections, and relationships. The sense organs and their corresponding nerve formations taken together were called by Pavlov analyzers. The analysis of the influence of the environment begins in the peripheral part of the analyzer, the receptor, where some particular type of energy is singled out from all the multiplicity of types of energy influencing the organism. The highest and most subtle analysis is achieved only with the help of the cortex. Excitation of the sense organs only produces sensation, becomes a fact of consciousness, when it reaches the brain. The cortical physiological processes are the necessary material mechanisms of reflective mental activity, of the phenomena of consciousness. To consciousness as the highest form of psychical reflection of the objective world. Examination of the connection between consciousness and the physiological processes occurring in the brain reveals by no means all the specific features of consciousness. The physiological mechanisms of psychical phenomena are not identical to the content of the mentality, the psyche, which is the reflection of reality in the form of subjective, ideal images. Dialectical materialism is opposed to the primitive interpretation of the essence of consciousness by the advocates of vulgar materialism, which reduces the consciousness to its material substratum, the physiological nerve processes occurring in the brain. Every natural scientist is bound to reach the conclusion, wrote Karl Voigt, that all the abilities that are called psychical activity are in fact only motions of the cortical substance, or, to express it somewhat more bluntly, that thought is in almost the same relationship to the cortex as bile is to the liver. For this is the sense in which Voigt sees consciousness as something material. It is a great mistake to identify consciousness with matter. Criticizing the vulgar materialistic mistakes of Joseph Dietzgen, who assumed that the spirit is no more different from a table, from light, from sound, than these things are different from one another, Lenin wrote, "This is obviously false. That both thought and matter are real, i.e., exist, is true. But to say that thought is material is to make a false step, a step towards confusing materialism and idealism. No less fallacious is the dualistic concept of psychophysical parallelism, according to which psychical and material processes are absolutely heterogeneous essences, between which there is a great gap. Some advocates of this concept have assumed that the correspondence which we observe between physiological and psychical processes is ordained by God. Consciousness is not a special essence divorced from matter. However, the image of the object created in the human brain cannot be reduced to the material object itself, which exists outside the subject, the knower, or to the physiological processes that occur in the brain and generate this image. Thought, consciousness are real things. But this is not an objective reality, it is something subjective, ideal. Consciousness is the subjective image of the objective world. When we speak of the subjectivity of an image, we have in mind the fact that it is not a distorted reflection of reality, but something ideal, that is, as Karl Marx noted, something material that has been transformed and reprocessed in the brain of the individual. A thing in the human consciousness is an image, and the real thing is its prototype. The fundamental distinction between the materialist and the adherent of idealist philosophy, Lenin wrote, consists in the fact that the materialist regards sensation, perception, idea, and the mind of man generally, as an image of objective reality. The world is the movement of this objective reality reflected by our consciousness. To the movement of ideas, perceptions, etc., there corresponds the movement of matter outside me. 2. The emergence, functioning and development of consciousness is intimately linked with man's acquisition of knowledge of certain objects or phenomena. The way in which consciousness is, wrote Marx, and in which something is for it, is knowing. Something therefore comes to be for consciousness insofar as the latter knows this something. Consciousness would be impossible if man did not have a cognitive attitude to the objective world. At the same time, when we speak of consciousness, we are mainly interested in it as spiritual activity, as an ideal phenomenon that differs qualitatively from the material. Cognition is the activity of the consciousness directed towards reflection of the surrounding world. Not all of man's mental activity is conscious. The concept of the psyche, the mental, is much wider than the concept of consciousness. Animals have mentality but no consciousness. A child's mental life begins as soon as it is born, before it has yet acquired consciousness. When a person falls asleep and sees fanciful scenes, these are psychical phenomena, but they are not consciousness. And even in a waking state, not all of a person's mental processes are illuminated by the light of consciousness. While a man is walking down a street and thinking about something, he sees, almost or quite unconsciously, a whole kaleidoscope of phenomena and somehow finds his way in the stream of people and traffic, acting almost automatically. Consequently, life demands of a person not only conscious forms of behavior, but also unconscious ones that relieve him of the need to alert his consciousness when this is not necessary. Unconscious forms of behavior are based on the hidden recording of information concerning the properties and relationships of things. The range of the unconscious is fairly wide, embracing sensations, perceptions and representations when they proceed outside the focus of consciousness, and also instincts, skills, intuition, and orientation. The problem of the unconscious has always been the subject of acute controversy between materialism and idealism. One of the most widespread bourgeois theories of the unconscious is the doctrine of the Austrian psychiatrist Sigmund Freud. Freud investigated many aspects of the unconscious, revealed its place and role in mental illness, and evolved methods of influencing the unconscious for the purpose of removing certain of its disorders. But Freud incorrectly maintained that consciousness is determined by the unconscious, which he regarded as a highly charged complex of instinctive urges. According to Freud, the structure of the personality, its behavior, character, and also all human culture are determined ultimately by people's inborn emotions, by their instincts and drives, whose inner core is the sexual instinct. Marxism rejects these irrationalist notions of man's mental life which exaggerate the role of biological factors. Marxism asserts that the guiding principle in human behavior is reason, consciousness. Unlike the animals, the normal human being is governed by conscious mental activity. Consciousness is an integrated system of diverse but closely connected cognitive and emotional volitional elements. The initial sensory image, The most elementary fact of consciousness is sensation, by means of which the subject comes into direct contact with objective reality. Sensation is the reflection of individual properties of objects during their immediate action on the sense organs. Singling out the reflection of quality as the main factor in sensation. Lenin wrote that the very first and most familiar to us is sensation, and in it there is inevitably also quality. Point 1. A person's sensations provide a relatively accurate reflection of the real world. As the means of direct connection between consciousness and the world, they are ultimately the source of all our knowledge of objects and phenomena. Lenin characterized sensations as the conversion of the energy of external irritation into a fact of consciousness. The loss of the ability to feel must inevitably entail the loss of consciousness. Whereas sensations reflect only the separate qualities of things, the thing as a whole, in the unity of its various sensorily reproduced properties, is reflected. In perception, a person's perception usually includes apprehension of objects, their properties, and relationships. For this reason, the character of perception depends on the level of knowledge that a person possesses and on his interests. The process of sensory reflection is not confined to sensation and perception. A higher form of sensory reflection is representation. This is imaginal knowledge of objects that we have perceived in the past but that are not acting on our senses at the given moment. Representations, or images, arise as a result of the perception of external influences and their subsequent retention in the memory. The images with which man's consciousness operates are not restricted to the reproduction of what is sensorily perceived. A person may creatively combine and with relative freedom create new images in his consciousness. The highest form of representation is productive, creative imagination. Owing to its relative freedom from the immediate influence of the object and its generalization of the total evidence of the senses into a single conceivable image, representation is an important stage in the process of reflection, which moves from sensation to theoretical thinking. Dialectical materialism acknowledges the qualitative difference between representation and thought but does not divorce them from each other. Characterizing the dialectics of the interrelationship between representation and thought, Lenin wrote, "Is sensuous representation closer to reality than thought? Both yes and no. Sensuous representation cannot apprehend movement as a whole. It cannot, for example, apprehend movement at a speed of 300,000 km per second, but thought does and must apprehend it. Theoretical thinking, which takes the form of concepts, judgments, and inferences, is the reflection of the essential, law-governed relationships of things. Aspects of the world that are inaccessible to sense perception are open to thought. On the basis of the visible, tangible, audible, and so on, we are able, thanks to our ability to think, to penetrate into the invisible, intangible, and inaudible. Thinking gives us knowledge of deeply hidden qualities, connections, and relationships. By means of thought we make the dialectical transition from the external to the internal, from phenomena to the essence of things, processes, and so on. While it is the highest form of reflective activity, thinking is also present at the sensory stage. As soon as a person senses or perceives something, he begins to think, to apprehend the results of sensory perceptions. Consciousness is not only the process of cognition and its result knowledge, it is also the emotional experience of what is cognized, a certain evaluation of things, qualities, and their relationships. Feeling is also connected with consciousness. Without the emotional experiences that help to mobilize or inhibit our energies, it is impossible to have any attitude to the world. There has never been, nor can there be, any human search for truth without human emotions. The mainspring of people's behavior and consciousness is man's dependence on the external world, the individual's subjective demands on the objective world, his need for such objects and conditions as are essential to his normal life activity, his self-assertion and development. Lenin noted that consciousness implies reflection in the form of image and in the form of desire. As a reflection of reality, an image does not exist outside the concrete historical individual with all his specific features, his unique inner world that reflects the unique features of his path in life, the peculiarities of his education, and so on. Yet another important aspect of consciousness is self-consciousness. Life demands of a person that he should know not only the external world but also himself. In reflecting objective reality, man becomes aware not only of this process but also of himself as a feeling and thinking being, aware of his ideals, interests, and moral makeup. He singles himself out from the surrounding world and is aware of his attitude to that world, of what he feels, thinks, and does. A person's becoming aware of himself as an individual is, in fact, self-consciousness. Self-consciousness forms under the influence of social life, which demands of a person control over his behavior and responsibility for his actions. Consciousness exists not only within the individual. It is objectivist and enjoys a superpersonal existence in the discoveries of science, in the creations of art, in legal and moral standards, and so on. All these manifestations of the social consciousness are a necessary condition for the formation of the personal, individual consciousness. The consciousness of each individual person absorbs knowledge, beliefs, faiths, and evaluations of the social environment in which he lives. Man is a social being. Historically formed rules of thinking, standards of law and morality, aesthetic tastes, and so on mold a person's behavior and thinking, make him a representative of a certain way of life, level of culture and psychology. If man is social by nature, he will develop his true nature only in society, and the power of his nature must be measured not by the power of separate individuals but the power of society, for mental abilities and qualities are formed in the process of a person's life in society and are determined by specific social conditions. Even a person's consciousness of himself as such is always conditioned by his attitudes to other people. A person becomes a conscious being, rises to the level of personality, to the heights of contemporary thought only in the course of social development. A basic principle of the dialectical materialist interpretation of consciousness is acknowledgement of the inseparable connection between consciousness and activity, practice. Consciousness and the objective world are opposites that form a unity. The basis of this unity is practice, people's sensuously objective activities, which are expressed in labor, the class struggle, scientific experiment, and so on. It is these activities that make it necessary to reflect reality in human consciousness. The need for consciousness that gives a true reflection of the world lies, consequently, in the conditions and needs of social life itself. Although consciousness is a function of the brain, it is not the brain in itself that is aware of reality but the person, acting as the subject of transforming activity, as the maker of history. Consequently, the essence of human consciousness cannot be revealed by proceeding only from the anatomical, physiological properties of the brain. The emergence, functioning and development of consciousness is possible only in society, on the basis of people's practical activity. In influencing us, the objective world is reflected in the consciousness and becomes ideal. In its turn, consciousness, the ideal, is transformed by means of practical activity into reality, into the real. The thought of the ideal passing into the real is profound, very important for history. But also in the personal life of man it is clear that this contains much truth. Consciousness is characterized by an active creative attitude to the external world, to oneself, to human activity. The activeness of consciousness can be seen in the fact that a person reflects the external world purposefully, selectively. He reproduces in his head objects and phenomena through the prism of the knowledge he has already acquired, his representations and concepts. Reality is recreated in human consciousness not in the dead form of a mirror-like reflection, but in a creatively transformed state. Consciousness is capable of creating images that anticipate reality. Man's brain is built in such a way as not only to receive, preserve, and produce information, but also to draw up a plan of action and put it into effect through active creative direction. Human action is always designed to achieve an ultimate result, that is, a definite aim. Any significant action on the part of the individual represents the solution to some vitally important problem, the realization of some intention. The succeeding stages of the process of action and activity as a whole are more or less clearly coordinated inasmuch as the whole process is predetermined by its goal, its plan. Speaking of the distinction between human labor activity and the behavior of the animals, Marx stressed that man not only changes the form of what is given in nature, in what is given by nature he also realizes his own conscious goal, which as a law determines the means and character of his actions and to which he must subordinate his will. The aim which a person strives to achieve is that which must be created, that which does not yet exist in reality. It is the ideal model of the desired future. A human action has as its precondition two closely connected processes. One of them is the setting of the goal, that is, the envisaging, the anticipation of the future that proceeds from cognition of the corresponding connections and relationships of things, and the other is the programming, the planning of action that must lead to realization of the goal. The setting of goals, that is, the foreseeing of the purpose for which a person carries out certain actions, is an essential condition of any conscious act. However, as Hegel observed, the essence cf the matter is not accounted for only by the aim, but by its realization. The realization of the aim presupposes the application of means, that is, of what is created and exists for the sake of the aim. Unless it is united with the means of its achievement, the aim remains only a well-meaning urge, a fruitless desire. With the aid of reason man is forever searching and inventing, creating more and more powerful and cunning means and putting them into effect to achieve his numerous aims. Technical inventions enable him to induce interaction between the objects and the forces of nature that turns them into the means for realizing his aims. Man creates things which nature did not produce before him. The design, scale, form, and properties of the things that man has transformed and created are dictated by human needs and goals, they embody human ideas and plans. The fundamental vital meaning and historical necessity of the emergence and development of consciousness lies precisely in the creative and regulative activity designed to transform the world and make it serve the interests of man and society. Man is interested not in knowledge for its own sake, not in passive adaptation to reality, but in transforming the world by practical activity for which knowledge is an essential means. This certainly does not imply that the human mind creates out of itself. The mind borrows all that it needs for its creative activity out of what exists, out of surrounding nature. This active, creative, transforming role of the scientific, progressive consciousness, when it directs the activity of millions of people, was referred to by Lenin when he said, "Man's consciousness not only reflects the objective world, but creates it." The world does not satisfy man and man decides to change it by his activity. Plus 3. Evolution of forms of reflection. The ability of the human brain to reflect reality is a result of the prolonged development of highly organized matter. Some philosophical and psychological conceptions erroneously assert that the problem of the emergence of consciousness from its biological preconditions is removed by the fact that only man is recognized as possessing mental faculties. This idea goes back to Descartes, who assumed that animals are merely complex machines. Exactly the opposite position is held by those who believe that not only animals but all nature is animate. Between these two extreme conceptions there is an intermediate position of biopsychism, according to which intelligence, mental activity, is a property only of living matter. Dialectical materialism rejects both the idea of the universal animism and the idea that intelligence is inherent only in man. Nor does it share the position of biopsychism. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that the mental reflection of the external world is a property of matter that appears at a high level of development of living beings when a nervous system is formed. When considering the sources of consciousness, Lenin advanced the idea that in its clearly formed sensation is inherent only in the higher forms of matter, whereas the very edifice of matter is founded upon an ability resembling sensation, the quality of reflection. Reflection as a general property of matter is conditioned by the fact that objects and phenomena are in universal interconnection and interaction. In acting upon one another they produce certain changes. These changes take the form of traces, which register the peculiarities of the acting object or phenomenon. For example, Certain fossils clearly preserve the imprint of ancient fish and plants. The forms of reflection depend on the specific nature and level of structural organization of the interacting bodies. The content of reflection, on the other hand, is expressed in what changes take place in the reflecting object and what aspects of the acting object or phenomenon they reproduce. The correlation between the results of reflection and the reflected object may be expressed in the form of isomorphism and homeomorphism. Isomorphism means a similarity between certain objects, the kind of resemblance in their form and structure that we find, for example, in a photograph. An isomorphous reflection is a close reproduction of the original. Homeomorphism is only an approximate reflection, for example, the reflection of a locality on a map. Reflection is inherent in matter at all stages of its organization, but the highest forms of reflection are connected with living matter, with life. What is life? Life is a specific, complex form of the motion of matter. Its important attributes are irritability, growth, and procreation. These are based on the exchange of substances, on metabolism. Metabolism is the essence of life. It involves a certain material substratum. Life is primarily a process of interaction between the organism and the environment. On our planet it takes the form of countless different organisms, from the simplest to the most complex, such as man. In the process of evolution, the increasing complexity of the structures and patterns of behavior of organisms is accompanied by a similar sophistication of the forms of reflection. Reflection and the forms which it assumes in various organisms directly depend on the character and level of their behavior, their activity. As their activity becomes more complex, living organisms acquire sense organs and develop a nervous system. At the same time, their very activity depends on the regulative influence of reflection. The initial, elementary form of reflection inherent in all living organisms is irritability. This is expressed in the selective reaction of living bodies to external influences. At a higher level of evolution of G*416, living organisms' irritability passes into a qualitatively new property, sensitivity, that is, the ability to reflect the individual proportions of things in the form of sensations. Reflection achieves a higher level in vertebrates, which acquire the ability to analyze complexes of simultaneously acting irritants and to reflect them in the form of perception and integrated picture of the situation. Sensations and perceptions, as was said earlier, are images of things. This implies the appearance of elementary forms of intelligence as a function of the nervous system and a peculiar form of reflection of reality. Usually a distinction is made between two closely connected types of behavior in animals: instinctive, inborn behavior, which can be inherited, and individually acquired behavior. Animals possess the ability to reflect the biologically significant properties of objects of the environment. The perfecting of this ability leads to the formation of various complex forms of behavior. In the higher animals, such as the apes, they are expressed in the ability to discover circuitous routes to a goal, in the use of various objects as tools, and so on. In short, what we call in everyday terms animal intelligence. The high level of development of mental activity in animals shows that man's consciousness has its biological preconditions and that there is no unbridgeable gap between man and his animal ancestors. In fact, there is a certain continuity. This does not mean, however, that their mental activity is of precisely the same quality. Animals do not possess the ability of conceptual thought based on language. They are incapable of deliberately combining their representations, of productive imagination. They cannot be aware of their attitude to the environment. For consciousness and speech. Their origins and interconnection. Consciousness and speech originated with the transition of our ape-like ancestors from the appropriation of ready-made objects with the help of their natural organs, to labor. 417. To the making of artificial tools, to human forms of life activity and the social relationships that grow up on its basis. The transition to consciousness and speech represents a great qualitative leap in the development of the psyche, of mental activity. The animal's mental activity helps them to orientate themselves in a changing environment and adapt themselves to it, but they cannot deliberately and systematically transform the world that surrounds them. Labor, understood as a goal-oriented activity, is the basic condition of all human life and the formation of consciousness. Labor, Engels says, is the primary basic condition for all human existence, and this to such an extent that, in a sense, we have to say, labor created man himself. The initial form of labor is the process of making tools out of wood, stone, bone, and so on, and producing the means of existence with their help. Some animals also have the ability to use various objects as tools. For example, apes sometimes pick up a stone to break nuts with, or they may use a stick to catch a bait, and so on. But not a single ape has ever made himself even the most primitive tool. About 1 million years ago our ape-like ancestors lived in the trees. Changing conditions brought them down from the trees onto the ground. In this new situation they had to make systematic use of sticks, stones, and the bones of large animals as means of defense from beasts of prey, and also for the purpose of attacking other animals. The need for the systematic use of tools compelled them gradually to pass on to the processing of materials that they found in nature, to the production of the tools themselves. All this led to a substantial change in the functions of the forelimbs, which adapted themselves to more and more new operations and became the natural instruments of labor. As it developed in the process of labor activity, the hand brought improvements to the whole organism including the brain. Consciousness could arise only as a function of a sophisticated brain, formed under the influence of labor and speech. First labor, after it, and then with it, articulate speech. These were the two most essential stimuli under the influence of which the brain of the ape gradually changed into that of man. Labor activity and the development of the brain also improved man's sense organs. His sense of touch became more and more accurate and subtle, his hearing acquired the ability to distinguish the finest shades and similarities of sounds in human speech, his vision grew ever more perceptive. The eagle, wrote Engels, sees much further than man, but the human eye sees considerably more in things than does the eye of the eagle. The logic of practical action was registered in the brain and there turned into the logic of thought, giving rise to the ability to set goals. At first man's awareness of his actions and surroundings was limited to sensuous images, their combination, and primitive generalization. Consciousness was at first only an awareness of the immediately perceived environment, the immediate connections with other people. As the forms of labor and social relationships became more complex, however, man acquired the ability to think in the form of concepts, judgments, and inferences that reflected the ever more profound and diversified connections between the objects and phenomena of reality. The origin of consciousness is directly connected with the birth of language, of articulate speech, which expresses people's images and thoughts in material form. Like consciousness, speech could take shape only in the process of labor, which demanded the coordinated actions of several people working together, and which they could not perform without close contacts and constant intercommunication. Speech was preceded by a long period of the development of the sound and motor reactions in animals. But animals have no need for speech communication. The little that even the most highly developed animals need to communicate to one another can be communicated even without articulate speech. The sounds and gestures made by animals, while expressing a certain emotional state in response to a certain irritant, do not usually denote the object as such or the kind of phenomenon that evokes them. Human speech is quite a different matter, it denotes objects, their properties and relationships, and thus serves as the most important means of human intercourse and as the instrument of thought. In perceiving an object, imagining it or thinking about it, a person calls that object by a certain name, the meaning of which is of a generalist nature and is known to the members of a given society. This is essential for mutual understanding and also for man's apprehension of reality and of himself. The activity of speech is performed with the aid of language, that is, a definite system of means of communication. There are various forms of speech, oral, written and internal. The basic units of speech are words and sentences. Words are a unity of meaning and sound. The material aspect of the word denotes an object and is a sign. The meaning of the word, on the other hand, reflects the object and is a sensuous or mental's image. The sentence is the material form, the vehicle of a complete thought or judgment. It is language that helps us to make the transition from living contemplation, from sense perception to generalist, abstract thinking. Every word already universalizes, degree 4 by objectivizing our thoughts and feelings in speech, presenting them to ourselves, as it were, we are able to analyze them as an object outside ourselves. Philosophers have for long been deeply interested in the problem of consciousness and speech, which has evoked much controversy. Some thinkers treated speech and thought as exactly the same thing, maintaining that reason is language. Others, such as the German philosopher Friedrich Benecke, divorced consciousness from speech and believed that thinking could be performed without language, that language was the product of thought. Marxism treats consciousness as being in close connection with language and speech. Revealing the correlation between language, consciousness, and reality, Marx and Engels observed that, neither thoughts nor language in themselves form a realm of their own, they are only manifestations of actual life, and again, language is the immediate actuality of thought. Just as language does not exist without thought, so thoughts and ideas cannot exist apart from language. The separation of thought from language, on the one hand, inevitably makes a mystery of consciousness by depriving it of the material means of its formation and realization and, on the other, leads to the interpretation of language, of speech as a self-contained essence, divorced from the life of society and the development of culture. Consciousness and speech form a unity, but it is an internally contradictory unity of diverse phenomena. Consciousness reflects reality while language denotes it and expresses thoughts. When clothed in the forms of speech, thoughts and ideas do not lose their unique qualities. As we have seen, consciousness arose historically at the same time as speech and on its material basis. In every individual, consciousness takes shape in inseparable unity with speech activity. Speech is a powerful means of developing human consciousness. In speech, our representations, thoughts, and feelings are clothed in a material, sensually perceptible form and thus pass from our own personal possession into the possession of other people, of society. This makes speech an effective instrument with which some people can influence others, with which society can influence the individual. Whereas in animals the experience of the species is passed on by the mechanism of heredity, which makes their progress extremely slow, in people experience and the various methods of influencing the environment are largely passed on through the instruments of labor and through speech. In addition to the biological factor heredity, man has evolved a more powerful and also direct means of passing on experience, the social means, thus tremendously accelerating the rate of progress of both material and intellectual culture. It is thanks to speech that consciousness takes shape and develops as a social phenomenon, as the intellectual product of social life. As a means of human intercourse, of the exchange of experience, knowledge, feelings, and ideas, speech links not only the members of a given social group or generation, but also different generations. Hence the continuity of historical epochs. Idealist philosophers maintain that consciousness develops out of its own internal sources and can only be understood in its own terms. Dialectical materialism, on the other hand, proceeds from the fact that consciousness cannot be regarded in isolation from the other phenomena of social life. Consciousness is not isolated, it develops and changes in the process of the historical development of society. Although consciousness has its origins in the biological forms of mental activity, it is not a product of nature, but a socio-historical phenomenon. It is not the brain as such that determines what sensations, thoughts, and feelings a person may have. The brain itself, as it emerges from nature's hands, cannot think in a human way. Society teaches it to do so. The brain becomes an organ of consciousness only when a person is drawn into the maelstrom of social life, when he acts in conditions that feed his brain with the juices of a historically evolved and developing culture, compel him to function in a direction set by the demands of social life, and orient him towards posing and solving problems necessary to man and society. 5. The modeling of thought. A substantial contribution to our knowledge of the nature of reflection and consciousness has been made by cybernetics, the science of intricate self-regulating dynamic systems. Such systems include living organisms, organs, cells, biological communities, society, and certain technical devices, all 422 of which have the ability to receive information, to process and memorize it, to act on the feedback principle and to regulate themselves on this basis. What is information? What relation does it bear to reflection? There is no consensus on this question. Some scientists are inclined to treat information and reflection as the same thing, while others assume that these concepts are closely related but not identical. In the process of reflection there is bound to be some transmission of information, that is to say, a transmission from one object to another of a certain pattern, on the basis of which one may assess certain attributes, or properties of the reflected object. Specific information processes occur at every level of the organization of matter. Exchange of information takes place even in inanimate nature, but there it is never deciphered. The ability not only to receive but also to make active use of information is a fundamental property of living matter. The adaptive functions in animals, their behavior, and the control that goes with it, would be unthinkable without information. In cybernetics, control is the programmed regulation of the actions of one system by another. Thus the brain is a controlling system, while the organs of movement form a controlled system. Information is passed on by means of certain signals, that is, any material processes. A signal can convey information because it possesses a certain structure. Information is the content of the signal. Information signaling is the principle on which all computers are based. The appearance of the computer with its ability to process vast quantities of information for man has highlighted the problem of whether it is possible to model thought with the help of machines, the problem of the similarities and differences between the processes occurring in modeling machines and in the human brain. Today machines are used for modeling various functions of human mental activity. For instance, there are machines that can identify visual images. Admittedly, they can identify only the limited class of objects that has been fed into them in the processes of their teaching or self. 493. Teaching. The fundamental difference between human perception and the identifying function of the machine is that in the first case the result is a subjective image of the object, and in the second it is a code of various features of an object that the machine needs for performing certain tasks. The most practical results so far achieved have been in the modeling of memory. Machines have been built that can memorize information at very high speeds, store it in their memory for any length of time and faultlessly reproduce it. The memory of such machines is capacious, but machine memory differs from human memory. In the human brain the memory is organized on the basis of a conceptual system of reference that enables it to select the information it needs without going through every item in succession. The conceptual organization of knowledge and not the speed of the physiological processes involved is what gives the human memory its rapidity of recall. A person memorizes information not by storing it mechanically but by a comprehended, goal-oriented process. The modeling of actual thought activity is no less impressive in its results than the modeling of perception and memory. At present there are machines that can perform such intellectual operations as proving geometrical theorems, translation from one language to another, or playing chess. Machines can solve geometrical theorems if the necessary axioms and assumptions have been fed into their memory in the form of a program. But they are able to perform this task only thanks to their speed of operation. Only by going through all the possibilities, all the variants, can a machine at last arrive at the correct one. In solving a problem according to certain set rules, a machine does not penetrate into the essence of the problem itself. It merely carries out instructions to the letter and ignores the consequences. A person, on the other hand, usually thinks about the results, the consequences, of his actions both for himself and for other people. In doing so he is guided by various impulses of a social nature that are not present in machines. Machines lack the ability to create, because the posing of the problem and the interpretation of the solution are inseparable from creative activity. Cybernetic machines are extremely effective for modeling the characteristically human ability of formal logical thought. But human consciousness is by no means confined to such thought. It has a dialectical flexibility and accuracy in solving problems that is not conditioned by any rigid system of formal rules. We must remember that man's ability to think is shaped by his assimilation of a historically accumulated culture, by his education and training, and by his performance of certain activities with the aid of means and devices created by society. The richness of a man's inner world depends on the richness and diversity of his social connections. Therefore, if we wish to model the whole human consciousness, its structure, and all its functions, it would not be enough merely to reproduce the structure of the brain. We should have to produce the logic of the whole history of human thought, and consequently repeat the whole historical path of human development and provide it with all its needs, including political, moral and aesthetic needs. Man has evolved as a conscious being in the course of social development, and so the problem of man and his consciousness is not so much a problem of natural science, a problem of cybernetics, as a philosophical and sociological problem. Thus, examination of the question of consciousness, its specific features and origins, its connection with the brain and speech, confirms the correctness of the Marxist-Leninist proposition that consciousness is essentially reflective in its socio-historical character. Chapter U. The Universal Dialectical Laws of Development. In Marxist-Leninist philosophy, recognition of the materiality of the world is inseparable from recognition of its constant changeability. Matter is in a state of eternal and constant movement, development. Dialectics, the most complete, comprehensive, and profound theory of development, is the heart and soul of Marxism-Leninism, its theoretical foundation. The universal laws of dialectics reveal the essential features of any developing phenomenon, no matter to what field of activity it may belong. 1. Materialist dialectics as the science of universal connection and development. The modern scientific world outlook is firmly based on the principle of motion, change, and development as the universal fundamental principle of all being and knowledge. This principle has had to assert itself throughout the history of human thought in opposition to various metaphysical concepts. Philosophy played a tremendous part in asserting the concept of development and in evolving its scientific theory. Long before the specific sciences of nature and society were able to approach their subjects from the positions of development, philosophy put forward the proposition that development was the essential principle of being. Many of the Greek philosophers, for instance, regarded the whole world and every separate object in it as the result of a process of formation. Admittedly, their views, though penetrating, were naive. But the very posing of the question of development as a general law of all that exists left a deep imprint on the history of knowledge. Subsequently, basing itself on 126 specialized fields of knowledge, philosophy went on to evolve ever more profound conceptions of the essence of development. But this was a complex and far from straightforward path. For many centuries the dominant world outlook was metaphysics, understood as a doctrine of the immutable and everlasting nature of things and their properties. It was only towards the end of the 18th century that science and philosophy were once again infused with the ideas of development and change, but these ideas were now based on a profound study of nature. Materialist dialectics was born of the generalization of scientific achievements and also of mankind's historical experience, which showed that social life and human consciousness, like nature itself, are in a state of constant change and development. Accordingly, dialectics is defined in Marxist-Leninist philosophy as the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought, as the doctrine of development in its fullest, deepest, and most comprehensive form, the doctrine of the relativity of the human knowledge that provides us with a reflection of eternally developing matter. The concept of development cannot be understood without the concepts of the connection and interdependence, the interaction of phenomena. No motion would be possible without this connection and interaction between different objects, or between the various aspects and elements within each object. This is why Engels calls dialectics also the science of universal interconnection. Lenin, in his article Karl Marx, characterized the most essential features of dialectics, particularly emphasizing the interdependence and the closest and indissoluble connection between all aspects of any phenomenon, a connection that provides a uniform and universal process of motion, one that follows definite laws. Point 4. To understand any phenomenon correctly, we must examine it in its connection with other phenomena, know its origins and further development. The connection between objects may be of various kinds. Some phenomena are directly connected with each other, while in others the connection proceeds through intermediate links, but this connection is always interdependence, interaction. Every system in the world is formed through interaction between its constituent elements. In exactly the same way, all bodies acquire their properties through interaction and motion, through which these properties are manifested. Interaction is universal, comprising every possible change in the properties and states of objects and all types of connection between them. The world knows no absolutely isolated phenomena, all are conditioned by some other phenomena. Any phenomenon that is taken out of its natural connection becomes something inexplicable and irrational. Of course, in the process of gaining knowledge we may isolate an object from its general connections for a time in order to study it. But sooner or later the logic of research demands that we restore this connection, otherwise it is impossible to arrive at a true notion of what the object is. Every phenomenon and the world as a whole are a complex system of relationships, in which the connection and interaction of cause and effect play an essential part. Thanks to this connection, certain phenomena and processes engender others, certain forms of motion pass into others in the whole process of perpetual motion and development. The world emerges not as a chaotic and accidental conglomeration of objects, events, and processes, but as a natural whole governed by objective laws existing independently of human consciousness and will. The general, universal connection and interaction of phenomena and processes must find its reflection in the interconnection of human concepts. Only in this case can man know the world in its unity and motion. The scientific concept or system of concepts formed by man in the process of cognition is nothing but the reflection of the internal connection of phenomena and processes. Science has always in some way or another attempted to reveal the connections between phenomena. But science has never been so concerned with studying individual phenomena. 128. ENA as parts of a single whole as it is today. The analysis of phenomena and processes as systems, i.e., as entities, the elements and parts of which are in a definite connection and interdependence and which are themselves aspects and parts of larger systems, is a characteristic feature of modern science. The great goal of science is to understand nature and society as a law-governed process of motion and development, a process that is conditioned and guided by objective laws. But what is a law? A law is an internal intrinsic connection and interdependence between phenomena. Not every connection between phenomena and processes is a law. For a connection between phenomena to be regarded as a law, it must be essential, stable, repetitive, and intrinsically inherent in those phenomena. A connection may also be external, inessential, and due to coincidence. Such connections leave a mark on development but do not determine it. Law is an expression of necessity, that is, a connection that determines the character of development in certain conditions. Such, for example, is the connection between the economic system of society and other social phenomena. A change in the economic system must necessarily evoke law-governed changes in other aspects of social effect. Every law represents a definite stable connection between phenomena themselves or between their properties. It consequently expresses a relationship in which a change in some phenomena evokes a quite definite change in others. Law is a form of universality. Knowledge of laws allows us to conceive of the vast and varied world in its unity and wholeness. The concept of law is one of the stages of the cognition by man of unity and connection, of the reciprocal dependence and totality of the world process. With a knowledge of the laws of nature and society, people are able to act consciously, to foresee certain events, to transform the objects of nature and their properties to their advantage and purposefully change the social conditions of their life. Once the interconnection is grasped, all theoretical belief in the permanent necessity of existing conditions collapses before their collapse in practice. It is no accident therefore that the dialectical theory that nature and society develop according to certain laws is attacked by the opponents of reliable scientific knowledge and also by people who have a stake in perpetuating an obsolete social order. The idealist philosophers try to deny the objective character of laws and treat them as inventions of the human mind. The subjective idealist Karl Pearson wrote, for instance, law in the scientific sense is essentially a product of the human mind and has no meaning apart from man. It owes its existence to the creative power of its intellect. There is more meaning in the statement that man gives laws to nature than in its converse that nature gives laws to man. But if law were ascribed to reality by man himself, science would be powerless to predict future phenomena and man would have no known objective laws to guide him in making the machines that help him to master and transform the external world. Materialist dialectics does not go in for inventing connections and laws. It sets science the task of discovering them in the objective world itself. Let us consider the basic types of objective laws. They can be divided into three main groups: particular laws expressing the relationships between the specific properties of objects or between processes within the framework of one or another form of motion; general laws applying to large groups of objects and phenomena; general or universal laws. The first kind of law is manifested in specific conditions and has an extremely limited sphere of application. The laws in the second group express the connection between comparatively general properties of a large number of qualitatively different material objects, and between recurrent phenomena. Here, for example, we find the laws of the conservation of mass, energy, charge, and quantity of movement in physics, and the law of natural selection in biology. The laws in the third group express the universal dialectical relations between all existing phenomena and their properties, the tendencies of matter to change. Besides its qualitative diversity, matter has a certain internal unity which shows itself in the universal connection and interdependence of all phenomena, in the historical development and conversion of some forms of matter into others. This unity is expressed in universal laws. Dialectics, like philosophical science, is concerned with universal laws. The laws of dialectics operate everywhere, embracing all aspects of reality. They are laws of nature, society, and thought. They therefore have a universal cognitive and methodological significance, which means that dialectics is a method applicable not only to one field of knowledge, but is the universal method of man's cognitive activity. It should be borne in mind that dialectics is not a universal key that will unlock the secrets of any scientific riddle. Dialectics is important because it shows us the correct approach to reality, but this approach can be made only through concrete study of phenomena. The universal laws of development are evolved by dialectics as laws of existence and laws of knowledge. In their essence they form a unity, and without such unity there can be no true knowledge or thought. Dialectics is therefore not only a doctrine concerning the laws of the development of being, it is also a theory of knowledge, logic, that is, a doctrine concerning the forms and laws of thinking. While possessing objective content, the laws of dialectics are at the same time steps in cognition, the logical forms of the reflection of reality. Now let us consider more specifically the basic laws of dialectics. 2. The law of the transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and vice versa. Underscore. Dialectics is not just a matter of asserting that everything develops. What we have to do is understand the mechanism of this development scientifically. In the present age of 434, astonishing scientific advance and great social transformations, no one ventures to deny the principle of development. On the contrary, everyone agrees with it. But, as Lenin observed, this agreement is sometimes of a kind that makes for distortion of the truth. There exist various views on and approaches to the principle of development. From the vast array, Lenin singled out the two most essential conceptions, of which one expresses the scientific, dialectical theory, and the other the unscientific, anti-dialectical theory. This proposition of Lenin's on the two opposite conceptions of development is very important because it sets criteria by which we can identify the truly scientific, dialectical doctrine of development. Lenin writes, the two basic conceptions of development are, development as decrease and increase, as repetition, and development as a unity of opposites. In the first conception of motion, self-movement, its driving force, its source, motive, remains in the shade. In the second conception, the chief attention is directed precisely to knowledge of the source of self-movement. The first conception is lifeless, pale and dry. The second is living. The second alone furnishes the key, to leaps, to the break in continuity, to the transformation into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. The distinguishing feature of the dialectical conception of development lies in the understanding of development not as a simple quantitative change of what exists, but as a process of disappearance, destruction of the old and emergence of the new. This process is demonstrated in the law of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes and vice versa. To find out what this law is all about, we must examine a number of categories such as property, quantity, quality, and measure. All around us there are objects that are in certain connections and relationships with one another. Getting to know an object begins with the external, direct impressions we have when we see it in the process of interaction with other objects. Nothing can be known about it without such interaction. And it is this interaction that reveals the properties of things which, once known, provide the clue to the things themselves. Metal, for instance, has such properties as density, compressibility, a certain melting point, heat, and electrical conductivity, and so on. One might conclude from this that a thing is nothing more than the sum total of certain properties, so that to know a thing we merely have to establish what those properties are. But this conclusion would be premature. No matter how important the properties of a thing when it comes to describing it, the thing cannot be reduced to its properties. Some of them may change or even disappear without the thing ceasing to be what it is. For instance, a number of the properties of capitalism change in the course of its development, the old capitalism without monopolies becoming monopolistic, but this does not mean that capitalism ceases to be capitalism. Consequently, the properties of an object are a manifestation of something more essential which characterizes the object itself. This more essential something is the object's quality. Quality is what defines an object as one thing and not another. It is what accounts for the amazing diversity of the real world. Quality, Hegel says in his explanation of this category, is in general a direct determinacy identical with being. A thing is what it is thanks to its quality, and, in losing its quality, it ceases to be what it is. Quality is something bigger than the mere totality of even essential properties, because it expresses the unity, the integrity of a thing, its relative stability, its identity with itself. Quality is closely connected with the structure of an object, that is to say, with a certain form of organization of the elements and properties of which it is composed, thanks to which it is not merely the sum total of the latter but their unity and wholeness. The concept of structure tells us why the change or even the loss of certain of a thing's properties does not directly change its quality. If we continue our example of capitalism, we see that the structure of the capitalist mode of production embodies the interconnection of all the aspects, elements, and properties implied in its private property nature, in the relationship between capital and labor. This is what determines its quality, and until the structure of the connection between the means of production and the producers changes, capitalism will not cease to be what it is. It is this kind of change in bourgeois society that is ignored by its contemporary apologists, who try to identify changes in certain properties of capitalism with its fundamental qualitative change. In the very definition of quality we are at once confronted with the dialectics of the object, the thing. Whenever we define the quality of a thing, we correlate it with something else and consequently set limits to its existence. Beyond these limits it is not what it was, but something else. This means that the quality of a thing is identical with its finiteness. If we state that objects have the same quality, it means they are the same. They may, of course, possess different properties, but they are identical. Since they are identical in quality, they differ from one another only in quantity. There may be more or less of them, they may differ from one another in volume, size, and so on. In other words, the qualitative identity of objects is the precondition for understanding their other aspect, the quantitative aspect. Hegel says that quantity is sublated quality, that is, the analysis of things as qualities inevitably leads us to the category of quantity. This is quite natural because quality and quantity cannot exist separately and a thing is both one and the other at the same time. We separate them artificially only for the sake of knowledge, but, having done so, we restore the connection. The category of quantity demands abstraction from the qualitative diversity of things. According to the general law of knowledge, we must first investigate the qualitative differences between things, and then their quantitative regularities. The latter allow us to obtain a deeper knowledge of the essence of things. For example, science was for long unable to understand the cause of the qualitative difference of colors red, green, violet, and so on. The explanation was found only when it was established that difference of 134 color depends on the quantitatively different length of electromagnetic waves. In Capital, Karl Marx begins his study of capitalist society with a definition of the quality of commodities, the cells of the bourgeois mode of production. He establishes that commodities differ as use values, that is, by the fact that they satisfy the different needs of the consumer. Marx shows that the labor which produces qualitatively different commodities also has special characteristic qualities. It is the concrete labor of the carpenter, the confectioner, the bootmaker, and so on. But if these are only differences in commodity-producing labor, how can we effect an exchange of, say, boots and tables? Marx establishes that commodities are the product not only of concrete labor, but of the abstract labor characteristic of commodity production, labor as the expenditure of human energy, manual and mental. It is this qualitatively identical labor that allows us to compare the most diverse commodities and to exchange them. Such labor can be distinguished in terms of quantity, consequently, various goods can be exchanged in various proportions. It was this that allowed Marx to proceed from the qualitative analysis of commodities and the labor producing them to the quantitative analysis of the laws of commodity exchange. From what has been said, it is clear that quantity is an expression of the similarity, the identity of things, thanks to which they can be increased or decreased, added up or divided, and so on. Quantity is therefore embodied in size, in number, in the degree and intensity of development of certain aspects of an object, in the rate of flow of certain processes, in the space-time properties of phenomena. The more complex phenomena become, the more complex are their quantitative parameters, and the more difficult they are to analyze in terms of quantity. This is particularly true of social phenomena, although the experience of modern science provides increasing evidence that quantitative, mathematical methods of research may be applied in the study of the phenomena of social effect. The essential difference between quantity and quality is that one can change certain quantitative properties of an 135 object without its undergoing any significant changes. For instance, a thing may be large or small. This has no effect on it as an object of a certain quality. Or one can raise the temperature of a metal by tens or even hundreds of degrees without making it melt, that is, without changing its aggregate state. This means that the quantity of a thing is not so closely connected with its state as its quality. In the analysis of quantitative relationships, one can within certain limits ignore the quality of objects. The wide application of quantitative, mathematical methods in many sciences investigating qualitatively different objects is based on this peculiarity of quantity. Changes of quantity, however, are in external relationships to a thing only within certain limits for each particular thing. Sometimes even the smallest departure beyond these limits leads to a fundamental qualitative change in the thing. Any changes in quantity, of course, have their effect on the state of a thing, its properties. But only quantitative changes that have reached a certain level are connected with fundamental changes of quality. The dependence of quality on quantity may be traced in the qualitative diversity of atoms, for example. Every kind of atom is defined by the number of protons in its nucleus, in other words by its atomic number in the periodic system of elements. One proton more or one proton less and we have a qualitatively different kind of atom. Thus, the quality of things is inseparably linked with a certain quantity. This connection and interdependence of quality and quantity is called the measure of a thing. The category of measure expresses the kind of relationship between the quality and quantity of an object that obtains when its quality is based on a definite quantity, and the latter is the quantity of a definite quality. It is the changes in such interrelationships, changes of measure, that explain the mechanism of development. Hence development should be understood not as motion within certain fixed and immutable limits, but as replacement of the old by the new, as an eternal and ceaseless process of renewal of what exists. At a certain stage quantitative changes reach a level when the former harmony of quality and quantity becomes disharmony. At this point the old qualitative state must yield. 136. To the new, in short, there occurs that renewal of what exists which constitutes the essence of dialectical development. The transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes goes hand in hand with the reverse process. New quality gives rise to new changes of quantity. This, too, is quite natural because the new quality has a regular connection with other quantitative parameters. For example, the socialist mode of production, which is a new quality compared with the capitalist mode, has the ability to develop the productive forces and all other aspects of society at faster rates, in quantitatively greater proportions, and so on. Quantitative changes occur constantly and gradually. Qualitative change takes place in the form of a break in this gradualness. This means that development, since it is the unity of quantitative and qualitative change, is at the same time the unity of continuity and discontinuity. Life and development in nature include both slow evolution and rapid leaps, breaks in continuity. If we deny development as the unity of the two forms, then we must accept one of two possible but equally incorrect concepts of the world. Either we must regard all the richness of the world, the diversity of the phenomena of inorganic and organic nature, the multitudinous varieties of plants and animals, and man himself, as having always existed and as changing only in quantity, or else we must assume that all this was by some miracle suddenly brought into being. Both these notions have been held in the history of science and philosophy, but they have both been overthrown by the whole course of advancing knowledge and historical practice. Both views have become widespread in social theories. All the reformist theories in the working class movement are based on the one-sided exaggeration of continuity, of the quantitative gradualness of development, from which it is argued that capitalism will grow into socialism without social revolutions, by means of the gradual accumulation of socialist elements in bourgeois society. In contrast to the reformists, the anarchists, the petty bourgeois revolutionists, completely deny the significance of quantitative, continuous forms of development and recognize only social cataclysms and rebellions. Assuming that social conditions can be changed only in this way, they fall prey to political adventurism and disregard the objective conditions that are essential for revolutionary leaps forward. The stage of continuous quantitative development does not change quality, but it does create the preconditions for such change. Life could not have emerged from inanimate matter if the physical and chemical processes at work in the water envelope of the earth had not gradually prepared the right conditions for it. The appearance of animate matter signified not merely another quantitative change in inanimate matter, but its fundamental qualitative change, the emergence of an entirely new form of matter, with new properties and laws. Here we have a leap in development, a break in gradualness. All qualitative change takes place in the form of leaps. A certain process ends in a leap, which denotes the moment of qualitative change of an object, the breakthrough, the critical stage in its development. In the general thread of development a new knot is tied. Capitalism, wrote Lenin, creates its own gravedigger, itself creates the elements of a new system, yet, at the same time, Without a leap, these individual elements change nothing in the general state of affairs and do not affect the rule of capital. Leap is a form of development that occurs much quicker than the form of continual development. It is the period of most intensive development, when the old and obsolete are transformed and make way for new, higher stages of development. Thus, social revolutions give a tremendous impetus to the development of the material and spiritual life of societies. The same significance is attached to leaps in science, which denote new and important discoveries. Since development proceeds as the unity of continuity and discontinuity, and one measure yields to, or is transformed into, another, development may be pictured as a nodal line of measures. 1 VY. I. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 16, p. 348. 438. Modern science offers increasing evidence in favor of the view of objects and their development as the unity of continuity and discontinuity. The qualitative differences in the forms of motion of matter, mechanical, physical, chemical and others, are regarded by science as nodal points in the process of the gradual differentiation of matter. Such breaks in continuity are the discrete states of matter at its various structural levels. Evolutionary and revolutionary forms in their unity constitute the law of social development. The dialectical concept is also making steady headway in the sciences concerned with thought. In the sphere of mental activity are sensuous observations. The process of the gradual amassing and study of facts are interrupted by the emergence of generalizations, concepts, and abstractions. From the chaos of separate observations and views there arise hypotheses that afterwards develop into scientific theories. Intuition suddenly throws an unexpected light on what seem to be inexplicable facts, and so on. Changes of quantity are transformed into qualitative changes in various ways, depending on the specific conditions in various spheres of reality. The concrete forms of this transformation, this leap from one state into another, are studied by the specialized sciences. Philosophy helps us to find our way in this great variety of forms and modes of transition, to single out certain most typical forms, without claiming, however, that these forms give an exhaustive picture, since life is always richer than the most complex theory. The typical and most general forms of leaps, of qualitative transformations, are as follows: comparatively rapid and sharp transformation of one quality into another, when the object as an integrated system with its own inherent structure suddenly, as if at a stroke or in a series of strokes, undergoes fundamental qualitative change, and gradual qualitative change, when the object changes not at once and not as a whole, but in certain of its aspects, elements, by means of the gradual accumulation of quantitative changes, and only as the result of such changes passes from one state into another. 139. What determines these different forms? Why does the leap take place now in one form and now in another? The answer to this question is to be sought above all in the particular features of the developing objects themselves. Nature and natural processes offer a multitude of examples when leaps and transformations from one quality to another take place in the form of rapid changes. Such are the qualitative transformations of elementary particles, chemical elements, chemical compounds, the release of atomic energy in the form of atomic explosions, and so on. On the other hand, there are objects in nature whose qualitative changes into other more complex and perfect objects involve very long processes and can occur, as a rule, only gradually. Such, for example, are the qualitative changes of some species of animals into others. Usually the two qualitative poles in such transformations are linked by many intermediate forms. But however gradually a process of qualitative change proceeds, the transformation to the new state is a leap. In spite of all gradualness, wrote Engels, the transition from one form of motion to another always remains a leap. This is what distinguishes qualitative changes from the gradual quantitative changes. The latter, while changing certain individual properties of a thing, do not affect its quality up to a certain point. It would be wrong to regard the gradualness of qualitative changes, as if these changes simply accumulate in number until they oust the old quality entirely. In reality, this process is much more complex. It is not simply the arithmetical addition of the elements of the new quality, but a path of gradual perfection, of gradual, sometimes imperceptible qualitative changes, a path that presupposes profound structural changes in the old quality, a number of intermediate stages and steps in the ascent to the ultimate result, that is, to completion of the leap. The forms of this leap depend not only on the nature of the object but also on the conditions in which the object is placed. Thus, in conditions of natural radioactivity, the disintegration of certain substances, uranium, for example, proceeds extremely slowly. Semi-disintegration takes billions of years. But the same process of disintegration during the explosion of an atom bomb takes place instantaneously, because of chain reaction. Historical experience has shown that qualitative changes, leaps, also take place in social development. Social revolutions, which radically transform obsolete social systems, provide a convincing example. The Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia is a striking example of a revolution that took place in the form of a sudden and rapid leap. The qualitative changes that occur in conditions of socialism differ considerably from those that we observe in exploiting societies. Since there are no longer any antagonistic classes in socialist society, society as a whole is interested in bringing about the changes required by development. Moreover, the very development of society proceeds not spontaneously but according to plan, in the form of conscious preparation for leaps ahead, and so the prevailing form here is a gradual transition from one qualitative state to another. But this does not, of course, exclude other forms of transformation, such as sharp and sudden changes in technical development, evoked by great discoveries, by the new technical possibilities of development of production, or by new forms of activity accelerating progress. What has been said allows us to draw a general conclusion concerning the essence and significance of the law of transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and vice versa. This law is an interconnection and interaction of the quantitative and qualitative aspects of an object, thanks to which small, at first imperceptible, quantitative changes, accumulating gradually, sooner or later upset the measure of that object and evoke fundamental qualitative changes which take place in the form of leaps and whose occurrence depends on the nature of the objects in question and the conditions of their development in diverse forms. Knowledge of this law is vital to the understanding of development. It provides a guideline for examining and studying phenomena as the unity of their qualitative and quantitative. 141. Aspects, foreseeing the complex interconnections and interactions of these aspects, and the changes in the relationships between them. 3. Law of the unity and struggle of opposites. The contradiction between quality and quantity is only one of the manifestations of the general law that internal contradictoriness is inherent in all things and processes, and that this is the source and motive force of their development. Lenin called the study of contradictions the nucleus of dialectics. The two main concepts of development are sharply opposed, particularly over the question of contradictions. This opposition runs right through the history of philosophy and is still characteristic of philosophy today. Aristotle characterized the views of the ancient thinkers on this question in the following words. Now almost all thinkers agree that things and substances are composed of contraries, at any rate, all say that the principles are contraries, some positing the odd and even, others hot and cold, others the limit and unlimited, others friendship and strife. It was the Greek dialectician Heraclitus who showed the deepest insight into the problem of contradictions in his day. Since everything is in a state of flux and change, he assumed, the nature of things must lie in their contradictoriness, and everything occurs only through the struggle of opposites. During the long period of the domination of the metaphysical view of the world, the question of the contradictory essence of things and the role of contradiction in development was treated incorrectly, although individual philosophers offered some profound observations on this score. Hegel made a tremendous contribution to the dialectical doctrine of contradictions, but his views on this problem were permeated with idealism. Only Marxism was able to overcome the limitations in Hegel's philosophy and give us a scientific theory of contradictions. Many modern bourgeois philosophers flatly deny the dialectically contradictory essence of phenomena. They assume that only our thoughts can be contradictory, while objective things are free of all contradictions. The contradictions of thought, or, as they are sometimes called, logical contradictions, certainly do occur. They are the result of logical inconsistency, logical error. When we make contradictory judgments about one and the same thing considered at the same moment and in the same context, such a contradiction of ideas is impermissible. The appearance of such contradictions in scientific theories testifies to their incorrectness or incompleteness. At the same time, contradictions of ideas may conceal objective contradictions in phenomena themselves of which we are not yet aware. It is such objective contradictions that the opponents of dialectics refuse to acknowledge. The world knows of no absolutely identical things or phenomena. When we speak of the similarity or identity of certain objects, their very similarity presupposes that they are in some way different, dissimilar, otherwise there is no sense at all in comparing them. This implies that even a simple external comparison of two objects reveals the unity of identity and difference. Every object is simultaneously identical to another and yet different from it. In this quite simple sense, identity is not an abstract but a concrete identity containing within it an element of difference. Engels expresses this idea as follows, that from the outset identity with itself requires difference from everything else as its complement, is self-evident. The difference in an object is not only a difference in relation to another object but also a difference in relation to itself, that is, the given object, no matter whether we are comparing it with something else or not, contains a difference in itself. For example, a living being is a unity of identity and difference not only because it is both similar to and dissimilar from other living beings, but also because in the process of living it denies itself, or, to put it simply, it is moving towards its own end, its death. When dialectical theory maintains that an object simultaneously exists and does not exist, that it contains within itself its own non-being, this must be understood in only one sense: an object is a unity of stability and changeability, of the positive and the negative, of what is dying out and what is entering life, and so on. This means that every object, every phenomenon is a unity of opposites. What this important proposition implies above all is that opposite aspects and tendencies are inherent in all objects. Internal contradictions are an inseparable property of the structure of any object or process. Moreover, every object or group of objects has its own specific contradictions which have to be discovered by concrete analysis. But a mere acknowledgement of the internal contradictoriness of phenomena does not fully explain the concept of the unity of opposites. It is very important to take into consideration the character of the connection and interaction between opposites, their structure. This structure is such that each of the aspects of the whole is entirely dependent on its opposite for its existence, and this duality is not confined merely to their external relationships. The interconnection, interdependence, and interpenetration of opposite aspects, properties and tendencies of the developing whole are an essential feature of any unity of opposites. But the interdependence of opposites is only one of the specific features of dialectical contradiction. Another of its vital aspects is mutual negation. Because the two aspects of the whole are opposites, they are not only interconnected but also mutually exclusive and mutually repellent. This factor is expressed in the concept of the struggle of opposites. In its generalist form, this concept comprises all kinds of mutual negation and exclusion of opposites. In some cases, particularly in social life and partially in organic nature, this mutual exclusion of opposites is literally expressed in the term struggle. Such, for example, is the struggle of classes and various political parties in society. In inanimate nature, the term struggle of opposites applies chiefly to action and counteraction, attraction and repulsion, and so on. But no matter what concrete forms this struggle assumes, the main thing is that the dialectical contradiction implies also the element of mutual negation of opposites, and an 444 extremely important element, because the struggle of opposites is the motive force, the source of development. This is why Lenin gives the following formula of dialectical development: development is the struggle of opposites. What has been said about each of the elements of dialectical contradiction, the elements of unity and struggle of opposites, allows of an important conclusion. This conclusion was formulated by Lenin in the following words: the unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and motion are absolute. This means that the struggle of opposites naturally results in the disappearance of the existing object as a certain unity of opposites and the appearance of a new object with a new unity of opposites inherent in that particular object. The essence of the dialectical contradiction may be defined as an interrelationship and interconnection between opposites in which they mutually assert and deny each other, and the struggle between them serves as the motive force, the source of development. This is why the law in question is known as the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. This law explains one of the most important features of dialectical development: motion. Development takes place as self-motion, self-development. This concept is highly relevant to materialism. It means that the world develops not as the result of any external causes but by virtue of its own laws, the laws of motion of matter itself. It has dialectical meaning because it indicates that the source, the motive force of development of phenomena, is to be found in their internal contradictions. In the past, some materialists who rejected any supernatural force as a constant factor influencing natural processes nevertheless had to fall back on the mysterious first impulse that was supposed to have set matter in motion. The dialectical doctrine that the motion or development of nature is in fact self-motion, self-development, explains why many contemporary bourgeois philosophers are so vehement in their attacks on the proposition of the contradictory essence of things. Development understood in this way leaves no room for a transcendental, mystical creative force external to nature. Some bourgeois philosophers recognize contradictions, for instance, the contradictions of capitalist society, but regard them as eternal, insoluble, tragic, and so on. Others, on the contrary, try to minimize them and gloss over them. In this field there are many different angles of approach, but the anti-dialectical meaning remains one and the same. Postulating that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and processes and comprise the motive force of the self-development of nature and society, materialist dialectics explains how this process takes place. Contradictions are not something immobile and immutable. Once they have arisen, specific contradictions develop and pass through definite stages. A phenomenon cannot disappear and be replaced by another phenomenon until its contradictions are revealed and fully developed, because only in the process of such development are the preconditions for the leap into the new qualitative state created. This process has two basic stages: the stage of development, of the unfolding of contradictions inherent in an object, the stage of the resolution of these contradictions. When it first begins to develop, a contradiction is in the nature of a difference, that is to say, the contradiction has not yet fully revealed itself. This difference then deepens into a manifest contradiction, whose opposite sides are less and less able to remain in the framework of the former unity. At this stage of development the contradiction becomes, to use Marx's expression, absolute contradiction, that is, a relationship of opposites which is a dynamic relationship moving inexorably to its resolution. Marx's Capital provides a classical example of such development and building up of contradictions in application to society. Marx shows that in striving for maximum profit the capitalists are compelled to develop what is, in essence, social production. But the more social production becomes, the more it enters into contradiction with the private property of the capitalists, the more insistently it demands the replacement of this property by socialist property. The second stage, the stage of resolution of contradiction, is the natural culmination of the process of the development and struggle of opposites. Whereas the whole previous process takes place within the framework of unity, the interconnection of opposites, the stage of the resolution of contradiction signifies the removal of this unity, its disappearance, which coincides with a fundamental qualitative change in the object. Materialist dialectics attaches great importance to the resolution of contradiction. No wonder, then, that in the hands of genuinely progressive forces, and particularly the proletariat, it serves as a powerful instrument of cognition and revolutionary transformation of the world. The Russian revolutionary democrat Alexander Herzen called dialectics the algebra of revolution. The character of contradictions, their forms of development and means of resolution cannot be the same in both inorganic and organic nature, in nature and society, and in different social formations. Dialectics does not claim to provide a register of all possible contradictions. Its task is rather to point out the strategy of approach to phenomena. What the specific contradictions of particular objects are and how they are to be resolved are questions that must be decided by scientists in the appropriate fields of knowledge. At the same time, it would be wrong to assume that the most general laws and concepts of dialectics do not develop and become more concrete under the influence of new facts and plus in new conditions. This can be seen from the category of contradiction itself. The emergence of socialist society demanded that this category should be expressed in more specific terms. The founders of Marxism knew, of course, that in socialist society contradictions would have a different character, and they often noted the fact. But the question acquired paramount theoretical and practical significance when the construction of socialist society became a matter of practice. This was why Lenin attached such importance to it. In his critical remarks on Bukharin's Economics of the Transition Period, where the concept of contradiction figured in an undifferentiated form, and was identified with the concept of antagonism, Lenin pointed out that antagonism and contradiction are not the same thing, that the former disappears under socialism while the latter remains. The antagonistic form of contradiction is a contradiction between hostile social forces, between classes that have fundamentally opposed aims and interests. The relationships between such opposing classes as slaves and slave owners, serfs and feudal lords, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie are a typical expression of antagonism. The same applies to the contradictions in development of the mode of production, the political superstructure and other aspects of societies split into hostile classes. The antagonistic character of contradictions also determines the forms of their development and the methods of their resolution. In the above cases, this involves an intensification and deepening of contradictions which naturally ends in a sharp conflict between the opposing sides and their polarization. Accordingly, the means of resolving such contradictions are consistent class struggle and social revolutions which destroy the supremacy of the obsolescent classes. The non-antagonistic form of contradiction is the kind of contradiction that arises between classes, between social forces whose conditions of life determine the community of their fundamental goals and interests. Such are the contradictions between classes of working people, the working class and the peasantry, between the various elements of socialist society, and so on. Contradictions that occur in the development of the socialist mode of production, the state, and other forms of social life under socialism, and contradictions in the process of the growing of socialist society. 10*148. Into communist society, are also of a non-antagonistic character. A vitally important feature of such contradictions is that there is no objective necessity for the opposing sides and tendencies to become polarized into hostile extremes. The unity of the interests of society as a whole makes it possible to overcome these contradictions gradually, by means of planned economic activity and by changing the conditions that give rise to them, by means of educational work, and so on. Another essential feature of the development and overcoming of non-antagonistic contradictions under socialism lies in the fact that here it is no longer spontaneous forces that determine the motion of society but the conscious will and activity of the people, the Communist Party, the socialist state, which express the objective needs of social progress. Hence there is every possibility of detecting incipient contradictions in good time and overcoming them. At the same time, under socialism, the growing dependence of social development on people's conscious activity gives rise to the danger of all kinds of subjectivist tendencies that ignore the existing objective contradictions and the need to plan ahead and prepare conditions for their resolution. Hence the enormous significance of a scientifically based policy in the development of socialist society. but one must not lose sight of the fact that for all the profound difference between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions there is no gulf fixed between them. Lenin often hammered home the fact that with an incorrect policy non-antagonistic contradictions could be deepened and aggravated and under certain conditions acquire the features of antagonistic contradictions. Though not part of their nature, such a tendency could grow out of misadi practical activity, and from an incorrect political INE. The historical practice of the development of socialism has revealed all the harmfulness of the illusions that in the new conditions society is liberated of all contradictions, or that these contradictions are unimportant because of their non-antagonistic nature. Apart from the contradictions inherited from the old, capitalist society that require a certain amount of time to get rid of, there arise in the process of 149. Development of socialist society itself certain contradictions that are peculiar to that society. In fact, there could be no progress without them. The present-day socialist world, with its successes and prospects, with all its problems, is still a young and growing social organism, where not everything has settled and where much still bears the marks of earlier historical epochs. The socialist world is forging ahead and is continuously improving. Its development naturally runs through struggle between the new and the old, through the resolution of internal contradictions. The practical experience of history has forged a powerful weapon of struggle against all stagnation, conservatism, superficiality, and complacency. This weapon is socialist criticism and self-criticism, of which Karl Marx in his day said that a genuine revolution can successfully develop only by subjecting itself to its constant and ruthless influence. The difference between the forms of contradiction lies not only in their different social nature. Every single thing, and particularly such a complex formation as society, is a whole system of contradictions that have a certain structural interconnection. In such a structure contradictions may be basic or non-basic, major or minor, internal or external, and so on. Basic contradictions are to be understood as those that characterize the object and determine its development from the moment of its appearance to its disappearance, and that determine all other, non-basic contradictions. Every stage in the development of society has its major contradiction, i.e., a contradiction that determines the essence of that particular stage. For instance, in the bourgeois democratic revolution of February 1917 in Russia, the major contradiction was between the landowner system and the Tsarist autocracy on the one hand, and all the forces, particularly the working classes, that were opposed to them, on the other. A contradiction may change in the course of development from one stage to another, and a contradiction that was minor at one stage may under new conditions become major. Thus, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie already existed in the period of the Revolution of February 1917, but it was not then the major contradiction. It became so only after the February Revolution. Correct definition of major and minor contradictions allows us to get our priorities right and to put forward, as Lenin said, true slogans of struggle corresponding to the objective course of development. What is the difference between internal and external contradictions? There are theories in philosophy that reduce contradiction merely to the correlation between things and forces that are external to one another, to the clash between them. These are mechanistic theories, theories of equilibrium, which regard things as being in a state of rest, free of internal contradictions, and, consequently, deny the dialectical understanding of motion as self-motion, self-development. Any object, being a relatively independent system, has its own internal contradictions, which are in fact the basic source of its development. The differences between several such objects are external contradictions. These are closely connected with the internal contradictions, and interact with them. If we regard an object as an element of a larger system which includes other objects, the contradictions between such objects become internal contradictions, that is, contradictions of the given, larger system. For instance, the relationships between the socialist and capitalist systems are external contradictions. But inasmuch as these opposed systems are part of a wider, all-embracing whole contemporary society. They are aspects of the internal contradiction of contemporary world development, the basic, major contradiction determining the development of social phenomena in our epoch. The law of the unity of opposites is of tremendous importance in our search for knowledge. The condition for the knowledge of all processes of the world, in their real life, is the knowledge of them as a unity of opposites. Wrote Lenin. The question of how to express in human concepts motion, change, and transition from one state into another is a crucial question that throughout the history of philosophy and science has been a challenge to the best minds and continues to challenge them today. According to certain theories, human concepts can give only static reflections, photographs, of changing things, and this is seen as setting a limit to knowledge. Hence the conclusion is drawn that there must always be antagonism between objects and the knowledge of them, and that only a certain unknowable immediate feeling can express motion. Dialectics has shown that true, concrete thought thinks in terms of contradictions that grasp the opposing sides of phenomena in their unity. It is capable of seeing not just one aspect of a contradiction and registering it in a rigid, static concept, but all aspects of contradiction, and not only their arrangement, but their connection, their interpenetration. This means that concepts must be as dialectical, that is, as mobile, flexible, plastic, interconnected and interpenetrating as the objects which they reflect. Human concepts must be, as Lenin put it, united in opposites, that is, they must embody in an ideal form the real contradictions, connection and interpenetration of opposites, their transmutations, and so on. Let us take such concepts as democratism and centralism, the national and the international, the personal and social, which we often use when analyzing the development of socialist society. If our thinking treats them as rigid, immobile, and disconnected concepts, it will depart from the real dialectical development of socialist society, where the processes expressed by these concepts are interconnected and form a unity. This is the case, for example, with the concept of democratic centralism. In the economy and the building up of the state, centralism is inseparably linked with democratism, and it is all a matter of combining these opposites in such a way that centralism does not grow into bureaucracy, and so that democratism does not become anarchy and disorganization. Only centralism based on broad democracy and the initiative of the masses, and democracy based on the planned activity of the central organs concentrating all efforts in the necessary direction, only such a combination of opposites can ensure successful development. 152. To recapitulate, we can now define the essence of the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. According to this law, all things, phenomena, and processes possess internal contradictions, opposing aspects and tendencies that are in a state of interconnection and mutual negation. The struggle of opposites gives an internal impulse to development, leads to the building up of contradictions, which are resolved at a certain stage in the disappearance of the old and the appearance of the new. Knowledge of this law helps us to obtain a critical appreciation of the processes at work in the world, and to see what is obsolescent and what will replace it, to fight against everything that stands in the way of progress and to be intolerant of shortcomings, of all manifestations of stagnation, conservatism, and dogmatism. For the law of the negation of negation. We shall now deal with yet another important question of the doctrine of development. Is there any tendency that governs the direction of the infinite process of development? If so, then what is it? This question is also central to the struggle between various philosophical conceptions and theories and forms the subject of fierce controversy. In pre-Marxist philosophy there were cyclical theories which recognized the ascending development of society, but which assumed that on reaching its highest point society would be thrown back to its initial position and development would begin all over again. Such a theory was maintained by the Italian philosopher Giovanni Vico. The ideologists of the progressive bourgeoisie upheld the view that society was developing constantly, although they also regarded the bourgeois system as the peak of social progress. Later, with the decline of capitalist society, such philosophers as Oswald Spengler, for instance, put forward all kinds of pessimistic theories which assumed the inevitable destruction of bourgeois society to be the end of all social development. When considering the transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and the struggle of opposites, we saw that an essential part in the process of development is 153. Played by negation. Qualitative transformation is possible only as the negation of the old state. The contradictoriness of a thing signifies that it contains its own negation. Negation is an inevitable and logical element in all development. In no field, wrote Marx, can development occur that does not deny its previous forms of existence. Nothing new could come about without this element. Belinsky drove the point home when he said that without negation society would stagnate like a bog. But what is negation? In ordinary consciousness the concept of negation is associated with the word no. To negate is to say no, to reject something, and so on. There can certainly be no negation without rejecting something. But dialectics regards negation as a part of development, and therefore this concept has a far deeper meaning than in ordinary usage. Negation in dialectics, wrote Engels, does not mean simply saying no, or declaring that something does not exist, or destroying it in any way one likes. The essence of dialectical development lies in the fact that it is a mode of negation that conditions further development. World art has vividly expressed the two different types of negation as destruction, as absolute scepticism, and negation as the precondition of something better, something more perfect, as a source of progress. In Goethe's Faust the character of Mephistopheles embodies the first type, while Faust himself is the second type. Mephistopheles says, "Tm the all-negating spirit, and rightly so, for all that is created deserves to be annihilated, the best is what has never been." Thus, all that by destruction, sin, or evil, to be brief, is meant that is my proper element. Mephistopheles' attitude of total negation leads him to express many thoughts about the old world. But he has no faith in man's strength and the possibility of a better future. Faust himself also repudiates outworn forms of life, but continues to believe in man, in human reason, and has an unquenchable thirst for the perfect and the beautiful. Dialectical negation has two essential features: it is a condition and factor of development, and it is a factor in the connection between new and old. The first means that only the negation that serves as the precondition for the emergence of certain new, higher and more perfect forms is positive negation. The second means that the new as negation of the old, of what has gone before, does not merely destroy, does not leave behind it a desert, but merely sublates the old. The term sublation expresses the meaning and content of dialectical negation. The previous state is simultaneously negated and preserved. It is preserved in a dual sense. First, without previous development there would be no foundation for the new forms. For instance, if animals had not acquired and begun to develop mental activity, there could be no higher, human forms of mental activity. Second, everything that is preserved from the previous stage of development passes to the next stage in a substantially different form. Thus, certain forms of mental activity, which have developed in the animals, have been passed on to man in a sublated form, and in man they have been transformed on the basis of the features that are peculiar to man. Development, however, is not confined to a single act of negation. Even if certain positive elements are preserved in the first negation, it is still the complete opposite of what was negated. The relationship between the initial form and the first negation is a relationship of two opposed forms. What happens next, after the first negation has produced a new form that is the opposite of the previous form? This can best be illustrated by tracing the development of some specific object from beginning to end. Here is an example from Marx's Capital. At the very beginning of its development, social production assumed a form in which the workman was united with his means of labor, that is, the instruments of labor belonging to the producer himself. Marx calls this the infantile form, because it was the form inherent in the primitive commune and small domestic agriculture connected with domestic production. But as time went on, the growth of the productivity of labor reached a point when the original primitive form combining the consumer and the instruments of labor became a brake on the further development of production. There then appeared private ownership of the means of labor, and the latter were separated from the person who worked. This was the first dialectical negation of the initial form. But when it has achieved its full development in capitalist society, this form of the division of labor and the means of labor, which in its time was the negation of their unity, has itself logically prepared its own negation. It has completely exhausted itself and has to give way to a new and higher form. This is the second negation, the negation of the first negation, and for this reason known as the negation of negation. From the above example we see that the necessity for the second negation, or the new stage of negation, depends on the following: the initial form and that which negates it are opposites. They contain an abstract one-sidedness which must be overcome for further development to take place. Thus the negation of negation is the synthesis of all previous development, the synthesis of these one-sidedly opposite forms, which overcomes and resolves the contradiction between them. In our example, this resolution of contradiction is achieved by the establishment of socialist property, in which the unity of the worker and the means of labor is restored, but on a much higher level of development of production than previously existed. Man is thus relieved of poverty and great opportunities are opened up for his material and spiritual development. Hegel was therefore right when he defined the second negation, that is to say, the negation of negation as the synthesis that overcomes the first abstract, untrue elements, taking abstract and untrue in the sense of their one-sidedness and incompleteness **. Here we come to yet another important feature of the negation of negation. In the concluding stage of the whole cycle of development, at the stage of the second negation, certain features of the initial form from which development began are inevitably restored. Inasmuch as that which negated the initial form is itself negated, it is understandable that this double negation leads to the restoration of certain aspects and features of the initial form. This dialectical character of development is vividly manifested in the development of knowledge. For instance, in the process of research into the nature of light, the idea was first advanced that it was a stream of light corpuscles or particles. Then the diametrically opposed theory of waves was put forward. The physics of the 20th century had to face the fact that neither of these views was a true explanation of reality. We have two contradictory pictures of reality. Separately neither of them fully explains the phenomena of light, but together they do. In other words, the contradiction between two one-sidedly contradictory views was resolved by their higher synthesis in a new theory which regarded light as the unity of corpuscular and wave properties. Lenin describes this process of the development of knowledge, which is by nature the negation of negation, in the following words: from assertion to negation, from negation to unity with the asserted. Without this, dialectics becomes empty negation, a game, or sepsis. To the effect of the law of the negation of negation is that development moves not in a straight line but in a spiral, so that the ultimate point coincides with the point of departure, but at a higher level, each coil denoting a more developed state. This is the sense in which we use the term spiral of development. The process of the negation of negation is often expressed in the terms thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, which form a trinity that expresses the essence of development. The result is that the law of the negation of negation is often reduced to a purely formal and external device by means of which all the richness and complexity of objective development is arbitrarily subordinated to a rigid scheme. Even Hegel protested against such an understanding of dialectics, saying that the trinity is only a superficial, external aspect of the mode of cognition. Materialist dialectics is fundamentally opposed to any such formalistic approach or schematization. Like any other law of dialectics, the law of the negation of negation does not impose any schemes, it merely guides inquiry in the right direction. Analysis of the law of the negation of negation now allows us to answer the question we asked above, about whether any objective, law-governed tendency exists in the endless replacement of some phenomena by others, any tendency that determines the course of development. Development is, in fact, a chain of dialectical negations, each of which not only rejects the previous links, but also preserves all that is positive in them, thus concentrating more and more in the further, higher links, the richness of development as a whole. The infinity of development lies not in the infinite arithmetical addition of one unit to another, but in the emergence of new and higher forms which create within themselves the preconditions for further development. Hence the general law-governed tendency of development from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher, the tendency of progressive, ascending motion. A characteristic feature of the process of the negation of negation is its irreversibility, that is, development that as a general tendency cannot be motion in reverse, from higher forms to lower forms, from the more complex to the less complex. This is due to the fact that every new stage, while synthesizing in itself all the richness of the previous stages, constitutes the foundation for even higher forms of development. In relation to the world as a whole, to the infinite universe, it would be wrong of course to speak of one line of development, of the progressiveness of all development. In relation to individual systems, however, or their elements, the tendency to ascending development is fully realized. In nature we see this from the example of the development of 158. Our own planet. In society each new stage is a higher stage. Not only society as a whole but every aspect of it, whether it be technology, production, science, art, or everyday life, undergoes the process of progressive development. The same is true of knowledge and thought. From the first timid and fantastic notions of the world to the heights attained by modern science, such is the ascending path of human knowledge. But there must be no oversimplification in our understanding of progressive development. Like any dialectical process, it is realized in contradictions, through the struggle of opposites. Progress in some forms is accompanied by regress in others. Every ultimate form that results from ascending development creates the preconditions for its own negation. Progression itself is realized in the struggle of opposing tendencies and makes its way only through a forest of intersecting lines of development. Certain of these lines may lead backwards instead of forwards and thus express elements of regression. Each advance in organic evolution is at the same time a regression, wrote Engels, fixing one-sided evolution and excluding the possibility of evolution in many other directions. In short, progression must not be understood metaphysically, as a smooth process without deviations and zigzags. This fact is particularly relevant to social development, which is an arena for various classes and parties pursuing their own interests and fighting for their own aims. One must not forget that the law of the negation of negation operates in different ways in different conditions and different objects. Every kind of thing, wrote Engels, has a peculiar way of being negated in such a manner that it gives rise to a development, and it is just the same with every kind of conception or idea. Under socialism, the dialectical negation of the old and assertion of the new is characteristically a matter of dealing with problems as they arise, on a planned basis and under the control of society itself. The anarchistic view of the old as something entirely reactionary and only fit for destruction. F. Engels, Dialectics of Nature, p. 307. F. Engels, Anti-Diering, p. 169.159. Is alien to socialism. What is more, only socialist society, that comes to replace capitalist society, can, as historical experience has shown, save and preserve the greatest values of the material and intellectual culture accumulated by previous development. For this reason the self-styled cultural revolutions which under the pretext of struggle against the old destroy the precious, hard-won gains of the past have nothing in common with socialism. Communism is the highest stage of social development. While decisively negating the features, born of the old exploiting society, which retard progress, it synthesizes in itself on a new basis all the achievements of mankind. Thus the law of the negation of negation is a law whose operation conditions the link and continuity between that which is negated and that which negates. For this reason dialectical negation is not naked, needless negation, rejecting all previous development, but the condition of development that retains and preserves in itself all the progressive content of previous stages, repeats at a higher level certain features of the initial stages and has in general a progressive, ascending character. Chapter UI. Categories of materialist dialectics. Every science evolves its own concepts for the purpose of giving a more precise reflection of the objects and processes it studies. The joint efforts of scientists have produced concepts that are common to certain groups of sciences. They have also produced categories. Categories are the most general, fundamental concepts of philosophy. One general characteristic of the categories of dialectics. With the help of categories, philosophy studies and registers the most general properties, connections, and relationships between things, the laws of development that operate in nature, society, and in human thought. Categories, in the sense of universal forms of scientific thought, arose, developed, and are still developing, on the basis of social practice. They reflect the reality, properties, and relationships of the objective world that exists outside us. In the early stages of the development of philosophy, categories took the form of initial philosophical principles establishing the prime elements of the universe: water, air, earth, fire, the atom, and so on. As philosophers came to distinguish existence from thinking, the categories acquired a logical form, generalizing the development of human knowledge. Plato, for example, acknowledged 5 basic categories: being, motion, rest, identity and difference. Aristotle wrote a treatise on categories, in which the categories are regarded as the reflection and highest generalization of objective reality. He established 10 categories: substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, and passion. Kant regarded categories as forms of reason independent of existence that order the diverse material received from without by the sense organs. According to Kant, the categories are definitions not of objects in themselves, but structures of thought. He defines such categories as quantity, quality, relation, and modality. Hegel made a great contribution to the development of the doctrine of categories. His science of logic takes the form of a dialectical system of categories. These categories were as follows: being, essence, and concept. Although Hegel treats categories as the creation of the world spirit, his service to philosophy is that in the dialectical transformations of the categories, their interconnections, he, as Lenin put it, brilliantly surmised the dialectics of reality itself. Some modern bourgeois philosophers regard categories as a special, autonomous world of ideas divorced both from the material, objective world and from man's subjective world. There are also some philosophers who maintain that categories have no objective content. By making use of all the achievements of world philosophical thought and the specialized sciences, Marxism has evolved categories on a dialectical materialist basis. The categories of materialist dialectics are a summing up of the knowledge, a generalization of the experience of cognition and practice, of the whole previous history of mankind. They are the nodal points of cognition, the stages in the penetration of thought into the essence of things. Categories are not some form of fixed knowledge. If everything develops, does not that apply also to the most general concepts and categories of thought? If not, it means that thinking is not connected with being. If it does, it means that there is a dialectics of concepts and a dialectics of cognition which has objective significance. In the course of the history of thought, the role and place of individual categories have also changed. The content of categories once particularly mobile. One has only to compare, for instance, how matter was understood in ancient times and how this category is interpreted in the contemporary picture of the universe. Categories reflect the general properties, connections, and relationships of the material world. Hence their tremendous methodological value and the need to apply them in the study of the concrete phenomena of nature, society, and thought. The general concepts of every science also play a methodological role. The categories of dialectics differ from the general concepts of the specialized sciences, however, in that the latter are applicable only to a certain sphere of thinking, while philosophical categories, as methodological principles, permeate the whole tissue of scientific thought, all fields of knowledge. They make it possible to give a true reflection of the extremely complex, contradictory processes of material and intellectual life. The categories of philosophy, constantly accumulating the results of the development of the specialized sciences, thus enrich their own content. At the same time, no specialized sciences can do without general philosophical categories. The theoretical reproduction of reality and its creative transformation in the mind can only be accomplished with their help, and unless this is done we cannot change reality in its sensuous objective existence, we cannot create things or change social relationships. The categories are the organizing principles of thought, the nodal points of the connection between subject and object, which serve to classify all the richness of objects and phenomena. They are the standpoints from which we obtain our sensory perception, our vision of the world and our understanding of it. It is thanks to the categories that single things are perceived and comprehended as particular manifestations of the whole. A person must master the categories in the course of his individual development in order to possess a capacity for theoretical thought. One cannot obtain a correct understanding of a particular category merely by analyzing it as such, that is, in isolation from other categories. In objective reality everything is interconnected, is in a state of general interaction. The categories 163 that reflect the world are therefore also interconnected in a certain way. Each category reflects some aspect of the objective world, and all of them together embrace conditionally, approximately, the universal law-governed character of eternally moving and developing nature. Categories are so interconnected that they can be understood only as elements in a definite system of categories. A system of categories is built on the basis of the unity of the logical and the historical. Categories are disposed in relation to one another not accidentally or arbitrarily, their consistent unfolding must reflect in a concise form the history of the formation and development of human thought, proceeding from the simple to the complex. The categories of dialectics are closely connected with its basic laws. The fundamental laws of dialectics are expressed and formulated only through certain categories, otherwise they could not be expressed at all. Thus, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites is expressed through the categories of opposition, contradiction, etc. The law of the mutual transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes is formulated through the categories of quality, quantity, measure, leap, and so on. In their turn the laws of dialectics determine the relationship between the categories as expressing the general aspects and relationships of things. Thus, the correlations between content and form, essence and phenomenon, necessity and chance are specific manifestations of the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. In the previous chapters we have examined several philosophical categories, for example, matter, motion, space, time, the finite and the infinite, consciousness, quantity, quality, measure, and contradiction. In this chapter we shall examine other correlative categories. 2. The individual, particular and universal. The first thing that comes to mind when we consider the world around us is its variable quantitative and qualitative diversity. The world is a unity, but it exists in the form of a totality of various things, phenomena, and events that possess their own individual, unique attributes. The existence of separate objects and phenomena divided from one another in space and time and possessing individual qualitative and quantitative definition is characterized by the category of the individual. This category expresses that which distinguishes one object from another, that is inherent only in a given object. Any object or process is only an element in some integrated system. Not a single thing or phenomenon exists by itself. Nothing can arise or remain in existence or even change without being connected with a large number of other things and phenomena. The universality of the properties and relationships of things is expressed in the category of the universal. This category reflects the similarity of the properties, the aspects, of an object, the connection between the elements, the parts, of a given system and also between different systems. The universal may take the form of a similarity of properties and relationships of things, constituting a definite class or group, which may be registered, for example, in such concepts as crystal, animal, man, and so on. The universal does not exist before or outside the individual, just as the individual does not exist outside the universal. Any object is a unity of the universal and the individual. The particular is a kind of connecting link between the individual and the universal. For instance, production in general is an abstraction produced by means of comparison. It stresses what is universal and inherent in production in all epochs. At the same time, this universal can be broken down into many divisions. It exists both as something particular, and as something individual. The universal is not introduced into the individual from the sphere of pure thought. Both difference and unity are inherent in the objects and events of the real world. They are both objective indivisible aspects of being. Any one thing is both different from all other things and at the same time in some respect resembles them, possesses certain properties in common with other things. 165. On a maple tree or an oak there are thousands of leaves. We may be quite sure that we shall not find two absolutely identical leaves among them. And yet, without hesitation we can say to which of the trees, the maple or the oak, any of the leaves belongs. Why? Because they have a certain universality, for instance, in their structure or color. Universality and difference are the relationship of the object to itself and to other things, characterizing the stability and variability, equality and inequality, similarity and dissimilarity, identity and non-identity, imitability and inimitability, continuity and discontinuity of its properties, connections, relationships, and tendencies of development. As Engels observes, we cannot take a single step without encountering the unity of universality and difference. According to Lenin, there is dialectics in the simplest phrases, for example, Ivan is a person, Zuka is a dog. The individual is the universal. Consequently, the opposites are identical, the individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. The universal and its relation to the individual is given different interpretations in different philosophical systems. The metaphysical philosophers usually divorced the individual from the universal and counterposed them to each other. In the Middle Ages the so-called nominalists maintained that the universal had no real existence, that it was merely names or words, and that only individual things with their properties and relationships actually existed. The realists, on the contrary, assumed that universal concepts existed in reality as the spiritual essences of things, that they preceded individual objects and could exist independently of them. This controversy was continued in later times. The English philosopher Locke, for example, wrote, "General and universal belong not to the real existence of things, but are the inventions and creatures of the understanding, made by it for its own use, and concern only signs, whether words or ideas." Hegel, on the other hand, assumed that the universal precedes the individual and creates it, that the universal is the foundation and soil, the root and substance of the individual. The problem of correlating the individual and the universal cried out for a solution when it came to analyzing the laws of the historical process. Some thinkers tried, and are still trying, to assert that the sphere of social existence is unique, and that all relationships in it are inimitably individual. No law can be established for that which does not repeat itself, and on this basis the law-governed nature of the historical process is rejected. Is this position valid? No. In all their concreteness, individual events actually do not repeat themselves. Every war, for example, taken in all its individuality, is unlike any other war. But in this unique individuality of concrete events there is always something universal, their essential qualities, the types of internal and external connection. The fact that the Second World War was not like the Greco-Persian wars is no obstacle to the sociological study of various types of war. In no way does the universal level down the individuality of events. It only testifies to the fact that this unique individuality is the concrete form of manifestation of the essentially universal. The individual thing owes the concrete form of its existence to the law-governed system of connections within which it arose and exists as a qualitative entity. The individual is dominated by the universal. This power of the universal is not something supernatural. It is not hidden in certain forces that stand above individual things, but in the system of interacting individual things where each thing is poured into the cup of the universal, revives it and partakes of its reviving juices. While existing and developing according to the laws of the universal, the individual at the same time serves as a precondition of the universal. This is the case, for example, in the development of animate nature. Through its individual changeability, an organism acquires some new and useful attribute. This individual attribute may be passed on by heredity and in time become an attribute not of the individual but of a number of individuals, that is, a property of a variety within the framework of a given species. This variety may later become a new species. Consequently, an individual attribute becomes universal, generic. Diametrically opposed processes take place in the development of organisms, when a certain generic attribute begins to die out or atrophy. Such an attribute becomes a property of only a few organisms, and then appears only as an exception in the form of atavism. In this case the universal becomes the individual. The action of the universal as law is expressed in the individual and through the individual. To begin with, the universal often takes the form of an individual exception to the rule. The individual, at first a matter of chance, gradually acquires the pre of law, and thus assumes the character of the universal. But such a law cannot be applied to the universe as a whole. In this case one cannot say that the universal arises from the individual or vice versa. Both universal and individual form a unity. While it appears to create the universal, the individual itself at the same time arises and moves according to definite laws. The individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. Every individual enters incompletely into the universal, etc., etc. Every individual is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of individuals, etc. A correct appreciation of the dialectics of the individual, particular, and universal, is of tremendous importance both in the field of knowledge and its practical application. Science is concerned with generalizations and operates with general concepts, and it is this which enables it to establish laws and thus arms us with foresight in our practical activities. Thus, on the basis of the periodic law of chemical elements that characterizes their most general properties, Mendeleev was able to predict the existence of as yet unknown chemical elements. The tremendous power of scientific thought lies in theoretical generalization. At the same time, the universal is revealed in the scientific concept only through reflection of the individual and the particular. This is how a concept embodies the richness of the particular and the individual. If we neglect to study the individual, our knowledge of the universal and the particular is impoverished. Scientific research may take two paths: the path from the individual as the point of departure of thought to the particular, and from the particular to the universal, and also the path from the universal and general to the particular and from the particular to the individual. In fact, all real, exhaustive knowledge, wrote Engels, consists solely in raising the individual thing in thought from individuality into particularity and from this into universality, in seeking and establishing the infinite in the finite, the eternal in the transitory. The form of universality, however, is the form of self-completeness, hence of infinity. It is the comprehension of the many finites in the infinite. Appreciation of the dialectical interaction of the individual, particular, and universal arms us with a method of knowing the phenomena of social life. The contemporary revisionists attempt to deny or belittle the significance of the general laws of socialist construction. They absolutize the individual and the particular and try to produce models of socialism that are applicable only to one or another country. This inevitably results in national self-isolation, in the opposition of national interests to international interests. No less dangerous is dogmatism, the essence of which lies in absolutizing general truths, in an inability to analyze and appreciate the particular features of each country in concrete terms. The successes of the international communist movement depend to a great extent on how comprehensively the correlation of the general laws of social revolution and its national peculiarities is taken into consideration. 3. Cause and effect. In studying phenomena, all sciences seek to reveal the causes of their emergence, development and transformation, of their transition into other phenomena or their destruction. Knowledge of phenomena and processes is above all knowledge of the causes of their emergence and development. Causality is one of the forms of the universal law-governed connection of phenomena. In formulating the concept of cause and effect, man isolates certain aspects of the whole objective process. In order to understand the separate phenomena, we have to tear them out of the general interconnection and consider them in isolation, and then the changing motions appear, one as cause and the other as effect. Cause and effect are correlated concepts. A phenomenon that brings into being another phenomenon is, in relation to that phenomenon, its cause. The result of the action of a cause is effect. Causality is an internal connection between phenomena in which whenever one exists the other must necessarily follow. For example, the heating of water is the cause of its turning into steam, because whenever water is heated the accompanying process is the formation of steam. The concepts of cause and effect have evolved in the process of social practice and cognition of the world. In them thought reflects the vital laws of the objective world, knowledge of which is necessary for man's practical activity. When a person finds out the causes of phenomena and processes, he is able to influence them, to recreate them artificially, to bring them to life or to prevent their appearance. Ignorance of the causes and the conditions that evoke phenomena render a person helpless. And conversely, knowledge of causes offers people and society the opportunity of taking effective action. Cause precedes effect in time. But this does not mean that every previous phenomenon is in a causal relationship with the phenomenon that follows it. Night precedes morning, but it is not the cause of morning. One must not confuse causal connection with the temporal sequence of phenomena. The superstitious person will sometimes say that the cause of a war was a comet or a solar eclipse, or some other natural or social phenomenon that occurred before the outbreak of war. Cause should be differentiated from occasion. Occasion is an event which immediately precedes another event and makes it possible, but does not necessarily engender or determine it. The connection between occasion and effect is external and inessential. For instance, the mutiny aboard the battleship Potemkin in June 1905 was occasioned by the rotten meat that had been given out to the crew. Its cause, however, was the exacerbation of the conflicts between the decaying Tsarist system and the people, and the growth of revolutionary sentiment in the army and navy. The issue of bad meat was merely the occasion, the impetus that sparked off the mutiny, but the connection between the two things was superficial and accidental. The mutiny could equally well have been triggered off by some other event. The causal connection of phenomena is objective and universal in character. All phenomena in the world, all changes and processes must be induced by certain causes. There is no such thing as a causeless phenomenon, nor could there be. Every phenomenon must have its cause. We are able to detect the causal connection of phenomena with varying degrees of accuracy. The causes of some are still unknown to us, but they objectively exist. Thus, medicine has not yet fully discovered the cause of cancer, but this cause exists and will eventually be discovered. There is intense conflict between materialism and idealism over the question of causality. The materialists acknowledge objective causal connection of phenomena that is independent of both will and consciousness, and its more or less accurate reflection in the human consciousness. The idealists, on the other hand, either deny the causality of all phenomena of reality or deduce causality not from the objective world, but from the consciousness, from reason, from the action of imaginary supernatural forces. The proposition that all phenomena are causally conditioned expresses the law of causality. Philosophers who acknowledge this and apply it to all phenomena are called determinists. Philosophers who deny the law of causality are called indeterminists. The law of causality demands that all phenomena of nature and society be explained through natural causes, and rules out any possibility of their being due to supernatural forces. Consistent materialistic determinism leaves no room for God or any kind of miracle, mysticism, or the like. The history of philosophy tells us that the English philosopher Hume denied the objectivity of causal connection. Hume's proposition that we obtain our knowledge of the causal connection of phenomena from experience is correct, but the rest of his argument goes off on the wrong track. Hume reduced experience to subjective sensations and denied that they possessed any objective content. In experience we observe that one thing follows another, but, according to Hume, in the first place we have no ground for believing that the former may be the cause of the latter, and secondly, there are no grounds, proceeding from past and present experience, for drawing conclusions about the future. Hume's conclusion boils down to the following: causality is merely a sequential, habitual connection of sensation and idea, and prediction on this basis is expectation of that connection. Our past experience gives us grounds for expecting that in the future friction will give rise to heat, but we have not and cannot have any assurance of the objectivity and necessity of this process. Proceeding from the data of science, dialectical materialism asserts that practice is the proof of the objectivity of causality. Engels wrote, "The regular sequence of certain natural phenomena can by itself give rise to the idea of causality, the heat and light that come with the sun, but this affords no proof," and to that extent Hume's skepticism was correct in saying that a regular post hoc can never establish a propter hoc. But the activity of human beings forms the test of causality. If we bring the sun's rays to a focus by means of a concave mirror and make them act like the rays of an ordinary fire, we thereby prove that heat comes from the sun. The fact that a cause is not always followed by the expected result, does not disprove the objectivity of causality, but rather confirms it. A loaded gun does not always fire. But whenever it misfires we are able to detect the objective cause of why this happens. Kant did not agree with Hume that causality was merely a habitual conjunction of sensations. Kant recognized the existence of causal connection as necessary in character, though not in the objective world but in the mind. He did not attribute this to experience. Causality existed as an a priori, innate category of intellect, on the basis of which various perceptions were linked together into a judgment. The idealistic views of Hume and Kant on causality are reproduced in various versions by neo-Kantians and also by the positivists, particularly the Marxists. Ernst Mach asserted that there is no cause and effect in nature, but that all forms of causality spring from our subjective desires. The view of Hume on causality is repeated by Bertrand Russell, who regards the concept of cause as a pre-scientific generalization serving only as a guide to action. The only difference between Hume and Russell in their interpretation of causality is that according to Russell the law of causality is based not on habit, as maintained by Hume, but on an animal faith which has become deeply embedded in the language. Belief in the external causation of certain kinds of experiences is primitive, and is, in a certain sense, implicit in animal behavior. Many contemporary idealist philosophers insist on the idea that the word cause should be excluded from philosophical terminology. Causality, in their view, is as obsolete as monarchy. The law of causality is replaced by the law of functional connection. One must not say that phenomenon A causes phenomenon B, one must say that A and B depend on each other. The concept of function, of functional connection is one of the basic concepts in mathematical science. This concept reflects the objectively existing connection of phenomena. Two quantities may be in the following connection: there is a functional connection between x and y if x changes its value. Y also changes its value according to a set rule. Y is then a function of x according to the formula y equals f. One quantity is a dependent variable, the other is an independent one. For example, distance traveled is a function of time, and so, given motion at a certain speed, this distance will increase in the course of time. One can envisage all kinds of dependencies, including external, inessential and even arbitrary dependencies, in the form of functional connection. The relationship of cause and effect may also be envisaged in the form of functional dependency, effect being a function of cause. However, this obscures everything that really matters in causality. Cause as a real phenomenon engenders and conditions effect, which is another real phenomenon. The idealists dissolve causality into functional dependency on the pretext that science is not interested in how phenomena arise, or whether there is a cause of their existence. It is only interested in whether there is any dependency between phenomena which can be expressed by a definite formula. But this is a fallacious point of view. Knowledge of real causal connection is the basis of people's practical activity. Knowing causes, we can evoke phenomena desirable for society or, on the contrary, combat those that are undesirable or harmful. Some idealists substitute for causal connection the logical connection of ground and consequent. But there is a distinction between the two. Ground in formal logic is any idea from which another idea follows. For example, the statement that there is a normal temperature in the room follows as the consequent of another idea, that the thermometer shows 20 degrees Celsius. The temperature reading is not the cause of the normal temperature in the room, but the ground for our conclusion about the temperature there. Causality is the connection not of ideas in an inference, but the connection between real phenomena, one of which evokes the other. The logical connection of ideas in our reasoning is a reflection of the relationship of things in reality, including their causal conditionality. From the difference between cause and ground it does not follow, of course, that in the sphere of thought only purely logical connections operate, that the principle of causality is replaced by the principle of sufficient ground. Any thought is causally conditioned. The principle of causality is attacked by certain physicists abroad who maintain that modern physics has disposed of the idea that all phenomena have a cause of their existence. They believe there is no causal conditionality in microprocesses. Not a single microparticle, for example, the electron, obeys the law of causality. Each one chooses its path freely from the various possibilities. The reason given is usually the uncertainty relation. It is true that whereas in the macro processes one can simultaneously define both the position and velocity of a body, the position and velocity of a microparticle cannot be simultaneously defined with unlimited accuracy. This law of the motion of the microobjects discovered by physicists does not fit in with the notion of causality that was characteristic of the science of the 17th and 18th centuries and has become known in history as Laplacian determinism. The Laplacian, or mechanistic, form of determinism arose from the study of the external, mechanical motion of macroobjects, and assumes the possibility of simultaneous exact knowledge of coordinates and impulse. In describing the processes at work within the atom we encounter the special properties of particles, and here the former concepts of coordinates and impulse evolved for macroobjects are not applicable. But from the principle of the uncertainty relation in the microcosm it does not follow that we should deny causality. The law of causality maintains only one thing: all phenomena have a cause. Just how causality operates in certain concrete cases, whether it is possible to define simultaneously the coordinates and velocity of particles with unlimited accuracy, is another question whose solution involves a knowledge of the concrete properties of the respective objects. Modern physics provides rich factual material confirming the universality of the law of causality and the diversity of forms in which it is manifested. Thus, knowing the angle at which the electron and positron collide, and also their velocities, one can predict the path of motion of the two photons. Surely this proves the existence of causality in the microcosm. The objective character of the causal connection of all phenomena in reality was substantiated and defended by pre-Marxist materialists, but they confined themselves to examine 175. The mechanical forms of causality, where cause is always external in relation to effect. If we acknowledge the causality of the mechanical form of motion of matter as the only law-governed form of connection of phenomena, we arrive at a metaphysical, oversimplified understanding of causality. In reality, the forms of causal connection are extremely diverse. For example, causality in biology cannot be reduced to the causality we know in mechanics, physics, or chemistry. Even more complex is causality in social life, where objectively emerging possibilities are realized through the purposeful, conscious activity of people. Materialist dialectics has overcome the limitations of the metaphysical interpretation of causality. It has shown that the connection between cause and effect is of a reciprocal nature. Cause produces the effect, but the effect may also influence the cause and change it. In this process of interaction the cause and effect change places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa. For example, the development of capitalism in Russia was the cause of the abolition of serfdom, but the abolition of serfdom became in its turn the cause of a further acceleration of the development of capitalism. The interaction of cause and effect implies their constant influencing each other, with the result that both cause and effect are modified. This interaction becomes the internal cause of the changes in the phenomena of reality. If we see the world as the interaction of different phenomena, we realize that its motion and development require no external push, no supernatural force, such as God. This is why Engels regarded as correct Hegel's proposition that interaction is the true ultimate cause of all things. Interacting forces and factors are not of equal value, of course. It is the task of science to reveal decisive, determining causes in the system of interacting forces. The interaction of cause and effect is influenced by the surrounding phenomena, which are summed up in the term conditions. Conditions are phenomena that are necessary for the occurrence of a certain event, but do not in themselves induce it. Thus a pathogenic organism may cause illness, depending on the conditions, that is, on the state of health of the person it attacks. Some of these conditions may encourage the effect, while others may prevent it. Knowledge of causes and the conditions under which they operate allows us to predict processes and control them. Splitting of the uranium nucleus may, depending on various conditions, lead to an explosion of tremendous power or to slow, gradual radiations. This fact is used by man in his practical activity. The slow radiations are applied in medicine to cure certain diseases, in agriculture and other fields of scientific research. Depending on the conditions, one and the same effect may result from different causes and, on the contrary, one and the same cause may produce different effects. To illustrate the former case, tremendous energy may be obtained both from the splitting of the uranium nucleus, and from the synthesis of the nuclei of hydrogen into helium nuclei. Despite their diversity, the causal interconnections of phenomena do not account for all the wealth of connections in the world. Lenin wrote, "Causality, as usually understood by us, is only a small particle of universal interconnection, but, a particle not of the subjective but of the objectively real interconnection. Phenomena enter into various relationships, temporal, spatial, and so on, which are related to causality but cannot be reduced to that category. Science cannot confine itself to studying only the causal interconnections of phenomena, it must study phenomena in all the diversity of their law-governed connections. For necessity and chance underscore, as we have seen, the law-governed connections and relationships of things are essential and necessary. Necessity is the stable, essential connection of things, phenomena, processes and objects f reality conditioned by the whole preceding course of their development. The necessary stems from the essence of things and, given certain conditions, is bound to occur. A distinction should be drawn between necessity and inevitability. Not everything that is necessary is inevitable. Necessity is inevitable when all other possibilities have been ruled out and there is only one left. There is no force in the world, for example, that can stop the motion of matter. This is an inevitable necessity. The replacement of lower socio-economic formations by higher formations is also historically inevitable. It stems from the essence of social development and is latent in the internal laws of the development of society. But does everything that happens in the world occur of necessity? No, there are also chance events. Chance is what under certain conditions may occur or may not occur, may happen in a certain way or may happen otherwise. In the religious view of the world there is a notion that everything in the universe, in the life of society and of the individual, is preordained by God or by fate, or by the world spirit, whose blind force is irrevertible. Belief in fate, in predestination, is known as fatalism. Ignorance of dialectics usually leads to an antithesis between necessity and chance, one of which is supposed to exclude the other. Democritus asserted, for instance, that everything occurs only through necessity. People, he said, invented the idol of chance so that they could use it as a pretext for their own unreasoning. Nearly all philosophers who deny chance identify it with the absence of cause. Hence the fallacious conclusion that since everything has its cause, chance is impossible. It is alleged that we call those phenomena whose cause we cannot discover or predict chance phenomena, whereas these phenomena in themselves are, in fact, not accidental but necessary. Spinoza believed, for instance, that there is nothing accidental in nature, that all is determined and must exist and act according to a certain pattern because of natural necessity. The French materialists of the 18th century also asserted that everything occurs of absolute necessity and that there is no chance in the world at all. Our whole life, said Holbach, is a line that we at nature's bidding must draw on the surface of the globe without any possibility of deviating from it for a single moment. The absolutizing of necessity and denial of chance follow logically from the mechanistic world outlook. Its most characteristic expression was in the stand taken by Laplace. All phenomena, he wrote, even those that are so insignificant as to appear independent of the great laws of nature are as necessary an effect of them as the revolutions of the sun. When one is ignorant of the bonds that unite them to the entire system of the universe, one makes them depend on ultimate causes or on chance, according to whether they happen and proceed with regularity or without any apparent order. These imaginary causes have successively receded with the boundaries of our knowledge and disappear entirely in the face of sound philosophy, which sees in them nothing but the expression of an ignorance of which we ourselves are the true causes. Necessity, if absolutized, turns into its opposite. Rejecting chance, the French materialists of the 18th century reduced necessity to the status of chance. Holbach asserted that biliousness in the fanatic, a ferment of the blood in the heart of the conqueror, a monarch suffering from indigestion, or a woman's whim are sufficient causes to make men go to war, to send millions of people to the slaughter, to destroy castles, to lay cities in ruins, to cast nations into poverty and mourning, to spread starvation and infection and create misery and grief for many centuries to come. Today's positivists deny the existence of necessity in nature and society. Thus, according to L. Wittgenstein, there is only logical necessity, the necessity that one statement must follow another. Moreover, logical necessity does not reflect any objective laws but stems from the nature of language. Metaphysical thinking gives rise to a false alternative: either the world is dominated by chance, in which case there was no necessity, or else, there is no such thing as chance and all that occurs is inevitable. In reality, necessity does not exist in pure form. Any necessary process occurs in a multiplicity of accidental forms. The main difference between necessity and chance is that the appearance and the existence of the necessary is conditioned by essential factors, whereas chance events are usually conditioned by inessential factors. It would be wrong to think that phenomena can be only either necessary or accidental. The dialectics of necessity and chance lies in the fact that chance is a form of the manifestation of necessity and its complement. Accidents can, in the course of development, become necessity. Thus, the law-governed attributes of one or another biological species appeared at first as accidental deviations from the features of another species. Mutations are accidental in character. But these accidental deviations establish themselves and accumulate, and the necessary qualities of the living organisms are formed on their basis. The factor of chance has never remained outside the field of vision of scientific knowledge, even when chance events are abstracted as something of secondary importance. The fundamental aim of knowledge is to reveal what is governed by law, what is necessary. But it does not follow from this that the accidental belongs only to the field of our subjective notions and should therefore be ignored in scientific research. Through the analysis of various accidental, individual facts, science moves on to the discovery of what lies at the bottom of things, of a certain necessity. In science there are laws that reflect necessity in a form that has been, as it were, stripped of chance, the laws of Newtonian mechanics, for example. There are also propositions that reflect both necessity and chance in their unity. In order to predict a lunar or solar eclipse, astronomy deliberately ignores chance and deals only with necessity. but prediction of social events calls for consideration of what is necessary and what is accidental in their unity. Appreciation of the dialectics of necessity and chance is an important factor in correct, practical creative activity. A good many discoveries in science and inventions in technology have been made thanks to a lucky coincidence. However well calculated our actions, something is always left to chance. The development of production and science tends to take man out of the power of unfortunate accidents. Under socialism, people are acquiring more and more opportunities of controlling social processes, planning the economy and culture, and thus safeguarding society from the harmful effects of chance. 2. 480. The distinction between statistical and dynamic laws, which plays a large part in science, is based on appreciation of the influence of chance. Dynamic laws are a form of necessary causal connection in which the interrelation between cause and effect is univalent. In other words, if we know the initial state of one system, we are able to predict its further development. Thus, the prediction of solar or lunar eclipses is built on calculation of the dynamic laws of the movement of celestial bodies. Statistical laws, unlike dynamic laws, are the dialectical unity of necessary and chance attributes. In this case, the subsequent states that follow from the initial state are not unique and can be predicted only to a certain degree of probability. Here are some examples. If you buy a lottery ticket, it does not follow that you are bound to win a prize. You may win or you may lose. Winning something in a lottery is a typical example of a chance event. The likelihood of such an event is expressed by the concept of probability. If the event never comes about, then probability is 0. If it is bound to come about, its probability is expressed by the unit 1. All chance events have a probability between 0 and 1. The more often the chance event occurs, the greater its probability. The concept of probability is closely connected with the concept of uncertainty. Uncertainty arises when there is a choice to be made from several objects. Probability and the measure of uncertainty have a quite simple interdependence: the less the probability of choice, the greater the uncertainty. A characteristic feature of statistical laws is the fact that they are based on chance that has a certain stability. This means that they are applied only to large groups of phenomena, each of which has a chance character. Such mass phenomena as accumulation of gas molecules, for example, obey statistical laws. The motion of an individual molecule in relation to the laws that prevail in the whole group is accidental, but from this intermingling of chance movement of individual molecules there is formed a necessity that manifests itself not completely, or perhaps not at all, in each individual case. 181. There is also a law of great numbers, which expresses the dialectics of the necessary and the accidental. This law runs as follows: the combined effect of a large number of accidental factors produces, for a very large class of such factors, results almost independent of chance. In other words, the amassing of a large number of individual cases, phenomena, leads to the elimination of their accidental deviations in one direction or another and to the formation of a definite trend, of something law-governed. This trend or law is called statistical. Manifesting itself in a mass of individual phenomena, statistical law with its specific interrelation of cause and effect, of necessity and chance, of the individual and universal, of whole and parts, of possibility and probability, constitutes the objective basis on which the application of statistical methods of research is based. The statistical methods and the methods of the theory of probability connected with them are acquiring ever greater significance in literally every branch of modern science. Even within the framework of classical physics there was a discipline known as statistical physics, and in quantum mechanics probability principles have acquired fundamental significance. Information theory, which forms the basis of cybernetics, is founded on the theory of probability. Biologists, economists, sociologists, and technologists are constantly making wider use of probability methods. A special branch of scientific logic, probability logic, has come into being and is rapidly developing. 5. Possibility and reality. The categories of possibility and reality occupy an important place in the well-stocked armory of modern theoretical thinking. Like all other categories of dialectics, they reflect the universal connections and relations of things, the process of their change and development. Nothing can come from nothing, and the new can arise only from certain preconditions conceived in the womb of the old. The existence of the new in its potential state is, in fact, possibility. A child comes into the world. He possesses a great number of potentialities: the possibility of sensing, feeling, thinking and speaking. Given the right conditions, the possibility becomes reality. By reality in the broad sense of the term we mean everything that actually exists, in embryo, in maturity, and in the state of passing away. This is a unity of the individual and the universal, the essence and the diverse forms of its manifestation, the necessary and the accidental. In the narrower sense we mean by reality a realized possibility, something that has come about, something that has developed. There is nothing in the world that is not either a possibility or a reality, or on the way from the one to the other. The process of development is the dialectical unity of possibility and reality. Possibility is organically linked with reality. The possible and the real interpenetrate one another. After all, the possible is one of the forms of reality in the broad sense of the word. It is internal, potential reality. Possibilities are not introduced into reality by any supernatural forces. They arise and exist in objective reality, expressing its self-motion and self-development. Reality has priority in the interconnection between the categories of possibility and reality, although possibility precedes reality in time. But possibility itself is only one of the elements of that which already exists as reality. Everything that is possible because it exists in reality as its direction towards the future, towards change, towards transformation into another quality. As Aristotle observed, in comparison with the person who exists in reality, the possibility of his existence, given in the seed, precedes him. Thus various things are preceded in time by other things from which the present ones are formed. While emphasizing the unity of possibility and reality, we must at the same time bear in mind the difference between them. The possibility of man's knowing the world in its entirety differs essentially from the fulfillment of this possibility in reality. There are various kinds of possibility. Possibilities may be universal or individual. A universal possibility expresses the preconditions of the general aspects of individual objects and phenomena, while individual possibility expresses the preconditions of their individual aspects and features. A universal possibility is conditioned by the laws of develop. 183. Ment of reality, while an individual possibility depends on the specific conditions of existence and action of these general laws. Every individual possibility is unique. Possibilities may be real or formal. We call a possibility real if it expresses the law-governed, essential tendency of development of the object in question, and if the necessary conditions for its realization exist in reality. A formal possibility expresses an inessential tendency of development of the object while the necessary conditions for its fulfillment are not present in reality. Only formal grounds can be given in its favor. It is possible that tonight the moon will fall upon the earth, because the moon is a body separated from the earth and may therefore fall upon it just as does a stone that has been thrown into the air. It is possible that the Sultan of Turkey will become Pope, because he is a man and, as such, may be converted to Christianity, may become a Catholic priest, etc. Formal possibility does not in itself contradict objective laws. In this sense it differs fundamentally from impossibility, that is, from that which cannot, in principle, under any conditions be realized. For example, no one can make a perpetual motion machine, because this contradicts the laws of the conservation of energy. In both theoretical and practical activity it is extremely important to be able to distinguish the possible from the impossible. A formal possibility may be regarded as a possibility only in abstraction from all other possibilities. Any amount of formal possibilities fail to become reality. Bourgeois ideologists assert, for instance, that in the conditions of capitalism any poor man may become a millionaire. But this is a formal possibility because millions of poor men remain poor men and even become beggars before the few become millionaires. The difference between real and formal possibility is to a certain extent relative. A perfectly real possibility may be lost or remain objectively unrealized because of certain circumstances. It then becomes a formal possibility. At the same time, a formal possibility may turn into a real possibility. For example, the possibility of manned space flight was at one time only formal, but has now become real. As we have said, possibility precedes reality in time. But reality, as the result of previous development, is at the same time a starting point of further development. Possibility arises in the given reality and is fulfilled in a new reality. As hidden tendencies expressing the different directions in the development of an object, possibilities characterize reality from the standpoint of its future. All possibilities are aimed at realization and possess a certain direction. But this orientation on the future does not signify that, as the fatalists assert, the final result of any process in the world is predestined from the very beginning and is utterly inevitable. Their point of view implies that the ultimate result of any process of development already exists as a reality in embryonic form and that the whole process of development serves merely as the external auxiliary means for its realization. All that exists is absolutely predetermined, on the one hand, by the past, and on the other, by the future, say the advocates of the mechanistic world outlook. But if all possibilities were originally given at a stroke, as it were, and no new possibilities could arise, the world would be threatened with the exhaustion of possibilities. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that development is not the unfolding of a ready-made collection of possibilities, but a constant process of generation of possibilities within the framework of reality, and their conversion into a new reality. The correlation of possibility and reality is contradictory and diverse. Every concrete reality, as a rule, implies innumerable possibilities of the emergence of qualitatively new phenomena. When a social revolution occurs, for example, it implies two possibilities, the victory of progressive forces or the victory of reaction. History knows many cases when reaction has won the day. In the final analysis, however, time favors the realization of progressive possibilities. Like everything in the world, possibilities develop, some of them grow, others wither away. Certain conditions are required for a possibility to become a reality. There is a substantial difference between the process of realization of a possibility in nature and its realization in human society. In nature, the realization of a possibility occurs on the whole spontaneously. Not so in human society. History is made by people. So a great deal depends on their 485 will, consciousness and initiative in the process of realization of the possibilities invested in social development. Under socialism, all the necessary conditions exist for turning the possibility of building communism into a reality. But these conditions cannot automatically lead to communism. The possibilities of building communist society can be realized e.a.e. the creative efforts of the Soviet people, led by the 6 content and form. Any object of reality is a unity of content and form. Content cannot just exist in the world by itself, it must have some kind of form. By content is meant the composition of all the elements of an object, the unity of its properties, internal processes, connections, contradictions and trends of development. For example, the content of an organism is not merely the totality of its organs but the whole actual process of its life activity proceeding in a certain form. By form is meant the mode of external expression of content, the relatively stable definiteness of the connection of the elements of content and their interaction, the type and structure of the content. Form and content constitute a certain relationship between features of an object that are not only different but opposed to one another. Moreover, the division of an object into form and content exists only within the framework of their inseparable unity, and their unity exists only as something internally divided. There is no unbridgeable gap between form and content. They may pass into each other. For example, thought is an ideal form of reflection of objective reality, and at the same time it forms the content of perceptual processes. Form and content are inseparable in each particular object. Form is not something external which is superimposed on content. For example, a fluid in a state of weightlessness and left to itself acquires a spherical form. The most splendid idea cannot produce a work of art if it is not clothed in a corresponding artistic form, in artistic images. It may be said of the Iliad that its content is the Trojan War, or, more specifically, the 186 Wrath of Achilles. This tells us everything but at the same time very little, because that which makes the Iliad what it is the poetic form in which its content is expressed. Form is a unity of the internal and external. As the means of connection of the elements of content, form is something internal. It constitutes the structure of the object, and becomes, as it were, an element of the content. As the means of connection of the given content with the content of other things, form is something external. Thus the internal form of a work of art is primarily the theme, the means of connection of the artistic images and ideas that make up its content. The external form is the sensually perceived appearance of the work, its outward presentation. In considering the opposition between form and content, we must not forget that the content is not formless, and that form is simultaneously contained in the content itself and is also external to it. Forms differ according to the degree of their universality. A form may be the means of organization of an individual object, a class of objects, or an infinite number of objects. The problem of the correlation of form and content has been treated in various ways by various philosophical schools. According to Aristotle, content and form exist in the beginning as something independent of each other, and only subsequently, when something is formed, do they enter into a close connection. According to Aristotle, the primary form, or the form of forms, is God. In contemporary bourgeois philosophy, the relationship of form and content is usually distorted, in the sense that form is divorced from content and absolutized. The absolutizing of form leads to formalism and abstractionism in art. Form becomes a self-sufficient value. Dialectical materialism is alien to all formalism, which puts form and formal demands into the foreground. This is not to say that we can afford to underestimate the significance of form. Form plays a very important part in the organization and development of content. Form and content are one. There can be no content without form, and no form without content. Form and content are opposites making up a unity, they are different poles of one and the same thing. Their inseparable unity manifests itself in the fact that a certain content is clothed in a certain form. Content is the primary aspect, the form of organization depends on what is organized. Content is not formed by some external force, it forms itself. Between form and content there exist internal contradictions. The emergence, development, and overcoming of these contradictions are one of the most essential and universal expressions of development through the struggle of opposites. Listing the elements of dialectics, Lenin writes, the struggle of content with form and conversely. The throwing off of the form, the transformation of the content. The categories of form and content are crucial to the understanding of the dialectics of development. A form that corresponds to content promotes and accelerates the development of content. There must, however, come a time when an old form ceases to correspond to the changed content and begins to act as a brake on its further development. A conflict arises between form and content which is resolved by the breakdown of the obsolete form and the appearance of a new form that corresponds to the new content. This new form exerts an active influence on the content and promotes its development. The unity of form and content presupposes their relative independence and the active role of form in relation to content. The relative independence of form is expressed, for example, in the fact that it may lag a little way behind the development of content. A change of form is a reorganization of the connection within the object. This process takes place in time, is realized through contradictions and collisions, for example, In conditions of antagonistic society it is related to the struggle against the forces of reaction, against the forces that stand guard over the old system. When form lags behind content they cease to correspond to each other. For instance, production relations, which are a form in respect of the productive forces of a society, correspond to the trend of development of the productive forces. During the ascending period in the development of a given socio-economic formation, but in the period of decline they lag behind these forces and retard their development. The relative independence of form and content is also expressed in the fact that one and the same content may take various forms. Socialist property in the Soviet Union exists in two forms: state property and cooperative, collective farm property. The state form of the dictatorship of the working class is both Soviet power and people's democracy. Socialist culture manifests itself in a variety of national forms. But one and the same form may have a different content. The laws of phenomena that are different in nature may be expressed by the same formula. For instance, appreciation of the interconnection between content and form and their relative independence is particularly important in practical activity, when skilled use of the form of organization of labor, of the production process and the distribution of manpower, may decide the course and outcome of the project. Lenin insisted on the need for flexible forms of organization of the working class in its struggle against its oppressors, forms that would correspond to specific circumstances. He emphasized that in the struggle waged by the proletariat and its party not only old, obsolete forms of organization but also undeveloped, unstable forms could hinder progress. The lame and undeveloped character of the form makes any serious step in the further development of the content impossible. It causes a shameful stagnation, leads to a waste of energy. The choice and elaboration of flexible forms in revolutionary struggle constitute one of the most important tasks of the communist and working class parties. 7. Essence and appearance. Essence and appearance are categories expressing different aspects of things, stages of knowledge, different depths in our understanding of an object. Human knowledge proceeds from the external form of an object to its internal organization. Knowledge of an object begins with determining its external properties, the relationships of things in space. Getting to know their causal and other profound law-governed relationships and properties leads to the disclosure of essence. The logic of the development of knowledge and the needs of social practice have compelled man to draw a strict distinction between what constitutes the essence of the object and what the object appears to be to us. Idealist philosophers sometimes make it appear that what a person considers to be essential depends on his interests. How do we know, asks the pragmatist, F.C.S. Schiller, what the essence of man is? For the theologian it lies in his immortal soul, for the doctor it lies in the body, for the cook in the fact that a man has a stomach, for the laundress in the fact that he wears underclothes. From this Schiller draws the conclusion that essence is subjective. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that both essence and appearance are universal objective characteristics of things. What is meant by knowing the essence of an object? This means that we have understood the cause of its origin, the laws of its existence, the internal contradictions and tendencies of development inherent in it, and its determining properties. The essence of the capitalist mode of production is private ownership of the means of production or the separation of the immediate producer's workers from the instruments of production. This essence of capitalism manifests itself in human exploitation, in the private property ideology. The essence of socialism is social ownership of the means of production, the absence of human exploitation, the ever fuller satisfaction of the growing needs of the workers through the constant development and improvement of production, the planning of social development, and the social, political, and ideological unity of the people. The essence of any process may be revealed in various degrees. Our thinking moves not only from appearance to essence, but from the less profound to the more profound essence. Human thought goes endlessly deeper from appearance to essence, from essence of the first order, as it were to essence of the second order, and so on without end. The category of essence expresses the special reality which constitutes, as it were, the foundation of an object, something stable and fundamental in its content. Essence is the organizing principle, the nodal point of connection between the basic features and aspects of an object. The category of the universal is closely linked with the category of essence. That which constitutes the essence of a definite class of objects is at the same time their universality. Essence is what is important, determining in an object. When we speak of essence, we have in mind something that proceeds according to law. Law and essence are concepts of the same kind, or rather of the same degree, expressing the deepening of man's knowledge of phenomena, the world. 2. For example, Mendeleev's periodic law reveals the essential internal connection between atomic weight of an element and its chemical properties. Essence and law, however, are not identical. Essence is wider and richer. For example, the essence of life lies not merely in any one law, but in a whole complex of laws. When describing the essence of an object, we use categories close to the category of essence but not identical with it: the individual in the many, the universal in the individual, the stable in the changeable, the internal, the law-governed. And what is appearance? Appearance is the outward manifestation of essence, the form of its expression. Unlike essence, which is hidden from man, appearance lies on the surface of things. Essence as something internal is contrasted to the external, changeable aspect of things. When we talk of appearance as something external and essence as something internal, we have in mind not a relationship in space, but the objective significance of the internal and the external for characterizing the object itself. Appearance cannot exist without that which appears in it, that is, without essence. Here, too, we see a transition, a flow from one to the other. The essence appears. The appearance is essential. In fact, there is nothing in essence that does not appear in some way or another. But appearance is more colorful than essence, if only for the reason that it is more individualist, involving a unique totality of external conditions. In appearance, the essential is connected with the inessential, the accidental. Essence reveals itself both in the mass of phenomena and in the individual, essential phenomenon. In some phenomena essence shows itself completely and transparently, while in others it is veiled. Lenin chose the turbulent flow of a river to illustrate the interrelationship of essence and appearance. The unessential, seeming, superficial vanishes more often, does not hold so tightly, does not sit so firmly as essence. Etway. The ideas of agnosticism are to be found in a mild form in the scepticism of ancient Greece: separation of knowledge from external reality, doubts as to the reality of the external world growing into denial of the existence of things themselves, and so on. The theoretical foundations of agnosticism were worked out by the English 18th-century philosopher David Hume, who maintained that all knowledge was, in essence, non-knowledge. The most perfect philosophy of the natural kind only staves off our ignorance a little longer, as perhaps the most perfect philosophy of the moral or metaphysical kind serves only to discover larger portions of it. Thus the observation of human blindness and weakness is the result of all philosophy. Hume recommended faith and force of habit rather than knowledge as the basis for practical action. Kantianism is the next variety of agnosticism. Kant produced a detailed analysis of the cognitive process, its separate elements, the senses, intellect, reason. This analysis was an important contribution to the theory of knowledge. But the direction and general conclusion of all his theoretical reasoning are incorrect. Kant revealed the complex and contradictory world of knowledge, but he divorced it from the things of the real world. Of what they from objective dialectics is the basic epistemological source of agnosticism. Agnosticism was rightly criticized as soon as it appeared. Its opponents were quick to point out the contradictory nature of its statements and the absurdity of its ultimate conclusions. But in this criticism there was often more wit than solid argument. The agnostic concept of knowledge arises as a reflection of the complex character, the contradictory nature of the process of acquiring knowledge, the difficulties involved in defining the criteria of true knowledge. But agnosticism also reflects the position of certain classes of society, their worldview. The overcoming of agnosticism therefore presupposes both the solution of complex theoretical problems and overcoming its social roots. Neither the old contemplative materialism nor idealist dialectics can cope with this problem. It can be solved only on the basis of materialist dialectics, which is also the theory of knowledge of Marxism-Leninism. The basic assumptions of the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge were formulated by Lenin in his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. Things exist independently of our consciousness, independently of our sensations, outside of us. There is definitely no difference in principle between the phenomenon and the thing in itself, and there cannot be any such difference. The only difference is between what is known and what is not yet known. In the theory of knowledge as in every other sphere of science, we must think dialectically, that is, we must not regard our knowledge as ready-made and unalterable, but must determine how knowledge emerges from ignorance, how incomplete, inexact knowledge becomes more complete and more exact. The theory of knowledge owes to Marxism two things that have changed it fundamentally: the extension of materialist dialectics to the sphere of knowledge, introduction into the theory of knowledge of practice as the basis and criterion of true knowledge. Materialist dialectics has put an end to the isolation and separation of the laws of the objective world from the laws of thought, because it is the science of the most general laws of motion both of the external world and of human thought. There are, as Engels writes, two sets of laws which are identical in substance, but differ in their expression in so far as the human mind can apply them consciously, while in nature and also up to now for the most part in human history, these laws assert themselves unconsciously. To knowledge and the laws of its motion are thus the reflection in the thinking brain of the laws and properties of objective reality itself. The content of our knowledge is brought into harmony with the objects and processes existing outside it in the process of cognition, which is predicated on man's material practical activity, his practical efforts to master the phenomena and processes of nature. 2. Subject and object. Knowledge does not exist in a person's brain from the outset, it is acquired in the course of his life, as a result of his practical activity. The process of man's acquisition of new knowledge is called cognition. In order to understand the essence, the laws of cognition, one must decide who is its subject, that is, who is the knower of objective reality. This would seem to be no great problem. Naturally the subject of cognition is man. But, in the first place, the history of philosophy tells us that there have been thinkers who believe that it is fundamentally impossible for man to know the essence of things. Secondly, there is today a widespread opinion that cognition, and such a form of it as theoretical thinking, can be done not only by people but by the machines they build, such as computers. And finally, it is not enough merely to assert that man is the subject of cognition, one must find out what makes him the subject, and for this purpose one must know his essence. Ludwig Feuerbach criticized the idealist concept according to which the subject of cognition is consciousness, correctly noting that consciousness itself, being a property of man, is predicative. Man for Feuerbach was a physical, corporeal being, living in space and time and possessing by virtue of his material nature the ability to know reality. It would seem that Feuerbach in his concept of cognition had in mind a concrete person possessing natural essence, but, as Marx observed, Feuerbach never arrives at the really existing active man, but stops at the abstraction man and gets no further than recognizing the true individual corporeal man emotionally. How does man acquire his concrete, real essence? Man possesses the inherent properties of an immediate natural being including sensory perception, but he creates his second, social nature culture, civilization. By means of labor he creates himself, not simply assimilating the objects of nature, but changing them in accordance with his needs. Man can do this only because he is a social being, in definite relations with his own kind. Man, wrote Marx, is not an abstract creature inhabiting some extramundane sphere. Man is the world of man, the state, society. Outside society there is no man, and consequently, no subject of cognition either. But the reader is quite entitled to ask, surely it is not all mankind, society as a whole, that gets to know things, but separate individuals. Of course, society cannot exist without individuals, who think, produce, possess their own features and abilities. But these individuals can be the subjects of cognition only thanks to the fact that they enter into certain social relations with one another and acquire the instruments and means of production accessible to them at a given level of social organization. The level of knowledge is not determined solely by people's natural and individual features, the main factor is social conditions and possibilities. No matter how splendid a genius Newton was, he could not have created the theory of relativity. Objective idealism, having shown that consciousness in society does not depend on any one concrete individual, made a mystery of this fact by taking the total result of people's activity as registered in the forms of consciousness and presenting it in the form of an independent essence moving according to its own logic. Thought was thus divorced not only from its specific vehicle the subject but also from the object the things and phenomena outside the subject. The process of cognition, however, needs not only a subject, but also an object with which the subject can interact. The phenomena and processes of objective reality exist independently of consciousness. Man himself, the subject of consciousness, can be judged by what becomes the object of his cognition and practice. For example, in the time of Democritus and Aristotle, and even in the time of Galileo and Newton, the electron, although it existed in reality, did not come within the range of human knowledge. Man was not capable of discovering it and making it the object of his thoughts and actions. Only by knowing the level of development of social practice can we infer what object of nature will become an object of human cognition, that is, become an element of social life. For example, social practice is now at such a level that the exploration of the space surrounding our planet, and exploration of other planets of the solar system, is gradually entering the sphere of human activity. Man lives in a more or less humanized natural environment. He is forever bringing new phenomena of nature into the orbit of his being, turning them into the objects of his activity. In this way the human world is made wider and deeper. Criticizing Feuerbach's concept of reality, Marx writes, he does not see how the sensuous world around him is not a thing given direct from all eternity, remaining ever the same, but the product of industry and of the state of society. The cherry tree, like almost all fruit trees, was, as is well known, only a few centuries ago transplanted by commerce into our zone, and therefore only by this action of a definite society in a definite age it has become sensuous certainty for Feuerbach. All this goes to show that both the subject and the object upon which the subject acts acquire a social character and depend on human practical activity. This activity creates culture, an element of which is knowledge. 3. Practice. The social and historical nature of knowledge. The indispensable condition on which knowledge depends is the influence that the objects of nature and social processes exert upon man, but man can only develop his knowledge by acting, intervening in objective phenomena and transforming them while experiencing their influence. We can understand the essence of human cognition only by deducing it from the peculiarities of this practical interaction of subject and object. Mankind and nature are two systems of different quality, but they are both material. Man is a social and objective being and acts in an objective way. His possession of consciousness and will exerts a substantial influence on his interaction with nature, but this interaction does not thereby lose its material essence. Man acts with all the means at his disposal, natural and artificial, on the phenomena and things of nature, transforming them and at the same time transforming himself. This objective material activity of man is known as practice. The concept of practice is fundamental not only to the theory of knowledge of Marxism-Leninism, but also to Marxist-Leninist philosophy as a whole. Practice cannot be confined entirely to the sphere of production. If it is, man becomes merely an economic being, satisfying by means of labor his needs for food, clothing, habitation, and so on, and his consciousness becomes purely technical in character. Economic production has its place in practice, as its basis, but human practical activity cannot be reduced merely to the practice of production. Practice, in the broadest sense, includes the totality of objective forms of man's activity. It embraces all aspects of his social being, in the process of which his material and spiritual culture is created, including such social phenomena as the class struggle, and the development of art and science. In his production labor activity, man treats nature not as an animal does, obtaining only what it and its offspring immediately require. Man is a universal being. He creates things that do not exist in nature. He creates on his own scale and by his own yardstick according to constantly emerging and developing aims. Such activity is impossible without consciousness. All forms of man's objective activity are built on the foundation of labor and production, and it is these forms that engender such a phenomenon as knowledge of things, processes, and the laws of objective reality. Initially, knowledge was not separated from material production, the one was part of the other. As civilization developed, however, the production of ideas broke away from the production of things, and the process of cognition became an independent, theoretical activity of man with its own subject matter and specific features. This subsequently gave rise to the opposition between theory and practice, which is in fact only relative in character. If we set out to explain the interrelation between theoretical activity and practice, we shall see the dependence of theory on practice and at the same time its relative independence. For the theory of knowledge both are important. The dependence of knowledge on practice explains to us the social and historical nature of knowledge. All aspects of cognition are connected and determined by society. The subject of cognition is man in his social essence, the object is a natural object or social phenomenon selected by man and included in the sphere of his activity. Practice is the objective. 202. Material activity in which man, far from losing his essence, acquires it, thus creating himself and his history. From nature man has inherited certain biological factors on which the functioning of consciousness depends. These are the brain and a fairly well-developed nervous system. But man's natural organs have changed their purpose and function in the process of social development. Thus the hand, wrote Engels, is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. It is thanks to social activity that the sensory organs, the brain and hands, have acquired the ability to create such marvels as the pictures and statues of the great artists, the compositions of brilliant musicians, the masterpieces of literature, science, and philosophy. It follows from the social nature of knowledge that the development of knowledge is caused by the changes in man's objective activity, in his social needs, which determine the aim of knowledge, its target, and stimulate people to strive for an ever deeper theoretical mastery of knowledge. The relative independence of knowledge allows it to go a little further than the immediate demands of practice, to anticipate practice, to foresee new phenomena and actively influence production and other spheres of human life. For example, the theory of the complex structure of the atom arose before society had consciously set itself the goal of making practical use of atomic energy. Knowledge can move ahead of practice because it has its own laws that differ from the laws of development of production. The connection between knowledge and the practical tasks that the individual and mankind as a whole set themselves is often of a complex and indirect nature. For example, the results of contemporary mathematical research are mainly applied in other branches of science, such as physics and chemistry, and only afterwards in engineering and the technology of production. Of course, there is always the possibility of theoretical activity becoming divorced from practice. In the field of cognition, this may lead to its becoming a closed-circuit system without any outlet in human practice. Knowledge may then lose its connection with its target and thus be deprived of its main function, that of enriching people with new knowledge, helping them to master objective processes and place them at the service of man. The systematic application of knowledge to practice is, therefore, the guarantee of its objectivity, of its ever deeper penetration into the essence of the things and processes of objective reality. For knowledge as intellectual mastery of reality. The principle of reflection. The result of the process of cognition is knowledge. The concept of knowledge is extremely complex and full of implications. Many epistemologists have concentrated on one or another aspect of knowledge and presented this aspect as expressing the whole nature of knowledge. This one-sidedness has led to the exclusion of major factors comprising the very essence of knowledge, with the result that some concepts of knowledge are incomplete and even misleading. The first definition of knowledge establishes its place in the process of social life. In knowledge, man masters an object theoretically, transforms it to the plane of the ideal. Knowledge is ideal in relation to the object outside it. It is not the thing that is known, the phenomenon or property that is cognized, but a form of assimilation of reality, man's ability to reproduce things and processes in his thoughts, aims and desires, to operate with their images and concepts. This means that knowledge, since it is ideal, exists not in the form of sensuously material things or their material copies, but as something opposite to the material, as a feature or aspect of the objective interaction of subject and object, as a form of man's activity. As something ideal, knowledge is nevertheless interwoven with the material in the motion of the nervous system, in the signs created by man. This is what gives rise to the ideas that express man's spiritual mastery of objects, the images, the yardsticks that he evolves for things and processes which exist or may exist. If we say that the specific nature of knowledge lies in the grouping of ideas, we must also pose the question of their content, their relationship to objective reality. The dialectical 204 materialist solution to this problem was formulated by Marx in the following general terms: the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. The relationship between knowledge and objective reality is expressed in the concept of reflection. This concept was proposed by philosophy in ancient times. The modern materialists made wide use of it, and in a number of cases gave the process of reflection a mechanistic coloring. Reflection was regarded as the influence of objects on man, whose sense organs registered their imprint, their form, like wax. Although reflection is not a concept peculiar to the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge alone, it has gained its place there, been rethought and acquired new content. Why is such a concept needed? When discussing the content and source of knowledge, the form in which it is connected with objective reality, we cannot uphold the positions of materialism without understanding knowledge as the reflection of the things, properties, and laws of objective reality. Materialism in the theory of knowledge proceeds from recognition of the existence of an objective reality independent of man's consciousness, and of the knowability of that reality. Recognition of objective reality, which forms part of the content of knowledge, is directly connected with the concept of reflection. Knowledge reflects the object. This means that the subject creates forms of thought that are ultimately determined by the nature, properties, and laws of the given object, that is to say, the content of knowledge is objective. The idealist theory of knowledge avoids the concept of reflection and attempts to substitute for it such terms as correspondence, presenting knowledge not as the image of objective reality but as a sign or symbol replacing it. Lenin firmly protested against this because signs or symbols may quite possibly indicate imaginary objects, and everybody is familiar with instances of such signs or symbols. Point to the idealists themselves, such as Ernst Cassirer, the Neo-Kantian, make no secret of the reasons for their dislike of the concept of reflection. Defeating the concept of knowledge as a symbol. In relation to the object, he wrote, our sensations and ideas are symbols, and not reflections of objects. From an image we demand a certain likeness to the reflected object, but we can never be sure here of this likeness. The idea of knowledge as reflection is today opposed by the philosophers of various schools, and also by philosophising revisionists. The latter reject reflection as allegedly a concept of metaphysical materialism incompatible with Marxist philosophy, which proceeds from recognition of the activeness of the subject in the process of the practical and theoretical mastering of the object. The theory of reflection is thus presented by these philosophers as the basis of dogmatism. Of course, reflection, seen as the lifeless copying of existing things and processes and considered apart from the subjective, actively creative influence of man, cannot serve as a characteristic of knowledge. The very meaning of human life lies in free creative activity, in the practical transformation of the world, and knowledge serves the aims and tasks of this activity. But knowledge can be the instrument of transformation of the world only when it is the objective and active, practically oriented reflection of reality. Knowledge is the mastering of objectively existing reality. It has reality as its content, that is, it reflects the properties and laws of phenomena and processes existing outside it. Thus the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge reveals the nature of knowledge, substantiating it with the principle of reflection. It endows the concept of reflection with new content, including in it the sensuously practical, creative activity of man. Knowledge is the coincident reflection of reality, tested by social practice. 5. Language is the form of existence of knowledge. Symbol and meaning. Knowledge is ideal, but in order to exist in reality it must have a sensuous, material form. Man as an objective being acts only objectively, and his knowledge also exists in objective form. One may operate with knowledge only in so far as it takes the form of language, a system of sensorily perceptible objects, signs. This organic link between knowledge and its existence in the form of language was noted by Marx. From the start the spirit is afflicted with the curse of being burdened with matter, which here makes its appearance in the form of agitated layers of air, sounds, in short, of language. Language is as old as consciousness. Language is practical consciousness that exists also for other men, and for that reason alone it really exists for me personally as well. On the surface, knowledge takes the form of a system of signs denoting an object, event, action, etc. That which the sign denotes is its meaning. Sign and meaning are indivisible. There can be no sign without meaning and vice versa. A distinction must be made between linguistic and non-linguistic signs, the latter including signals, markings, and so on. Knowledge exists in linguistic signs, whose meaning is contained in cognitive images of the various phenomena and processes of objective reality. There is no intrinsically necessary, organic link between the sensorily perceived object acting as a sign and its meaning. The same meaning may be attached to different objects performing the function of a sign. Moreover, artificial formations created for a special purpose, symbols, may also act as signs. The development of knowledge has brought into being a highly ramified system of artificial, symbolic languages. These languages are closely connected with the natural languages, but are relatively independent systems of signs. Science more and more often resorts to the use of symbols as a means of expressing the results of cognition. The K. Marx and F. Engels, The German Ideology, pages 41 to 42. Pike ***. Modern formal logic makes a distinction between meaning in extension and meaning in intention. The former is the class of objects denoted by a certify word, the latter its logical connotation. For example, the meaning in extension of the word whale is all the whales that ever were, are, or will be. Its meaning in intention is a mammal inhabiting the ocean, etc. Here the term meaning is used in the broad sense, both extensionally and intentionally. Words of the natural language are not always suitable for expressing scientific concepts because they have their own specific sensuous meaning, connected with everyday usage. Symbols are used to provide the close definition that is essential to strict and unambiguous thinking. Knowledge as a linguistic system forms a world of its own, with its own specific structure in which separate elements are connected together according to certain rules. This system has its laws of structure and functioning, is constantly being enriched with new elements, changing its structure, and so on. Moreover, the laws of the functioning of the system are relatively independent and not directly connected with the things and processes of objective reality and their reflections in the mind of man. Symbolism is widely used by certain philosophical schools to defend idealistic notions. Indeed, if knowledge exists in the form of systems of signs, and these signs are more and more often replaced in modern science by symbols, does this not confirm the idea that knowledge is a symbol and not the reflection of reality? Contemporary positivists constantly stress the idea that the adoption of artificial language by science has entailed a loss of objectivity in knowledge. The new physics, writes Philip Frank, does not teach us anything about matter and spirit, but much about semantics. We learn that the language by which the man from the street describes his daily experience is not fit to formulate the general laws of physics. Yes, of course, physics has its own language which is unlike any natural national language, but it creates such a language not in order to move away from the processes it studies, but to investigate them more deeply and thoroughly. Knowledge is becoming increasingly symbolical in its form of expression, and scientific theory often appears in the form of a system of symbols, but the importance of these symbols and equations is that they give a more accurate and profound reflection of objective reality. It is not the symbols themselves that are the result of knowledge, but their ideal meaning whose content is the things, processes, properties and laws studied by the given science. It is not the symbols in Einstein's formula E=mc that are knowledge. Knowledge is the meaning of the symbols that comprise this formula, and the relationship between them expresses one of the laws of physics, the connection between energy and mass, that is, it provides real knowledge. Admittedly, it is not always easy to decide the meaning, that is, the class of objects, to which certain symbols and theories as a whole refer. The time has passed when all knowledge was, in effect, self-evident and a definite sensuous image or object could be perceived in every concept. It is no accident therefore that we are now urgently confronted with the problem of interpretation, the elucidation of the theories expressed by a more or less formalist symbolic language. The very term interpretation has acquired a non-traditional meaning. It now signifies not only scientific explanation, implying a search for the laws and causes of phenomena, but also the logical operation of defining the cognitive significance of abstract, symbolic systems and the content both of the individual terms and statements, and of theory as a whole. The logical thinking of the 20th century has been much concerned with questions involving the interpretation of abstract theoretical systems. At first glance this would not seem to be an intricate task. We have a certain scientific theory with its own specific language. In order to understand the theory we must reduce its language to another language, a more universal and formalist one, for example, the kind of language provided by modern formal logic. In general, such a comparison of two languages is extremely fruitful because it allows us to test a scientific theory by rigorous linguistic criteria, to establish its non-contradictoriness, the ekphrasis of the terms used, and so on. But this method cannot be used to elucidate the objective sphere of eyes, that is, its cognitive significance and objective content. 209. There is another means of interpreting scientific theory. This is to compare its language with the language of observation, of experiment, to seek not only the abstract objects behind the terms and expressions of theory, but also the empirical, sensuous objects that can actually be observed. This operation, known as empirical interpretation, allows us to relate an abstract theoretical system to the phenomena of objective reality, but even empirical interpretation does not solve the crucial problem, the elucidation of the whole cognitive significance of the theoretical system. One and the same theory may be interpreted through different experiments which, even taken together, cannot replace the knowledge it contains of the laws of phenomena. Some schools of contemporary philosophy, particularly logical positivism, assume that knowledge is built up of two elements: the rules of operating with linguistic signs and sense perception. Therefore, say the positivists, scientific theory can also be interpreted only by the linguistic means of formal logic or by reduction to the language of observation, of experiment, which is nearer to the natural language and consequently to our sensory images. The weakness of these positivist concepts lies in the fact that, in analyzing the language of science, they do not actually deal with knowledge itself in its specific form, because since the days of Kant it has been accepted in philosophy that knowledge must include a content that goes beyond the use of symbols and beyond empirical observation. This implies that to understand theory and grasp its cognitive significance, to understand the knowledge it contains, we must not confine ourselves to its interpretation by means of the language of formal logic and empirical observation, but include it in the general process of development of knowledge and of human civilization in general. By this means we can understand the part played by theory in intellectual development, in the intellectual mastery of the phenomena and processes of objective reality, and where it is leading human thought and activity. In this revealing of the cognitive significance of theory, a tremendous part is played by the categories of philosophy. From the above, the conclusion may be drawn that knowledge is the spiritual assimilation of reality essential to practical activity. Theories and concepts are created in the process of this assimilation, which has creative aims, actively reflects the phenomena, properties, and laws of the objective world, and has its real existence in the form of a linguistic system. 6. Objective truth. Knowledge is a result of human activity. In acquiring knowledge, man is active, he is guided by his own aims and makes special instruments, tools, and other devices that help him to know reality. Man's intervention in the processes that he studies is constantly increasing. For practical activity we need knowledge that reflects with the greatest degree of fullness and accuracy the objective world as it exists in itself, independently of man's consciousness and activity. Here we are confronted with the question of the truth of knowledge. What is truth? How is it possible? Where are the criteria by which we can separate true knowledge from the untrue, the false? Long-standing tradition that goes back to the philosophy of ancient times tells us that the truth is what corresponds to reality. But this definition is so broad and ambiguous that it has been virtually accepted by nearly all philosophical schools, both materialist and idealist. Even the agnostics agree with it, while putting their own interpretation on the terms correspondence and reality. The agnostics say they are not against knowledge in general, but against knowledge as the reflection of things and processes as they exist in themselves. So the general conclusion is that all philosophers have believed the attainment of truth to be the aim of knowledge and have recognized its existence. For these reasons the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge could not rest content with such an abstract definition of truth, it had to go further. Marxism-Leninism has developed the more concrete concept of objective truth, which means knowledge whose content does not depend on the subject, does not depend either on the individual or on mankind as a whole. As we have noted, there can be no knowledge, and consequently no truth, independent of man's practical activity. This is where the objective idealists are wrong in their conception of taking truth beyond the sphere of man and mankind into some transcendental world. But on the other hand, there can be no truth outside its objectivity. If objective reality does not form the content of knowledge, knowledge loses its basic quality, that of reflecting the object as it exists in itself. Thus, such statements as the electron forms part of the structure of the atom of any element, or any capitalist society is based on the exploitation of man by man, are objective truths because their content is taken from objective reality, from the state of things that exists independently of the consciousness of the people who seek to know it. Objective truth expresses the dialectics of subject and object. On the one hand, the truth is subjective because it is a form of human activity, on the other, it is objective because its content does not depend either on the individual or on mankind as a whole. For the materialist, the recognition of objective truth is essential, while for the agnostic, the subjective idealist, there can be no objective truth, because he rules out the possibility of phenomena and processes being reflected in thought as they exist independently of the consciousness of the thinker. Denial of objective truth takes various forms. Kant and his followers believed the attribute of true knowledge to be necessity and universality, whose source lay not in the objective world but in the nature of sensuality and intellect. Consequently, in their view, there was in fact no objective knowledge. Marxism regarded true knowledge as that in which the most economical and simple connection of sensation was achieved. Marxism does not deny the importance of the desire for economy and simplicity but, as Lenin wrote, thought is economical when it correctly reflects objective truth. Point 2. Pragmatism deduces truth from practice, which is understood as subjective activity designed to achieve utility. It is, of course, an objective fact that true knowledge is necessary and useful to society, including separate individuals, but utility and practical considerations are not the source of truth. Rather, knowledge can only be useful, can only become the instrument for transforming things, when it is objectively true. Through practice, knowledge comes into contact with objective reality, and draws its content from the latter. Bertrand Russell, a prominent figure in British neo-positivism, believed truth to be a form of faith. It is in fact primarily beliefs that are true or false. Sentences only become so through the fact that they can express beliefs. Russell sees truth as a belief to which a certain fact corresponds. The false is also a belief, but one that is not confirmed by fact. The question of what constitutes a fact that confirms belief is left open. It may be some external association, and so on. In other words, the objectivity of the content of knowledge as the decisive moment of truth does not figure in this theory. Popular among positivists is the concept that reduces the content of knowledge to the means of testing and proving it. In this case, the objective significance or content of knowledge is confused with the means of its proof or testing. But proof is not the content of knowledge, it is the process of establishing its objective truth. The same statement with one and the same objective content may be proved by completely different means. In doing so, we change not the content of the statement that has to be proved but only our attitude to it. Therefore, without detracting from the significance of proof and verification in the process of cognition, we must draw a strict distinction between truth and the means of proving it. The one may not be taken for the other. Truth is knowledge, the content of which is determined by the object, its properties and laws. Objective truth is not something static. It is a process that includes various qualitative states. There is an accepted distinction between absolute and relative truth. The term absolute truth is used in philosophical literature in various senses. It often implies the notion of complete and ultimate knowledge of the world as a whole. This is truth in the last instance, the ultimate realization of the strivings and potential of human reason. But is such knowledge attainable? In principle, man is capable of knowing everything in the world, but in reality this ability is realized in the process of the practically infinite historical development of society. The sovereignty of thought, writes Engels, is realized in a series of extremely unsovereignly thinking human beings. Each result of human knowledge is sovereign, inasmuch as it is a moment in the process of cognition of objective reality, and unsovereign as a separate act, inasmuch as it has its limits which are determined by the level of development of human civilization. Therefore, the desire to achieve truth in the last instance at all costs is like going on a wild goose chase. Sometimes the term truth in the last instance is used to describe factual knowledge of individual phenomena and processes, the authenticity of which has been proved by science. Such truths are also sometimes called eternal. Leo Tolstoy was born in 1828, birds have beaks, chemical elements have atomic weight. Do such truths exist? Of course, they do. But anyone who would limit cognition to the achievement of such knowledge would, as Engels remarks, not get very far. If mankind, he writes, ever reached the stage at which it should work only with eternal truths, with results of thought which possess sovereign validity and an unconditional claim to truth, it would then have reached the point where the infinity of the intellectual world both in its actuality and in its potentiality had been exhausted, and thus the famous miracle of the counted uncountable would have been performed. Science has developed through overthrowing various assertions that claimed to be absolute but turned out to be true only for their time. Actual scientific theory quite often contains an element of the untrue, the illusory, which is revealed by the subsequent course of cognition and the development of practice. But do we not then set foot on the perilous path of denying objective truth? If in the process of cognition a moment of illusion is discovered in what was thought to be true, if the opposition between the true and the false is relative, then perhaps there is no general difference between them. This, in fact, is the argument of the relativists, who absolutize the relativity of knowledge. If truth is relative, it may be considered from their standpoint that science moves from one truth to another, or, which is the same thing, from one error to another. Relativism is correct in one respect: its recognition of the fluidity, the mobility of all that exists including knowledge, but it metaphysically divorces the development of knowledge from objective reality. The materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels certainly does contain relativism, but is not reducible to relativism, that is, it recognizes the relativity of all our knowledge, not in the sense of denying objective truth, but in the sense that the limits of approximation of our knowledge to this truth are historically conditional. The Marxist theory of knowledge, while opposing both dogmatism and relativism, acknowledges the existence of both absolute and relative truths, but in doing so it establishes their interconnection in the process of achieving objective truth. To be a materialist, Lenin writes, is to acknowledge objective truth, which is revealed to us by our sense organs. To acknowledge objective truth, i.e., truth not dependent upon man and mankind, is, in one way or another, to recognize absolute truth. Absolute truth exists because in our objectively true knowledge there is something that is not overthrown by the subsequent course of science, but is only enriched with new objective content. At the same time, at any given moment our knowledge is relative, it reflects reality truly in the main, but not completely, and only within certain limits, and with the further movement of knowledge it becomes more accurate and more profound. Objective truth is the process of movement of knowledge from one stage to another, as a result of which knowledge is filled out with content taken from objective reality. It is always a unity of the absolute and the relative. Each step in the development of science, Lenin writes, adds new grains to the sum of absolute truth, but the limits of the truth of each scientific proposition are relative, now expanding, now shrinking with the growth of knowledge. In ancient Greece a geometry was invented that is known in science as Euclidean geometry. Is it true or not? Of course, it is an objective, absolute relative truth, because its content is taken from the spatial relationships existing in objective reality. But it is true only up to a certain point, that is, while it remains abstracted from the curvature of space. As soon as space is considered with a positive or negative curvature, scientists have recourse to non-Euclidean geometries, which have extended the limits of our knowledge and contributed to the development of geometrical knowledge along the path that leads us ever deeper into objective truth. 7 Criteria of true knowledge. In seeking objective truth, man experiences a need for criteria to help him distinguish it from error. This would seem to be quite simple. Science yields objective truth and man has worked out many ways of proving and testing it. But this is not the whole story. Proof in the strict sense of the term is the deduction of one knowledge from another, when one knowledge must necessarily follow from another thesis from arguments. Thus in the process of proof knowledge does not go beyond its own sphere, but remains, as it were, confined within itself. This is what has given rise to the idea of the existence of formal criteria of truth, when truth is established by collating one set of knowledge with another. The so-called theory of coherence, which has been much publicized in the 20th century by the neo-positivists, proceeds in general from the proposition that no other criterion exists, and that truth itself is the agreement of one set of knowledge with another set of knowledge established on the basis of the formal logical law of inadmissibility of contradiction. But formal logic can guarantee us the truth of a deduced statement only if the premises from which it follows are true. A follows from B, B follows from C, and so on ad infinitum. But from where, we may ask, do we obtain the general principles, the axioms, and even the rules of logical deduction that form the basis of any proof? This question was asked by Aristotle. If we follow the theory of coherence, we can only accept them as conventional agreements and thus write off all attempts to establish the objective truth of knowledge, thereby submitting to subjectivism and agnosticism in the theory of knowledge. The history of philosophy records various approaches to the problem of the criteria of true knowledge. Some philosophers saw the solution in empirical observation, in the sensations and perceptions of the individual. Of course, empirical observation is one of the means of testing knowledge. But in the first place, not all theoretical concepts may be tested by direct observation. Secondly, as Engels wrote, the empiricism of observation alone can never adequately prove necessity. This is so very correct that it does not follow from the continual rising of the sun in the morning that it will rise again tomorrow. but knowledge that lays down laws must contain in itself both necessity and universality. Of course, scientific practice does sometimes test statements and theories by sensory experience. But this cannot serve as the ultimate criterion of truth, because from one and the same theory there may follow quite different consequences that can be tested experimentally. The fact that one such consequence, or several of them taken together, corresponds to experience still does not guarantee the objective truth of the whole theory. Besides, not all propositions of science can be tested by direct recourse to sensorve experience. This is why even the neo-positivists, who champion the principle of verification, have felt its unreliability as a general criterion of the truth of knowledge, particularly when dealing with scientific theories that possess a large degree of universality. To rescue the principle of verification, they go on inventing ever wider interpretations of the concept of experimental verifiability, on the one hand, while limiting the sphere of its application, on the other. Some of them, the British philosopher Karl Popper, for example, have proposed that verifiability should be replaced by falsifiability, that is, the attempt to find experimental data that refute rather than confirm the theory. Disqualifying facts are, of course, essential to science, particularly as a means of establishing the limits of applicability of a given theoretical system. But this method cannot be used to prove its objective truth. Marxism has solved the problem of the criterion of truth by showing that it lies ultimately in the activity which is the basis of knowledge, that is, in social historical practice. The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not the question of theory but is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and the power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. What gives practice its strength as a criterion of truth? The criterion of true knowledge must possess two qualities. First, it must undoubtedly be sensuous and material in character. It must take man out of the field of knowledge into the objective world, because it is the objectivity of knowledge that must be established. Second, knowledge, particularly the laws of science, has a universal character, and the universal and infinite cannot be proved by one individual fact or even by any number of them taken together. Man's practical activity, the nature of which is intrinsically universal, possesses this special feature. As Lenin said, a person finally grasps objective truth, only when the notion becomes being for itself in the sense of practice. Moreover, in practice the universal acquires the sensuously concrete form of a thing, a process, and so it has in itself not only the dignity of the universal but also of the simply actual point. In other words, in practice the objectivity of knowledge which is universal in character acquires the form of sensuous authenticity. And there is no need to depart into the bad infinity of enumerating examples and facts. The steam engine which man built on the basis of knowledge proves the proposition of physics concerning the conversion of thermal energy into mechanical energy and, as Engels observed, 100,000 steam engines did not prove this more than one. By learning how to use atomic energy in industry, agriculture, and medicine man proves the objective truth of the physical concepts of the structure of the atom. This does not mean, of course, that from the standpoint of Marxist-Leninist epistemology every concept, every act of knowledge must be directly tested in practice, in production, or some other form of material human activity. In reality the process of proof takes the form of deducing one set of knowledge from another, that is, the form of a logical chain of reasoning, some of whose links are tested by application in practice. But does not this suggest the idea that besides practice there exist criteria based on the logical apparatus of thought, on the collation of one set of knowledge with another? Of course, the forms and laws of logical deduction do not depend on separate acts of practical activity, but this does not mean that they are in general unconnected with practice and not engendered by it. As Lenin wrote, the practical activity of man had to lead his consciousness to the repetition of the various logical figures thousands of millions of times in order that these figures could obtain the significance of axioms, for practice is not a fixed state, but a process formed of individual elements, stages, and links. Knowledge may overtake the practice of one or another historical period. There may not be enough available practice to establish the truth of the theories that are advanced by science. All this indicates the relativity of the criterion of practice. But this criterion is simultaneously absolute because only on the basis of the practice of today or tomorrow can objective truth be established. The criterion of practice can never, in the nature of things, either confirm or refute any human idea completely. This criterion too is sufficiently indefinite not to allow human knowledge to become absolute, but at the same time it is sufficiently definite to wage a ruthless fight on all varieties of idealism and agnosticism. As it develops, practice overcomes its limitations as a criterion of knowledge. Developing practice cleanses knowledge of all that is false and urges it on to the new results that we need. Cognition is not something static, but a process of movement towards objective, complete and comprehensive truth. This process is made up of a multitude of elements and aspects that have a necessary connection with one another. 1. Cognition as unity of the sensory and the rational. Philosophy long ago singled out the two elements that make up cognition. These are the sensory and the rational. This once gave rise to the question, what is the significance of these elements in the production and development of knowledge? How are they related? There have of course been many different answers to these questions. The adherents of sensationalism assume that the decisive role in cognition belongs to the sensory element, to sensations and perceptions. Here we have a true idea because it is indeed only through the sense organs that a person is connected with the external world. The first premise of the theory of knowledge, Lenin wrote, undoubtedly is that the sole source of our knowledge is sensation. But the nature of man's sensations and perceptions, their role in cognition, may be understood in different ways. Sensations are the source of knowledge. What, then, is the source of the sensations themselves? Idealist sensationalism regards sensations and perceptions as the ultimate reality that we can know. It either repudiates the existence of objective reality or dismisses the question of the source of sensations and perceptions as absurd. Moreover, the idealists often speculate on the complex nature of sensations, giving a one-sided interpretation of scientific data. Sensations are the result of the interaction of two material systems, the object, which exists outside the sense organs, and the subject, which exerts a considerable influence on the form of sensation. The physiological idealism that emerged in the 19th century with its biased interpretation of the facts of the physiology of the sense organs assumes that an external stimulus fulfills only the function of giving an impulse to sensation, but is by no means the determining factor. The determining factor is the internal energy that is specific for every sense organ. In this interpretation, sensations are virtually isolated from the external world and treated merely as symbols of things and processes, which leads to agnosticism. At the other extreme we have the view of sensation known as naive realism. Its adherents assume that outside man there exists an external world with a multitude of things and processes that are exactly the same as what man feels and perceives. The individual and his nervous system allegedly play no part in influencing the form of sensations. In reality, the sense organs do exert an influence on the formation of sensations. A sensation is a subjective image of the objective world. If color, Lenin writes, is a sensation only depending upon the retina, then light rays, falling upon the retina, produce the sensation of color. This means that outside us, independently of us and of our minds, there exists a movement of matter, let us say of ether waves of a definite length and of a definite velocity, which, acting upon the retina, produce in man the sensation of a particular color. This is materialism. Matter acting upon our sense organs produces sensation. Sensation depends on the brain. 999 Art. Nerves, retina, etc., i.e., on matter organized in a definite way. Sonicate and perceptions, since they are the source of human knowledge, possess authenticity. Within certain limits they give us notions of the external world that correctly reflect reality, that is to say, there exists a natural coordination between the external world and the data of the sense organs which is a result of the evolution of living beings, their adaptation to the environment. Therefore, we do not neglect sensory authenticity in testing theoretical knowledge, for example. But the data of the sensory reflection of reality, although they form the source of knowledge, are not its whole content. The thesis of sensationalism proclaimed by the English philosopher John Locke, expressed the metaphysical narrowness that bears the name of empiricism. From the standpoint of empiricism, knowledge not only takes its source from sensations and perceptions but in point of fact never goes beyond them. To thought, empiricism grants only the role of summing up, arranging the data of experience, implying that this is the totality of man's sensations and perceptions. The empiricism of the materialist philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries was progressive inasmuch as it demanded experimental knowledge of nature, stripped of speculative scholasticism. Subsequently, however, empiricism became one of the sources of agnosticism and various kinds of superstition because in its contempt for theoretical thought it led science to operate with obsolete concepts or, as Engels remarks, to some of the most sober empiricists being led into the most barren of all superstitions, into modern spiritualism. Contemporary empiricism takes the form of neo-positivism or logical positivism. Although it does not oppose thought in general, it allows it only in the form of logical calculi. The neo-positivists try to find and single out in modern science certain initial elements which can be related to immediate sense data. These data are taken as the basis of knowledge, all other knowledge being reduced either to this basis or to logical rules of deduction, which are conventional, i.e., a matter of agreement between scientists. The whole course of the development of science has convincingly demonstrated, however, that knowledge cannot be reduced to the two elements of experimental data and logical operations with signs. It embraces the whole complex, synthesizing activity of human reason. Whereas the empiricists exaggerate the role of the sensory reflection, the representatives of another school known as rationalism one-sidedly exaggerate and absolutize the role of thought in cognition. In opposition to the sensory contemplation of the empiricists, the rationalists advocated supersensory intellectual contemplation. They advanced the concept of intellectual intuition by means of which the reason, bypassing the data of the senses, could gain direct knowledge of the essence of things and processes. This belittled the role of sensory experience. Experience was only the first impulse to the activity of thought or served merely to illustrate ideas produced by thought. Logically continuing these concepts, some rationalists arrived at the idea of the existence of innate knowledge, specifically in the form of fundamental concepts of mathematics and logic that were assumed to be absolutely clear and reliable. The a priorism of Kant is a somewhat toned down, diluted form of rationalism. According to Kant, knowledge springs from two independent sources, the data of sensory perceptions that provide the content of knowledge and the forms of sensuousness and intellect which are a priori. Kant is quite right in assuming that knowledge arises as a result of the synthesis of the sensory and the rational, but he fences off these two elements from each other. Sensory perceptions are connected with the influence on the sense organs of things in themselves, which are independent of the consciousness, whereas the rational forms of cognition are rooted in the a priori abilities of the intellect. Thus, having correctly understood the categories as forms of cognition, Kant failed to see that they are such only. 224. Because they reflect the things of the objective world. Of course, the forms of thought exist independently of specific experience, of the experience of the individual, but they have arisen and developed on the basis of the sensuously objective activity of mankind as a whole. Kant was wrong in treating them as forms that are innate in man. The relationship between the sensory and the rational, between the data of experience and thought, can be correctly understood in cognition only from the standpoint of the Marxist theory of knowledge. Cognition begins with the living, sensory contemplation of reality. Man's sensory experience are the source of knowledge linking him with the external world. This does not mean that every individual act of knowing begins with experience. Knowledge is not inherited in the biological sense, but it is passed on from one generation to another. The single individual that must have experience, writes Engels, is no longer necessary, its individual experience can be replaced to a certain extent by the results of the experiences of a number of its ancestors. There are forms of knowledge that theoretically generalize the experience of previous generations, and these forms are independent of the particular experience of each individual. Knowledge is not only that which is provided by the sense organs. With the help of various forms of thought, it goes beyond the bounds of sensory images. Even such a simple judgment as the rose is red is a form of the connection between sensation and perception on the basis of the concepts of colors, their gradation, etc. Without concepts, a person cannot express in language his sensory experience. This is why there is no such thing as pure sensory contemplation. In man it is always permeated with thought. Nor is there any such thing as pure thought, since the latter is always connected with sensory material, even if only in the form of images and signs. Living sensory contemplation of reality may be regarded as direct only in the sense that it links us with the world of things, their properties and relationships, but it is conditioned by previous practice, by language, and so on. If there is no interpretation of the results of sensation, then there is no knowledge either. Lenin regarded man's sensations as the conversion of the energy of external stimulus into a fact of consciousness. Thus knowledge is unity of the sensory and rational reflection of reality. Without sensory representation, images, a man can have no real knowledge. Many of the concepts of modern science, for example, are extremely abstract, but they cannot free themselves entirely from sensory content, not only because they owe their origin in the final analysis to human experience, but also because they exist in the form of a system of sensually perceptible signs. On the other hand, knowledge cannot do without the rational processing of the data of experience and their inclusion in the results and course of man's intellectual development. Two levels of knowledge, empirical and theoretical, abstract and concrete. Unity of analysis and synthesis. The sensory and the rational are the basic elements of all knowledge. But in the process of cognition we may distinguish different levels, qualitatively unique stages of knowledge that differ in their fullness, depth, and range, in the means by which their basic content is achieved, and in the form of their expression. Here we find such levels as the empirical and the theoretical. By the empirical we mean a level of knowledge whose content is basically obtained from experience and subjected to a certain amount of rational treatment, that is, expressed in a certain language. At this level of knowledge the object of cognition is reflected in those of its properties and relationships that are accessible to sensory contemplation. For example, in modern physics even elementary particles are accessible to empirical cognition. In a cloud chamber or in a powerful accelerator, particles are sensually perceived by the researcher in the form of photographs of their tracks, and so on. The results of these observations and measurements are registered in a certain language. The data of observations and experiments are the empirical basis from which knowledge proceeds in its further development. So much importance is attached to obtaining these data that in certain sciences a division of labor has occurred, with the result that scientists now specialize in experimental research, processing data, and so on. It is no accident that we speak today of experimental physics, biology, physiology, psychology, etc. Experiment is being ever more widely applied in the social sciences as well. Theoretical cognition is on a different level from the empirical. At the theoretical level the object is reflected in its connections and laws, which are discovered not only by experiment but through abstract thinking. The task of theoretical knowledge, as Marx says, is to resolve the visible, merely external movement into the true intrinsic movement. In theoretical knowledge the sensory provides a certain basis and form of expression for the results obtained by thought. In any field of science we encounter theories in which knowledge not only goes beyond the bounds of sensory experience, but sometimes looks extremely paradoxical. Take, for example, Einstein's theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, Lobachevsky's geometry, and much else. Experience tells us nothing about the constant velocity of light. When Planck proposed that light is emitted in quanta, in packets, there was no experimental confirmation of this fact, When Lobachevsky proposed the axiom through a point that is not on the given straight line, there pass at least two straight lines that are in the same plane as the given line and do not cross it, he did not base his proposition on any visual conceptions of space. In fact, he actually contradicted those that existed. The empirical and theoretical levels of knowledge are closely interconnected. First, theoretical constructions arise from generalization of previous knowledge, including that for more detail on empirical cognition see Chapter 9, which is obtained through observation and experiment. This, of course, does not imply that all theories come directly from experience. Some of them take already existing concepts and theories as their point of departure. Thus, the general theory of relativity does not owe its origin directly to any physical experiment or astronomical observation. It arose as the synthesis of the special theory of relativity and the geometries of Lobachevsky and Riemann. But if we take not separate theories but theoretical knowledge as a whole, it is of course directly or indirectly connected with empirical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge can anticipate experimental data. Theoretical physics produced the idea of the existence of antiparticles long before they were experimentally detected. But it would be a mistake to assume that in this case there was nothing for observation and experiment to do but record the results of theory. When scientists discovered the positron in cosmic rays, this was a brilliant experimental confirmation of the quantum equation invented by the British physicist Paul Dirac, which implied the existence of an electron with two opposite electrical charges, negative and positive. But empirical observations also corrected Dirac, who held that the particle symmetrical to the electron was not a positron but a proton. The Soviet physicist Vavilov profoundly observed, any physical experiment, if conscientiously performed, has independent value. But experiment is rarely undertaken at random, in search of new, unexpected phenomena. In most cases experiment is used to obtain an opinion on the correctness or incorrectness of certain theoretical constructions. The answer given by experiment may sometimes be unexpected, in which case the experiment becomes the source of a new theory. This is the valuable, heuristic significance of experiment. Thus the development of knowledge presupposes constant interaction of experiment and theory. Absolutization of either is disastrous to the development of science. Even so, it is theory and not experiment that is the goal of science. Scientific development depends not so much on the quantity of empirical data as on the quantity and quality of the well-founded theories it produces. Present-day research in many fields of both social and natural sciences, having accumulated considerable empirical material, is experiencing a need for new fundamental theories on the basis of which it would be possible to generalize and systematize this material and move on from there. The level of knowledge is determined not only by the means by which it is attained, experimental or theoretical, but by how the object is reflected in all its connections and manifestations or in only one aspect, although perhaps a very important one. From this standpoint knowledge is classified as concrete and abstract. In principle, knowledge seeks to become concrete, that is to say, many-sided, embracing the object as a whole. But this very concreteness may be of different kinds. In a person's sensory experience an object may be given in many connections and relationships. But empirical knowledge can embrace only external connections and relationships, and therefore sensory concreteness is diffuse. It does not perceive the object in its deepest connections and is incapable of understanding its true wholeness. To rise to a higher level of concreteness one must first take the object or group of objects from one particular angle, having eliminated the others by abstraction. In this sense thinking may be regarded as a means of knowing reality through abstraction. Abstraction is a very important means of knowing an object through thought. Abstraction brings out the essential in any given relationship. Moreover, by singling out any particular property or relationships, thought can abstract itself even from the things and phenomena to which these properties and relationships belong. Thus we arrive at the qualities of whiteness, beauty, heredity, electrical conductivity, and so on. Such abstractions are known in logic as abstract objects. In the process of abstraction, thought does not confine itself to singling out and isolating a certain sensually perceptible property or relationship of an object, but tries to lay bare the connection hidden from and inaccessible to empirical knowledge. Thus the plunge into abstraction is a means of knowing the object more profoundly. Thought proceeding from the concrete to the abstract, provided it is correct, does not get away from the truth but comes closer to it. The abstraction of matter, of a law of nature, the abstraction of value, etc., in short, all scientific abstractions reflect nature more deeply, truly, and completely. Modern science, having made abstraction the main instrument for penetrating the mysteries of things and processes, confirms this act. But no abstraction is all-powerful. It is the means by which human thought singles out individual properties and laws in the object. By means of abstraction, the object is analyzed in thought and divided into abstract definitions. The formation of these definitions is the means of attaining new concrete knowledge. This movement of thought is known as the ascent from the abstract to the concrete. In the process of this ascent, the object is reproduced by thought in its entirety. This process was first described by Hegel. Marx interpreted it materialistically, and applied it in capital to the study of bourgeois social relations. Whereas Hegel believed that the object itself is created in the process of ascent from the abstract to the concrete, Marx saw this only as the reproduction of the object in thought in all the fullness of its connections through the synthesis of various abstract definitions. The concrete concept, he wrote, is concrete because it is a synthesis of many definitions, thus representing the unity of diverse aspects. It appears therefore in reasoning as a summing up, a result, and not as a starting point, although it is the real point of origin, and thus also the point of origin of perception and imagination. The first procedure attenuates meaningful images to abstract definitions, the second leads from abstract definitions by way of reasoning to the reproduction of the concrete situation. Movement from the sensuously concrete through the abstract to the concrete in thought is a law of the development of theoretical knowledge. The concrete in thought is the most profound and meaningful knowledge. For example, in Capital, Marx begins his analysis with an abstract definition of commodity and goes on from there to build a picture of capitalist relationships in their totality. A similar process of ascent from the abstract to the concrete with certain modifications expressing the peculiar features of the subject matter of a given science, occurs in other fields of knowledge. Thus the physics of the 17th and the early 18th century evolved two notions of light, the notion of corpuscular properties and the notion of wave properties. As time went on, the interpretation of these properties was not only made more exact, but a new basis was found for uniting the properties of discontinuity and continuity into the more concrete knowledge of the quantum theory. If we are to have a true knowledge of an object, Lenin wrote, we must look at and examine all its facets, its connections and mediaces. That is something we cannot ever hope to achieve completely, but the rule of comprehensiveness is a safeguard against mistakes and rigidity. Truth cannot be objective if it is not concrete, if it is not a developing system of knowledge, if it does not constantly enrich itself with new elements expressing new aspects and connections of the object and deepening our previous scientific ideas. In this sense, truth is always a theoretical system of knowledge that seeks to reflect the object as a whole. The movement from the sensuously concrete through the abstract to the concrete in thought which takes place on the basis of practice includes such operations as analysis and synthesis. To abstract a phenomenon or object, we must split it up mentally into its properties, relationships, parts, stages of development, and so on. For example, when scientists observe a solar eclipse, they try to break it up into the parts of which it consists. They see the black round disk moving across the sun from the west, covering it for a short time completely and gradually moving away from it, or covering only part of it, as it moves on to the east. At the same time they observe the changes in the atmosphere of the sun and its corona, distinguish the so-called chromosphere, protuberances, etc. On the other hand, the construction of the concrete in thought proceeds on the basis of synthesis, the unifying of the various properties and relationships discovered both in the given object and in other objects. For example, modern science has reduced the emission of solar energy and the thermonuclear reaction on Earth to a single principle. This combination in thought of various phenomena, aspects, and properties is itself made possible by objective laws. Without making blunders, thought can bring together into a unity only those elements of consciousness in whose real prototypes this unity already existed before. The synthesizing ability of thought forms the basis of the scientific creativity that cognizes reality in all its objectivity and concreteness. Knowledge cannot make any real step forward by only analyzing or only synthesizing. Analysis must precede synthesis, but analysis itself is possible only on the basis of what has been synthesized. The link between analysis and synthesis is organic and intrinsically necessary. 3. The historical and the logical forms of reproduction of the object by thought. Reproducing an object in thought in all its objectivity and concreteness means cognizing it in development, in history. So among all the various means of attaining knowledge, two methods are outstanding, the historical and the logical. The historical method involves tracing the various stages of development of objects in their chronological sequence, in the concrete forms of their historical manifestation. Let us say, for example, that we have to reproduce the development of capitalism. The historical method requires that we should begin the description of this process from its incipient and development in various countries of Europe and America with numerous details and concrete forms that express both the universal, the necessary, and the particular, the individual, the accidental. This method has its merits, inasmuch as it attempts to present the movement of history in all its richness of form. But to review the history of an object, to single out the main stages of its development and the basic historical connections, one must have a theoretical concept of this object, of its essence. The other method, the logical method, does in fact aim at reproducing in theoretical form, in a system of abstractions, the essence, the main content in the movement of the object under consideration. This kind of inquiry begins with an examination of the object in its most developed form. The logical method has its merits and certain advantages over the historical. In the first place, it expresses the object in its most essential connections. Secondly, it provides simultaneously an opportunity of knowing its history. The chain of thought, Engels wrote, must begin with the same thing with which history begins, and its further course will be nothing else but the reflection of the historical course in abstract and theoretically consistent form, a corrected reflection but corrected according to laws furnished by the real course of history itself, in that each factor can be considered at the point of development of its full maturity, of its classic form. Thus the logical method reflects in theoretical form simultaneously both the essence of the object, and the necessity, laws, and history of its development, because in reproducing the object in its highest, most mature form, which must include its previous stages, sublated, as it were, we thus also arrive at a knowledge of the main, the basic stages in its history. The logical method is not merely a speculative deduction of one concept from another, it is also based on reflection of the real object, but only at the essential points of its development, and not necessarily following the temporal and perceptible connection between these points, as it appears on the surface. The logical method has also the advantage over the historical method in that it provides the opportunity of uniting in itself two essential elements of research, study of the structure of the given object and interpretation of its history. In Capital, Marx proceeded on the basis of the logical method of inquiry. He does not expound the history of capitalist production relations in a systematic form, does not confine himself to detail, but examines the economic structure of capitalism in its mature, classic form. However, as Lenin observes, he gives the history of capitalism and the analysis of the concepts summing it up. We can see this from any concept that we care to choose as an example. In this way the logical sequence in the changing forms of value reflects their replacement in the course of history. The historical and logical methods of research are closely interconnected. Without the logical the historical method is blind, while without a study of real history the logical has no material to work on. On the basis of the unity of the historical and the logical one can, as required, make a special study either of the history of development of an object or of its contemporary structure. The historical method of research is absolutely justified when its goal is study of the history of the object itself. If we wish to study the history of a people or the history of a science, then we must naturally use the historical method. Even here, however, the initial principle must be unity of the logical and the historical, i.e., our study of the history of the object in all its diversity, with all its zigzags and accidents, should lead us to an understanding of its logic, its laws, the basic stages of its development. Not only does logic lead to history, historical research itself proceeds from certain concepts and results in the formation of new concepts generalizing history and embracing the essence of the object of inquiry. The logical reproduction of the object in thought proceeds in certain forms. Lenin revealed the dialectics of the process of cognition when he wrote, "Knowledge is the reflection of nature by man." But this is not a simple, not an immediate, not a complete reflection, but the process of a series of abstractions, the formation and development of concepts, laws. Here there are actually, objectively, three members: 1. Nature, 2. Human cognition equals the human brain, and 3. The form of reflection of nature in human cognition, and this form consists precisely of concepts, laws, categories. The form of thought is the pattern by means of which objective reality, the object in its historical development, is reflected in a system of consistent, interconnected abstractions. Abstractions differ not because one deals with a particular object of nature or society while another deals with another such object, but because they have different functions in thought. These various patterns of thought have been shaped by the goals of man's search for knowledge, and it is thanks to them that an object may be known comprehensively, in its actual parts and as a whole. The basic logical forms of thought are the judgment, the concept and the inference. The traditional meaning of judgment in logic is a thought that affirms or denies something about something. Hydrogen is a chemical element, a commodity has value. A judgment reveals all the characteristic features of the thought in question. The process of thinking begins when we pick out certain individual attributes and properties of objects and make certain elementary abstractions. All real knowledge takes the form of judgments or systems of judgments. Even the expression of the results of living, sensory perception in rational form acquires the form of a judgment. For example, this house is bigger than that. Any judgment reveals the connection between the particular and the universal, between identity and difference, the accidental and the necessary, and so on. The fact that identity contains difference within itself is expressed in every sentence, where the predicate is necessarily different from the subject. The lily is a plant, the rose is red, where, either in the subject or in the predicate, there is something that is not covered by the predicate or the subject. That from the outset identity with itself requires difference from everything else as its complement, is self-evident. The form of judgments changes in the process of the development of thought. The main factor here is movement from judgment of the individual, which records and describes some fact, through judgment of the particular, which establishes the connection of various forms of existence of objects and phenomena, to judgment of the universal, which expresses the universal law of motion of phenomena. Cognition inevitably leads to the singling out of the universal and the essential in the object, that is, to a concept. The formation of a concept results from a long process of immersion of thought in an object. The concept sums up this or that stage in the cognition of the object and expresses the knowledge attained in a concentrated form. Human concepts are not fixed, writes Lenin, but are eternally in movement. They pass into one another, they flow into one another, otherwise they do not reflect living life. The analysis of concepts, the study of them, the art of operating with them always demands study of the movement of concepts, of their interconnection, of their mutual transitions. Revealing the dialectics of the movement of concepts means discovering the laws of their development. The development of concepts proceeds in several directions. New concepts arise that reflect the objects and phenomena which have become the object of theoretical inquiry. Old concepts are concretized and raised to a higher level of abstraction. the rethinking, clarifying, and enrichment of the basic concepts that form the categories of a given science are of particular importance. Revolutions in science are accompanied by radical upheavals in its fundamental concepts, by changes in the content of the old concepts and emergence of new ones that change the system and method of the thought of scientists. The concept does not exist outside its definition, in the process of which the given concept is aligned with another, wider concept. Revealing the essence of an object entails revealing the general, because essence is always something general in relation to the individual phenomenon. To define a concept, however, it is not enough merely to point out what is general in it. The mineralogist whose whole science consisted in the statement that all minerals are really mineral would be a mineralogist only in his imagination. So definition always involves stating to what immediate species the object belongs, i.e., a more general concept, and also indicating the special features of the species in question. For example, the concept of stars may be defined as follows. Stars are natural celestial bodies that emit light. We usually try to make our definitions of concepts as short and accurate as possible. The most important feature of a concept, however, is not brevity but the degree to which it takes in all aspects of the object. The point of dialectics is not merely to discover some general law of phenomena but to discover the law that governs their change, their transition from one form to another, the essence of their development. There can be no concepts or even any thought processes as such without inferences. Inferences are the means by which we obtain new knowledge on the basis of previously established knowledge without resorting to the experience of the senses. Inference is the process by which we deduce certain judgments from other judgments, it is thus a system of judgments. Inference expresses the ability of theoretical thought to go beyond the bounds of what is given by direct sensory experience, observations, and experiments. If man were unable to acquire new knowledge through inference, he would, for example, never have been able to determine the distance from Earth to other celestial bodies. He could not tell what the stars are made of or penetrate into the world of the atom and the elementary particles of which it consists. As Engels observed, if our premises are correct and we apply the laws of thought correctly to them, the result must tally with reality. A conclusion is drawn from certain premises, but it does not merely repeat them, it produces something new, something that enriches knowledge. The structure and pattern of inferences, their various forms, are studied by logic. Judgment, concept and inference are interconnected. If one changes, the other must change also. This interdependence shows itself in the process of thought, which includes definition of the properties of the object, summing up of previous knowledge, formation of scientific concepts, transition from one previously attained set of knowledge to another. All these elements exist in scientific theory, which is a relatively self-contained and yet sufficiently broad system of knowledge describing and explaining a certain group of phenomena. Judgments form the principles and statements of theory, concepts are its terms, and the various inferences are the means of obtaining knowledge from it through deduction. The function of theory is not only to systematize the results obtained by cognition, but to point the way ahead to new knowledge. Theories in science may be of different kinds depending on the object which they reflect, on how wide the range of phenomena they describe, and on the means of proof that they use. An unusual form of theory is the so-called meta-theory, that is, theory about theory. The emergence of meta-theories and meta-sciences is something new and characteristic of the development of knowledge in the 20th century. It is evidence of an interest in the structure and paths of development of theory. The process of integration of theories, the creation of so-called unifying theories, is also characteristic of the present day. The combination of theories that have been evolved at different times to explain different things into a single new theory with different principles, is proof of the movement of knowledge along the path of objective truth. The famous German physicist Max von Laue writes on this topic, "The history of physics is forever furnishing new examples of how two completely independent theories, developed by different schools, for example, optics and thermodynamics, or the wave theory of X-rays and the atomic theory of crystals, unexpectedly coincide and freely combine." Anyone who has in his lifetime experienced such 238. An astonishing event or, at least, is able to imagine such an event, will have no doubt of the fact that converging theories contain, if not the whole truth, at least, a certain nucleus of objective truth that is free of human additions. Otherwise we should have to regard the combination of these theories as a miracle. Even theories created by different sciences are now being combined. The solution of the problems connected with meta-theories, with the combination and integration of theories, demands intensive elaboration of logic. 4. Dialectics and formal logic. Logic studies the forms of thought. It is traditionally supposed to have been founded by Aristotle, who first collated and systematized the problems that later became known as the problems of logic. In modern times a great contribution to the development of logic was made by Francis Bacon and other philosophers. By the 17th and 18th centuries a branch of philosophy had taken shape known as traditional or classical, formal logic. Its laws included the laws of identity, non-contradiction, the excluded middle and sufficient proof. It arranged the forms of thought as the principles of being itself. Formal logic was further developed on the one hand by new means of logical analysis and, on the other, by the study of new forms of proof suggested by the development of scientific knowledge. A system of mathematical symbols was evolved for solving logical problems. The use of formal logic in mathematics, particularly for purposes of proof, led to a development of formal logic itself. This was how the variety of formal logic, known as symbolic or mathematical logic, arose. Today this form of logic is used primarily to analyze synthetic, formalist languages. It studies their syntax and semantics. Logical syntax formulates the rules of the construction and transformation of linguistic expressions only from the formal standpoint, without taking into consideration their content. Logical semantics analyses linguistic systems in order to discover the meaning of their elements. The formal logical analysis of theoretical knowledge has produced great results. Cybernetics, for example, would be impossible without the method of analyzing knowledge on the basis of synthetic, formalist languages. This method allows us to analyze existing knowledge, suitably rearrange it, express it in a system that is as strictly formalist as possible and transfer certain functions of human thought to a machine. Analysis of knowledge by means of formal logic leads to the production of new knowledge, inasmuch as it helps to identify certain missing elements and links that are needed for the construction of a strictly formalist theory and indicates where they are likely to be found. Logic developed not only through separating formal logic as an independent science, which later evolved into symbolic logic with a specific subject matter and method of study. The study of the forms and methods of theoretical thought leading to objective truth also developed within the framework of philosophy. Continuing this line of development, materialist dialectics has emerged both as a theory of knowledge and as dialectical logic. Dialectical logic does not exist and cannot exist outside materialist dialectics, because it reveals the significance of the most general laws of development of the objective world for the movement of thought towards truth. It thus investigates the extent to which the content of knowledge coincides with the object of inquiry, the science of truth. Differing in quality from formal logic, dialectical logic does not consider the forms of thought only from the standpoint of their structure, does not ignore the concrete content that they express. It considers them not in a rigid, isolated form, but in their interconnection, in motion, and development. Whereas formal logic concentrates mainly on the analysis of established theories, dialectical logic reveals the logical principles of transition to new knowledge, studies the formation and development of theories. Lenin formulated the basic demands of dialectical logic as follows: examination of all facets of the object, examination of the object in its development, in self-movement. Thirdly, a full definition of an object must include the whole of human experience. Fourthly, dialectical logic holds that truth is always concrete, never abstract. Dialectical logic arose as the continuation and development of previous theories of logic. It does not deny the significance of formal logic, but defines its place in the study of scientific knowledge. Formal logic is a powerful means of understanding the structure of thought, and the apparatus that it has evolved is used by a wide variety of sciences. At the same time, like any special method of cognition, it one's limited. So to turn formal logic into a general philosophical method of cognition is wrong and leads to negative results. 5. The formation and development of scientific theory. Intuition. Materialist dialectics studies the movement of scientific knowledge, singling out its forms and laws, the fundamental concepts and principles by which thought arrives at objective truth. The fundamental concepts and principles in science are the result of people's creative activity. But what is scientific creativity? Does the scientist's creative activity follow any particular laws, or is it absolutely free and untrammeled by any of the demands of logic? Of course, creativity, as we have seen, is influenced by a large number of factors that do not fall within the scope of logic, but at bottom it still represents the activity of human reason, that is, it is rational and consequently the object of logical analysis. Scientific research begins by stating a problem. The concept of the problem, as a rule, involves an unknown. Thus we can give the preliminary definition of a problem as that which is not known to man and that should be known. This rather incomplete definition contains an important factor, the factor of obligation, as that which directs the process of inquiry. However, it will readily be appreciated that the distance between the sphere of the unknown and the obligation to know is rather considerable. There is much that a man does not know, and in principle there is nothing that he would not like to know. We must decide, however, what he does not know but is capable of knowing at the given stage of his development. This in itself requires a certain knowledge, and so a problem, paradoxical though it may sound, is not merely concerned with ignorance, but with knowledge of ignorance. Problems emerge from the needs of man's practical activity, in the form of a certain desire for new knowledge. Science has to grow in order to acquire the necessary and sufficient grounds for posing a certain problem. For example, man's bold dream of lighting thousands of new suns for the benefit of the human race has only now become a scientific problem, the problem of the control of thermonuclear reaction. To state a problem we must have some preliminary, even if incomplete, knowledge of how it is to be solved. The correct statement of the problem, the definition of the real need for new knowledge that can be satisfied in the pertaining circumstances, takes us a good half of the way toward attaining new knowledge. But both in stating a problem and, even more so, in solving it we must have facts. The term fact is used in various senses. We call a phenomenon a fact, we also speak of knowledge possessing certain peculiar features as a fact. What interests us at the moment is the fact in the second meaning of the term. What knowledge can be called factual? Primarily it is the knowledge obtained on the basis of sense perception, that is, by empirical means. This, however, narrows the factual field. It means that theory must be built only on the basis of the data of experience. But in building a theory we must proceed from authentic knowledge, no matter whether it was obtained empirically or speculatively. To state and solve a problem, to test the propositions made, we must have knowledge whose objective truth has been firmly established. This authentic knowledge is the fact on which the course of the inquiry is based. The facts of modern science are made up both of the results of empirical scientific observation and of laws whose reliability has been established in practice. Authenticity is the essential condition for the qualification of knowledge as fact. Hence facts are often called stubborn things. They have to be accepted whether we like them or not, whether we find them convenient for our research or not. All the other attributes of a fact, its invariability, for instance, that is, its relative independence of the system of which it forms a part, are derived from its authenticity. A fact is that which has been proved to be objectively true and remains so no matter in what system it is included. Hypotheses and conjectures may collapse and fail to stand the test of practice, but the facts on which they are based remain and pass on from one system of knowledge to another. Fact-gathering is an essential part of scientific research, but in itself it does not solve problems. We must also have a system of knowledge that describes and explains the phenomenon or process that interests us. This system may be at different levels: conjecture, hypothesis, or authentic scientific theory. Conjecture is a preliminary proposition that has not yet been fully investigated, a proposition whose logical and empirical foundations have not been explained. For example, the preliminary idea of Rutherford and Soddy concerning radioactive decay was only a conjecture that was subsequently developed by further research to the level of a scientific hypothesis. How do conjectures arise? Why does one particular idea and not another occur to the scientist? The reply to these quite reasonable questions is that one cannot ignore the concept of intuition. New ideas that change our former notions arise, as a rule, not through strictly logical deduction from previous knowledge and not as simple generalization of experimental data, but as a kind of leap in the movement of thought. Such leaps are induced by the very nature of thought, by its immediate connection with practical activity, which impels thought to seek new results beyond the bounds of what can be perceived by the senses and argued on strictly logical lines. Every mathematician and every natural scientist will agree, writes the progressive physicist and philosopher Mario Bunge, that without imagination, without inventiveness, without the ability to conceive hypotheses and plans, nothing but the mechanical operations can be performed, i.e., the manipulations of apparatus and the application of computation algorithms. The invention of hypotheses, the devising of techniques, and the designing of experiments, are clear cases of imaginative operations or, if preferred, of intuitive actions, as opposed to mechanical operations. But this is not to say that intuition is independent and arises out of nothing. It gets its first push from the previous level of empirical and theoretical knowledge of the object. The abilities and experience of the thinker, his whole way of thought, are rather important in this respect. His intuition may be influenced by various episodes in his life, and the influence of these chance factors, their speed and suddenness, sometimes look like inspiration. The history of scientific discoveries is strewn with legends about the incidents that are supposed to have sparked off brilliant intuitions. We have all heard of Newton's apple, Mendeleev's dream, and so on. But while not denying the possibility of such incidents, we must see beyond every such case of intuition the effort of human thought, its constant and stubborn search for a solution to the problem it has posed. Intuition furnishes in concentrated form the experience of the previous social and individual intellectual development of mankind. There is nothing mystical about it, its immediacy is relative, and intuitively suggested theoretical propositions are afterwards tested by logical processes, as a result of which the original conjecture is either rejected as unfounded or acquires the form of a scientifically based hypothesis. The transition from conjecture to hypothesis entails finding arguments that, as Einstein put it, turn the miracle into something knowable. This is where logic, without which intuition would be left in mid-air, comes into its own. Existing knowledge is mobilized and new facts are sought that can turn the conjecture into a hypothesis. Engels describes the role of hypothesis in cognition as follows. A new fact is observed which makes impossible the previous method of explaining the facts belonging to the same group. From this moment onwards, new methods of explanation are required, at first based on only a limited number of facts and observations. Further observational material weeds out these hypotheses, doing away with some and correcting others, until finally the law is established in a pure form. A hypothesis is knowledge based on a supposition. The substantiation and proof of a hypothesis presupposes a search for new facts, the devising of experiments, and analysis of any previous results that have been obtained. Sometimes several hypotheses that are tested by various means are advanced to explain one and the same process. Such elements as simplicity and economy, which serve as supplementary means of determining the most authentic theoretical system, are also of importance in choosing a hypothesis. Thought must take the most rational, clear, and simple path in its approach to the problems of reflecting reality and all the richness of its interconnections. All other things being equal, preference must be given to the hypothesis that achieves its goal in the clearest, simplest, and most economical way. But economy and simplicity are only contributing factors in our choice between hypotheses of equal value, they are not criteria of the truth of the hypothesis. The only criterion of that is practice in all its diversity. The substantiation and proof of a hypothesis turn it into a theory. Theory is not something absolute, it is a relatively complete system of knowledge that changes in the course of its development. A theory is changed by adding to it new facts and the concepts that express them, and by verifying its principles. A time comes, however, when a contradiction is discovered that cannot be solved in the framework of the existing principles. This crucial moment can be detected by concrete analysis. Its arrival heralds the transition to a new theory with different or more exact principles. Between a new and old theory there are complex relations, one of which is expressed in the principle of correspondence. According to this principle, a new theory acquires its right to exist when previous theories turn out to be extreme cases. For example, classical physics is now an extreme, particular case of modern theories. This principle expresses simultaneously both the continuity and development of knowledge. If the objective truth of a theory has been established, this theory cannot disappear without a trace, and the succeeding theory only limits the sphere of its application. The rules of transition from new theory to old can be defined. The inclusion of one theory in a wider, more general theory helps to establish its authenticity. 6. Practical realization of knowledge. As we have seen, knowledge arises and develops on the basis of man's practical activity and serves it inasmuch as it creates the prototypes of things and processes that man needs and can create. So knowledge must eventually be practically realized in some way or other. But for this it must be shaped accordingly and acquire the form of an idea. In philosophical literature the term idea is often used in the broad sense as any thought, any knowledge regardless of its form, concept, judgment, theory, and so on. There is, however, a more exact meaning of the term. An idea is a thought that achieves a high degree of objectivity, fullness, and concreteness while at the same time having a practical purpose. Thus, in order to be realized, knowledge must become an idea that combines three factors: concrete, integrated knowledge of the object, the desire to realize it in practice, to achieve its material embodiment, and purpose and program of action, the subject's plan for changing the object. Such are the ideas of science through which production is reorganized and deep-going changes occur in society. Thus we speak of the ideas of socialist revolution, the ideas of space exploration, the ideas of peaceful use of atomic energy, and so on. Ideas are put into practical effect by people with the help not only of material means, but also of their spiritual energies. As Lenin said, the world does not satisfy man and man decides to change it by his activity. This human determination is based on the knowledge given to man by his intellect, his thought. But the latter must be linked with the will to change the world. The determination to act in accordance with an idea must mature, and in this process much depends on the individual's belief in the truth of the idea, in the necessity of acting in accordance with it, in the real possibility of its being transformed into reality. Belief or conscious faith in the rightness of one's actions based on knowledge is not ruled out by the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge. Marxism opposes the substitution of faith or habit for knowledge, it opposes fanatical faith. It draws a strict distinction between the blind faith in dogma on which religion is based and the belief that comes from knowledge of objective reality. A person who acts without believing in the truth of the ideas that he wishes to put into practice is deprived of the will, purpose, and emotional drive that are needed for success. Not a single brilliant idea can be born or a single brilliant project realized without human enthusiasm, without a man's reason being influenced by the whole gamut of his feelings. Scientific knowledge must become personal conviction, giving the individual the determination to take action designed to change the existing reality. The process of the practical realization of ideas, their conversion into the objective world that confronts the individual, is known in philosophy as objectification. In order to enrich man's world, ideas must themselves be realized, must assume objective form. Objectification has two aspects, the social, and the epistemological. The social aspect of objectification involves finding out the relationship between the object created by man's labor and man himself. Point 1. When considering objectification from the standpoint of the theory of knowledge, the epistemological standpoint, we must ask whether the object obtained in practice corresponds with the idea that was to be realized. When we put an idea into practice, we solve the question of its objective truth and do away with all that is a. For instance, in certain social conditions the products of human activity become an independent social force alien to man, and people's relations towards one another assume a reified character, as it were. This type of objectification is known in philosophy as alienation and will be discussed in a later chapter. Deceptive or illusory in it. This process reveals a certain discrepancy between the idea and its realization, which arises either because of the imperfection of the idea, the lack of sufficient knowledge and means of realizing it, or because of the absence of the necessary material and spiritual means and conditions for complete fulfillment of the idea in objective reality. Thus objectification sums up one cycle of research and reveals a new one. Finally, the object obtained in practice is analyzed from the standpoint of its correspondence with man's rational aims. Since practice as an objective historical process is, on the one hand, subordinated to man's goals and expressed in his ideas and, on the other hand, goes beyond them in creating something new, practice is always both rational and irrational. In contrast to irrationalism, which absolutizes the irrational that exists in our life, divorces it from the rational, regards it as the dominant tendency of all development. Dialectical materialism recognizes the irrational as the opposite of the rational and quite often as an accompanying factor in the rational. There is no eternal irrational, but there is something irrational in a given set of historical conditions. For example, when we build a hydroelectric station on a river, we create something rational, a cheap means of obtaining electricity, but at the same time we often obtain useless tracts of marshland. But the irrational as a subsidiary, unforeseen result of our activity does not remain forever, it is overcome by subsequent knowledge and practice. Knowledge itself as a factor in human activity may also be evaluated in the categories of the rational and the irrational. By its very nature knowledge is rational, since it creates ideas that correspond to man's aims and needs, since it corresponds to logic, to certain established forms of reason. At the same time it quite often goes beyond these forms and cannot be explained by them, that is to say, it contains an element that can be overcome only by changing logic itself, by restocking its armory with new forms and categories of thought. Irrationalism concentrates attention on this irrational residue in knowledge which has not been explained in the existing forms of reason, regards it as the true essence, and thus creates a distorted notion of the course of cognition. 248. The rational as the mainstream of development of knowledge exists in two forms, ratiocination and reason itself. Ratiocination means operating with the forms of thought, with abstractions according to a set program or pattern, without being aware of the method itself, its limits and possibilities. Ratiocination divides the whole, the one, into mutually exclusive opposites, but cannot embrace them in the unity of their interpenetration. The specific features of ratiocination are best seen in algorithm, the system of rules for performing various computations of an exact nature in which each stage determines the next, the whole process being divided into separate steps and the instructions for dealing with them provided in the form of a combination of symbols. This means that algorithmic operations can be performed by a machine. Ratiocination is essential to theoretical thought, without it thought would be vague and indeterminate. It makes thought systematic and rigorous, seeking to turn theory into a formalist system. But it is not ratiocination that constitutes the characteristic feature of human thought. This is expressed by reason itself. As distinct from ratiocination, reason uses concepts with an awareness of their content and nature, and with its help things and processes are reflected in a purposeful, creatively active way. Reason is the instrument of transforming activity, of creating a world that answers to the needs and essence of man. Human reason seeks to reach out beyond the bounds of the already formed system of knowledge, to create a new system in which man's goals are expressed with greater fullness and objectivity. Whereas the characteristic feature of ratiocination is analysis, reason is characterized by synthesis, which is human creative ability taken to its highest level. Human knowledge is the unity of ratiocination and reason, from the heights of which objective reality is understood and the ways of its rational transformation are determined. 7. Knowledge and value. The practical realization of ideas takes place in culture, material and spiritual, in things, works of art, standards of morality, and so on. So how are ideas related to man's social needs? Marx observed that people begin not from a purely theoretical relationship to the objects of external nature, but from the active mastering of them. They give these objects a special name, because they know the ability of these objects to serve their needs satisfactorily. They may call these objects goods or in some other way, which means that they are practically using these objects, that they are useful to them. 1. The philosophical problem of value arose out of a growing understanding of this relationship of ideas to the objects of the external world as the means of satisfying human needs. The point is not whether the material and spiritual objects man creates and also the phenomena of nature that serve his needs should be given certain names, whether they should be called goods, values, or something else or classified in some other way. The real question is the nature of value, its relationship to the subject and object, to knowledge, and so on. The solution to the problem of the nature of value in Marxism-Leninism is based on its understanding of man as the maker of history and himself, on its belief in his active essence. The objects of nature, of our material and spiritual culture have the ability to satisfy man's needs, to serve his aims. Hence they can and should be approached from the standpoint of value. How do objects acquire this ability? Does it come from nature or from man, from his special gifts and abilities? If we say that value lies only in the objects themselves, we endow them with the intrinsic properties of serving man and his aims. But we know that nature and its objects existed long before man himself came into being. On the other hand, we cannot simply say that an object may satisfy man's material and spiritual needs, regardless of its intrinsic nature. If grain did not contain certain necessary substances, it would not be a food, it would be of no use to man. Marxist-Leninist philosophy regards value as a social and historical phenomenon and an element in the practical interaction of the subject and the object. The social world is not something extraneous to the material, natural process. The product of human labor is a continuation of nature. Thus, value is a property of objects that arise in the process of social development, and at the same time it is also a property of the objects of nature that have been included in the process of labor, of everyday life, and that are the life element of the human world. Certain schools in modern bourgeois philosophy divorce the value approach to objects and phenomena from their objective, scientific investigation. In point of fact, however, cognition and the value approach, since they are both aspects of human activity, are inseparably linked and interpenetrate each other. On the one hand, the actual results of cognition have to be evaluated from the standpoint not only of their purely epistemological features, but also from the standpoint of their value. On the other hand, the value approach has an objective source. It presupposes knowledge of things and processes, their properties and laws, on the basis of which one can judge the capacity of a given object to satisfy man's needs. These two approaches to the objects of reality can be divided only in abstraction, for certain strictly defined purposes. The first seeks to register our knowledge of an object as it exists outside us and outside mankind in general, to free consciousness from the subject-object relationship, and to give a clear definition of knowledge itself, that is, of objective truth. The second approach, on the contrary, seeks in considering both the object itself and its reflection to concentrate attention on the human relationship, to evaluate everything from the standpoint of the object's intrinsic ability to satisfy human needs. It does not take knowledge in its pure form, but the embodiment of knowledge in the material and spiritual culture that serves man and its aims. The value approach plays a great part, for example, in the moral or artistic consciousness, whose specific attitude to the objective world it largely expresses. At the same time, in real human activity, both objective and spiritual, the two approaches are combined and cannot exist without each other. They flow from one source: man's practical relationship to objective reality. Materialist dialectics is thus a profound and comprehensive philosophical theory of knowledge. It provides a scientific explanation of the origin of cognition, reveals the laws of motion towards objective, concrete truth, gives us criteria for judging the truth of knowledge, and shows on what basis it can be brought to practical fulfillment. Chapter 9. The Methods and Means of Scientific Research. We have seen that the process by which mankind acquires knowledge is complex, contradictory, and dialectical in character. It takes place in the many different forms of motion of human thought. Materialist dialectics, which reveals these features of our cognition, formulates the general methodological principles of our approach to reality. At the same time, the actual study of the diversity of things requires more concrete methods of acquiring knowledge. 1. The concept of method in research. Science cannot be satisfied with the ordinary knowledge that is sufficient to guide us in our everyday affairs. But there is no unbridgeable gulf between science and the means of cognition that we employ in solving the problems of daily life. In science we use the developed forms of the simple methods employed by everyone. Any cognitive process can be presented as the aggregate of such elementary devices as analysis and synthesis, abstraction and concretization, and so on, elementary in the sense that they cannot be further categorized. The simplest method of inquiry is idealization. The objects around us have many different qualities, and the laws that govern their behavior are usually too complex for us to know them in all their fullness. So, to make the task of knowing a real object easier, we often replace the real object by an idealistic object, to which certain laws can be applied in a simple form. For instance, in physics, scientists make use of the ideal gas, the absolutely solid body, or the absolutely black body. Unlike real gases, the ideal or perfect gas would have perfectly elastic molecules, because the volume occupied by the actual molecules is regarded as being negligible or zero. The perfect gas strictly obeys the Boyle-Mariotte law, which states that the volume of gas is inversely proportional to the pressure applied. A perfectly black body absorbs all rays that fall upon it. A perfectly solid body must always recover its exact shape when external influence upon it ceases. Ordinary bodies do not have such properties. All the objects that are used by geometry, the straight line, square, circle, etc., may be regarded as idealized objects. Thus idealization may be imagined as a combination of the elementary devices of research, abstraction and synthesis. On the one hand, in the process of idealization we ignore certain properties of the objects under investigation, and, on the other, we attach properties that the real object does not possess. Idealization, however, has real value only if the idealized object bears a certain likeness to real objects. The laws established for it can then be extended to real objects, and we get a relatively accurate picture of reality. In many cases this approximate picture is quite sufficient for practical purposes. We can use, for example, the formula for the area of a rectangle to tell us the area of a table, despite the fact that the table is not a perfect rectangle. The use of mathematics in general is based on the comparison of an idealized object, a mathematical object that allows of mathematical treatment, with the things and phenomena of the external world. In that world there is no such things as, for example, the integral, but by using this concept the mathematician constructs a kind of idealized object. Ever wider use is being made of mathematical methods today. They already hold a dominant position in theoretical physics. And the further we penetrate into such traditional non-mathematical sciences as biology, sociology, and linguistics, the greater the influence of mathematics, with an accompanying increase in precision. It is quite impossible to say nowadays that mathematics is used only where quantities are involved. Mathematics can to some extent also reveal quality. But this is not to say that. 254. Mathematics is becoming the only possible method of studying phenomena. The relationships investigated by mathematics, although they extend beyond the purely quantitative, still comprise only some of the relationships that exist in the objective world. Mathematics studies a certain type of relationships regardless of the nature of the objects involved. 2 × 2 = 4 is the same in mathematics whether we are talking about atoms or watermelons. In other sciences, too, various types of relationships are studied regardless of the concrete nature of the objects involved. The simple grammatical rule, for example, that parenthetical words or phrases should be separated by commas is a complete abstraction from what these words may have to say about poetry, about atomic physics, about market prices or space flight. This is an example of the method of formalization. The essence of this method is that the form is separated as a special object of investigation regardless of the content. Here we have a combination of two methods of research: comparison and abstraction. Different kinds of objects are first compared with one another to discover the relations between them, then these relations are regarded as an independent object. The aggregate of such relations constitutes form, which is often called structure. Likewise, the method of formalization is often called the structural method. The advantage of the structural method is that the relations are often much easier to study than the components of the relations, that there may be far less types of relations than the types of components of the relations. One has only to imagine how difficult it would be to study geometry if the volume of a ball of copper had to be calculated by a different formula from that of a ball of clay. Ignoring the features of content, of course, limits the sphere of application of the structural method. In many cases we have to not only study a particular type of structure, but also to find the substratum of the structure, that is, reveal its content. In other words, one has to study the objects themselves in their interconnection. The parts that go into making an aeroplane, for instance, form a system of relationships that is realized only in an aeroplane. So one cannot study the construction of an aeroplane in complete abstraction from the character of its parts. There is always some relationship in which a certain aggregate of objects represents a system. Hence the universal character of the method of investigating objects as systems. Just as idealization allows us to apply mathematics to the study of objects, so does the systemic approach open up prospects for applying systemic laws to various concrete objects, determining the complexity of systems, their reliability, their efficiency, and so on. Objects are considered as systems in various sciences today, and whole new disciplines have grown up concerning systems of various types: semiotics, cybernetics, game theory, and so on. Two methods of obtaining empirical knowledge. We have considered the method of studying things as idealized objects, structures, and systems. But such study does not yet provide concrete knowledge of these objects, which can only be obtained by empirical and theoretical study. Now we shall consider the methods applied at the empirical level of cognition. At this level the basic forms of gaining knowledge in science are observation and experiment. Observation is the sensory perception of the object investigated. The ability to feel, perceive, and envisage the objects around us is to a certain extent connected with man's physiological nature and may be developed as the result of his practical activity. The colorist at a textile factory, for example, can see many more shades of color than a non-specialist. Science intensifies the perceptive power of our senses with the help of instruments. The microscope increases the eye's ability to see the minute details of objects to a far greater degree than can be acquired by training. For thousands of years man surveyed the heavens and failed to see spots on the sun, the satellites of Jupiter or the rings of Saturn. But 256. As soon as Galileo pointed his telescope at the sky, all these things came within reach of human knowledge. Besides increasing the power of our sense organs, instruments give us additional organs of perception, as it were. We cannot perceive an electric or magnetic field, but instruments allow us to do so. The French philosopher Auguste Comte, the founder of positivism, maintained in his day that we should never know the chemical composition of the stars because we had no means of reaching them, nor should we ever know the shape of the hidden side of the moon. The invention of the spectroscope allowed us to find out what the stars are made of. It even revealed the chemical element of helium on the sun before it was discovered on Earth. Man has also gained access to the other side of the moon. We have all seen a rainbow, but each rainbow we see has its own particular atmosphere, its own trajectory of sunbeams, its own time of day, and so on. Why are we confident that in every case we have been observing the same phenomenon? Dialectical materialism approaches this problem from the standpoint of the unity of opposites, their stability and changeability. The specific methods of discovering the constant in the inconstant are dealt with by logic. The simplest of them is the so-called method of unique similarity. Actually, this is the method of observation in general, and what it boils down to is the demand for maximum diversity of situations in which a given phenomenon may be observed. Generally speaking, observation is of importance to science only if it can be repeated many times. One might think that observation should be repeated in similar situations, but in that case it would be hard to tell to which of the objects in these situations the results of observations applied. The necessary objects can be singled out only by varying all the other components of the situation. The means of obtaining this diversity of observation may vary. If the chosen group of facts characterizes the object under investigation comprehensively enough, we call that selection representative. To achieve representativeness, we divide the whole aggregate of facts into types or use so-called tables of accidental numbers. In contrast to simple observation, experiment presupposes active interference in the course of the process under investigation. This reveals certain properties of phenomena that cannot be discovered in natural conditions. The application of modern methods of planning has made experiment much more efficient and less costly. Experiment is a means of exerting a material influence on a certain object. Its purpose, however, is not to satisfy man's practical needs but to further scientific advance. There is also such a thing as the mental experiment, where research is conducted on an imagined model of the object. The character of an experiment may vary in different fields of research, depending on the nature of the objects of inquiry. In recent years, the social experiment, experimental research into social phenomena, has been much more widely practiced. Both experiment and observation may be either qualitative or quantitative. The first kind tells us about quality of experiment. For example, if we throw a stone into water, we discover that, unlike a piece of wood, it sinks. In many cases this may be all we want to know. But it is often necessary to obtain a quantitative description of a thing, which entails measurement. An object is usually measured by comparing it with another object whose measurements have been precisely recorded. Such an object is known as a standard, the simplest example being the standard meter. Measurement helps us to avoid subjectivity in many things. For one person time may fly, while to another it appears to drag on endlessly. The measurement of time by the clock establishes the truth. But can everything be measured? Some things would appear to be ruled out in principle. But the practical development of modern science is revealing more and more possibilities for measuring things that until recently were considered unmeasurable. For instance, a new branch of science, the theory of information, has grown up thanks to the discovery of methods of measuring quantities of information. Methods of measuring reliability, complexity, and so on, are also being elaborated. 3 methods of developing knowledge. Methods of developing knowledge that is already in existence have acquired a special importance in modern science. Each of these methods represents a certain type of conversion of information obtained ultimately at the empirical level. Such conversion yields new knowledge or improves existing knowledge, endowing it with new valuable features such as probability, greater simplicity, greater efficiency, and so on. Information must be converted according to certain rules, the rules of inference, which establish the dependence of the truth of the result of the conversion on the truth of the initial information. All inferences may be classified according to the character of the conversion of the initial information. Inferences in which the conclusion does not go beyond the objects referred to in the premises are called deductive inferences, or deduction. Deduction is often used to make explicit information that is only implied in the premises. The simplest form of deductive inference is that which has been known since the time of Aristotle as the syllogism. Deduction has given science such effective methods of theoretical analysis as the axiomatic and hypothetical deductive methods, the method of mathematical hypothesis, and others. The essence of the axiomatic method is that a number of scientific propositions that are either distinctively universal, distinctively obvious, or have some other distinctive features indicative of knowledge, are selected as axioms, propositions that need no proof. Further propositions are then deduced from them according to the rules of logic. The field of application of the axiomatic method used to be confined mainly to the field of mathematics, but this method is today invading a number of other sciences, such as physics, biology, and even linguistics. The hypothetical deductive method is logically close to the axiomatic method, but the difference lies in the fact that its point of departure is not the theoretical proposition, but the totality of experimental data empirical knowledge. To explain these data, hypotheses are advanced from which deduction produces knowledge that is no longer of a purely empirical character. From the Newtonian principles of mechanics it followed that the Earth was not a perfect sphere, which led Newton himself to doubt his own principles. It turned out, however, that his principles were correct because new and more accurate measurements confirmed his deductions by showing that the Earth is not an exact sphere but an oblate spheroid or ellipsoid of rotation. If a hypothesis leads to a conclusion that contradicts the initial empirical knowledge, this means that either the hypothesis was in some way incorrect or else that the empirical knowledge was inaccurate. For instance, the hypothesis of the caloric theory of heat was refuted because it contradicted experimental data. If the empirical knowledge remains unshaken, however, the hypothesis that contradicts it must be rejected or changed. Confirmation of a hypothesis by empirical knowledge, particularly the prediction on its basis of new, hitherto unknown facts, which are subsequently confirmed, is an argument in favor of the truth of the hypothesis. It must be admitted, however, that if deductions from a hypothesis coincide with the data of experience, it does not necessarily mean that these deductions are true. Thus the hypothesis is a form of development of natural science. By means of deduction we obtain knowledge that was implicit in our premises. In the process of deductive inference, however, this knowledge acquires a new feature that is of great importance in practical activity. It becomes conscious. The fact that the axioms of Euclidean geometry imply all its theorems does not mean that a person who knows the axioms automatically knows the theorems as well. If this were so, there would be no need to prove them. Archimedes' principle of buoyancy was discovered in ancient Greece, but it was many centuries before shipbuilders were able to calculate how deep a ship would sink into the water when it was launched. Important discoveries can be made by purely deductive means from known facts and general propositions. The French scientist Leverrier's discovery of the planet Neptune is a case in point. The other type of inference, inductive inference or induction, is the extension of information obtained in investigating some objects to new objects. We make use of induction literally at every step. For instance, the knowledge that a person has a high temperature, which we obtain from taking his temperature, leads us to assume that his temperature was high even before we took it. The problem of induction arose when scientists began to question the knowledge that served as the premises for the deductive inferences. Materialism always suggested that the answer to this question lay in the sensory source of our knowledge. We have already examined the methods of observation and experiment by which empirical knowledge is obtained. Such knowledge demands generalization, and many logicians, particularly in the age of the vigorous development of the experimental sciences, set out to find logical methods by which it would be possible to advance from the data of individual observations to propositions of a general character. Let us take the following example. Astronomers long ago compiled tables showing the periodical changes in the frequency of the appearance of sunspots. Interesting coincidences were noted by comparing these tables with dates that showed the frequency of the appearance of the aurora borealis. Even more interesting coincidences have been noted of late. It turns out that changes in the annual mortality from heart failure, a phenomenon that appears to have no connection with solar activity, corresponds to changes of frequency in the appearance of sunspots. Hence by the method of corresponding changes it is not difficult to conclude that there may exist a causal connection between such phenomena and the processes at work on the Sun. A simpler form of inductive inference is induction by enumeration, when a conclusion concerning a certain class of phenomena is drawn from examination of a number of individual objects of that class. The propositions obtained by such induction are not reliable because they take us beyond the terms given in our factual premises. But they do possess a certain degree of probability. Probability varies in different cases. On the basis of the theory of probability, modern logic elaborates methods that help to establish the degree of probability of inductive inferences. A so-called probability logic has been evolved that forms the basis of the modern theory of induction. The propositions of the theory of probability also form the basis of another method of analysis of experimental data, the statistical method, which is related to the inductive method. Whereas in the premises of the inductive inference we are concerned with individual facts, while the conclusion is a general judgment, statistical methods are based on determining the quantitative, numerical relationships in large masses of individual observations. Statistical methods are today widely applied in the most varied sciences, physics, biology, linguistics, and so on. They are particularly important in social research. Lenin made wide use of statistical methods in this field. There is a special mathematical theory which prescribes conditions that make for greater accuracy in statistical research. As Engels observed in his day, induction and deduction do not account for all the types of inference. Analogy is another important method. Analogies are sometimes treated as inferences that attribute the features of one thing to another thing merely because the two objects have some other features in common. Mars is supposed to be inhabited on the grounds that another planet with some similar features, Earth, is inhabited. But such inferences have a relatively small application in modern science. Far more often analogy implies the drawing of inferences on the basis of common relationships revealed in compared systems. Such inferences, for example, were used by Bohr and Rutherford to build the famous planetary model of the atom. In the broad sense of the term, inferences from analogy may be defined as the extension of the information obtained through investigation of one object, the model, to another object, the prototype. There may be various grounds for drawing such an inference, such as the existence of common properties or a one-to-one correspondence in the elements of the model and those of the prototype. Since inferences from analogy form the logical basis for the use of models in the process of cognition, we are really dealing not with two different methods, analogy and modeling, but one method, analogy modeling, which may be regarded from different standpoints. The physical nature of models and prototypes varies considerably. First, they may be objects composed of different substances. Such models are widely used in technology. To decide how the Aswan High Dam would behave, whether it was sufficiently safe and reliable, a much smaller, model dam was built that reflected all the most important aspects of the prototype, the actual thing. Results obtained from testing models are transferred to the prototype, and the practice of making wide use of models in engineering shows that the conclusions reached by this means may be relied on. The model of a hydroelectric station is similar in appearance to its prototype, but more often than not a model and its prototype have no outward resemblance whatever. For example, a railway bridge is modeled not by something that resembles it in spatial terms, but by an electronic circuit consisting of resistances, inductive coils and capacities. We may use as a model a material object, whose prototype is a formal theoretical pattern. Thus, the pattern of deductive thinking may be reproduced in a computer, and the functioning of the computer then becomes a model of this thinking. The obtaining of information by means of such a model replaces to a certain extent the real process of human thought. On the other hand, a model may quite often take the form of an abstract pattern, while the prototype is a real thing in all the diversity of its attributes. Such models are widely used, for example, in linguistics, where the prototype is the concrete forms of the language and the models are various formal constructions generalizing these facts. Economic mathematical models are also of this kind. They reflect only those sides of the economic phenomenon under investigation that are important in some particular respect. Finally, both of the objects compared, the model and the prototype, may be theoretical constructions. This happens when we find an analogy, say, between logic and algebra, or between various physical and mathematical theories. Discovery of the conditions in which inferences from analogy are correct, conditions which justify the use of the corresponding models for investigating certain phenomena, is of tremendous practical importance. In a number of important cases, the conditions for improving the reliability of inferences from analogy have been clarified in sufficient detail. Thus, for the case when the model and the prototype are described by mathematical equations, a special discipline has been evolved, known as the theory of similarity, which defines the necessary and sufficient conditions for the similarity of physical phenomena. The theory also defines certain other rules of inference from analogy. But in many other cases, the problem of defining the conditions of the correctness of inference from analogy still awaits its solution. Any form of human activity, including cognition itself, may be broken down into separate elements. The simplest of these elements of cognition are such mental operations as comparison, analysis, and synthesis, abstraction and concretization. It is these elements that go to make up the more complex forms of cognitive activity, the scientific methods that we have considered above. The elementary know-how of science can be mastered through practical experience. But the methods of scientific research, at any rate at the modern level of development of the sciences, demand not only practical but also theoretical study. There are certain rules that help us to avoid erroneous results and thus greatly increase the efficiency of research methods. The most elementary rules of deduction were established in Greek philosophy by Aristotle and the Stoics. Symbolic logic has evolved more complex rules of deductive reasoning. The method of analogy modeling that we have considered has its own rules that are being successfully elaborated by the contemporary science of logic. Metaphysics absoluizes certain devices and methods of scientific cognition, opposing them to all others as the only correct ones. Thus, some metaphysicists, Engels in his day called them they all inductionists, exaggerate the role of induction, while others they all deductionists acknowledge only deductive methods of reasoning. Some exaggerate the role of analysis, others that of synthesis, and so on. The idealist philosophers divorce the process of cognition from practice and ignore the fact that it reflects the objective. 264. World. But only the principle of reflection explains the correspondence between thought and being that is so convincingly proved by modern science. Materialist dialectics, proceeding from the materialist interpretation of the nature of thought and the law of the unity and struggle of opposites, connects the operations and methods of scientific cognition with the process of reflection of reality in human consciousness. Analysis and synthesis, abstraction and concretization, induction and deduction, etc., are opposites. But although they are opposites, they exist in an indissoluble dialectical unity. This unity manifests itself in the fact that the functioning of any of these methods in scientific cognition can be understood only in connection with the application of other methods, and in the fact that under certain conditions every method passes into its opposite. Chapter X. Historical Materialism. As a science. The specific subject matter of historical materialism, the most general laws of development of human society, is relatively independent as a general sociological theory, as the scientific historical basis of communism. At the same time, historical materialism is an inseparable part of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. 1. The emergence of historical materialism. Pre-Marxist materialism was inconsistent and limited. It was unable to apply the principles of philosophical materialism to the study of social life and history, and in this field held idealist views. The great contribution of Marx and Engels to the development of scientific thought was that they completed the half-built edifice of materialism, that is, extended it to the study of society, thanks to which the materialist world outlook became for the first time comprehensive and fully consistent and effective. Certain social and theoretical preconditions were required before historical materialism could come into being. It was ushered in by the logical development of progressive social, political and philosophical thought. But social conditions also played their part in revealing the possibility of discovering the laws of social life. The acceleration of social development, the kaleidoscopic events following the English, and especially the French bourgeois revolution, 1789 to 1794, the extreme aggravation of class contradictions and collisions, the emergence on the historical scene of the working class, such in general were the social 268 preconditions that favored the appearance of historical materialism. When historical progress was extremely slow, as in the age of feudalism, it was difficult to perceive any particular laws of progressive social development, to understand the supplanting of one social form by another. At such times the metaphysical view easily became established. The great events that took place at the end of the 18th and in the first half of the 19th centuries showed that society was by no means a monolith but a living social organism subject to change and obeying in its existence and development certain objective laws that were independent of the human will and consciousness. This was the conclusion reached by Hegel, for example, in his philosophy of history. Despite his idealism and mysticism, Hegel attempted to consider world history from the standpoint of the internal necessity of its development. He made brilliant conjectures concerning the law-governed nature of social development and the correlation of freedom and necessity in social life. The discovery of the laws of social development was also prepared by the studies of the bourgeois English economists William Petty, Adam Smith and David Ricardo, by their views of labor as the source of wealth, and their contribution to the theory of labor value. The English economists, Marx said, gave us the economic anatomy of classes. Although they saw the basis of the existence of the three great classes of bourgeois society in the different sources of their income, that is, in the sphere of distribution and not in the means of production, their views were an important step forward in the development of social thought. The discovery by the French historians of the Restoration Augustin Thierry, François Mignet, and François Guizot of the role of the class struggle as the motive force of the revolution in the New Age was of great importance in preparing the way for historical materialism. The pre-Marxist materialists also contributed to this process. Their interpretation of social and historical events was generally 269 founded on idealist positions, and yet some of them made brilliant conjectures. The French 18th-century materialist Helvétius, for instance, pointed out the significance of the environment and circumstances in forming social opinion and human morals. Bad morals were the result of bad circumstances, he wrote. From this he drew the conclusion that to change bad morals, circumstances must be changed. But he failed to give a scientific explanation of how this was to be done. In his view, the changing of social conditions was to be brought about by new, improved legislation, which could be introduced only by a ruler of genius. Here he maintained idealist positions. The successes of natural science also had a certain influence on the birth of historical materialism. The end of the 18th century and the first half of the 19th saw redoubled attempts to produce a sociology that would be a strict social science, on the model of the natural sciences mechanics, physics, chemistry, and biology. These were misguided efforts inasmuch as society was regarded naturalistically, without taking into consideration its specific nature as a social organization with its own special, intrinsic laws of development. Marx and Engels were the first to produce a scientific theory of society. They created historical materialism by extending philosophical materialism and materialistically revised dialectics to the interpretation of society, by applying them to the revolutionary practical activity of the working class. Showing the intrinsic, inseparable connection between historical materialism and general philosophical materialism, Lenin wrote, Marx deepened and developed philosophical materialism to the full, and extended the cognition of nature to include the cognition of human society. His historical materialism was a great achievement in scientific thinking. The chaos and arbitrariness that had previously reigned in views on history and politics were replaced by a strikingly integral and harmonious scientific theory, which shows how, in consequence of the growth of productive forces, out of one system of social life another and higher develops. The most general laws discovered by dialectical materialism operate in society, but here they take a specific form. If we wish to know the laws of development of human society, it is not enough to know the general principles of philosophical materialism and the laws of dialectics, we must also study special forms of their action. It is only in a society with an antagonistic structure that the law of the unity and struggle of opposites takes the form of class struggle. And in what a great diversity of forms, types and trends has the class struggle appeared in various historical epochs. The dialectical method, applied to society, and the method of historical materialism are, in essence, identical concepts. When applied to society, the dialectical method becomes concrete. This means that in addition to general philosophical categories we must have such purely sociological categories as the socio-economic formation, the productive forces and the production relations, the mode of production, the basis and the superstructure, social classes, nations, and so on. These categories sum up the major laws of social being and socio-historical knowledge, the laws of the development of human society. Marx and Engels formulated the basic propositions of historical materialism in the 1840s in such works as the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, The Holy Family, The German Ideology and, particularly, in more mature form, The Poverty of Philosophy and the Manifesto of the Communist Party. The new view of history, of social development was at first only a hypothesis and method, but it was a hypothesis and method that for the first time made possible a strictly scientific approach to history. In Lenin's words, they made sociology into a science, because they made it possible to reveal the recurrence and regularity in the development of social relations, to generalize the systems in various countries into the concept of the socio-economic formation, to reveal the general that unites them and at the same time the inherent differences due to the specific conditions of their development. In the 1850s Marx undertook his grandiose study of the highly complex socio-economic formation of capitalism. In Capital he showed this formation in its inception, movement, and development. He established how within it the contradictions develop between the productive forces and the production relations, between social classes, how on the basis of material production relations a corresponding political superstructure grows up, how certain ideas, morals, domestic and everyday relationships arise. With the creation of Capital historical materialism became a substantiated scientific sociological theory. Marx and Engels did not apply the term sociology to their theory because the term was then used by various idealist positivist schools, which had nothing in common with a genuine science of society. But the doctrine they created in practice was and is the only scientific sociological theory worthy of the name, because it alone provides knowledge of the actual laws and motive forces of social development. Just as Darwin put an end to the view of animal and plant species being unconnected, fortuitous, created by God and immutable, and was the first to put biology on an absolutely scientific basis by establishing the mutability and the succession of species, so Marx put an end to the view of society being a mechanical aggregation of individuals which allows of all sorts of modification at the will of the authorities and which emerges and changes casually, and was the first to put sociology on a scientific basis by establishing the concept of the economic formation of society as the sum total of given production relations, by establishing the fact that the development of such formations is a process of natural history. To the subject matter of historical materialism. Human society is in its essence and structure the most complex form of existence of matter. It is a specific, qualitatively unique part of nature, in a certain sense opposed to the rest of nature. This interpretation of the interrelationship between society and nature fundamentally distinguishes historical materialism both from idealism, which in most cases creates an antithesis between society and nature, and from metaphysical materialism, which does not recognize the qualitative difference between them. Giovanni Vico, the Italian philosopher of the 18th century, wrote that the history of society differs from the history of nature in that it is made by people, and only by people, whereas in nature phenomena and processes take place of themselves, as a result of blind, impersonal, spontaneous forces. The fact that society is the scene of action of people possessed of minds and wills, who set themselves certain goals and fight to achieve them, has in the past and often in our own time been a stumbling block for sociologists and historians who seek to study the essence, the fundamental causes of social processes and phenomena. Some of them, absolutizing the specific nature of social and historical events, metaphysically oppose the natural sciences, which study general, recurrent phenomena and processes, to the historical sciences, which are allegedly concerned only with the individual and unique. Thus, in the 19th century certain German philosophers representing one of the schools of Neo-Kantianism believed there must exist two different and even opposite methods of cognition, the so-called nomometric, or generalizing method, which is applied by the natural sciences, and the ideographic, or individualizing method, which is used by the historical sciences. But such a metaphysical counterposing of the natural sciences to the social sciences is far-fetched and unjustifiable. We are no more likely to find in nature than in the history of society two phenomena that are absolutely identical. On the other hand, in society, in history, besides the specific and the individual there is also the general, which manifests itself in economics, in social relationships, in the political and spiritual life of various countries and peoples that are at the same stage of historical development. It is by detecting these general features that we are able to discover the laws of social life. It might be supposed that since social events and processes are the result of people's own activity, it should not be so difficult to understand them as it is to understand the phenomena of nature. And surely it ought to be easier for man and society to establish their power over social relationships than to subjugate the colossal forces of nature that are hostile to man. But this picture is incorrect, as human history and the history of science show. In the first half of the 19th century the natural sciences had already made considerable progress, but a general science of society was still only in embryo. Step by step mankind was getting to know the laws and forces of nature and bringing them under control. But it turned out to be a far more difficult task to discover the true nature of human society and its laws. Even more difficult and prolonged was the task of mastering the social laws and processes and bringing them under the control of society. The possibility of solving these problems came only with the creation of social science, with its application to the practical task of the revolutionary transformation of social life. Human society, social phenomena, and processes are studied by various sciences. Political economy investigates economic or production relations, the laws of the rise and development of the modes of production of material goods. The legal sciences study the laws of the emergence of various political and judicial institutions, the state and law, and their functions. Aesthetics and art criticism study the laws of the rise and development of art, the relationship of art to reality, the methods of artistic creativity. Ethics studies the sphere of moral relationships between people. Thus, although human society is investigated by various sciences, each of them studies only a certain aspect of social life, one or another type of social relationships or phenomena. Historical materialism does not deal with the separate aspects of social life, but with its general laws and the driving forces of its functioning and development, with social life as an integrated whole, the intrinsic connections and contradictions of all its aspects and relations. Unlike the specialized sciences, historical materialism studies, first and foremost, the most general laws of the development of society, the laws of the rise, existence, and motive forces of the development of socio-economic formations. 1895. 274. The general sociological laws, which concern all historical epochs, operate in each socio-economic formation, in each epoch, in a specific way. Therefore, if we wish to obtain a correct idea of the character and essence of general sociological laws, we must study their specific functions in the various historical epochs, in the various formations. Thus the concept of general sociological laws includes the intrinsic connections and relations that are characteristic of the most general laws of the historically determined socio-economic formations. Historical materialism also differs from such a science as history. Historical science implies study of the history of countries and peoples, of events, in their chronological sequence. It must treat the course of events not abstractly, in general theoretical terms, but in specific historical form, taking into consideration the concrete conditions of each country, the action of real people and the influence of chance, which sometimes plays a tremendous part in historical events. Historical materialism, on the other hand, is a general theoretical, methodological science. It studies not one particular people, or one particular country, but human society as a whole, considered from the standpoint of the most general laws of its development. Historical materialism, like Marxist philosophy in general, combines both theory and method in one. It furnishes the dialectical materialist solution to the basic, epistemological question of social science, the question of the relationship between social being and social consciousness. It tells us about the most general laws and driving forces of society and is therefore a scientific general sociological theory. For this reason historical materialism is both an effective method of studying the phenomena and processes of social life, and a method of revolutionary action. Only with its help can the historian, the economist, the student of law or art find his way amid the complexities of social phenomena. It provides the political leaders of the working class and the Marxist-Leninist parties with the guiding thread of investigation and understanding of the specific historical situation. Historical materialism assumes particular methodological significance in a context of vigorous social development, of rapid change, when history takes a sharp turn and when a particularly strict and objective analysis of events, of the behavior of classes and parties, is needed. Historical materialism is the mainstay of scientific communism, which studies the strategy and tactics of the working class struggle, the laws and driving forces of socialist revolution, of the national liberation movement and the world revolutionary process as a whole. In the context of the construction of socialism and communism it studies, along with other humanities, the social and political aspects of the development of socialist society. Historical materialism is also highly relevant to concrete social research. When employing mathematical methods or methods of polling, interviewing, circulating questionnaires and so on, one must have a firm footing in the general sociological theory of Marxism and its method. In its turn Marxist sociology, taken as a general theoretical science of society, relies in its development on specific sociological research, on the wide use of statistical and other empirical data concerning various aspects of social life. Specific sociological research reveals the mechanics of the functioning of sociological laws in diverse, real-life conditions. The classics of Marxism-Leninism provide splendid examples of the application of the general sociological method to the concrete study of social processes. Theory, my friend, is gray, but green is the eternal tree of life. Lenin often cited these lines from Goethe's Faust in his polemics against those Marxists who failed to see the new and unexpected things produced by life in its rapid development. Life, what actually happens in the world, in history, one's always richer than the most advanced social theory. This is a fact that we need to be particularly aware of in our stormy and dynamic age. Historical materialism gives us an objective scientific guide to the course of events, enables us to know and understand them, to predict them scientifically, and to see the prospects and trends of social development, thus providing the theoretical basis for revolutionary action. 3. The laws of social development and their objective character. More than 100 years ago in the introduction to his A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx gave the classical formulation of the basic propositions and principles of historical materialism. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. This formulation of the basic propositions and principles of Marxist social theory highlights its two most important features. First, the consistent application of the materialist view of history as a law-governed process, conditioned in the final analysis by the development of the modes of production, and, second, strict historicism, the consideration of society as something that is in a state of constant development. We noted earlier that even before the appearance of Marxism, sociological thought, particularly under the influence of the advances in natural science, sought to understand social life, the history of society, as a law-governed process. But social laws were generally treated in the same way as the laws of the mechanical, physical, or biological processes occurring in nature. The specific features that characterize social life, which is created by people who possess minds and willpower, were thus ignored. The great contribution of Marx and Engels was to reveal in social life, in the history of society, not only that which relates social laws to the laws of nature, but also to show that the socio-historical law differs radically from the law of nature. This is expressed in their description of social development as a natural historical process. The natural historical process is a process that is as necessary and objective, as much governed by law, as natural processes. It is a process that not only does not depend on men's will and consciousness but actually determines that will and consciousness. At the same time, unlike the processes of nature, the natural historical process is a result of the activity of people themselves. At first glance this proposition appears to imply a logical contradiction. How can we reconcile the fact that social life, the historical process, is created by people possessing consciousness, will and desire, setting themselves certain tasks and goals, with the fact that history obeys certain necessary, objective laws that do not depend on human will and consciousness? This contradiction can be resolved if we remember that people, in pursuing their aims, in being guided by certain ideas and desires, at the same time always live under certain objective conditions that do not depend on their will and desire and that ultimately determine the direction and character of their activity, their ideas and aspirations. In complete accord with the materialist world outlook, historical materialism proceeds from the proposition that social being is primary in relation to social consciousness. Social consciousness is a reflection of social being. It may be a more or less correct reflection, or it may be false. It does not determine the system of social life and the direction of social development, as the idealists assume. On the contrary, it is social being that ultimately determines social consciousness, the ideas, aspirations, and aims of individuals and social classes. What, then, is implied by the concept of social being, which holds such an important place in historical materialism? In philosophical materialism, the category of being is regarded as identical with the concept of matter, of nature. Accordingly, social being is understood by Marxists as the material life of society, its production and reproduction. Social being is comprised of social production and the necessary conditions for it, including the reproduction of people themselves, the system of social relations that forms between people in the process of the production of material goods, i.e., the production, or economic, relations, and the material aspects of the life of the family, of classes, of nations, and other forms of human community. Social being is primary because it exists outside and independently of social consciousness. Social consciousness is secondary because it is a reflection of people's social being. The question is sometimes asked, how are we to understand the independence of social being from social consciousness? Do not people themselves create their means of production? Is not the distinguishing feature of human labor people's own purposeful activity? Do not people themselves establish their relations with one another in the process of production? Reasoning on these lines, the Russian Marxist Bogdanov concluded that people could not combine together except with the help of consciousness, and, consequently, social life in all its manifestations was conscious, mentally active life. Hence he inferred that social being and social consciousness were identical. People themselves build their social life. But by no means always and by no means everywhere do they build it consciously. Of course, they perform every separate act of production consciously. But it does not follow from this that they are always conscious of the character of the social relations into which they enter in the process of production, of how these relations are changing, or what the social consequences of these changes are. Driven on by vital necessity, people work, produce goods and exchange them, and the economic relations thus formed do not depend on their conscious choice or desire, but on the level of social production they have achieved. From the fact that people enter into intercourse as conscious beings, Lenin explains, it certainly does not follow that social being is identical to social consciousness. Social consciousness may be a more or less correct reflection of social being, but it can never become identical to it because, first, social consciousness does not determine social being and, second, does not even entirely embrace it. What is more, the will, aims, desires and aspirations of people, conditioned by their social or personal interests, embodied in their actions and making their appearance on the stage of social life, clash, interweave and come into contradiction with one another, and the outcome of it all is often that the desired is only rarely achieved. The clash of countless actions and aspirations of millions of people has often led to results that no one could foresee and no one sought to achieve. Liberty, equality, fraternity were the slogans that inspired the French people in the Revolution of 1789 to 1794. But the liberty turned out in practice to be the liberty to sell labor power, the equality turned out to be the equal. 280. Ity of the worker and the capitalist, and the fraternity of exploiters and exploited. When they unleashed aggressive war in 1939 to 1945, the countries of the fascist coalition sought to attain world domination, to destroy the USSR as a socialist country. But what happened in practice? The defeat of fascism, the emergence of the world socialist system, and the strengthening of socialism. Characterizing the social development as a natural historical process, Engels wrote, "History is made in such a way that the final result always arises from conflicts between many individual wills, of which each in turn has been made what it is by a host of particular conditions of life. Thus there are innumerable intersecting forces, an infinite series of parallelograms of forces which give rise to one resultant, the historical event. This may again itself be viewed as the product of a power which works as a whole unconsciously and without volition. For what each individual wills is obstructed by everyone else, and what emerges is something that no one willed. Thus history has proceeded hitherto in the manner of a natural process and is essentially subject to the same laws of motion. But from the fact that the wills of individuals, each of whom desires what he is impelled to by his physical constitution and external, in the last resort economic, circumstances, do not attain what they want, but are merged into an aggregate mean, a common resultant, it must not be concluded that they are equal to zero. On the contrary, each contributes to the resultant and is to this extent included in it. Only after the socialist revolution, when society acquires control over social relations, do people begin to achieve their aims on an ever-increasing scale. Yet even in this period social development continues to remain a natural historical process, conditioned by objective causes and laws that exist outside the consciousness of people and determine their will, consciousness, aims and tasks. Thus, socialism gradually overcomes the spontaneity of social development, but even here social processes are determined by objective conditions, by actual possibilities that people must take into consideration and proceed from in their actions. Even here subjectivism and arbitrariness may lead to negative results, and action is crowned with success only if it corresponds to the objective social laws. What is meant by social laws? Any law, as we know, expresses an objective, necessary, stable connection between phenomena, between processes. Similarly, the laws established by historical materialism and other social sciences express a necessary, stable, and recurrent connection between social phenomena and processes. Some social laws operate at all stages of social development. These include the laws of the determining role of social being in relation to social consciousness, the determining role of the mode of production in relation to a particular structure of society, the determining role of the productive forces with regard to economic relations, the determining role of the economic basis in relation to the social superstructure, the dependence of the social nature of the individual on the sum total of social relations, and so on. These are general sociological laws, they operate at all levels of social development, including communism. Besides general sociological laws, there are others that hold good only for certain social formations. These are primarily the law of the division of society into classes, which is characteristic only of certain modes of production, and the law of the class struggle as the driving force of history, which holds good only for those socio-economic formations that are based on antagonism between classes. Some critics of historical materialism say that a law is a relationship that exists always and everywhere. If the law of the class struggle does not conform to this demand, it was not then a law. A shorter duration of existence and action is in general one of the features of the laws of social life in comparison with the eternal laws of nature. Other social laws besides the law of the class struggle operate only where and when the requisite conditions and relations exist. Nevertheless, they are objective, real laws expressing intrinsic, relatively constant connections between social phenomena and processes. After all, even the laws of the biology of the earth do 282. Not operate on the sun. But this does not lead anyone to doubt their reality, their objectivity. Some bourgeois economists and sociologists elevate social laws to the rank of eternal, natural, intransigent laws. They see capitalism with its property inequality and relations of domination and subjection at all stages of development of society. Criticizing such views of social and economic laws, Engels wrote, "To us so-called economic laws are not eternal laws of nature but historical laws which arise and disappear, and the code of modern political economy, in so far as it has been drawn up with proper objectivity by the economists, is to us simply a summary of the laws and conditions under which alone modern bourgeois society can exist, in short, the conditions of its production and exchange expressed in an abstract way and summarized. To us, therefore, none of these laws, in so far as it expresses purely bourgeois relations, is older than modern bourgeois society, those which have been hitherto more or less valid throughout all history really express only those relations which are common to the conditions of all society based on class rule and class exploitation. Every law operates under definite conditions and the results of its action depend on those conditions, which vary from one formation to another and within each formation, and assume specific forms in different countries. Just as capitalism in every country has acquired certain features connected with the historical past of that country, with a greater or smaller share of pre-capitalist economic structures, so, too, does socialist society, obeying in its development certain general laws, acquire in each separate country certain features and peculiarities connected with its historical past, with the level of development there of the productive forces and of culture. But these peculiar features do not affect the main thing, they do not abolish and cannot abolish the general laws inherent in socialist society. There are no national laws of the development of capitalism or socialism, laws that are characteristic of each separate country. The laws of each separate socio-economic formation, though specific in relation to the general sociological laws, are themselves general laws for all countries that are part of a given formation. Here, as in other fields, there is dialectical unity of the general and the particular, the international and the national. Ignoring or violating this unity, overstressing the national to the detriment of the general, the international, may lead to nationalist tendencies. Here there is a dividing line which the Marxist-Leninist, the internationalist in politics and dialectician in theory, should see and understand. 4. People's conscious activity and its role in history. Freedom and necessity. In regarding social development as a natural historical process, do we not prevent ourselves from obtaining a correct understanding of the role of man's creative, revolutionary transforming activity? Does this not lead to belittlement of the historical activity, the historical initiative of the progressive social forces, to belittlement of the role of the subjective factor? Those who take the subjective idealist view of history have often accused the Marxists of fatalism. Revisionists of both the right and left varieties today oppose the Marxist-Leninist teaching on the objective laws of social development and historical necessity. Following the bourgeois sociologists, they maintain that this teaching underestimates people's free, purposeful activity, that it lowers man's status, that it is anti-humanist. They claim that it regards the economic factor as all, while ideas and various forms of social consciousness, philosophy, morality, religion are nothing, and from the standpoint of historical materialism have no significance whatever. This is how the critics of Marxism present the case. But they confuse historical materialism with economic, vulgar materialism. The two trends are, however, radically opposed to each other. Historical materialism in no way ignores the significance of politics, of social consciousness, of various spiritual values. On the contrary, it recognizes their tremendous role in 284. Social life. Reactionary ideas and reactionary policy play an extremely negative role. They may and do bring great disasters upon the peoples. By contrast, progressive, revolutionary ideas, philosophical, social, economic, political, and moral, and the underscore policies based on them play a great part, particularly when these ideas become widespread among the masses, when they act as a mobilizing, organizing, and transforming historical force. Marxism-Leninism and the policy of the Marxist parties and socialist states based upon it play such a role in the present age. Historical materialism, like Marxism as a whole, took shape and developed in the struggle against two opposite trends: first, against the subjectivism of the young Hegelians and, in Russia, the subjectivism of the Narodniks and Marxists, the voluntarism of the Trotskyists and left communists; second, against providentialism and fatalism that belittle the significance of people's conscious, creative activity. The bourgeois critics of historical materialism try to discover a contradiction between the revolutionary activity of the Marxist parties and their teaching on historical necessity, particularly on the inevitable collapse of capitalism. These critics say, if we know that a lunar eclipse is inevitable and bound to occur according to certain laws, no one would think of creating a party for promotion of such an eclipse, but the Marxists teach that capitalism is bound to be superseded by socialism, and yet they create political parties to fight capitalism and establish socialism. This argument has been advanced in the present day by the neo-Kantian Rudolf Stammeiler, for example. It would be foolish and absurd, of course, to create parties for the organization of a lunar eclipse or the coming of spring and summer. Human activity does not participate in the motion of the Earth round the Sun, or in the motion of the Moon. The Earth rotated round the Sun, and the Moon around the Earth long before men appeared on Earth. But history was made and is being made by people, and only 285. By people. The laws of social development, unlike the laws of nature, are laws of human activity. Outside this activity they do not exist. Therefore, social revolutions, including socialist revolutions, occur only as a result of the struggle of the progressive classes on the basis of using the objective laws of social development, particularly the laws of class struggle. The more profound and comprehensive our knowledge of the laws of social development, the laws of social revolution, the higher is the consciousness, the solidarity, unity, and organization of the working people, the more successful the struggle for socialism, the swifter the progress of history. Just as knowledge of the laws and processes of nature offers us the best chance of taming its spontaneous forces, so does knowledge of the social laws controlling the forces of social development allow the progressive classes to consciously create history, to fight for social progress. By getting to know the objective laws of social development, the progressive social forces are able to act not blindly, not spontaneously, but with knowledge of what they are doing, and, in this sense, freely. The laws of social development usually function as tendencies. They break their way through many obstacles, through a mass of chance events, through conflict with opposite tendencies supported by hostile forces, which have to be paralysed and overcome in order to ensure the victory of the progressive forces and tendencies. Conflict between these various trends or tendencies means that in every historical period there exists more than one possibility. Thus, imperialism is always charged with the possibility of war, and in the imperialist countries there are always forces interested in unleashing wars. But along with this possibility, which is inherent in the nature of imperialism, there today exists another real possibility, the possibility of ensuring peace. This arises from the growth of the forces of socialism, of the revolutionary movement of the working class of the capitalist countries, of the national liberation movement of all peace-loving forces fighting against imperialism. Historical necessity is, therefore, not the same thing as predetermination. In real life, thanks to the effect of Object 286. TIB laws and various trends of social development, there arise certain possibilities, the realization of which depends on the activity of the masses, on the course of the class struggle, knowledge of the laws of historical necessity, of the objective laws of social development, far from freeing people of the need to act, demands their active, conscious participation in order to realize these laws. The teaching of historical materialism on the natural historical process does not belittle the role of man, of his conscious activity, but rather shows the significance of this activity, of the struggle of the progressive social forces. Ignorance of these laws, failure to take into consideration actual conditions and means of struggle, condemns the masses of the working people, the working class and its parties, either to hopelessness and passivity or to adventurism and defeat. In this way historical materialism resolves the old philosophical and sociological problem of the relationship between freedom and necessity, the problem of free will and determinism. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men, these two classes of laws which we can separate from each other at most only in thought but not in reality. Freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with knowledge of the subject. Therefore the freer a man's judgment is in relation to a definite question, the greater is the necessity with which the content of this judgment will be determined, while the uncertainty, founded on ignorance, which seems to make an arbitrary choice among many different and conflicting possible decisions, shows precisely by this that it is not free, that it is controlled by the very object it should itself control. Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity. It is therefore necessarily a product of historical development. What Engels has to say about the laws of nature fully applies to social laws, to the relation between freedom and necessity in social life. Social laws, while they are not known and while people act against them, operate as spontaneous forces that are hostile to man. But when we know these laws and their nature, the conditions and direction in which they operate, we are able to master them and make use of them. Under socialism, the people, the masses, led by the Communist Party, are increasingly able to subjugate objective laws to their will and consequently to achieve their aims in greater measure. The history of mankind has certainly not always proceeded in a straight, ascending line. There would be something very mystical about it if it consisted only in forward movement. However, despite its reverses, its zigzags, despite such historical disasters as wars, barbarian invasions, and the decline and fall of powerful states, human history, taken as a whole, has logically proceeded in an ascending line, from one socio-economic formation to another, from the lower to the higher. Historical movement is multifarious, not uniform, and includes much that is specific and connected with the peculiar features and conditions of development of various peoples. But in this lies the great significance of historical materialism, which has revealed from the seeming chaos and infinite diversity the law, the regularity and recurrence in the main and most essential things that characterize the development of the mankind. Is there any meaning in the history of mankind, in the development of society, or is this movement as meaningless and elemental as the flow of rivers that sweep away everything in their path? There are no grounds, of course, for acknowledging any meaning imported to history from without, such as divine predestination, a prearranged program or supernatural destiny for the peoples. At the same time, the history of society in every epoch has its own definite content. The peoples, the progressive social forces that make history, blaze the trail for new, more advanced economic, political, and other social relations, and fight to accomplish certain historical tasks. People may be more or less fully aware of these tasks, or they may misapprehend. 288. Them, sometimes in a mystified religious, fantastic form. In the great transitional periods of history, the conscious, creative activity of the masses, of the progressive classes, attains new heights. Thus the history of mankind is not entirely spontaneous, and social consciousness also plays its part. The content of the present epoch is the struggle between the forces of socialism and capitalism, the revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. The conscious struggle of the working class and its allies for socialism accelerates historical movement. And this movement takes place through the overcoming of various difficulties, profound contradictions, and antagonisms. It therefore proceeds not in a straight line. Here, too, there are zigzags and setbacks. But taken as a whole, the contemporary historical process is heading towards socialism and communism, and in this lies its profound meaning. Chapter 11. Material production is the basis of social life. As we have seen in the previous chapter, the subject matter of historical materialism is human society and the most general laws of its development. The first step towards discovering these laws was to establish the role of material production in the life of society. It will easily be understood that society cannot exist without producing the material goods needed for human life. This proposition is obvious and had been recognized in social science even before the time of Marx and Engels. But Marx and Engels did not stop there. They took a new step forward which constituted a great discovery in science. This discovery established the law-governed dependence of the system of all social relations on the mode of production of material goods. In the process of production, people do not only create material products, production does not only provide people with means of existence. And producing material goods, people produce and reproduce their own social relations. The study of social production, its structure, its constituent elements and their interconnections, therefore, makes it possible to penetrate into the essence of the historical process, to reveal the deep-going social mechanisms that operate in the life of society. 1. Society and nature, their interaction. Material production furnishes the key to the interpretation both of the internal structure of society and its interrelationship with the external environment surrounding nature. Production is, above all, the process of interaction between society and nature. In this process of interaction, people obtain from surrounding nature the necessary means of existence. Labor, production, is at the same time the basis of the formation of man himself as a social being, his emergence from nature. In his work The Part Played by Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man, Engels showed that labor is the driving force, the basis of man's evolution. Of course, this proposition should not be understood in an oversimplified manner, as if work existed before man. To begin with, our ancestors used any simple object that came to hand to protect themselves from beasts of prey or to capture prey themselves. This activity of theirs as yet belonged to the category of those primitive instinctive forms of labor that remind us of the mere animal. But it was this primitive activity of man's ancestors that marked the beginning of the development of human labor itself into a form in which it constitutes man's unique possession. From the simple use of objects provided by nature, which is sometimes observed among animals, our ancestors gradually passed on to making tools, and this was the essential factor in the emergence of human labor itself. Labor activity had two decisive consequences. First, the organism of man's ancestors began to accommodate itself not only to the conditions of the environment but to labor activity. The specific features of man's physical organization, upright walk, differentiation of the functions of the front and rear limbs, development of the hand and the brain, evolved in the long process of adaptation of the organism to the performance of labor operations. Second, because it meant concerted action, labor stimulated the emergence and development of articulate speech, of language as a means of communication, the accumulation and transmission of labor and social experience. Two important stages may be noted in the process of the formation of man. The first of them is marked by the beginning of tool making. This is the stage of man in formation. According to modern archaeology, the oldest stone tools are to be found in the strata of the Quaternary period. The remains of man's oldest ancestors, the Pithecanthropi, also belong to this period. This confirms the intrinsic connection between the development of labor and human evolution. The second major qualitative stage was the replacement about 100,000 years ago, in the Middle Paleolithic Age, of Neanderthal man by a modern type. Whereas the build of Neanderthal man still retained many features reminiscent of the apes, there have been since the emergence of Homo sapiens no radical changes in man's physical type. In this period, corresponding major changes took place in production, involving the making of various implements of labor. The stages in the evolution of man and his implements of labor were at the same time the stages in the formation of human society itself in its primary form, namely, tribal society. Man is a social being. He has never lived and could not appear outside society or before society. Nor, however, could society appear before man. The new forms of relations between individuals developed only because man's ancestors were becoming people. All kinds of features distinguish man from the animals. The most important of them, however, are production of the instruments of labor, articulate speech, and the ability of abstract thought. The first of these is primary. According to Marx and Engels, people begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence. Taken in its most general forms, the process of production is what man does to the objects and forces of nature in order to obtain and produce his means of subsistence, food, clothing, a place to live, and so on. This process presupposes human activity, or labor itself, affecting the objects of labor. Unlike the instinctive forms of human activity, human labor, in the true sense of the word, is purposeful activity, which results in the creation of an object which, as Marx put it, already existed in man's imagination, that is, ideally. Comparing the behavior of the bees, which so skillfully build their honeycomb of wax, with the activity of the architect, Marx observed that even the worst architect is superior to the best bee in that before he builds his house he has already created it in his own head. Labor activity takes place with the help of the corresponding means of influencing the object of labor tools. These are the essential element of human labor. Tools bring about the transition from the immediate, direct actions, characteristic of the animals, which use their natural organs, claws, teeth, etc., to essentially human actions mediated by the instruments of labor. The latter continue, as it were, man's natural organs, performing at first the same functions as the natural organs, but intensifying their effect. The Russian biologist Timur Yazev, characterizing the specific nature of the biological organism in comparison with inanimate nature, wrote, "The crystal consists of parts. The very word organism indicates that its parts are organs, that is, instruments. Society may be described as a social organism. Whereas the biological organism has a system of natural organs performing certain functions that are needed for its existence, the development of man, of human society involves the improvement of artificial organs, tools, means of labor. Because human development is expressed primarily in change of its social organs, the means of labor, it has no natural boundaries. According to Ludwig Noir, the instruments of labor perform countless extremely specialized functions without the human body changing because of this in any particular direction or becoming incapable of other work. In the process of labor, man, unlike the animals, influences the natural environment, changing it and adapting it to his needs. To sum up, human labor differs from the activity of even the most developed animals in that, first, it exerts an active influence on nature, instead of merely adapting to it. As one's characteristic of the animals, second, it presupposes systematic use and, above all, production of the instruments of production. Third, labor implies purposeful, conscious activity. Fourth, it is from the very beginning social in character and inconceivable outside society. For these reasons, social development differs from biological development. Man develops as a social being without any radical changes in his biological nature. Hence the difference in the character and rate of both processes. Radical changes in social life take place within periods that would be quite insufficient for any significant changes to occur in the development of the biological species. Biological development, moreover, is tending to slow down as certain species of organisms specialize and adapt themselves to the environment. On the other hand, the development of society shows a general tendency to axially despite its various twists and turns and temporary setbacks. This has been largely due to the appearance of new mechanisms of continuity in the social development compared with biological evolution. In the organic world, the accumulation and transmission of information from one generation to another is effected mainly through the mechanism of heredity, which forms the basis of the inborn instincts, and in the higher animals also through parents' transmission to their progeny of certain skills. In social life, a tremendous part is played by each generation's inheritance of the means of production created by the previous generation, and also by the continuing of social experience embodied in language, thought, culture and traditions. Whereas biological transmission of properties is limited by the information that can be stored in the apparatus of heredity, the inheritance of social experience occurs constantly and has no limits. Viewed in the most general sense, culture is the embodiment of this experience, the sum total of the material and spiritual values created in the course of human history. Each generation enriches culture with new achievements. In contrast to the biological world, where all changes take place spontaneously, unconsciously, human society is afforded ever greater possibilities in the course of history of consciously and purposefully changing the conditions of its material life and regulating its interrelations with nature. Any material system presupposes a definite type of connection between its constituent elements. The specific nature of social life is determined by the production, or economic connection. All forms of social relationships are made up in the final analysis on the basis of the relations between people arising in the process of production, the production relations, which cement the social organism and give it its unity. The qualitatively new forms of connection that make up the social organism have corresponding specific laws of development that differ from biological laws. Marx and Engels, already in their day, showed the misguidedness of attempts to apply biological laws to the explanation of social phenomena. Like other laws of nature, biological laws do not regulate or determine the development of social phenomena. Society is governed by its own specific laws, which are revealed by historical materialism and other social sciences. This does not imply, however, that society develops in isolation from nature. The development of society is inconceivable without certain natural preconditions. Chief among these are the natural conditions surrounding society, usually called the geographical environment, and the physical organization of the people themselves who comprise the population. The concept of the geographical environment embraces, of course, not nature as a whole, which is infinite, but that part of it which affects society directly or indirectly, which constitutes the natural conditions of human life and activity. Some writers define the geographical environment as the sphere of nature that is changed or transformed by society. As we shall see later, the part of nature that surrounds man actually does bear the imprint of his activity, but man's life is also influenced by forces of nature that are beyond his control. Various naturalistic theories in sociology have attempted to ascribe the determining role in history to these natural preconditions. Thus, the exponents of geographical determinism try to attribute the differences between the social system and histories of various peoples to the influence of the natural conditions in which they live. In fact, however, we find extremely different social systems in similar geographical conditions, and one and the same kind of social system in different geographical conditions. Nor can the historical succession of socio-economic formations be attributed to the influence of the geographical environment, if only because it occurs far more quickly than changes in this environment, which do not depend on the influence of society. The basic methodological fault of the naturalistic theories in sociology is that they see the source of social development as something outside society. The influence of external conditions on any developing system, including society, cannot be denied or underestimated, of course. But change in such a system is not simply the imprint of changing environment, the passive result of its influence. A system has its own internal logic of development and in its turn exerts an influence on the environment. If we adopt the modern classification of systems, society may be regarded as one of the so-called open systems, which exchange not only energy but also matter with their environment. Between society and nature there occurs a constant metabolism, a constant exchange of substances, which takes place, as Marx showed, in the process of labor, of production. From the vegetable and animal world man obtains his means of nutrition and raw material for making objects of use. Mineral resources provide him with the material for producing the means of production. Production involves the use of various sources of energy, first of all, man's own muscular strength, then the strength of the animals he tames, of wind and water, and finally the power of steam, electricity, and the energy of chemical and atomic processes. 296. The geographical environment influences the development of society in various ways at various stages of its development, but the direct influence of geographical conditions on man's nature and his psychological makeup is never of prime importance. The main thing is their mediated influence through the conditions of production and intercourse. At the lower cultural stages, when man is mainly concerned with obtaining ready-made products, more importance attaches to the natural means of subsistence, fertile soil, an abundance of fish, and so on. At the higher stages, when industry develops, the existence of the natural means of production, such as waterfalls, navigable rivers, forests, metals, coal, and oil is of far greater importance. The direction of economic activity is not, of course, always the same among different peoples, it depends largely on the geographical conditions under which they live. Among the tribes inhabiting the northern subtropics, the fertile areas of Mesopotamia, the valley of the Nile, and so on, the productive forces developed more quickly than among the tribes that lived in conditions of the far north and the far south. At the same time, the uneven rates of development of production are also connected with different social conditions, with how relations took shape between different peoples, with their interconnection or isolation, their mutual intercourse or conflict, and so on. The influence of geographical conditions is always mediated by social conditions, primarily by the level of development of production. People make various use of the properties of their environment. More and more new materials are brought into production. Mankind penetrates new regions of nature and masters them in order to satisfy its needs. This means that society's links with nature become increasingly widespread and many-sided. Abundance of natural resources will never, of course, lose its significance. It constitutes an important element of a country's economic potential. But thanks to the wide development of exchange, of economic ties, it becomes possible to make use of the natural resources of other countries as well as one's own. Countries lacking in natural resources can create a highly developed processing industry. With the development of production, society's dependence on natural conditions is relatively diminished. The production of synthetic materials reduces industry's dependence on natural raw material. The transmission of electricity over long distances, and particularly the use of nuclear energy, reduces the need to deploy factories near the sources of power. The twin processes of the expansion of economic ties and the reduction of dependence on natural conditions are both predicated on the increase of man's influence over nature. Whereas natural conditions change comparatively slowly if left to themselves, their rate of change may be accelerated by man. Man's natural environment bears the stamp of his production activity. Geographical conditions on Earth are to a significant extent the result of the activity of living organisms, which are responsible, for example, for the formation of limestone, dolomite, marble, coal, peat, fertile soil, and so on. The active role of life on Earth is expressed in academician Vernadsky's concept of the biosphere of the planetary envelope, which includes the organisms and also inanimate matter that is taken over and transformed by life. If there were no life on Earth, it would look as barren as the moon. With the appearance of man, the pressure of life on the planetary envelope became immeasurably more powerful. Man influences the vegetable and animal world, exterminates certain species of plants and animals, and introduces and changes others. A considerable area of the vegetable world has been shaped by man. In ancient Greece there were only a few varieties of apple, now there are more than 10,000. The area of cultivation of many plants has expanded under human influence. Potatoes, which first appeared on the plateau between the mountains of the Andes in South America, maize, which first grew in America, the watermelon which came from Africa, and other useful plants, have all spread to other countries thanks to man. The scale of man's influence on the Earth's crust is comparable with that of the most powerful geological forces. According to academician Fersman, people have extracted from the Earth in the last 5 centuries not less than 50,298 million tons of carbon, 2,000 million tons of iron, 20,000 million tons of copper, 20,000 tons of gold, and so on. As academician Kalesnik observes, man's production activity brings to the surface not less than 5 cubic kilometers of rock per year. Man drives canals through continents, and wins back land from the sea. By watering deserts, drying marshland, and altering the course of rivers, he changes even the climatic conditions of his life. The climate is also indirectly influenced by man's production activity because the burning of oil, coal, and peat annually returns to the atmosphere about 1,500 million tons of carbon. The amount of carbon in the air is one of the factors controlling the temperature on Earth. The effect of nature on society is totally spontaneous, but the effect of society on nature is always the result of man's conscious struggle for existence. Besides the intended transformation of nature, human activity also has unforeseen results, which in many cases subsequently cause tremendous losses. Karl Marx in his day observed that cultivation, when it progresses spontaneously, and is not consciously controlled, leaves deserts behind it. The parasitic felling of timber, for instance, upsets the flow of rivers, widens ravines, and causes drought. Huge areas of land are eroded and become unsuitable for cultivation. The use of chemical pesticides and weed killers often destroys not only the insects and the weeds but poisons many other plants and animals. A particular feature of the contemporary stage of interaction between society and nature is that the whole surface of the globe is becoming the scene of human activity. Man is even venturing beyond its bounds into outer space. He is making use of nearly every substance that is to be found in the Earth's crust and nearly all sources of natural energy. However, as the scale of man's activity increases, the danger of his uncontrolled influence on the natural environment also increases. One of the side effects of man's activity, for example, is the upsetting of the balance between various processes in nature and pollution of air and water with so much industrial waste, radioactive matter, etc., that this may constitute a threat to his own existence. The French scientist Jean Dorst writes in his book Before Nature Dies. Paradoxical though it may sound, the most essential problem of modern times in the field of protection of nature is to protect our own species from ourselves. Homo sapiens must be protected from Homo faber. Yet it is not man per se who is to blame for this danger, but the subordination of his activity to considerations of profit or narrow utilitarianism and short-sightedness. Today it is becoming urgent for man to make wise use of the processes of nature on a planetary scale, which can alone make man the true master of the earth. This necessity is also implied in the concept evolved by natural science of the noosphere, as the sphere of interaction between nature and society organized by conscious human activity. The biosphere of the 20th century is becoming what Vernadsky sees as the noosphere, created primarily by the growth of science, of scientific understanding, and the social labor of mankind which is based upon it. The creation of such a noosphere presupposes the planned use of natural resources on the scale of whole countries and continents, and this is beyond the scope of capitalist society. To achieve this there must be social ownership of the means of production. It also demands, of course, wise and effective planning of production, and good management, which is not achieved automatically even in conditions of socialism. If we are to be good masters of the earth we must not tolerate a departmental approach. The work of transforming nature must be dealt with as a single whole. As was stated at the 24th Congress of the CPSU, in the conditions of accelerated scientific and technological progress everything must be done to prevent this progress becoming a source of dangerous pollution of the air and water, of exhaustion of the earth, and to combine it with a thrifty attitude towards natural resources. To sum up, man's influence on nature depends on the level of the productive forces, on the character of the social system, and on the level of development of society and people themselves. In principle the same is true of another natural precondition of human history, man's bodily organization, his biological properties. It is these biological properties that give him his need for food, clothing, and so on. But the means by which he satisfies these needs are determined not by biological but by social conditions. Procreation also proceeds according to human biological properties, and yet the growth of population is primarily a social phenomenon, regulated by the laws of the development of society. From the naturalistic standpoint, population growth is regarded as a factor independent of the laws of social development and even determining that development. Moreover, some sociologists treat it as a positive factor and regard the increase of the population as one of the causes that impel people to seek new sources of food supply and thus promote the development of production. Others see the rapid growth of population as a source of social disaster. According to Malthusian law, the means of subsistence grow in arithmetical progression as opposed to the geometrical progression of population growth. The population increases faster than its food supply, and hence, so Malthus maintains, come the starvation, unemployment, and poverty of the working people. His conclusion is that to improve their position the working people should control the number of births in their families. 2 In reality the relation between the growth rate of the population and production of the means of subsistence is not something given once and for all. With a relatively conservative technical base and slow development in the pre-capital, in the German ideology Marx and Engels noted that the first prerequisite of history is the existence of living human individuals. Thus the first fact to be established is the physical organization of these individuals and their consequent relations to the rest of nature. Pan-Malthusian ideas have subsequently been used by reactionaries to justify imperialist aggressive wars, the extermination of superfluous population, and so on. In socio-economic formations there was pressure of excess population on the productive forces, which often led to large-scale migrations of population. On the other hand, in conditions of rapid technical progress the growth of production of the means of subsistence considerably outstrips the population growth rate, as is seen, for example, in the increase of per capita production. According to the figures cited by the Brazilian scientist José de Castro, the world population at the end of the 1950s showed an average annual increase of 1.5% while food production increased by 3%. But these average figures fail to reveal the extremely uneven distribution of food resources. Hundreds of millions in Asia and other parts of the world are systematically underfed. The reason is economic backwardness, the colonial economic structure and the exploitation of underdeveloped countries by the more developed imperialist powers. In the countries of developed capitalism it is not overpopulation that exerts pressure on the productive forces, but rather the productive forces that pressure the population, and create a relative surplus of population. This was what Marx saw as the law of population inherent in the capitalist mode of production. The conclusion reached by Marx from his analysis of the problem of population under capitalism is of great importance in sociology. His conclusion is that every historically determined mode of production has its own specific laws of population that are historical in character. Marx considers that an abstract law of population exists for plants and animals only, and only insofar as man has not interfered with them. Size of population, its growth, density and territorial distribution undoubtedly exert an influence on the development of society. For example, when we determine the initial possibilities of development of production in a particular country we must take into consideration both its natural resources and its population. Without sufficient numbers and density of population it will be impossible or difficult to exploit natural resources. At the same time the actual number of people that go to make up a society depends on the degree of development of production. At the beginning of the Neolithic age the primitive tribes that had spread over all continents counted only a few million people. By the beginning of the present era the world's population was between 150 and 200 million people, while by 1000 AD, it had risen to about 300 million. The total population since then has increased more than 10 times. Acceleration in the rate of population growth is not a cause of change in the mode of production and people's conditions of life, rather it is one of the results. Population increase depends on the ratio of deaths to births. Both these processes are influenced by a large number of social factors, economic relations, standard of life, housing conditions, medical development, health services, and so on. The types of reproduction of the population also depend on social and economic conditions. The characteristic situation at present in the developed countries is as follows: a low or average birth rate, low death rate, a small or average natural increment, a high expectancy of life and consequently a relatively slow replacement of generations. In most of the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America we find another type of reproduction of population, a high birth rate, considerable mortality, a rather high natural increment, rather low expectancy of life and a rapid replacement of generations. There are considerable differences in rates of population growth among the socialist countries, this being due to the unequal levels of development, historically inherited conditions, and other factors. The example of the Soviet Union shows what favorable conditions for reproduction of population are created by the socialist system. It abolishes unemployment, ensures a high intensity of employment among the able-bodied population, and a steady rise in its material and cultural standard of life. All this, taken together with the system of social security and the successes of the Health Care 303 vices, has sharply reduced mortality and increased the average life expectancy. Though basically a spontaneous process, population growth can be influenced to a greater or smaller extent by state policy, legal and other measures aimed at encouraging or, on the contrary, limiting the birth rate. The neo-Malthusians maintain that the present demographic explosion is no less dangerous than the atom bomb. The American biologist Paul Ehrlich compares the increasing numbers of the Earth's population to a wildfire cancer growth and maintains that within the next 10 years new extensive famine areas will make their appearance. Like other Malthusians, however, he refuses to see the underscore social causes of famine. Scientific calculations show that fuller use of agricultural land and increasing its yields would make it possible to feed 10 times more people than there are at present in the world. There is no doubt that the use of the tremendous food resources of the seas and oceans and further advances in synthesizing food products by chemical means will reveal possibilities of feeding an even greater number of people. The realization of these possibilities, however, depends not only on finding more rational means of using the biosphere, but on solving social problems, overcoming economic and cultural backwardness in many countries, and elimination of the imperialist oppression and exploitation of millions of working people. Criticism of Malthusianism does not imply that for society in general there is no problem of regulating population growth and achieving a rational type of reproduction. Engels admitted the abstract possibility in the future of an increase in the world population that would make it necessary to keep the number within certain bounds. If it should become necessary for communist society to regulate the production of men, just as it will have already regulated the production of things, then it and it alone will be able to do it without difficulties. It would be a mistake to imagine that Marxism always and everywhere, regardless of the specific conditions of place and time, demands increase of the birth rate. This vulgarist notion distorts the true nature of the opposition between Malthusianism and Marxism, which lies not in acknowledging or denying the admissibility of measures to regulate population growth but in the completely different ways of solving social problems that they propose. For the Malthusians, the starvation and poverty are caused by excessive growth of population; for the Marxists they are caused by the obsolete social system, the inadequate development of production. The former see reduction of the birth rate as a panacea for all social ills, the latter maintain that the chief means of solving the urgent social problems of modern times is to replace capitalism by socialism. The development of society must be explained in its own terms. The key to the transformation of society lies in society itself. To understand the true inner causes of development of society, we must trace the role of material production as the basis of social life and progress. 2. The productive forces of society. Man's place in the system of the productive forces. Material production is the sphere of social life where the material product is created that is afterwards consumed by society as a whole, by further production or by individuals. No matter how high the level of its development, a society cannot exist and develop without production. One has only to imagine the effect of even a brief stoppage in production. The bakeries, the footwear and cloth factories would cease to operate, the trains would stop running, there would be no electricity, no water supply, and so on. One may safely assume that a complete cessation of production would entail the destruction of society. There can be no society without production. Although production is a permanent condition of the life of society, the mode of production varies in the various stages of its development. In the process of production, people interact with nature and with one another. These two types of relationship constitute the inseparably connected aspects of any concrete mode of production: the productive forces and the production relations. Consequently, analysis of the mode of production in its general form entails discovering what the productive forces and production relations are and how they are interconnected. The productive forces are the forces by which society influences nature and changes it. These forces express the relation of society to nature, but nature itself, of course, cannot be included among the productive forces of society. Nature is the universal object of labor. As Marx said, labor is the father of wealth, nature is its mother. Not all of nature, of course, is the immediate object of labor, but only that part of it which is drawn into production, inasmuch as it is used by man. From nature man extracts the staff, the raw material, from which things are made in the process of labor. But with the exception of the extracting industries, the plowing up of virgin land, and so on, production is usually concerned with objects that have previously had some labor put into them. Thus the steel that goes into making a machine tool has previously been forged. Raw material and semi-manufactures are man-made objects of labor. Man not only acquires in nature ready-made objects of labor but also creates them for himself. Industrial progress involves the use of more and more new materials. Modern industry uses various rare metals, new alloys, and new kinds of synthetic materials, plastics, synthetic fibers, and so on. This is entirely natural since new materials widen the field of man's production. The means of labor are the thing or complex of things that man places between himself and the objects of labor, and that serve as an active conductor of his influence upon that object. The objects and means of labor, that is, the material elements of the process of labor, constitute in their totality the means of production. The composition of the means of labor is extremely varied and changes from one epoch to another. Industrial and agricultural production today makes use of machines and engines and various subsidiary means of labor that are needed for transporting and storing products and for other purposes. Out of all the means of labor that have been applied in any particular epoch and are typical of it, Marx concentrates on those that directly serve as the conductor of man's influence on nature, the instruments of production. In Marx's phrase, these constitute the bone and muscle system of production and are the most important indicator of the relationship of society to nature, of the labor productivity achieved by man. At the same time, the instruments of production are only a part of the whole technological complex, and in defining technological trends we must take into consideration all the complex interdependencies and interactions that occur within that complex. The means of labor are the determining basis of the development of production. It is not the articles made, but how they are made, and by what instruments, that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. For every new generation, the means of labor that it inherits from previous generations become the point of departure for further development and thus form the basis of the continuity of history. The means of labor become an active force that transforms the object of labor only in contact with living labor, with man. Man, the working masses, are a productive force thanks to their knowledge, experience, and the skills needed to put production into practice. To sum up, the social productive forces are the means of production created by society and above all, the instruments of labor, and also the people who put them into operation and produce material goods. While the means of labor are the determining element in the productive forces, inasmuch as they determine the character of man's relation to nature, the working people, with their knowledge and experience, are the most important productive force of society. It is man who uses machinery, who operates the instruments of labor and carries on production. The functioning of the means of labor depends on the skill, knowledge, and experience of people, on how fully they are able to utilize the available machines, and to what extent they have mastered these machines. At the same time, these very qualities of people depend on the available means of labor, on what instruments they are using. Without cars there could be no drivers, without aeroplanes no airmen. This dependence of people's experience and skills on the technology of production is one of the expressions of the general dependence of the subject on the object, of the personal factor in production on its material factor. At the artisan stage, people's experience and skills take shape empirically and acquire the character of traditions passed on from one generation to the next. In the Middle Ages, craftsmen made a secret of their discoveries and experience, which were closely guarded from the eyes of strangers. Under these conditions, changes in the traditional mode of production were punished rather than encouraged, thus intensifying stagnation in the process of production. With the transition to machine production, education, culture, and the scientific knowledge needed for working with machines assume ever-increasing significance. The navvy cannot simply throw down his spade and start driving an excavator. He must master the new machine, even though the excavator performs the same work as he did. At the same time, machine production, particularly in some of its forms, creates a need for unskilled and semi-skilled labor. Man not only makes use of the available means of labor, but also creates the new ones. The instruments of labor are the materialist force of human knowledge. Human experience, scientific knowledge, and skills are essential for improving the equipment and technology of production, for the work of inventing things and for rationalization of production. All other factors being equal, the development of technology itself and the use of its possibilities depend on man's experience, skills, scientific knowledge, and culture, on man's abilities. The development of the productive forces is the development of the means of labor and correspondingly of man himself, of his cultural and technical standards. The level of development of the productive forces is indicated by the productivity of social labor. A major factor in the growth of the productivity of labor is the creation of more productive instruments and means of labor, that is, technical progress. The improvement of the existing instruments and means of labor and the creation of new ones that are more productive, of new technology, the development of the power base and the corresponding re-equipment of all branches of the economy are, in fact, the mainspring of the development of social production. In the course of the existence of society, the productive forces have achieved tremendous development. Historically, production begins with the making and using of the most primitive stone, bone, and wooden implements, the stone chisel and point, the club and spear, various utensils made of bone. The discovery of how to make and use fire was one of the greatest achievements of man's early stage of development. This discovery, as Engels said, finally divided man from the animal kingdom. Another great step forward was the emergence of pottery. Man's possibilities were considerably expanded by the invention of the bow and arrow. People thus accumulated a collection of primitive implements that enabled them to engage in hunting, fishing, and collecting. As tools improved, they tended to become more and more specialized for certain operations. At the earliest stage of primitive society, man produced only the instruments of labor, while taking his means of existence ready-made from nature, which made him heavily dependent on natural conditions. The great revolution in the development of primitive production was the transition from appropriation to production of the means of existence, which was connected with the emergence of agriculture and cattle breeding. This transition occurred in the Neolithic period. The collecting of fruits and roots prepared the way for agriculture, while hunting helped to introduce cattle breeding. The extremely primitive tilling of the soil with the hoe demanded an enormous amount of labor. But this was a fundamentally new step in development because it allowed man to use a new and powerful means of production, the soil. The development of agricultural implements led to the appearance of the plow and other means of cultivation and harvesting. Further progress involved the use of metal tools, at first of copper and bronze, then of iron. Agriculture, cattle breeding, and metal tools raised production to a new level. There was now a basis for the division of social labor into cattle breeding and soil 309. Cultivation, into craft and agricultural production, and later, Jinto mental and physical labor. People began to produce jamar, it became possible to accumulate wealth. All this had just social consequences and prepared the transition from the primitive communal system to class society. We should also mention the tremendous importance that the invention of a written language had for the development of production and for human culture as a whole. In class society, production developed at first on the basis of artisans' tools. Marx describes this base as conservative in the sense that the instrument of the artisan is specialized and may achieve certain forms that set a limit to its development were used, and more complex instruments were introduced. Mankind was enriched with important inventions that were to play a great part in the development of technology, the mechanical clock, gunpowder, printing, and the production of paper, the compass, and so on. All this shaped the conditions for a new qualitative leap in the development of the productive forces, the emergence of machine production. It was manufacture that provided the immediate technical preconditions for the appearance of the machines. Cooperation in labor, that is, the joining together of people for the performance of various tasks, had always taken place on a certain limited scale in quarries and mines, in workshops, in building, and so on. Manufacturing differs from simple cooperation in that it is based on a dealt division of labor for the production of a certain kind of goods. This division of labor in manufacturing leads to specialization of tools and of the workman himself, in the course of which he becomes a performer of a particular function. Whereas a craftsman created the whole product, in manufacturing the production of this item is broken down into a number of specialized operations, which are performed by different workmen. This increases the productivity of labor and 310. Creates preconditions for the replacement of the individual workman's operations by the machine. Machine industrial production began in the 18th century, when England became the scene of the first industrial revolution. Marx links this revolution with the appearance of working machines, the loom and the spinning machine. Such machines replaced a large number of workmen by performing operations that had been previously performed by hand. But the working machine demands a motor, and such a motor was invented in the form of the steam engine. This motor, the transmission mechanism and the working machine constituted the first production mechanism of machine production. The cycle of development was completed by the creation of an adequate technical base, the production of machines by machines. Thus a fundamentally new step was taken in the development of the productive forces, introducing a new epoch in the development of production. The Industrial Revolution, which had begun in England in the 18th century, spread during the 19th century to other European countries, to North America, and by the end of the century to Russia and Japan. Machine production formed the material and technical base of capitalism. In modern times, technology is still developing on the basis of machine production, which endows the process of labor itself with a social character, bringing large masses of people together under one roof in factories and mills. At the same time, there is broad development of various forms of division of labor between specialized trades and different branches of production. In its turn, the division of labor creates an interconnection between various forms of production and leads to changes in one branch rapidly affecting all the others. In contrast to the artisan basis, the technical basis of machine production, according to Marx, is revolutionary. Because the possibilities of its development are practically unlimited, while the conscious application of science to production makes recurrent technical revolutions inevitable. The development of machine production has revealed what tremendous forces human labor can bring into operation. In the last century, when analyzing the prospects of the further development of the productive forces, Marx showed 311. That the development of machine production was shifting from the application of separate machines to the system of machines and, in future, would move on to the creation of automatic production, in which man would be excluded from the direct process of material production and retain only the task of controlling, adjusting, and repairing machines and constructing new ones. Scientific and technological development in the first half of the 20th century created the preconditions for a new grand leap in the development of the productive forces, for the contemporary scientific and technological revolution, which combines revolutionary changes in science and in technology. The essence of this revolution from the standpoint of technical progress is that it introduces the age of automated production. Here the key role is played by the development and technical application of cybernetics and radio electronics. The working machine and motor made it possible to transfer from man to technical devices the function of immediate influence on the object of labor. But man still retained control of the machine and the process of production. Thanks to computer techniques, the machine is today taking over the function of controlling production as well. The direct process of material production can now be carried out automatically, without human participation. This raises the productive forces to a qualitatively new level. At the moment we are still at the beginning of this process, but its prospects are already fairly clear. Development is moving from partial to full automation, when there will be not merely a tool, or even a system of machines, between man and nature, but an automated production process. The scientific and technological revolution is also at work in the field of energetics, where it involves the use of nuclear power and, in prospect, the discovery of how to control and use the energy of thermonuclear reaction. It is likewise expressed in the creation of space technology, which has given man access to regions beyond the Earth. The scientific and technological revolution changes the status of science in society, its relations to production. The industrial revolutions of the 18th and 19th centuries took place with the participation of natural sciences, in the sense that a. Production set science certain problems and the scientific solution of these problems made it possible to perfect production. This was the case, for instance, with the famous Carnot cycle, an ideal model of a power installation, which was a theoretical generalization of the already existing and operating steam engines, and which played a tremendous role in developing thermodynamics. Machine production needs science from the very outset and makes its further conscious application a technical necessity. This process goes even further in the conditions of the present-day scientific and technological revolution. Here the development of science actually gives rise to new forms of production. Production still remains the final material basis of the development of science, but the technical necessity is for science to anticipate the development of technology. As the British scientist John D. Bernal has noted, in earlier times science followed industry, now it is tending to catch up with it and lead it. For with the development of machine production in general, and particularly in the context of the scientific and technological revolution, production becomes increasingly the field for the technological application of science, while science emerges as a direct force of production. It would be wrong to understand this thesis of Marx's in the sense that science in general merges with production and loses its relative independence, ceases to be a sphere of spiritual production. The transformation of science into a direct productive force implies, first, that the means of labor, the technological processes, are becoming a result of the materialization of scientific knowledge. New technology cannot be created without science, and even the existing technology cannot function without it. Second, scientific knowledge becomes an essential component of the experience and knowledge of all working people taking part in the process of production. Third, the actual control of production, of the technological process, particularly in automated systems, becomes a result of the application of science. Fourth, the very concept of production is widened and comes to include not only the production process but also research and development, so that the spheres of science and production tend to penetrate one another. The overall effect is to expand the human component of the productive forces, which already include not only manual workers but technicians, engineers, and even scientists who are directly concerned with the scientific and technical servicing of the production process. Automation and scientification of production create the basis for bringing together physical and mental work, lead to the intellectualization of the labor of the workers, make it more meaningful and creative, evoke important changes in the professional structure of labor, and rapidly increase the proportion of skilled workers, technical and engineering personnel. Modern automatic lines make special demands on the individual, on his ability to take independent decisions, to assume responsibility and to combine his own personal interests with the interests of the collective, and so on. Thus, whereas in manufacturing the worker was a partial worker, whereas the development of capitalist machine production turned the worker into an appendage of the machine, the development of the scientific and technological revolution in the context of socialism necessarily implies the improvement of the individual's creative abilities and his liberation from unskilled and monotonous labor. The all-round development of the individual, the ideal of communism, becomes, when considered from the standpoint of the future, a need of the productive forces themselves. Here we cannot fail to see evidence of the fact that the trend of the scientific and technological revolution coincides with the needs of the communist development of society. Bourgeois writers spend a lot of time accusing Marxism of regarding man merely as a productive force and attaching no value to him as an individual. The Marxologists and Sovietologists are particularly zealous in this respect. In reality, however, man as a productive force is a man of work and a man at work, and this means a creative man. Recognizing man as a productive force certainly does not imply that he is belittled or reduced to the status of a thing. On the contrary, it means recognizing man as a creator, recognizing his ability to do things that have raised him. 314. Above the animal world and have given him command of nature. It is not recognition of man as a productive force that belittles him, but the oppression of man, the conversion of his labor into a curse, and the worker himself into a slave. Such social conditions reduce man to the status of a thing, but Marxism-Leninism is opposed to all forms of oppression. The challenge of Marxism-Leninism is that man as a productive force should be a free worker, a highly developed, creative personality. This is real and not illusory humanism. In the conditions of capitalism, where modern technical progress gives rise to increasingly acute social antagonisms, we find various kinds of technical mythology, which absolutize the role of technology and regard it as a force hostile to man. It is claimed, for example, that the development of science and technology bodes ill for humanity. Already technology is supposed to be creating various dangers for man, making his life more and more standardist and impersonal. The authors of such concepts divorce technology from man, underestimate the role of the working class, the working masses as a whole, and ignore the significance of social conditions, on which the ultimate outcome of technical development primarily depends. If under capitalism life actually is becoming more standardist and man is losing his individuality, the cause is not technological progress in itself but the domination of private ownership of the means of production, implying a relationship based on exploitation. In socialist conditions technological progress has other social consequences, because here it serves the development of the working masses, their material and spiritual advance. The development of technology and the productive forces must, therefore, not be regarded apart from its connections with social production relations. 3. Production relations. Production has always been and remains social. In creating material goods people enter into various relations with one another and only within the bounds of these relations does their relation to nature exist. 315. People have never produced anything purely as individuals in complete isolation from one another. The idea of anybody being able to produce in absolute isolation, outside society, is a pure invention, a figment of the imagination. As we have said already, man emerged from the animal world and developed only in society, in intercourse with others of his own kind. In the first stages of the development of society, production was collective in the direct sense of the term. When it lost its collective character and was carried on by separate families, the production relations between people did not disappear. They were retained and afterwards extended along with the development of the social division of labor and the growth of commodity production and exchange. As the division of labor developed, every producer became increasingly dependent on the others, inasmuch as he obtained from them his raw materials and implements and sold them his products. Finally, with the appearance of large-scale machine production, these interconnections between producers became even more organic, as expressed in the extensive socialization of the process of labor. Various relations are formed between people in the production process. There are, for example, relations conditioned by the technical division of labor between various specialized trades. These are relations between the workshops of a factory, between the workers performing certain interrelated production operations, and so on. They may be described as the production technical relations. They are directly determined by the equipment, technology, and organization of production, and so there may be no appreciable difference between them at capitalist or socialist enterprises. Social production relations are a different matter. Their character depends on how the means of production are distributed in a society, or, in other words, how the problem of the ownership of the basic means of production has been solved in that society. In principle, in the most general form, this problem may be resolved in two ways: either the means of production belong to the whole of society, or else they belong to individuals or a part of society, while the other part of society is debarred from any participation in ownership. In other words, ownership of the means of production may be social. 316. Or private. But ownership is not simply the right to own something in law. Ownership is a real economic relationship between people, mediated by their indirect relationship to things to the means of production. If the means of production are owned by the whole of society, the members of society stand in an equa relationship to the means of production, and collectivist relations of cooperation and mutual help are established between them. The forms of this cooperation, like the forms of social ownership, may differ. For example, in history social property is found in the forms of the property of a clan, tribe, or primitive commune, the group property of working people united in an artel or a commune, and state socialist property, the property of the whole people. If, on the other hand, the owners of the means of production are individuals, if the means of production are in the hands of only a part and not the whole of society, property acquires a private character, people are placed in an unequal relationship to the means of production, and relations of domination and subjection, relations of exploitation, appear in society. The forms of these relations may also differ, depending on the type of private property. History records three basic types of large-scale private property: slave, feudal and capitalist, and the three corresponding basic forms of exploitation of man by man. At these stages of social development there also existed or exists the small private property of the peasants and craftsmen, based on personal labor. The form of property determines the character of the link between the producer and the means of production. It is typical of slave production relations that not only the means of labor, but also the man himself, the working man, becomes the property of another man, the slave owner. The slave is treated as a thing. The system of feudal relations is based on large-scale property in land, which allows the feudal landowner to exploit the peasants, either by forcing them to till his land free of charge, or by forcing them to pay taxes or quit rent. The economic structure of capitalism is based on the capitalist's private ownership of the basic means of production. The factories, mines, etc., and on free labor, i.e., labor that is free of personal dependence, of the means of labor and the means of subsistence. Economic necessity compels the worker to sell his labor power to the owner of capital as a commodity, and only in this form can he become united with the means of labor and begin the process of production. Under socialism all exploitation of man by man is abolished, but in the system of economic relations there are still differences between the classes of the working people, the workers and peasants. These differences are connected with the different forms of social ownership of the means of production. Further development, the transition to communism, should lead to the elimination of these differences. Thus the relations of property have fundamental significance in the history of mankind. Whole epochs of human history differ from one another depending on the dominant forms of property. Indeed, property relations are always expressed in a definite system or aggregate of production relations. The bounds of these relations are determined by the movement of the material product, which begins in the sphere of material production, passes through a definite cycle there, and then through exchange and distribution reaches the consumer and ends in the sphere of individual consumption. Consumption itself depends on production, but at the same time is opposed to it in the sense that it takes a material product out of the sphere of production relations. Consequently, production relations imply not only the forms in which the producer is united with the means of labor in the process of material production, but also the relations of exchange of activity and the products of activity, and the distribution of the material goods produced. The need for the exchange of activity and its products stems from the existence of a social division of labor, the division into industrial and agricultural, mental and physical labor, etc. The social nature of this aggregate of production relations depends on the character of property. For example, commodity exchange on the basis of capitalist property is an essential component of the functioning of capital. It obeys the spontaneous action of the laws of the capitalist market, and the commodity itself takes the form of an elementary cell of capitalist commodity production for the purpose of obtaining capitalist profit. Under socialism, the social nature of commodity production and exchange is different because here the profit obtained is social property and production and exchange are regulated by the state in the interests of the whole of society. The character of distribution, the forms and size of the incomes of various classes and social groups also depend on the form of property. Thus, the absence of exploitation and the principle of distribution according to work under socialism are determined by predomination of social property. Like the productive forces, relations of production also belong to the material side of social life. The material character of production relations is expressed in the fact that they exist objectively, independently of human will and consciousness. Their existence and character are determined not by people's wishes, but by the level of production that has been achieved. Moreover, the production relations established between people are not only not determined by people's social consciousness, they are not even completely grasped by it. The fact that you live and conduct your business, beget children, produce products, and exchange them, gives rise to an objectively necessary chain of events, a chain of development, which is independent of your social consciousness, and is never grasped by the latter completely. The productive forces and relations of production are the two inseparable aspects of social production. Only in abstraction can the forces of production be considered without production relations, or vice versa. In reality they are as inseparable from each other as content and form, if in this case we regard the productive forces as content and the relations of production as the social form. Just as in general, content determines form, so do the productive forces determine production relations. In their turn, the production relations endow the functioning of the forces of production with a certain social quality. Although the production relations depend on the state and character of the productive forces, it is the production relations that determine the social nature of every mode of production. 4. Dialectics of the development of the productive forces and relations of production. Having considered the features of the productive forces and production relations as the two sides of the mode of production, we can now pass on to an analysis of their interconnection and interaction. The interaction of the productive forces and production relations obeys a general sociological law that has operated throughout history, the law of the correspondence of the production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces. This law characterizes an objectively existing dependence of the production relations on the development of the productive forces, and establishes the fact that the production relations take shape and change under the determining influence of these forces. When mankind had only just emerged from the animal state, the stone tools and other implements that people used, although they were instruments of individual use, were so primitive and unproductive that the individual armed with these tools would have been unable alone to produce the material goods he needed for subsistence. People were compelled to work together, to support one another because of the weakness of the individual in the face of the mighty forces of nature. Thus the main productive force here was the strength of the collective itself, and it was on this basis that collectivist primitive communal relations arose. Further development of the productive forces, the transition from stone to bronze, and then iron tools raised the productivity of labor with the result that it became possible for people to perform productive activity on an individual or a family scale. The surplus product made its appearance, along with the division of labor, the tendency towards individualization of certain producers and, as a result, private property. The law of the correspondence of production relations to the character and the level of development of the productive forces manifests itself at this stage of production in the fact that private property production relations correspond to the private character of the productive forces. It would seem that 320. Only small private property based on personal labor of the producers corresponds to the instruments of individual use. But this form of property never created a specific socio-economic formation because it was incapable by itself of ensuring progress in the economic and cultural spheres. For this reason we find developing alongside it various forms of private property based on the appropriation of other people's labor, that is, on the exploitation of man by man, made possible due to the appearance of surplus labor and underscore the surplus product. When the productive forces were at a low level of development, a person could be compelled to give up a part of the product he produced only by force or by some other means of non-economic pressure. Thus, the first form of exploitation, slavery, was based on direct and crude violence with the help of which a person was turned into a means of labor, a slave with no rights at all. Non-economic compulsion is also applied on a wide scale in the conditions of feudalism, where the peasant, the chief productive force of this type of society, does not own the basic means of production. In the process of the rise of capitalism, the immediate producer is separated from the means of production and turned into the partial worker of a manufactory on the basis of use of instruments of labor that are private in character. But gradually capitalism develops machine production, endowing the process of production itself with a social character. The use of machines makes it objectively necessary to combine people together in large collectives, and to introduce the division of labor on a wide scale throughout society. There comes into being the modern industrial proletariat, a class that is totally separated from the means of production and economically fettered to capital. All this brings a qualitative change in the character of the productive forces. The product is now the result not of the labor of the separate producer but of a group, of the collective labor of many people. It is appropriated not by those who produced but by the owner of the means of production, the capitalist. Under capitalism, a contradiction develops between the social character of the process of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, which 3241 is the basic contradiction of capitalist society. This contradiction shows itself in the cataclysms of the spontaneous capitalist economy, in anarchy of production and crises of overproduction, and in the class struggle of the proletariat. The creation of capitalist monopolies, large groupings of capitalists, and the development of state monopoly capitalism reflect within the framework of capitalism the social nature of the contemporary productive forces. Confronted with the world socialist system, state monopoly capitalism tries to introduce certain principles of planning and regulating into the spontaneous development of capitalist production. But all this does not change, and cannot change, the nature of capitalism, because the bourgeoisie remains the owner of the basic means of production. The mechanism of competition, of the concentration and centralization of capital leads to the actual concentration of ever more wealth in the hands of a small group of capitalists. At the same time, the separation of the producer from the means of production, hired labor, exploitation, and other features of capitalist relations remain and tend to grow. This fundamental contradiction cannot be resolved in the framework of capitalism because only social ownership of the means of production can correspond to the social character of the process of production. The development of large-scale industry not only creates the material preconditions for socialist ownership of the means of production but also makes it imperative to move on from capitalism to socialism. The contemporary scientific and technological revolution makes for the further socialization of production. In this context, capitalism and capitalist private ownership of the means of production become utterly incompatible with the needs of social progress. Under capitalism, with the economy geared to the interests of capitalist profit, automation reduces the numbers of workers engaged in material production and throws large masses of people into the redundant category, awakening new conflicts and insoluble contradictions. Capitalism stands in the way of the application of the great discoveries of science and technology for the benefit of the working people, in the interests of man's all-round development. In socialist society, the scientific and technological revolution does not give rise to such conflicts. It contributes to the building of the material and technical base of communist society, to the growth of material well-being and raising of the cultural and technical level of all working people, to their all-round development. It stands to reason that there are a number of common consequences of the scientific and technological revolution that affect both capitalism and socialism, such as the greater role of science in society, the increase of expenditures on scientific research, the greater significance of engineering, scientific and technological work, the emergence of new professions, and so on. It would also be a mistake to assume that in socialist society the development of the scientific and technological revolution does not give rise to any contradictions and proceeds without a hitch. But the advantage of socialism lies in its ability to solve the problems set by this revolution on a planned basis, because it corresponds to the needs and aims of the development of the socialist social relations, and stimulates their development into communist relations. Comprehensive mechanization and automation draws into the integrated production organism not only separate enterprises and industries, but whole economic regions. It will subsequently embrace the economic complexes of individual countries and groups of countries, and in the future the economy of the entire globe. An expression of this already observable trend is the creation of the big power networks covering large territories, such as the whole European part of the Soviet Union. The further socialization of production creates a material basis from which there grows the objective possibility and necessity of subjecting the process of production to the interests and conscious control of all society, of overcoming the separateness of peoples and countries. To sum up, each form of production relations exists for as long as it provides sufficient scope for the development of the productive forces. But as development proceeds, the relations of production gradually come into contradiction with the developing productive forces and become a brake on them. They are then superseded by new relations of production, the role of which is to serve as the form of the further development of the 323 productive forces. Marx observes that people never give up the productive forces they have brought into being, but this does not mean that they do not give up the production relations that have till then served as the form of development of these forces. On the contrary, in order that they may not be deprived of the result attained and forfeit the fruits of civilization, they are obliged from the moment when their mode of carrying on commerce no longer corresponds to the productive forces acquired, to change all their traditional social forms. If the production relations change under the influence of the progress of the productive forces, then what, it may be asked, causes the development of the productive forces themselves? Here we must consider the action of a whole set of various causes. In our examination of the interaction of geographical conditions, the growth of population and production, we found out that geographical conditions and population growth exercise a significant influence on production and may stimulate or retard it. But they are not the basic source of development of the productive forces. The development of the productive forces has an inner logic of its own. The more complex instruments of labor arise on the basis of their simpler predecessors. In any relatively developed economy, an important change in one industry inevitably affects the others. For example, the development of industrial production leads to the technical re-equipment of agriculture, to the mechanization of construction. The intensification of agriculture demands production of artificial fertilizers, which stimulates the development of the chemical industry, and so on. As technology develops and new and more efficient tools and machines appear, the existing machines become obsolete and demand replacement. Society is compelled to reckon with this logic of the development of production. There are both interaction and contradiction between the material and personal elements of the productive forces. By changing nature, man changes himself, develops his abilities, and raises his cultural level. The experience and knowledge gained are objectified in new means of labor, but man in his turn is obliged to adapt himself to them once they have appeared and come into use. This is the internal driving force of the development of production. But the internal needs of the productive forces still do not explain why production develops faster in some cases and slower in others, more or less evenly in some cases and through booms and crises in yet others. Nor can this be ascribed to the development of science. All technology is materialist knowledge, and without the development of human knowledge there could be no technical progress. Today research and development is a powerful source of technical progress. But the development of science itself, its actual growth rate depends in greater measure on the development of production. The needs of society, of man, are an important factor in the development of production. Directly or indirectly, production always serves the purpose of satisfying certain human needs, and a complex dialectical interconnection between these needs and production establishes itself in a society. The needs themselves are evoked by the development of production, the satisfaction of some needs gives rise to new ones, and this is bound to influence production in some way or another. But the relation of man's needs to production is mediated by production relations. The needs do not influence the productive forces directly, but do so through production relations. Every form of production relation subordinates production to a particular aim, and this aim has certainly not always been the needs of man. The mass of the population in class society, the classes are motivated by various stimuli, which are specific in every specific case. Capitalist society is stimulated in one way, socialist society in another. The active nature of the production relations shows itself in the fact that they evolve in people certain definite stimuli to action. The ruling classes in class-divided societies subordinate the development of production to their interests and needs. Thus in capitalist society the development of the productive forces cannot be attributed to the need of the working people for improvement of their material position. Here the thing to look for is the demand for the production of surplus value, of profit for the capitalists. It is the objective laws of expanded production and reproduction, the laws of production of maximum profit, the laws of capitalist competition, that have constituted and still constitute the driving forces of development of the capitalist production, its productive forces. But what stimulates the actions of the working masses, the direct producers? This depends on the position of the direct producer in the system of the given production relations. A certain form of production relations is progressive inasmuch as it creates for the masses certain advantages as compared to their previous situation. The slave has no interest whatever in work, because he works under threat of the lash. Under feudalism the immediate producer the peasant has his farm, his family, and is therefore to some extent interested in work, in raising his productivity. The worker confronts the owner of all the means of production the capitalist as a formally equal owner of commodities. In selling his labor power, the higher his skill the higher the wage the worker receives, and therefore he is compelled to some extent to develop the productive power of his labor. But working for a capitalist forces the worker to regard his work only as a source of livelihood. The whole complex mechanism of capitalist production and reproduction is so constructed that it compels the worker to strain every effort and ability. The wages system also serves this aim. The worker's fear of being thrown out of production and becoming unemployed has no less force than the slave overseer's whip. So, the causes of the development of the productive forces must not be considered in isolation from the social conditions in which this development occurs, that is, from the system of the given production relations. The development of the crude technology of primitive society and that of modern machine technology cannot be ascribed to the same causes. Each historically definite mode of production has its own specific causes and economic laws of development of the productive forces that are valid for a given epoch, and the character of these laws depends on the character of the production relations. The effect of the production relations is positive when the production relations corresponding to the productive forces promote their development, and negative when this correspondence is upset and the production relations act as a brake on the development of the productive forces. The Marxist proposition on the braking effect of the old production relations should not be interpreted in an oversimplified, mechanistic way, as, say, the effect of the brakes that stop a train. In the capitalist countries today the prevailing production relations are in sharp contradiction, do not correspond to the character of the contemporary productive forces, but this is not to say that the development of production has come to a halt. What, then, is the braking effect of capitalist production relations? It shows itself above all in the fact that not all the possibilities of the level of production already achieved are used. Marx wrote that, the capitalist mode of production meets with barriers at a certain expanded stage of production which, if viewed from other premises, would, on the contrary, have been altogether inadequate. It comes to a standstill at a point fixed by the production and realization of profit, and not the satisfaction of requirements. This, according to Marx, is where the limitations of capitalist production are revealed. And this applies to people as well as to the means of labor. In putting into effect the monstrous intensification of labor, capitalism overstrains and exhausts people and creates an army of unemployed and semi-unemployed, thus squandering the most important productive force of society, man himself. The effect of capitalist production relations becoming a brake on the development of the productive forces is that the development of production proceeds extremely unevenly, in booms and recessions, in periods of prosperity and crises. The development of the capitalist economy is often stimulated by militarization of the economy, by a frenzied arms race or even by wars. This is indicated by the tremendous growth of war budgets, particularly in the leading capitalist country, the USA. Present-day capitalism places the discoveries of science and technology at the service of war, militarism, and the fight against the forces of progress. Thus, the active role of the production relations does not mean that the forms of property by themselves move or hold back the development of production. Only people develop production or, on the contrary, are not interested in its development. They develop and change their mode of production, which constitutes the basis of their history. The interaction of people and instruments, the elements of the productive forces, manifests itself always in the form of certain definite production relations, and it is these that determine the concrete motive stimulating people to actions. The law of the correspondence of the production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces determines not only the development of the given mode of production, but also the necessity for the replacement of one mode of production by another. As the productive forces develop in the womb of the old society, new production relations are conceived that form a certain economic structure, the embryo of the new mode of production. Slavery is conceived already in the womb of the primitive communal system, and the capitalist system in that of the feudal society. So, in the old mode of production there occurs a quantitative accumulation of new elements, the development of the new economic structure. The expanded productive forces come into conflict with the old production relations prevailing in society. This conflict cannot be resolved, that is, the new production relations cannot establish themselves without getting rid of the old relations, whose existence is supported by the ruling class and the political and ideological superstructure that it has created. The transition from the old production relations to the new ones is impossible by means of a simple quantitative change. Here there must be a qualitative transition, the revolutionary destruction of the old obsolete and hidebound economic, social, and political forms, which opens the road for the establishment of a new mode of production. The emergence of the socialist mode of production has its own special features. In the womb of the old society, under capitalism, there arise only the material preconditions. 328. Of the socialist mode of production in the form of the enormous socialization of production, the creation of modern productive forces that are social by their nature. But the new production relations of socialism corresponding to the newly emerging productive forces do not take shape and cannot take shape in the conditions of capitalism. The opportunists and revisionists always denied and still deny this Marxist proposition. They maintain that bits of socialism, including even its production relations, arise already in the conditions of capitalism, that the transition to socialism lies in their gradual expansion, that this transition takes place by purely evolutionary means, without revolutionary storms and upheavals. In contrast to the opportunists, the revolutionary Marxists, the communists, proceed from the fact that socialist production relations, based on social ownership of the means of production, cannot arise under capitalism in the framework of separate enterprises and economic units, as capitalist relations, for example, were formed in the womb of feudalism. For socialist production relations to arise there must be socialist socialization of the means of production on the scale of the whole state, and only the winning of political power by the working class can bring this about. So the socialist system cannot arise in any other way than by means of revolution and the conscious, planned building of the new society. The law of the correspondence of production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces continues to operate under socialism. But here its operation does not lead to revolutionary upheavals and destructive conflicts. Society is now able to take timely measures to bring production relations into correspondence with the developing productive forces, that is, to consciously solve the contradictions that arise between them. This requires not only objective conditions but also corresponding action of the subjective factor, that is, correct policy and proper guidance of the development of society. The Communist and Workers' parties, the working people of the socialist countries, seek to realize the growing possibilities of accelerating social and economic development offered by the socialist system at its present stage. The use of scientific and technological advances, the raising of economic effectiveness of production, the further improvement of the system of economic management, the more rapid development of the material well-being and culture of the working people, the development of socialist democracy. The fulfillment of all these high-priority tasks will ensure the integrated, intensive and proportional development of all branches of the economy of the Soviet Union and the various spheres of its social life. Chapter XIL. The Socio-Economic Formation, Unity and Diversity of the World Historical Process. An intrinsic feature of historical materialism is its concrete historical approach to society. The majority of bourgeois sociologists proceed from an abstract metaphysical interpretation of society in general, as a category outside history. By contrast, Marxism approaches society dialectically, considering it not as something immutable, but as something developing, and therefore seeks out the qualitatively specific stages of its development, the specific socio-economic formations. The Marxist concept of the socio-economic formation allows us to place the study of history on a concrete basis. Since the history of society is formed out of the history of specific socio-economic formations, we must study the laws of their development and transition from one formation to another. This is how Marx proceeded. In Capital he analyzed the laws of the establishment and development of the capitalist socio-economic formation and showed its historically transient character and the inevitability of its replacement by a new and higher one, the communist. The theory of socio-economic formations is the cornerstone of Marxist sociology. 1. The concept of the socio-economic formation. In the previous chapter we saw that the basis of social life and historical development is the mode of production of material goods. The mode of production is connected with all other social phenomena and processes. This connection may be direct or more or less remote, but it does exist, and the discovery of this connection is a most important feature of the materialist interpretation of history. No matter what social phenomena we take, the state or nation, science or morality, language or art, and so on, they cannot be understood in their own terms, but only as phenomena engendered by society and corresponding to certain social needs. Just as people's way of life in a particular society is basically characterized by the mode of production, so are all other social phenomena dependent ultimately on the mode of production and proceed from it. Thus the inner unity and interconnection of all social phenomena inherent in each society arise according to certain laws. All aspects of social life are organically interconnected and ultimately subordinated to the relations of production. The mode of production is the material and economic base of society, of the socio-economic formation. It determines its entire internal structure. For this reason Lenin characterized the socio-economic formation as a single, integrated social organism, that is, as a system of social phenomena and relations internally connected with one another and depending on one another. The socio-economic formation is not an aggregate of individuals, not a mechanically assembled block of miscellaneous social phenomena, but an integrated social system, each of whose components must be regarded not by itself, not isolated, but only in its connection with other social phenomena, because each of them plays a definite and unique role in the functioning and development of society. This integrity is expressed by the concept of the socio-economic formation. This concept embraces all the aspects of the life of society at a particular historical stage, from the material and technical base that characterizes it to its inherent way of thinking. The history of society is made up of the histories of individual countries and peoples living in various geographical and historical conditions and possessing their own particular ethnic, national, and cultural features. History is extremely diverse, and this has led some philosophers and sociologists to maintain that it never repeats itself, that all events and phenomena are wholly individual, and the task of historical science can be only to describe these individual 332 events, and evaluate them from the standpoint of some ideal. Such an approach to history is bound to lead to subjectivism, because the very choice of ideals and values for judging history becomes arbitrary and loses the objective criteria that are needed to distinguish what is essential, paramount, determining in history, and what is derivative and secondary. And the Marxist theory of society overcame this subjectivism by singling out from the totality of social relations production relations as the most important and definitive. It was production relations that provided the objective criterion for distinguishing the essential and inessential in social life. This also revealed the repetition and regularity in the system of various countries, the general features in the history of individual peoples at one and the same stage of historical development. For example, despite the diversity of history and forms of political organization and culture of Britain, France, and the United States, all three countries share the common features of having a working class and a bourgeoisie, relations of exploitation, and an economy based on commodity capitalist production, and consequently these countries are at the stage of bourgeois society and belong to the capitalist formation. Science is thus presented with a wide field for comparison, for singling out the general in the history of countries and peoples, and for defining more closely on this basis the specific features of their development. This approach is equally important in analyzing the formation and development of socialist society. From the standpoint of the world historical process, the transition to building socialism in various countries is, in fact, the development of a new social formation, the communist formation, with its own specific laws. These laws operate in all countries that take the road of socialist development and have universal application for them. At the same time, the transition to socialism in each country takes place in accordance with its historical and national cultural traditions and specific features, and of course, in connection with the level of development of the productive forces that has been achieved. Historical materialism demands that both these factors be taken into account without absolutizing either one of them. Exaggeration of national features leads us to make an absolute of the national path to socialism, which is supposedly entirely different from the development of socialism in other countries. This in its turn leads to denial of the significance of the experience of some socialist countries for others, to justification of a tendency for some socialist countries to isolate themselves. It also encourages nationalistic feelings and undermines the unity of the socialist community. On the other hand, denial of national features and dogmatic assertion of the general laws and features of the building of socialism may lead to disregard of the traditions and history of a given people. Thus the problem of unity and diversity in history has practical political importance besides theoretical and general sociological significance. The concept of the socio-economic formation makes it possible not only to single out the general features to be found in the system of various countries that are at one and the same stage of historical development, but also to distinguish one historical period from another. Every socio-economic formation is a definite stage in the development of human society. The history of society is the history of the development and replacement of socio-economic formations. Marxist historians usually define 5 basic socio-economic formations that may be distinguished from one another according to the prevailing forms of property: primitive communal, slave, feudal, capitalist, and communist. The primitive communal system saw the emergence of man and provided the preconditions for the further development of human society. It was superseded by the antagonistic class formations of the slave, feudal and capitalist societies, characterized by social inequality, exploitation of man by man and class struggle. Capitalism is the last socio-economic formation based on class antagonism. It is supplanted by the non-antagonistic communist formation, which is based on equality and fraternity, on peoples helping one another in their life together and working together to tame nature and provide conditions for the all-round development of man. The sequence of these formations is not a fixed pattern that the history of every people must obey, because some peoples are held up in their development while others bypass whole formations. History also produces various transitional forms. The above-mentioned pattern of socio-economic formations, showing the basic stages in historical progress, reveals the main line of human development, which is of great importance for the methodical study of concrete history and for tracing the dialectics of the historical process. Thus the concept of the socio-economic formation is based on recognition of the unity and integrity of the historical process. Varied though the paths of historical development of individual countries and peoples may have been, there is in history a certain repetition, regularity, a certain law. Moreover, the separate stages of historical development are qualitatively specific systems of social relationships. The socio-economic formation is a definite type of society, an integrated social system functioning and developing according to its own specific laws on the basis of the given mode of production. The economic skeleton of the socio-economic formation is formed by the historically determined production relations, but the whole body, its flesh and blood, as it were, comprises other social phenomena and relations, forming the complex structure that we must now investigate. 2. Structure of the socio-economic formation. Basis and superstructure. Every socio-economic formation is a specific social organism. It differs qualitatively from other formations. But socio-economic formations do have certain general structural features that are inherent in all or, at least, the majority of such formations. Knowledge of these general structural elements allows us to work out the principles of approach to the study of each individual formation, each concrete society. Every society is characterized by a definite type of social relations. Social relations are a special form of connections and interactions existing only in society and arising in the process of people's social activity, that is, activity in the sphere of production, politics, intellectual life, and so on. These relations are called social relations not only because they exist only in society, but also because they emerge from the interaction of large masses of people, of social groups and classes. Social relations are extremely varied. Their different types include economic, political, legal, socio-psychological, organizational, moral relationships, etc. To find any regular interconnection in this diversity, we must make up our minds which relations are essential or primary and which are derivative or secondary. Lenin wrote that by introducing materialism into history, Marx had divided all social relations into material and ideological relations, the latter forming a superstructure built upon the former. Material relations are above all the production relations that arise in the process of the production of material goods as the basic type of human activity. Also material are the relations between man and nature, the relations between production and consumption, the initial, primary relations in the sphere of everyday existence, in the family. The concept of material social relations is therefore wider than the concept of economic relations. The feature common to all material relations is that they exist independently of social consciousness, that they are primary in comparison with all other forms of social relations. For example, let us take value, understood as the relationship between producers of goods. Value, according to Marx, is just as objective and material as the thing produced, the use value. At the same time, value is not something substantial that can be perceived by the senses. Value is the objective material relationship between producers of goods. This means that materiality in the social sense must not be fully identified with materiality in the sense of something substantial, tangible. Of course, society cannot exist without the material, substantial embodiment of the achievements of human labor. The instruments of labor, buildings, plowed fields, parks, canals, are all the creation of human hands, the materialization of man's activity and ideas. But these are not the only elements that constitute social matter, the objective basis of all social relations. This basis, formed by material social relations, that is, the relation that arise between people in the process of the production and reproduction of their immediate life. The superstructural relations, that is, secondary relations, derived from material relations, may be grouped under the general heading of ideological relations, political, legal, moral, and so on. The specific feature of these relations is that they arise only after preliminary passage through the social consciousness. For example, the relations between the members of a proletarian party are built consciously. A political party is organized by people who consciously accept its program and tactics. Here the idea precedes the organization. The reverse is true of a group such as the proletarian class, which is formed spontaneously in the sphere of economic relations from people who have been deprived of the means of production and compelled under the pressure of economic necessity to sell their labor power to the owners of capital. Now that we have drawn this distinction between material and ideological relations, we can attempt to define the concepts characterizing the structure and specific quality of each socio-economic formation: basis and superstructure. Basis and superstructure are relative concepts. The basis is the economic structure of society, the sum total of the production relations of the given society. The concept of basis expresses the social function of the production relations as the economic basis of social phenomena that are outside the sphere of material production. While they are a form of the material productive forces, the production relations at the same time determine the content of the superstructural forms. The superstructure comprises three groups of social phenomena. First, social ideas, moods, social feelings, that is, ideology and social psychology. Second, various organizations and institutions: the state, courts, church, and so on. Third, superstructural relations. Consequently, the superstructure is the sum total of social ideas, institutions, and relations arising on the given economic basis. It includes different kinds of social phenomena, which nevertheless possess certain common features. 337. The superstructure is determined by the basis. Engels wrote that, the economic structure of society always furnishes the real basis, starting from which we can alone work out the ultimate explanation of the whole superstructure of juridical and political institutions, as well as of the religious, philosophical, and other ideas of a given historical period. Every socio-economic formation has its basis and corresponding superstructure. The superstructure, like the basis, is therefore historically specific in character. Depending on what kind of economic basis, what classes a given society possesses, it will be dominated by the corresponding systems of political, legal, religious, and philosophical views, and also corresponding relations and institutions. It is quite impossible for the economy of a country to be dominated by feudal lords or capitalists, while in politics, in the legal system, and in intellectual life, the predominant role is played by the working people. Such an incongruity could not possibly exist for any length of time. The relations of production in feudal or bourgeois society are class relations. And the class that holds the dominant position in the given economic structure naturally establishes its political domination, creates and passes laws preserving this economic and political domination, and holds a dominating position in the ideological sphere, in other words, throughout the social superstructure. Reflecting the nature of the given basis, the superstructure correspondingly expresses the contradictions that run through this basis. In a class-divided society, the economic contradictions inevitably find expression in contradictions in the superstructure, in contradictions between the state and the revolutionary spirit and movement of the masses, between the different political parties, in the ideological struggle between different classes, etc. In addition, internal contradictions appear in both the basis and the superstructure because of the vestiges of the past and the seeds of the future that are to be found there. Contradictions between the basis and the superstructure arise for the same reason, that is, in the process of development.